Chapter 1. The Traitor. Amidst the mountains shrouded in the cloak of night, a soldier clad in camouflage crouched silently behind a rock, his keen eyes fixated on the distant enemy encampment. A breeze wafted through the valley, carrying a chill, yet his body remained as steadfast as granite, as if he had melded into the very essence of the earth. The name White Knight was well known throughout the military. He was the spearhead of the special forces, the embodiment of fear for his adversaries at that moment. A voice crackled through his earpiece from the command center. White Knight, the mission has been adjusted, and the target has changed. You must breach the enemy lines and destroy their command center within 5 minutes. He offered no reply, merely nodding silently as he swiftly retrieved a flashlight from his backpack, meticulously inspecting his gear. He understood that the closer victory loomed, the greater the peril became. Tonight, he would confront not only the enemy, but also the fears that resided deep within himself, battles that every Special Forces operative must ultimately conquer. With a low command resonating in his ears, he rose to his feet, moving with the grace of a panther, vanishing soundlessly into the night. Moonlight filtered through the thin clouds, casting a silvery glow across the mountains, while the occasional flight of nocturnal birds shattered the surrounding tranquility. Each step White Knight took was precise and silent, his gaze as sharp as that of a hawk, as he meticulously locked onto every detail of the enemy camp shrouded in darkness. Outside the encampment, several patrolling soldiers continued their rounds. He deftly sidestepped, slipping silently into their blind spots as he drew closer to the command center. The rhythm of his heartbeat remained unwavering. In this shadowy forest, the enemy's attention was scattered. They remained unaware that death was inching ever closer. Suddenly, he halted. Ahead, a faint rustling sound reached his ears, the footsteps of the patrol. Without hesitation, he retreated behind a massive boulder, pressing himself against the rocky wall. As the patrol passed, he could even discern their murmured conversations and the echo of their footfalls. After a moment of silence, White Knight inhaled deeply, cautiously emerging from his cover and swiftly maneuvering towards the flank of the command center. In that instant, every nerve in his body was taut like a drawn bowstring. Though accustomed to such peril, the pressure of life and death was palpable with each mission he undertook. At last, he found himself at the periphery of the enemy's command center. The structure was rudimentary yet sufficiently robust. With both hands firmly gripping the explosives, he began to deftly implant the detonation device. His movements were rapid and precise, as if everything were under his command. However, just as he prepared to activate the device, the voice from the command center crackled urgently in his earpiece. White Knight, emergency retreat. Enemy reinforcements are approaching, hurry. Taken aback for a brief moment, White Knight swiftly regained his composure and pressed the detonation button. The ensuing explosion roared with a thunderous sound, reducing the command center to rubble. Flames illuminated the entire valley, and the deafening blast rent the night sky asunder. Without a glance back, he knew his time was running short. He turned and sprinted with all his might, the aftershock of the explosion reverberating through the air behind him. But his mind was singularly focused: survive and return. Yet, just as he traversed the thicket, an icy chill coursed through him. The shadows encroached ever closer, prompting him to halt abruptly, pivot, and aim his firearm in a specific direction. Several adversaries had stealthily approached, clearly having discerned his presence long before. Baillet's intuition had always been astute, but this time he found himself a step behind. Just as he prepared to navigate through the thicket, the surrounding shadows constricted suddenly. The jarring sound of gun bolts echoed, and multiple infrared targeting dots converged upon him. "Don't move," a deep voice commanded. Baillet slowly raised his hands, surveying his surroundings. His mind racing was ensnared. Yet, what struck him with the most astonishment was not the ambush itself, but the figure standing at the forefront of the assailants. Cheetah. Baillet and Cheetah had once been comrades, battling side by side on numerous occasions, their bond transcending mere friendship to that of brothers. Baillet understood Cheetah's bravery and intellect, while Cheetah held deep admiration for Baillet's composure and decisiveness. Together, they had endured countless missions, fostering an unwavering trust regarding each other's lives as paramount. However, Cheetah's betrayal was not a mere coincidence. It was steeped in profound despair and temptation. Years prior, Cheetah's family had fallen into a perilous financial crisis, persistently threatened by hostile forces. During a mission, he encountered an underground faction that promised him power and wealth in exchange for betraying Bai Yi and their unit. Cheetah had wrestled with his conscience, but ultimately, he succumbed to the relentless pressure and allure, choosing treachery. For him, betrayal was a means of securing his family's survival and his own future, marking an irreversible shift from ally to foe. Bai Yi's gaze turned icy. "You sold me out?" Cheetah's lips curled into a slight smirk, his eyes betraying a complex mix of regret and cold resolve. "Bai Yi, times have changed. You have betrayed us." Bai Yi's voice was low, yet it brimmed with smoldering fury. Cheetah offered no reply, merely gesturing backwards. Enemy soldiers surged forth, pinning Bai Yi to the ground. Strong restraints bound his hands behind his back, and he was roughly dragged away. Hours later, in the damp, dim confines of a cell, the air was thick with the stench of blood and decay. Bai Yi was bound to an interrogation chair, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, his military uniform in tatters. The interrogator paced slowly before him, eyes fixed on him like a venomous serpent. "Oh, you know how long you can endure this?" Bai Yi let out a cold laugh, spitting a mouthful of blood. The interrogator frowned, raising a hand in signal. In the next moment, a jolt of electricity surged through Bai Yi's body, his muscles convulsing violently, pain slicing through him like a knife. Yet, he clenched his jaw, refusing to utter a sound. Cheetah stood at the door, his gaze flickering uncertainly. With a sigh, the interrogator approached Bai Yi, whispering, "Reveal to us your true purpose for infiltrating here. We know it is not merely to demolish the command center." Bai Yi lifted his bloodied face, a cold smile gracing his lips. "Go to hell." The interrogator narrowed his eyes, a glint of malice flashing across his face. "Continue." Bai Yi took a deep breath, silently resolving within himself. No matter what, he would never yield, even if it cost him his last breath. In the ensuing moments, the torment escalated. Flames seared, electric shocks eroded, and sharp blades sliced through flesh, blood dripping onto the cold ground. Bai Yi's body was ravaged, riddled with wounds, yet he gritted his teeth, uttering not a single word. His consciousness began to blur, his breath grew faint, but his gaze remained piercing, fixated on the figure of the cheetah standing at the door. The cheetah averted his eyes from the heavy anger and hatred, yet he remained silent. Until last, Bai Yi's body completely succumbed, his head drooping lifelessly as life quietly slipped away from him. The last image etched in his mind was the cheetah's complex expression. Until the very end, his eyes harbored unyielding resentment and fury, as if he intended to imprint the cheetah's silhouette deep within the realms of hell. The cell fell into a deathly silence. The interrogator let out a cold snort and turned to leave. The cheetah stood rooted in place for a long while before murmuring, "I'm sorry." But Bai Yi would never hear it. Chapter 2. Rebirth of a New Soldier. Bai Yi suddenly opened his eyes, the blinding white light prompting him to instinctively squint. "Awake?" A voice tinged with mockery echoed in his ears that he bolted upright, muscle memory tightening his body. Instantly his right hand instinctively reached for his waist only, to find nothing. No gun, no dagger, not even the familiar tactical uniform. Looking down, he saw himself clad in a brand new camouflage training suit, the cuffs adorned with a number of the new recruits. "What's the matter?" Still dazed. A tall man stood before him, crew-cut hair, sharp eyes, a smile that danced on the edge of mockery, fainting on the first day of training. "Your physical fitness as a top scorer in the college entrance exams seems rather poor." Bai Yi's pupils constricted. Top scorer in the college entrance exams? He vividly recalled his death betrayed by the cheetah, perishing amidst endless torment. Yet here he was, alive, breathing in the fresh air, feeling the warmth of blood coursing through his veins. This was not an illusion. Had he been reborn? Lost in thought. "Hurry back to formation." The man frowned, waving his hand before Bai Yi's eyes. "Emily Howe, your squad leader." Bai Yi took a deep breath, suppressing the shock within, swiftly rising to his feet, his gaze sweeping the surroundings. This was a training ground, where dozens of recruits were lined up in formation in the distance, their shouts reverberating through the air. The sun blazed intensely, heating the ground, and the scent of sweat and dust permeated the atmosphere. He looked down at his hands long, fair, and distinctly knuckled, devoid of the calluses from years of gripping a gun, nor the scars left by battle. This was a foreign body, Yet peculiarly, his name remained Bai Yi. Reporting to the squad leader, "I'm fine," he replied in a deep voice, calm yet imbued with an undeniable firmness. I Hao raised an eyebrow, seemingly surprised by his reaction, yet chose not to elaborate, merely gesturing with his hand, "Keep up with the group, don't fall behind." Bai Yi nodded and swiftly made his way to the central formation of new recruits in the training ground. His mind raced, attempting to untangle the current situation. He had been reincarnated into a new recruit sharing the same name, whose original owner was an academic prodigy, possessing commendable physical fitness, however, for reasons unknown. He had collapsed on the very first day of boot camp. This world bore no familiar faces for him. Yet curiously, the parents of this body were also special forces and had perished when he was merely 8 years old. He had an elder brother, 12 years his senior, who had mysteriously vanished at the age of 13. These fragmented pieces of information swirled in his mind, yet remained far from complete. However, now was not the time for such reflections. "Attention! Prepare for push-ups." The instructor's bellow shattered his thoughts. Bai Yi promptly dropped to the ground, hands firmly planted, his form so impeccable that several recruits nearby couldn't help but cast sidelong glances. "Begin." At the instructor's command, everyone commenced their push-ups. Bai Yi refrained from rushing to impress, deliberately controlling his pace to maintain his actions at an excellent standard without drawing undue attention. 1, 2, 3. His muscle memory allowed him to execute push-ups as effortlessly as breathing, requiring no conscious thought. Yet soon, he sensed a piercing gaze directed at him. Looking up, he met Li Hao's scrutinizing eyes, a hint of curiosity gleaming within. Bai Yi remained composed, continuing his steady rhythm. After completing 50 push-ups, many recruits were left gasping for breath, some even collapsing onto the ground. Bai Yi merely adjusted his breathing, not a bead of sweat gracing his forehead. "Well, you recover quite quickly, don't you?" Li Hao approached, a smirk playing on his lips. "You fainted just moments ago, and now you could do 50 push-ups in one go." Bai Yi maintained his expression, reporting to the squad leader, "It may be that I rested for a while and regained some strength." I Hao scrutinized him for a few seconds, then suddenly laughed. Interesting. He did not press further, but Bai Yi could sense that he had begun to take notice of him. The subsequent training involved an obstacle course. Bai Yi continued to regulate his performance, neither lagging behind nor standing out. However, as he vaulted over a high wall, his body instinctively executed the maneuver with near-perfect military precision, landing with barely a whisper of dust disturbed. "Wow, how did this kid manage that?" A nearby recruit couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Bai Yi felt a sinking sensation within. He had failed to keep a low profile. Indeed, Li Hao's gaze sharpened further. After training concluded, the recruits dragged their weary bodies back to the dormitory. Bai Yi stepped through the door. A mocking voice rang out. "Ah, the prodigy returns? I heard you fainted today. With such stamina, you dare to join the military?" The speaker was a robust recruit, his face a mask of disdain. Bai Yi cast a fleeting glance at him, remaining silent as he strode directly towards his bunk. "What's the matter, gone mute?" The other pressed on, stepping forward to obstruct his path. "I've heard your parents are also soldiers. Surely you didn't get in through the back door?" Bai Yi's gaze suddenly turned frigid. He slowly lifted his head, his eyes sharp as blades. "Step aside." The other was momentarily taken aback by his piercing gaze, yet soon erupted in indignation. "What are you pretending for? A weakling daring to act cocky?" As he spoke, he reached out and shoved Bai Yi. Bai Yi remained unmoved. The other, taken aback, pushed harder. Bai Yi still stood firm, unyielding. Just as the other was about to strike again, Bai Yi swiftly raised his hand, gripping the opponent's wrist and twisting it gently. "Ah!" The other cried out in pain, collapsing to the ground. The dormitory fell into an immediate hush. Everyone stared in astonishment at the unfolding scene. Bai Yi released his grip, his tone calm. "Do not provoke me." Having said that, he turned and walked towards his bunk, leaving a room full of stunned recruits in his wake. Li Hao stood at the doorway, absorbing the entire spectacle. He squinted slightly, a knowing smile curling at the corners of his lips. Intriguing. Chapter 3. The secret files. The night in the recruit company was particularly tranquil, with only a few scattered lights illuminating the dormitory building. Li Hao stood at the end of the corridor by the window, a cigarette delicately held between his fingers, its smoke slowly wafting into the night. His gaze was heavy as it lingered on the distant training ground, the figure of the new recruit, named by Yi, constantly resurfacing in his mind. That kid is rather peculiar. Old Li, what are you thinking so seriously about? A deep voice came from behind. Wang Kai approached, deftly extracting a cigarette from Li Hao's pocket, shaking it out with practiced ease, lighting it, and inhaling deeply. Li Hao did not turn around, merely stating, "There's a new recruit who is quite interesting." Oh, Wang Kai raised an eyebrow. It's not every day that our esteemed leaderly finds someone intriguing. 17 years old, top scorer in the college entrance examination, named by Yi. Wang Kai's fingers holding the cigarette paused slightly, ash falling away. Bai? Is he related to Captain Bai? His voice dropped an octave. Li Hao glanced sideways at him, his eyes warning, "Be careful not to let anyone overhear." Wang Kai immediately fell silent, scanning the corridor to ensure no one was around before whispering, "Are you certain?" "Not certain." Li Hao flicked the ash from his cigarette. "But it's too much of a coincidence. What is the connection?" "The eyes." Wang Kai fell silent for a moment, then took a deep drag from his cigarette, exhaling a thick cloud of smoke. "Let us head to the archives." In the late hours of the night, the archive room was illuminated only by a dim yellow desk lamp. Li Hao's fingers danced rapidly across the keyboard, the blue light of the screen casting shadows on his chiseled features. Wang Kai leaned against the doorframe, his cigarette burning halfway down, the ashtray already overflowing with butts. "Found anything yet?" Wang Kai asked in a hushed tone. Li Hao did not respond immediately, his eyes fixated on the screen where a red warning box flashed. Insufficient permissions. Access denied. This message had appeared for the third time. Damn it. Li Hao slammed his fist on the desk, his voice laced with suppressed anger. Why does a 17-year-old recruit's file require higher than battalion-level access? Wang Kai hurried over, leaning closer to the screen. Try again, using the backup access given by the old chief. Li Hao took a deep breath, his fingers inputting a complex password. The screen flickered several times before finally displaying the complete file. The two men instinctively held their breath. The file bore no photograph. It clearly stated, "Father, deceased. Former commander of the Wolf-Tooth Special Forces, martyr, mother, deceased. Former special duty officer of the Military Intelligence Department, martyr, guardian, brother. Current status, missing." The file was remarkably clean, almost unnaturally so. Both parents deceased, martyrs. Wang Kai stared at the screen, his voice tightening. "ISNT this." Wang Kai lowered his voice. "When Captain Bai died, didn't he have a young son?" Li Hao paused for a moment, then nodded. 8 years old. And now, the ages match. Wang Kai gasped, nearly dropping the cigarette from his fingers. Is that kid really the son of White Team? Li Hao did not respond, but his eyes conveyed everything. The child has grown so much. The last time I saw him was 5 years ago. I barely recognized him. Finally, Li Hao spoke. "Hold on. We cannot be certain it's him yet." Amidst the swirling smoke, a brief silence enveloped them. Li Hao's hand instinctively reached for the pocket of his chest, where an old, yellowed photograph was concealed. In the image, a youthful Li Hao stood alongside Wang Kai, flanking a tall man, all three clad in matching camouflage uniforms, their smiles radiant. Wang Kai rubbed his face roughly, his voice hoarse. The events of that time were utterly suffocating. It has been 9 years, his voice suddenly caught, recalling the day White Team departed, when the rain fell heavily. Li Hao's gaze turned icy, his cigarette crushed between his fingers. "Let us not discuss it." I said, "Do not mention it." Li Hao's voice cut through like ice. Wang Kai clenched his teeth, ultimately falling silent. The room descended into a profound stillness, broken only by the hum of the computer's fan. Wang Kai wiped his face and lit another cigarette, inhaling deeply. "Old Li, do you think White Team knows his son has joined the army?" Li Hao did not respond immediately. After a lengthy pause, he finally said, "If that truly is White Team's son, we must keep a close watch." "Of course," Wang Kai exclaimed, eyes wide. "Do you need to tell me that? I will protect White Team's bloodline with my life." Li Hao shot him a sidelong glance. "Be discreet." "I know." Wang Kai raked his fingers through his hair in frustration. "But he is only 17, still a child. How can he does not resemble a child?" Li Hao interrupted. "Did you not see how he performed push-ups today? His form was impeccable, as if he had been training for a decade." Wang Kai paused, puzzled. "What do you mean?" "And the obstacle course." Li Hao's voice grew somber. "The way he scaled the wall, It was a special forces maneuver. Wang Kai's pupils constricted. Are you certain? I spent 7 years in the special forces. Do you think I am not sure? Once more, silence enveloped them. A 17-year-old academic achiever who had never undergone military training, displaying the tactical prowess of a special forces soldier on his first day in boot camp. It was utterly incomprehensible. Unless could it be Wang? Kai hesitated. Someone has trained him? Li Hao's expression darkened. If he is indeed White Team's son, it would not be surprising if someone had been secretly mentoring him. But White Team died when he was just 8. Who could his brother? Wang Kai's head snapped up. You mean White Team's eldest son? Li Hao nodded. After White Team's sacrifice, it was his brother who raised him until he was 13. Then his brother vanished, Wang Kai murmured. The two were momentarily stunned, exchanging glances, each reading shock in the other's eyes. Wang Kai gasped. Goodness, Bai Yi is White Brother's younger brother. Li Hao swiftly accessed Bai Chen's file, only to discover that aside from the word missing, there was an utter lack of substantial information. Damn it, not even a photograph. Wang Kai, feeling exasperated, raked his fingers through his hair. Bai's team had perished that year. He must have been merely 21? Precisely 20 years and 9 months. Li Hao articulated the figure with accuracy. At Bai's memorial service, he had remained silent, standing in a corner without uttering a word. Suddenly, Wang Kai shuddered. I recall that day. His gaze was chillingly terrifying. The room fell into silence for a few moments. Damn it, this situation is becoming increasingly convoluted. Wang Kai, irritated, extinguished his cigarette, but what do we do now? Li Hao shut down the computer and rose to his feet. We must observe first, without alarming the snake in the grass. If he truly is Bai's son. Wang Kai clenched his jaw. We must protect him. We cannot allow any harm to befall him. Li Hao remained silent, yet his eyes had already conveyed an answer. As they exited the archive room, the night deepened. Wang Kai suddenly chuckled, a hint of nostalgia in his tone. Bai's son, if he were still alive and saw his son grow up, he would probably be overjoyed to madness, wouldn't he? Li Hao gazed at the distant starry sky, his voice barely a whisper. Indeed. Old Li. Wang Kai abruptly became serious. If it truly is him, we must take good care of him. What do you say? Li Hao scoffed lightly. Yet that young man is quite proud. Today he nearly fought with his dorm mate. Wang Kai laughed. Oh, he certainly has a temper reminiscent of Bai. Li Hao, rarely displaying a smile, added, not just the temper. Even his gaze resembles Bai's. Chapter 4. Suzhou at 5:30 in the morning. A piercing whistle shattered the tranquility of dawn. Bai had already opened his eyes 30 seconds before the whistle sounded. His biological clock was more precise than any alarm, a skill honed during his past life in the Special Forces. In the dim morning light streaming through the window, he could see that the other recruits in the dormitory were still deep in slumber, with Zhang Hao even emitting soft snores. By the time the whistle pierced the air, Bai Yi was already fully dressed and standing by his bed. The other recruits sprang up from their beds, as if jolted by electricity, hurriedly donning their training uniforms. What time did you wake up? Zhang Hao exclaimed, his eyes wide as he fastened his belt. Bai Yi did not respond. His attention was drawn to an unusual commotion in the corridor. There were more footsteps than usual, accompanied by low murmurs of conversation. Suddenly, the dormitory door swung open, revealing Li Hao's stern visage. Behind him stood a tall, unfamiliar figure. Attention! Li Hao's voice was as sharp as a knife. Today, we have new comrades joining us. Suzhou, please introduce yourself. The tall figure stepped forward, sunlight streaming in from the corridor windows, outlining his imposing silhouette. Standing at 183 centimeters. With broader shoulders than the average recruit, he sported a buzz cut that framed a chiseled face, his gaze sharp as an eagle's. I am recruit Suzhou, 18 years old. I reported today, late, due to family matters. I look forward to your guidance. His voice was loud and powerful, characterized by the crispness typical of a military upbringing. Bai Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. The new recruit's posture was exceedingly standard, his heels naturally aligned at a 60-degree angle, hands resting against the seams of his trousers, habits cultivated through prolonged military life. Suzhou's gaze swept across the dormitory, and at the moment their eyes met, both men recognized a sense of scrutiny and vigilance in one another. Suzhou will take bunk number 3. Li Hao indicated the empty bed beside Bai Yi. Gather on the playground in 5 minutes. Latecomers will be penalized with 100 push-ups. As Li Hao turned to leave, Wang Kai followed closely behind, his eyes instinctively darting towards Bai Yi. In the morning light, Bai Ye's profile was strikingly exquisite, particularly conspicuous among the group of bleary-eyed recruits. Old Li, Wang Kai whispered, "Our little cabbage is exceptionally handsome. If he were in the artistic troupe." Without looking back, Li Hao kicked him lightly. "Shut up and prepare for the internal inspection." On the playground, the morning light gradually dispersed the mist. 50 new recruits stood in formation, with Su Zhou at the front, his posture as straight as a pine tree. "This morning's training subject, internal organization," Li Hao announced, pacing back and forth in front of the line with his hands behind his back. "This afternoon, you'll memorize Chapter 3 of the internal regulations." Wang squad leader, present. Wang Kai stepped forward. "Demonstrate." In the dormitory, the recruits formed a circle. Wang Kai and Li Hao each stood before a bed, with fluffy military blankets laid out before them. "Pay attention. This is how to fold a standard tofu block," Li Hao instructed, shaking out the blanket. His fingers moved swiftly, as if dancing, folding and pressing it into shape. The corners firmly compacted with the palms, and the edges sharpened with his nails to create straight lines. In less than 3 minutes, a fluffy quilt transformed into a sharply defined square under his deft hands, its corners so acute they could serve as a ruler. Wang Kai's efforts were equally commendable, the surface as smooth as a mirror. "Now it was your turn." Li Hao glanced at his watch, noting the 15-minute time limit. The recruits immediately lunged towards their beds, frantically attempting to fold their quilts. Zhang Hao, drenched in sweat, pressed down on the corners yet failed to achieve a straight line. Another recruit even knelt atop the quilt, attempting to shape it with his weight. Standing before his own bed, Bai Yi gently brushed his fingers over the quilt's surface, his gaze intensely focused as though he were defusing a bomb. His movements appeared deliberate, yet they possessed a unique rhythm. First smoothing the quilt, his fingers precisely measuring the fold points, then decisively pressing down. 3 minutes later, report completed. Li Hao turned, his pupils dilating in shock. Bai Ye's quilt perfectly mirrored his demonstration. Every corner and crease replicated with alarming precision. Even more astonishing, the height and width matched the standard tofu block to the millimeter. This was no feat achievable by a novice. Even active duty soldiers required a minimum of 3 months of practice to attain such proficiency. Su Zhou raised his hand. Report completed. His quilt was equally impressive, though its corners were slightly less taut. Nevertheless, compared to the haphazard creations of the other recruits, it was a significant improvement. The dormitory fell into an awed silence. Zhang Hao gaped at Bai Ye's quilt, then at his own crumpled creation, his face flushing crimson. "This is not scientific. Had he been practicing in secret?" Su Zhou grinned, revealing his 2 prominent canine teeth. "My family has 3 generations of soldiers. I was taught to fold quilts by my father with a belt." He turned to Bai Yi. "And you? Don't tell me it's also talent." Bai Yi merely glanced at him. Observation and spatial awareness. He pointed to his temple, being the top science student in the college entrance exam ISNT, without reason. Li Hao and Wang Kai exchanged knowing glances. This explanation seemed plausible, yet they understood all too well. Folding quilts relied far more on muscle memory than cognitive ability. At 2 in the afternoon, the heat radiated from the playground. The recruits sat cross-legged in the shade, each with a copy of the internal affairs regulations. Wang Kai paced with a roster. "Now we will randomly check Chapter 3. Su Zhou, Article 17. Su Zhou sprang to his feet, his voice resounding. "Military personnel must adhere to confidentiality regulations and must not discuss classified information in any context, nor remove classified documents from designated areas." He flawlessly recited the entire clause, even mimicking the punctuation and pauses with remarkable precision. Wang Kai nodded in satisfaction, his gaze sweeping towards Bai Yi. Article 21. Bai Yi remained seated, calmly reciting. "Military personnel's hair must be neat. Male soldiers are not permitted to have long hair, sideburns, or beards. Hair length beneath the hat brim must not exceed 1.5 centimeters." His speech was as steady as a machine's reading. Even the legal terms emphasized accurately. A chorus of astonished exclamations arose among the recruits. Su Zhou turned his head, his gaze fixed intensely on Bai Yi, a flame of defiance igniting in his eyes. Bai Yi, Wang Kai suddenly inquired, "What is the third clause of Article 24? This was clearly an additional test. The clause resided at the bottom of the page, its font smaller than the surrounding text, easily overlooked. Bai Yi did not even blink. Military personnel must not indulge in excessive drinking. During holidays, one must not exceed 1/3 of their personal alcohol tolerance when consuming alcohol outside. He paused. Shall I continue with the explanatory notes? Wang Kai opened his mouth, but ultimately gestured for him to sit down. Li Hao, pondering nearby, stroked his chin. During dinner, the cafeteria buzzed with lively chatter. Bai Yi, holding a tray, found a corner to sit in, and, just as he picked up his chopsticks, another tray was slammed down across from him. Suja boldly took a seat opposite him, shoving a piece of braised pork into his mouth. Hey, did your dad serve in the military as well? Bai Yi's chopsticks hesitated slightly. Why do you ask? Just a hunch, Suja replied, taking a bite of his steamed bun. An ordinary high school student couldn't possibly memorize regulations like a tape recorder. My old man says only those who have truly served in the military are that sensitive to the rules. Bai Yi leisurely chewed his rice. And your father is? Su Weigua, commander of the Eastern Theater's Tiger Brigade, Suja said, his tone betraying a hint of pride, before he grimaced slightly. But he insists on putting me in the most ordinary infantry company, claiming it's starting from the grassroots. A flicker of surprise crossed Bai Yi's eyes. The name Su Weigua was all too familiar to him. Within the memories of his past life, he was one of the founding members of the Wolf Fong Special Forces, a comrade of Bai Fong from the same cohort. What about you? Suja pressed. Don't tell me you truly rely solely on rote memorization. Bai Yi set down his chopsticks and met Suja's gaze directly. My father. He paused deliberately, is an ordinary civil servant. The lie was woven seamlessly. The records did indeed state that his father was a civil servant, but it did not specify which agency. Suja clearly remained skeptical, but did not pry further. After gulping down some soup, he suddenly asked, tomorrow, a 5-kilometer cross-country run. Do you dare to compete? Bai Yi's lips curled into a subtle smile. What shall we wager? The loser has to wash the other's socks for a month. Deal. As Bai Yi stood to leave, he felt Suja's gaze following his retreating figure. This son of a military family would serve as his best cover, while everyone focused on the rivalry between the two prodigious recruits, who had noticed the incongruities in one of their details. After the lights-out whistle sounded, the dormitory soon filled with the sound of alternating snores. Bai Yi lay flat on his bed, eyes wide open in the dark. His hearing picked up the hushed conversation between Li Hao and Wang Kai at the end of the corridor. I found out. Wang Kai's voice was low. Suja is indeed Su Weigua's son. Interesting, Li Hao replied thoughtfully. Su Weigua and Bai Dui were in the same cohort. Should we inform Su Dui about Bai Yi? Not for now. Li Hao's tone turned serious. Their voices gradually faded away. Bai Yi gently turned over, the moonlight streaming through the window and casting a silvery glow upon the floor. Tomorrow, a 5-kilometer run awaited him. He needed to meticulously manage his pace, swift enough to surpass Suja, yet not excessively so. After all, while a remarkably gifted recruit could be understood, an inhuman recruit would incite unwarranted complications. Bai Yi closed his eyes, commencing to mentally calculate the pace and heart rate control points for the following day. Outside, a moth fluttered towards the street lamp, casting a formidable shadow upon the wall. In the distance, atop the watchtower, the barrel of a sentinel's rifle gleamed with a cold light under the moon's glow. Chapter 5. The Ultimate Trial at precisely 4:45 in the morning. Bai Yi opened his eyes in the darkness. His pupils constricted slightly in the pitch-black dormitory, adapting to the faint light like a nocturnal creature. There was no need to glance at the clock. His biological clock was impeccably attuned to the minutiae of time. This instinct had been honed through countless infiltration missions in his past life. Within the Special Forces, a mere second could spell the difference between life and death. The wooden floor creaked softly as Bai Yi rose silently, beginning to mobilize his joints. This 17-year-old body was more supple than in his previous life. Yet muscle memory and endurance still required time to cultivate. He executed several warm-up exercises unique to the Special Forces, ensuring that each muscle group was primed for peak performance. A sharp whistle abruptly pierced the silence. Emergency assembly. Fully armed. 5 kilometers cross-country. Li Hao's booming voice echoed down the corridor, accompanied by the sound of heavy footsteps. Assemble on the playground in 10 minutes. 1 second overtime incurs a penalty of 100 push-ups. The dormitory erupted into chaos. Zhang Hao tumbled down from the upper bunk, scrambling to find his combat uniform. Another recruit, having donned his socks inside out, cursed as he redid them. Only Bai Yi and Suja moved with deliberate calm. Bai Yi instinctively, while Suja clearly exhibited professional training. "Hey, don't forget our wager," Suja said, fastening his harness while raising an eyebrow at Bai Yi, a spark of competitive fire glinting in his eyes. Bai Yi did not respond, merely filling his water bottle and securing it at a convenient spot on his waist. He noted Suja's method of adjusting his harness was notably proficient, not the haphazard tightening typical of ordinary recruits, but rather the 3-point fixation technique common in special forces, designed to minimize equipment sway during long-distance runs. A chill lingered in the air before dawn. 50 recruits were lined up, their breath visible in the morning light. Li Hao and Wang Kai stood at the front of the formation, holding a timer and a military map. Today's route would commence from the eastern gate of the camp, winding around the training grounds on the back hill and ultimately returning to the playground. Li Hao gestured towards the faint outline of the hills in the distance, indicating the standard 5-kilometer course, with the top 20 receiving extra rations and the bottom 10 facing additional training. Wang Kai added, "Be mindful of your pacing. This is not a sprint. I want to see your tactical acumen, not mere brute strength." As he spoke, his gaze drifted intentionally between Bai Yi and Suja. "Ready." Li Hao raised the signal pistol. Bang! The recruits surged forward like arrows released from a bow. Suja exhibited remarkable explosive power, quickly darting to the front of the line. Bai Yi, however, maintained a position in the middle of the second tier, his stride steady as if he were a finely tuned machine. The first 800 meters unfolded on a flat concrete path. Suja was far ahead, creating a gap of nearly 100 meters between himself and the main group. Bai Yi, unhurried, adjusted his breathing, 3 inhales followed by 2 exhales, utilizing his diaphragm rather than his chest. This was the most efficient breathing technique for long-distance running. "That kid has good stamina," Wang Kai remarked, cycling alongside Li Hao. Li Hao squinted, his gaze fixed on Bai Yi. Wang Kai turned his head, astonished to discover that Bai Yi, although amidst the crowd, maintained an exceptionally steady breathing rhythm, with not a single bead of sweat adorning his forehead, as if he were merely taking a leisurely stroll in the morning. Upon reaching the 1-kilometer mark, the terrain began to grow increasingly intricate. The concrete path transformed into a gravel trail, and many of the recruits noticeably slowed their pace. Suja remained in the lead, yet his strides began to falter, his shoulders exhibiting slight tremors. It was at this moment that Bai Yi subtly increased his speed. His movements became unexpectedly light and agile. His toes delicately tapped the gravel, his body inclined to a perfect 35-degree angle, each step precisely landing in the most energy-efficient position. Within mere breaths, he surged from the middle of the pack into the top 3. Wow! Zhang Hao watched in disbelief as Bai Yi zipped past him. How could he possibly have the energy to accelerate? At the 2-kilometer point lay a steep slope stretching 300 meters. Suja's steps grew heavy, his breath audible and labored. Conversely, Bai Yi seemed unaffected by gravity as he ascended. He reduced his stride length while increasing his cadence, a technique only seasoned mountain troops typically master. "This is unbelievable." Wang Kai stared in awe as Bai Yi charged up the steep incline at the same speed. How could his heart rate remain so stable? Li Hao offered no response, his gaze fixed intently on Bai Yi's intricate movements, his forefoot landing first, his arms swing meticulously controlled at 90 degrees. Even the angle of his head tilt adhered to special forces standards. At the 3-kilometer mark, Bai Yi had closed the gap to merely 3 meters behind Suja. Hearing the footsteps, Suja gritted his teeth and attempted to accelerate once more. Yet it was clear he was nearing his limit, sweat soaking through the back of his training uniform. "You!" Suja gasped, incredulous as he stared at Bai Yi, whose expression remained calm. "How is this possible?" Bai Yi did not reply. Instead, he abruptly altered his breathing rhythm after rounding a bend, his cadence skyrocketing to 120 steps per minute. His sprint was as swift and precise as a cheetah's pounce, swiftly leaving Suja behind by over 30 meters. The final 800 meters comprised a straight sprint. Baez's speed approached that of a professional athlete, his training uniform clinging tightly to his form, accentuating his lean yet explosive musculature. At the finish line, Li Hao stopped the stopwatch, 17 minutes and 15 seconds. This time met the excellent standard for military reconnaissance assessments. Suja crossed the finish line second at 17 minutes and 42 seconds, staggering a few steps before leaning on his knees, gasping for breath. He looked up at Bai Yi, who stood nearby, unruffled, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. "How long have you been training?" Bai Yi unscrewed his water bottle and took a small sip. "Would you believe me if I said this was my first time?" This was indeed the truth. Running 5 kilometers with this body was a first. The recruits who arrived subsequently surrounded the two like spectators gazing at extraterrestrial beings. Zhang Hao, the last to stagger across the finish line, collapsed onto the ground. "I feel like I'm dying. You all are not human." Li Hao approached, casting a complex glance at Bai Yi. "You two follow me." In the company commander's office, Li Hao closed the door and retrieved a file from his drawer. Suja continued to regulate his breath, droplets of sweat cascading from his chin onto the floor. Bai Yi stood upright, his gaze calmly directed out the window. Suddenly, Li Hao spoke. "Suja, is your father Su Weigua the commander of the Eastern Theater's Tiger Brigade?" Suja was momentarily taken aback, then straightened his posture, reporting, "Class leader, yes." Li Hao nodded, turning to Bai Yi. "And you? Has anyone in your family served in the military?" His fingers lightly tapped against the file folder. Bai Yi's expression remained unchanged. "No." "Is that so?" Li Hao abruptly produced a photograph and slapped it onto the table. "Then explain this. Why does your running posture precisely mimic the standard movements of the military district's special forces?" The photograph depicted a special forces soldier running on the training field, their erect form and distinctive arm movements identical to Bai Yi's performance earlier. The air in the office became palpable with tension. Suja's eyes widened as he stared at the photograph, then turned to Bai Yi, his mouth opening slightly, but no sound emerging. For the first time, a flicker of uncertainty crossed Bai Yi's eyes, though it vanished almost instantly. "I saw it on television." "Television?" Li Hao scoffed. "The 3 breaths and 2 inhales technique is a closely guarded secret of the special forces. Do you think an ordinary television program would teach that?" Just as the atmosphere grew increasingly charged, the office door swung open abruptly. Wang Kai entered, his expression grave, clutching a document marked confidential. Oldly, Wang Kai's voice was taut. "I've just received orders." Li Hao furrowed his brow as he took the document, quickly scanning it before his expression shifted drastically. He cast a deep glance at Bai Yi, abruptly altering his demeanor. "This matter ends here for today. You two, return to your dorms immediately and tidy up." As they exited the office, Suja seized Bai Yi's arm. "Wait. What exactly?" Bai Yi shook off his hand. "A bet's a bet. Remember to wash your socks." His tone remained calm, yet his eyes had sharpened like a blade. In the distance, Wang Kai and Li Hao stood by the window, observing the 2 young men walk back to their dormitory, one after the other. The final page of the document in Wang Kai's hand revealed a few lines regarding the special training program for new recruits. Bai Yi requires close observation. Chapter 6. Shooting Theory Class at 4:20 in the morning. Bai Yi abruptly opened his eyes in the darkness. His ears detected an unusual sound, a faint rustle on the grass outside, as if someone was deliberately treading lightly. This was not the heavy footfall of a patrolling guard. He had long since memorized their rhythm. This tread was lighter, more cautious, punctuated by a distinct tactical pause. Maintaining a steady breath, Bai Yi's right hand stealthily reached for the toothbrush concealed beneath his pillow, his makeshift weapon sharpened in secret over the past few days. Moonlight streamed through the gap in the curtains, casting a ghostly beam across the concrete floor. The footsteps outside came to a halt. Bai Yi's eyes subtly shifted, peering through the lashes towards a window. A vague silhouette stood outside, motionless, observing the interior of the dormitory. That posture was all too familiar, a standard tactical observation stance. Body slightly leaned forward, weight balanced on the back foot, ready to respond to any sudden developments. Beep! The sharp sound of the wake-up alarm pierced the silence. The shadow outside vanished in an instant, as swift as if it had never existed. Baez's fingers relaxed their grip on the toothbrush, and like the other recruits, he sluggishly began to dress. "What training do we have today?" Zhang Hao asked, rubbing his eyes. Suja had already neatly folded his blanket. The schedule indicated foundational shooting theory. He turned to Bai Yi, a glint of challenge in his eyes. "Finally a subject in which I excel." Bai Yi did not respond. His attention lingered on the patch of grass outside, where an unnatural indentation bore the distinctive pattern of military boots. The classroom was infused with the scent of leather and gun oil. 50 recruits sat in neat rows on folding chairs, while a previously unseen instructor stood at the podium. This man, perhaps in his 40s, was lean and sharp as a bayonet, with a long scar tracing from his cheekbone to his chin. "My surname is Chun," he began, his voice deep and gravelly, "and from today onward, I will be responsible for your shooting training." He effortlessly lifted a Type 95 automatic rifle from the podium, his movements as natural as breathing. Bai Yi noticed the thick calluses on the webbing of his right hand, marks left by years of handling firearms. A gun is not merely a tool, it is a companion. Instructor Chen's fingers caressed the rifle's body, as if stroking the skin of a lover. "You must understand its temperament, its habits." Bai Yi's eyelids twitched slightly. This phrase had been uttered by his former squad leader in another life, word for word. Suddenly, Suja raised his hand. "Instructor, when we get to shoot live rounds?" Instructor Chen's gaze sliced through the room like a knife. "What is the hurry?" He methodically pulled back the bolt. "Before you handle a real gun, you must first learn to respect it. This thing," he abruptly aimed the weapon at Suja, "can take your life at any moment." The classroom fell into a silence so profound that one could hear a pin drop. Suja's face turned pale, yet he stubbornly held his ground. Baez's eyes narrowed slightly. Instructor Chen's gesture, though seemingly perilous, was devoid of ammunition, serving purely as a psychological intimidation. This is a common method employed by special forces to assert dominance. Now, turn to the third page of the textbook. Instructor Chun casually sets his gun down, indicating that today we will delve into the fundamental structures of firearms. The theoretical lesson lasts for 2 hours. During this time, Bai Yi notices that Instructor Chen's gaze lingers on him at least 7 times, each instance not exceeding a second. Yet the scrutiny is unmistakable. The armory is filled with training rifles designated for disassembly. The recruits are paired, each duo receiving a disassembly model of the Type 95 automatic rifle. "I'm with you." Suja interjects, positioning himself beside Bai Yi, his voice low. "Don't try to show off." Bai Yi pays no heed. As his fingers brush against the cold metal of the rifle, a sense of familiarity washes over him. The muscles of this body seem to retain an instinct, his fingertips gently gliding over the surface as if greeting an old friend. "Watch closely." Instructor Chun picks up a rifle, his movements fluid as water. The bolt, recoil spring, firing mechanism, each component in his hands appears enchanted, disassembling into a collection of parts in less than 30 seconds. "Now it's your turn." The recruits scramble to begin their attempts. Suja performs adequately but clearly lacks experience, nearly misplacing parts several times. In contrast, Bai Yi disassembles the rifle with an ease that feels as natural as breathing. His fingers seem to possess memory, executing each motion with precision and in certain details. He surpasses Instructor Chen's demonstration, such as employing a thumb to press down on the spring plate during disassembly, a technique used to prevent the spring from unexpectedly snapping back and causing injury, a trick only seasoned veterans would know. 19.8. In his hands, the rifle transforms into components and swiftly reassembles. This speed nearly approaches the exceptional standards of military competitions. Suja's mouth slightly agapes you. Instructor Chun, unbeknownst to them, has silently approached from behind, his scar appearing particularly menacing under the light. "Does someone in your family serve in the military?" His voice is soft, yet Bai Yi can sense the scrutiny behind it. Maintaining his composure, Bai Yi replies, "My father is a veteran. He taught me some basics when I was young." This statement is partially true, as his records indeed indicate that his father was a soldier. Instructor Chun studies him for a few seconds before breaking into a grin. the scar twisting like a centipede. Good, very good. He turns to move towards the next group, but Bai Yi notices that, for the remainder of the session, Instructor Chun's gaze returns to him at least 11 times. After dinner, while Bai Yi is rinsing towels in the utility room, a deep voice suddenly calls from behind. Bai Yi, the squad leader is looking for you. Turning, he sees Wang Kai standing at the door, his expression unusually grave. Now, immediately at once, bring your training cap. Wang Kai asserts firmly. The door closes with a definitive thud. Bai Yi calls out for permission to enter, and a low voice from within responds, come in. Pushing open the door, Bai Yi discovers not only Li Hao inside, but also Instructor Chun and Wang Kai, the three of them huddled around a military map, engaged in hushed discussion. Several disposable cups lay scattered on the table, and the ashtray was filled to the brim with cigarette butts, clearly indicating that they had lingered here for quite some time. Close the door, Li Hao commanded. Bai Yi complied, standing rigidly at attention. He could sense an oppressive atmosphere in the room, as if the air pressure had plummeted, with the gazes of the three individuals piercing through him like searchlights. Bai Yi, Li Hao cut to the chase. Who exactly are you? Bai Yi's heartbeat remained steady. A new recruit, Bai Yi, age 17, an exemplary student from a city. Stop reciting your dossier. Instructor Chen suddenly slammed his hand on the table, his scar turning crimson with fury. Your disassembly technique is unmistakably that of a special forces protocol, down to the minutiae of compressing the spring plate. An ordinary veteran would never teach such skills. The room fell into a profound silence. Bai Yi could hear the ticking of the clock on the wall and the heavy scent of tobacco emanating from Instructor Chun, a type of cigarette specifically reserved for military use, one he was quite familiar with from his previous life. My father. Bai Yi began to speak, but at that moment, the military phone on the table rang abruptly. Li Hao answered the call, his expression growing increasingly grave. Understood, I will handle it immediately. After hanging up, he took a deep breath. Bai Yi, you should return now. Do not mention today's events to anyone. Bai Yi saluted and turned to leave. However, just as he was closing the door, he caught a glimpse of Instructor Chen's lowered voice. So similar. That technique, that gaze. Just like Bai Feng from years past. Bai Yi's eyelids twitched involuntarily. Bai Feng. This was the name of his body's father. Later that night, Bai Yi lay in bed, listening to the rhythmic sound of snores echoing through the dormitory. Moonlight streamed through the cracks in the curtains, casting a silvery line upon the floor. Something felt amiss about the events of the day, the appearance of Instructor Chun, the mysterious phone call, and the mention of Bai Feng. Even more suspicious was the shadow outside, reminiscent of a scout. As he pondered these matters, the moonlight outside was momentarily obscured by a figure. Someone else had arrived. Bai Yi closed his eyes, feigning sleep. He detected a faint vibration of the window frame, as if someone were examining the lock with a tool. This observer was not a member of the military. Soldiers would knock directly on the door rather than engage in stealthy antics in the dead of night. Bai Yi's fingers quietly brushed against the sharpened toothbrush beneath his pillow, his heartbeat remaining calm and steady. No matter who approached, he was ready. Outside, a dark cloud obscured the moon, plunging the entire camp into an even deeper darkness. Chapter 7. The Midnight Assassination at 3:08 in the morning. The moonlight was obscured by dark clouds, plunging the entire military camp into profound darkness. Bai Yi lay on his bed, his breathing deep and rhythmic, as if he had been in a tranquil slumber for an eternity. Yet his consciousness was as sharp as a blade, every nerve taut with anticipation. 3 minutes prior, he had keenly detected an unusual sound from the grass outside the window, not the footsteps of a patrolling soldier, but rather the deliberate, tactically measured steps of an intruder. His right hand silently glided beneath his pillow, finding the meticulously sharpened plastic toothbrush. Though this youthful body lacked the muscle memory of his former life, it had regained 70% of its combat capability through rigorous training over time. The window lock emitted a soft click, distinctly audible in the stillness of the night. Bai Yi's eyelashes fluttered slightly as he peered through the gap to observe the intruder. A figure clad entirely in black executed a flawless tactical maneuver as they vaulted over the windowsill, landing with the balls of their feet, perfectly dispersing the impact. The intruder donned a night vision device and carried a silenced pistol at their waist, with a military knife secured to the strap of their right leg, an entire array of special forces equipment. This was no ordinary thief, but a professional assassin. The shadow paused for 3 seconds before the window, the night vision sweeping across each bed, ultimately locking onto Bailly's position. He felt the weight of the intruder's gaze linger on his face for a brief moment before the right hand slowly reached for the knife at their side. 5 meters. 3 meters, 1 meter. Just as the adversary entered the range of attack, Bailly's eyes flew open. His body, like a spring compressed to its utmost limit, released with ferocity, the sharpened toothbrush carving a deadly arc in the darkness, aimed directly at the intruder's throat. This strike was as swift as lightning, infused with the precision and ruthlessness honed through countless life-and-death battles in his past. With a soft hiss, the plastic tip grazed the side of the intruder's neck, drawing a thin line of blood. Clearly taken aback by the prowess of this high school student, the black-clad figure stumbled backward, inadvertently knocking over a glass of water beside Zhang Hao's bed. The sound of shattering glass pierced the silence, sharp and jarring. The intruder's expression hardened, and the knife was drawn in an instant, thrusting towards Bailly's heart. The blade glinted with an eerie blue hue in the faint light, evidently laced with poison. Bailly sidestepped, his left hand clamping down like a vice on the intruder's wrist, while his right hand sliced down towards the elbow joint. A successful hit would render that arm utterly incapacitated. However, the black-clad figure reacted with astonishing speed, twisting their body in an uncanny manner to absorb the blow with their shoulder muscles, simultaneously driving their knee forcefully into Bailly's abdomen. With a thud, Bailly let out a muffled grunt, but leveraged the force to spring backward, his right index finger darting towards the intruders, like a striking serpent. This was a lethal maneuver he had learned in the Dark Blade Special Forces, targeting the most vulnerable parts of a human body. With a crack, the night vision lens shattered. The intruder was forced to lean back, revealing an unfamiliar Asian face, approximately 35 years old, with a cross-shaped scar on the right brow and a cruel curve at the corners of his mouth. Intriguing. The man's voice was hoarse, tinged with an unusual accent. The dossier had not mentioned such combat prowess. Without a moment's hesitation, Bailly flicked his foot, sending a basin on the floor hurtling toward the intruder, while he ghosted closer, ready for the next move. As the basin flew through the air, his right hand transformed into a knife-like strike, aimed directly at his opponent's carotid artery. The clang echoed as the military blade sliced through the basin, just as Bailly's hand descended with lethal precision. The man in black managed a feeble sidestep, yet still felt the sting of the blow graze his collarbone, rendering his entire right arm numb. Damn it, the man cursed, abruptly shifting tactics as his left hand reached for the pistol at his waist. Bailly's pupils constricted. At such close range, even if he could evade the first shot, stray bullets could easily harm the other sleeping recruits. In that critical moment, his gaze locked onto the wrist of the gunman. Whoosh! The sharpened toothbrush shot out like a dart, striking true into the wrist of the man in black. Ah! He cried out in pain, the pistol clattering to the ground. He glared fiercely at Bailly before suddenly rolling towards the window. Just as Bailly prepared to pursue, Zhang Hao in the upper bunk turned over, mumbling incoherently in his sleep. This brief hesitation allowed the man in black to seize the opportunity, leaping out the window. Stop! Bailly hissed as he dashed to the window. In the night, the shadow moved with astonishing speed across the training ground, disappearing into the woods beyond the enclosing wall. There was no need to chase. Bailly calmly retreated into the shadows, bending down to retrieve the fallen pistol, a modified Glock 17, its serial number deliberately ground away. This method was all too familiar to him, typical of a professional assassin's standard protocol. Even more noteworthy was the emblem etched onto the grip, an eye pierced by an arrow. Bailly recognized this symbol from his previous life. It was the mark of the international mercenary organization known as the Blind Eye, notorious for undertaking the dirty work that governments prefer to distance themselves from, infamous for their ruthless methods. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed in the corridor. Bailly swiftly tucked the pistol under the bed and rolled back into his covers, feigning the appearance of just waking up. The door creaked open. What happened? Wang Kai stood at the threshold, flashlight in hand. illuminating the disheveled beds and the bloodstains on the floor. I heard fighting. Bai Yi was already back in bed, pretending to have just been roused. Report, Deputy Class Leader. I had a nightmare and might have kicked the basin. Wang Kai's gaze swept across the dormitory, finally landing on Bai Yi. Their eyes locked for 3 seconds, and the air seemed to crackle with an unspoken tension. Is that so? Wang Kai slowly approached, crouching down, his fingers brushing against the blood on the floor, twisting it between his fingertips. Duni Guchmad is bled. Bai Yi remained silent. Wang Kai stood, suddenly lowering his voice. Who was outside? Bai Yi's pupils dilated. Had Wang Kai seen? I don't know. Bai Yi replied honestly. He was wearing night vision goggles. Wang Kai's expression grew exceptionally grave. He moved to the window, carefully inspecting the marks on the frame before pulling out his walkie-talkie. Oldly, there's a situation at Dormitory 3 in Block B, requesting backup. He turned to Bai Yi, his eyes filled with complexity. Are you all right? Bai Yi shook his head. Listen, Wang Kai's voice dropped to a near whisper. Whoever that person was, he will definitely return. From tonight onward, you and Suja will switch bunks, sleep on the inside. Bai Yi nodded. Yet he understood that the arrival of the adversary rendered any change of location futile. More significantly, the mercenary was evidently targeting him. Why? Wang Kai seemed to perceive his thoughts and abruptly uttered a cryptic remark. Your father faced a similar situation in the past. However, Wang Kai had already turned towards the door. Prepare yourself. Li Hao will arrive shortly. Remember, he glanced back at Bai Yi. Do not disclose tonight's events to anyone, including Suja. The door closed. Standing in the moonlight, Bai Yi gazed at the bloodstains on the ground, his expression gradually turning cold as ice. Regardless of who the enemy was, their audacity to approach indicated they must be prepared for irreversible consequences. He bent down to retrieve the fallen dagger, its hilt engraved with a peculiar symbol, an eye pierced by an arrow. This insignia, he recognized from a previous overseas mission in his former life, was the emblem of a certain international mercenary organization. Chapter 8. Shadows lurk at 20 minutes past 3 in the morning. Within the command room of the recruit company, the rain pelted against the glass, and the sole source of illumination was the antiquated desk lamp. Li Hao fixated on a report still warm from the printer, his knuckles whitening from the pressure. The blood analysis results lay prominently at the top. DNA comparison confirmed. Foreign mercenary codename Viper. Wang Kai, agitated, tore open his collar. His military vest was thoroughly soaked with sweat. How dare this scoundrel infiltrate the military district? This was not the first time. Li Hao's voice was as coarse as sandpaper. 13 years ago, during the incident in Yunnan, he had come perilously close to death at the hands of the white team. The lamp cast their shadows upon the wall, distorted like two beasts poised to pounce. Suddenly, Wang Kai slammed his fist onto the table, causing the tea in the cup to splash. Damn it. He is here for revenge. Li Hao remained silent, retrieving a black metal box from the depths of the drawer. After a fingerprint unlock, it revealed a miniature locator smaller than a button. We'll sew it into Bai Yi's combat uniform tomorrow. He pushed it towards Wang Kai, instructing him to use the Special Forces covert stitching method, ensuring it remained undetected. Wang Kai picked up the tiny device, turning it in the light. You've been prepared for this all along? Since the moment I laid eyes on Bai Yi's dossier. Li Hao stood and approached the window. Raindrops meandered down the glass, blurring the external searchlights. This was the last trace of blood from the white team. A heavy silence enveloped them. The memories of that rainy night 13 years ago resurfaced. Gunfire explosions, and the chilling command from by phone over the radio to execute Plan B. There's a mole. Wang Kai suddenly interjected. Viper could not have simply discovered this place. Li Hao's fingertips tapped a rhythmic pattern on the windowsill. The recruit company's coordinates are classified. Even the families are only aware it's in Zone C7. Dr. Lin. As Wang Kai uttered those 3 words, his molars clenched audibly. The bastard's gaze towards Bai Yi resembled that of a butcher eyeing a lamb for slaughter. The lamp flickered unexpectedly, casting shadows that danced across Li Hao's face. He was just transferred last week, coinciding perfectly with the day Bai Yi demonstrated disassembly techniques. Wang Kai opened his notebook, densely populated with records of Dr. Lin's every move. Yesterday, he visited the equipment room and accessed all the recruits' medical files. This morning, the kitchen staff reported a missing boning knife. Not enough evidence. Li Hao shook his head. He has a transfer order from the military hospital, and his background is impeccably clean. Too clean, in fact, makes it suspicious. Wang Kai abruptly spread out another document, declaring, "Look at this. He claims to have participated in peacekeeping medical missions in Africa last year. Yet during that time frame, the United Nations did not deploy troops to that region at all." Li Hao's gaze sharpened. He seized the internal line phone and dialed a 3-digit number. "Connect me to old Joe from the intelligence department." In the agonizing seconds of waiting for the connection, the sound of rain filled the silence. Wang Kai, restless, twirled a pen in his fingers, the ballpoint pen creating fleeting shadows. "Old Joe, I need you to investigate an individual." Li Hao's voice dropped to a whisper. "Military Dr. Lin phone. Transfer order number SY 4472. Yes, I require the original file now. Do not go through the system. Deliver it in person." Hanging up the phone, he turned to Wang Kai. "Tomorrow morning at 6. Proceed to warehouse number 3 to retrieve the results." Just as Wang Kai was about to nod in agreement, the military radio on the table erupted with a crackling static. "Report. The infrared alarm on the west wall has been triggered. Repeat. There is an intrusion at the west wall." Both men sprang to their feet simultaneously. Li Hao seized the assault rifle from the wall, his movements swift enough to create a gust of wind. "You stay here, I will go." "Nonsense." Wang Kai had already drawn his pistol, chambered around, and declared, "I'm coming with you." Li Hao firmly gripped his shoulder, the pressure nearly crushing his bones. "Listen, if this is a ruse to draw us away." Before he could finish, a dull thud resonated from afar. It was not the sound of gunfire, but rather like a heavy object collapsing onto the ground. Wang Kai's expression changed drastically. The watchtower. Li Hao had already dashed out the door, his voice echoing in the corridor. "Secure the perimeter. This is an order." The new recruit's dormitory was shrouded in darkness. Bai Yi lay flat on his bed, breathing evenly and deeply, yet his right index finger was tapping the wooden floor in an imperceptibly subtle rhythm. Morse code signaling a warning. Below him, Suja turned over, the sound of his grinding teeth barely audible amidst the rain. The other recruits were lost in slumber, oblivious to the peculiarities outside. However, Bai Yi was alert. He heard the faint sound of a military dagger sliding through the window seam, softer than the rain, yet more lethal than thunder. His left hand slowly slipped beneath his pillow, where the sharpened toothbrush had been replaced with a true weapon, a surgical knife borrowed from Dr. Lin's office the previous night. The stainless steel blade glimmered coldly in the darkness, reminiscent of a venomous serpent's fang. The window lock emitted a soft click. Bai Yi's pupils constricted slightly. This time, it was not a solitary intruder. He discerned at least 3 distinct breathing patterns positioned on either side of the window and atop the roof. A professional triangular assault formation. The surgical knife twirled deftly between his fingers, the blade facing outward. The window was pushed ajar, allowing the night wind intertwined with rain to flood in. Seizing the moment's chill, a shadow slinked into the room, landing silently without a splash. Bai Yi squinted. The intruder's movements were more refined than that of the Viper from the night before. The right hand held the gun in a standard Mozambique shooting stance, a technique favored by special forces. The shadow approached slowly, the gun's muzzle aimed at Bai Yi's forehead. Just as the trigger was about to be pulled, Bai Yi yanked the bedsheet with a sudden force. The entire bed flipped over, crashing onto the assailant. In the same motion, he rolled to the ground, the surgical knife slicing through the air, a precise arc. SHHH. The blade expertly severed the tendons of the intruder's gun-wielding hand, blood splattering against the wall. The assailant let out a muffled grunt, the silenced pistol clattering to the floor. The dormitory erupted in chaos. The recruits were jolted awake by the thunderous noise. Zhang Hao screamed, piercing the night. "Is there a fire?" Bai Yi had no time to explain, for 2 more shadows tumbled through the window. The first lunged directly at Suja's bed, while the second brandished a syringe. "Get down," Bai Yi shouted, hurling the surgical knife, which struck the syringe wielder squarely in the throat. The assailant stumbled back, clutching his neck and crashing into the washstand. Suja finally reacted. grabbing a stool and swinging it at the attacker. Damn you! In the midst of chaos, Bai Yi swiftly darted to the window. He observed with utmost clarity a fourth individual crouched among the thicket 20 meters away, the green glow of night vision flickering momentarily. Just as he was about to pursue, the dormitory door was abruptly kicked open. Wang Kai burst in, firearm in hand, his tactical flashlight sweeping across the room. Freeze! The three assailants, upon seeing him, immediately retreated. The first one injured gritted his teeth, yanked out the surgical knife lodged in his throat, and followed his companions out the window. Wang Kai fired 3 shots, but the torrential rain severely hampered visibility. Are you all right? Wang Kai grasped Bai Yi, the beam of his flashlight scanning him thoroughly. Bai Yi shook his head, his gaze fixated on a syringe lying on the ground. A transparent liquid oozed from the shattered glass, corroding tiny bubbles into the concrete floor. Nerve toxin. Wang Kai's complexion turned ashen, the kind that constricts the throat. The new recruits appeared pale with fear. Yet Suja stared intently at Bai Yi. Who the hell are you? No one answered, for urgent footsteps suddenly echoed in the corridor, followed by Li Hao's furious shout. All personnel on alert. The infirmary has been bombed. Wang Kai and Bai Yi exchanged a glance, both thinking of the same person, Dr. Lin. In the command room, the force with which Li Hao slammed the door caused dust to cascade from the walls. Lin Feng has escaped. He tore open his rain-soaked uniform, revealing a bandage on his left shoulder that was seeping blood. The alarm on the west wall had been deliberately triggered by him, and all medical records had been destroyed prior to the explosion at the infirmary. Wang Kai struck the wall with his fist. I knew it. Not just him. Li Hao spat through clenched teeth. The sentry had been taken down by a military crossbow, indicating a professional team was involved. Bai Yi, standing in the corner, suddenly spoke. Why do they need to capture me alive? The room fell silent instantaneously. Li Hao and Wang Kai exchanged a knowing glance. Ultimately, Li Hao sighed and retrieved a dust-laden file from the safe. Because of this, he unfolded a yellowed photograph. In the image, a younger Bai Feng was visible, with the outline of some advanced weaponry faintly discernible behind him. In the bottom corner of the photograph was a bright red top-secret stamp, accompanied by a small inscription, Final Phase of the Night Owl Project. Chapter 9, Rifle Practice, Part 1, at precisely 4:50 in the morning. Bai Yi opened his eyes in the darkness. The metallic sound of the distant armory door creaking open reached his ears first, followed by the crisp clatter of firearms. These sounds may seem trivial to the average person, but to him, they rang out like a morning bell. Today marked the day of rifle training. At 5 o'clock sharp, a shrill whistle pierced the air. Fully armed, assemble on the training ground. Li Hao's voice was as coarse as sandpaper. Those who arrive 3 minutes late will face an additional hour of training. Bai Yi nimbly rolled out of bed, his tactical uniform neatly folded beside his pillow since last night. His method of securing his equipment was unique, tightening the waist first, then fastening the shoulder straps, and finally adjusting the snugness around his hips. This was the rapid dressing technique of special forces, ensuring both stability and maximum flexibility. Hey, we're going to handle real guns today, Suja whispered excitedly, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. I heard we'll be practicing rifle drills for 8 hours? Bai Yi offered no response, merely wrapping a layer of gauze around his worn elbow. The mishap from the previous night had left his wound deeper than that of his peers, but he sought no sympathy. A chill hung in the air before dawn on the training ground. 50 Type 95 automatic rifles lay arranged neatly on a waterproof tarp, their bodies glinting with a cold blue hue in the morning light. Li Hao and Wang Kai stood at the forefront of the rifle array, their expressions colder than the weapons themselves. Rifle practice is the cornerstone of marksmanship. Li Hao's voice thundered across the training ground. If you can't stabilize your weapon, don't expect to hit the target. Wang Kai added, each person will have a rifle, starting with 1 hour in the prone position. If the muzzle dips more than 5 degrees, an additional 10 minutes will be added as penalty. The new recruits exchanged glances. While rifle practice appeared straightforward, it was, in truth, one of the most grueling of all foundational tasks. Prolonged maintenance of a shooting posture could lead to muscle cramps, and the rough ground would abrade their skin. Bai Yi silently approached the rifle rack. The moment his fingers brushed against the weapon, An inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over him. Although this body had never held a real firearm, his fingertips instinctively found the most comfortable grip. He adeptly inspected the chamber, pulling back the bolt with fluidity akin to breathing. Begin. With Li Hao's command, 50 recruits promptly dropped to the ground. The core's concrete surface immediately asserted its discomfort, as tiny stones embedded themselves into their elbow skin, eliciting sharp pain. Bai Yi regulated his breathing, firmly positioning the rifle but against his shoulder. This motion had been executed thousands of times before, his muscle memory precise to the millimeter. The muzzle remained perfectly still, as if welded in midair. Li Hao and Wang Kai commenced their inspection of the ranks, occasionally tugging at the rifle barrels to test the recruit's stability. Most would falter under such a pull, the muzzle dipping immediately, inviting reprimands from the instructors. When Li Hao reached Bai Ye's side, he deliberately yanked on the rifle barrel with force, yet it remained unyielding. Li Hao raised an eyebrow and increased the pressure. Bai Ye's arm muscles subtly tensed, but the muzzle remained steadfast as a mountain. Their contest of strength persisted for several seconds until Li Hao finally relented, casting a meaningful glance at Bai Yi. "Not bad," he murmured, "keep it up." An hour later, the grim reality of the recruits began to surface. Zhang Hao's arm trembled like a sieve, sweat pooling beneath him to form a small puddle. Suja gritted his teeth in endurance, yet his elbow was already chafed and marked with blood, leaving a dark crimson stain on the concrete floor. Bai Yi appeared to be the only one maintaining a semblance of ease. His breathing remained steady, the muzzle of his weapon unwavering, with only the fine beads of sweat on his forehead betraying the exertion of his body. "Rest for 5 minutes," Wang Kai finally announced. The recruits, as if granted a reprieve, collapsed onto the ground. Suja rubbed his swollen elbow, gazing incredulously at Bai Yi. "Is your elbow made of iron?" Bai Yi offered no reply, merely lifting the sleeve of his training uniform to reveal his own elbow, equally mangled, but his muscle control allowed him to disregard the pain. "Continue." Li Hao's roar interrupted their brief respite. The second round of training proved even more brutal. The sun blazed overhead, and the concrete scorched beneath them, causing the recruits' sweat to evaporate instantly upon contact. Some began to sob quietly, yet none dared to truly give up. Li Hao's gaze was more merciless than the sun. At 2 in the afternoon, training entered its 7th hour. The majority of the recruits were nearing their limits, their rifles swaying like reeds in the wind. Wang Kai suddenly crouched beside Bai Yi, feigning a posture check, but whispered instead, "The matter from last night has been handled. 9 mercenaries, 6 captured, 3 committed suicide." Bai Yi's expression remained impassive, though the muzzle of his weapon twitched ever so slightly. "The Night Tiger Special Forces have been dispatched to deal with it." Wang Kai continued in hushed tones, his words nearly carried away by the wind. "Be cautious lately. Li is quite furious." Bai Yi nodded almost imperceptibly. He understood Wang Kai's warning. Ordinary recruits could not possess the military acumen he did, and Li Hao had begun to harbor suspicions. "Stand up," Li Hao suddenly bellowed. The recruits felt a wave of relief, but were quickly met with the devilish command: change to a kneeling position. Cries of despair erupted around them. The strain of kneeling while aiming was as torturous on the knees as lying prone was on the elbows. Bai Yi silently adjusted his stance, his knees pressing against the rough concrete, instantly sending sharp pain through him. Suja knelt beside him, his face as pale as paper. "I would rather run 20 kilometers." Bai Yi remained silent, his gaze drifting past the rifle barrel to the distant hills. There stood a few sparse pine trees, swaying gently in the heat. 13 years ago, had Bai Feng endured such training? Had he too bled from his knees, yet remained unmoving? "Focus." Li Hao's roar snapped him back to reality. "The muzzle is your life. A tremor in your hands, and your life is forfeit." As the sun dipped below the horizon, training finally concluded. The recruits helped each other to their feet, their uniforms stained dark red at the elbows and knees. Zhang Hao collapsed onto the ground, gasping for air like a fish out of water. Li Hao approached Bai Yi, scrutinizing the bloodied training uniform for several seconds before suddenly stating, "You, stay behind." Once the others had departed, Li Hao pulled a small bottle from his pocket and tossed it to Bai Yi. "Special Forces medicine, apply it to your wounds." Bai took the bottle, devoid of any labels, yet he recognized this medicine. He had frequently used it in his past life. It was a rapid healing agent specifically designed for tactical training, the formula of which was classified military information. "Thank you, Sergeant," Li Hao chuckled softly, then affectionately ruffled Bai's hair, saying, "Little Bai, I have high hopes for you." Bai paused for a moment, then replied, "All right." Chapter 10. Hidden Pain and Heartbeats at 6:20 in the evening. The lights in the new recruit's shower room cast a particularly dim glow amidst the twilight. The humid air, infused with the scent of disinfectant, mingled with the metallic tang of blood, creating a distinct and pungent atmosphere reminiscent of rust. The sounds of water splashing echoed from the 12 shower stalls, interspersed with the muffled groans of young soldiers in anguish. "Damn it! Why is this water so scalding?" Zhang Hao exclaimed, abruptly twisting the cold water valve. The injury on his elbow, a gruesome mess of flesh, glistened an alarming shade of pink under the hot water's assault. Drops of water splattered onto the tiled floor, leaving faint crimson stains. In the adjacent stall, the new recruit Xiao Wang managed a bitter smile as he adjusted the water temperature. "Just bear it. If the wound isn't cleaned properly, tomorrow will be even worse." He raised his left knee, where a thin scab had formed, only to begin oozing blood again under the relentless stream. He had heard that tomorrow's training would be intensified, with water bottles hanging from the gun barrels. Suja stood in the far corner stall, allowing the warm water to wash over the taut muscles of his back. Beads of water trickled down the contours of his spine, forming a delicate waterfall at his waist. He carefully avoided his elbow wound, where the skin had worn away to reveal raw flesh, each touch sending sharp pangs of pain coursing through him. Through the mist, his gaze inadvertently drifted to the third stall on the right. Through the hazy steam, he could faintly discern the tall silhouette of Bai Yi, water droplets cascading down his shoulder blades, ultimately disappearing below his waistline. Suja's throat involuntarily constricted, and he quickly turned to face the wall as his heartbeat grew erratic. "Hey, Suja," Zhang Hao's voice called from the adjoining stall. "How's your knee?" "Mine feels like it's nearly to the bone." Suja glanced down at his own equally unfortunate knee, forcing a smile. It's all right." His voice was strained, whether from pain or something else, he could not tell. The sound of Bai turning off the faucet was particularly clear. Through the mist, Suja observed him picking up a towel, first drying his hair, then his nape. Each movement was executed with precision, akin to following a military protocol, devoid of unnecessary splashes or the clumsiness typical of new recruits. As Bai passed by Suja's stall, a drop of water flung from his damp hair landed directly on Suja's shoulder. The icy sensation sent a shiver down his spine, as if pricked by something unseen. "Return to the dormitory before 7. Your wounds need treatment." Bai's voice, though soft, cut through the sound of water with clarity. Suja stood frozen in place, only regaining his senses when Bai's figure vanished at the doorway of the changing room. He hurriedly turned off the faucet, fumbling to grab a towel, but accidentally brushed against his elbow wound, drawing in a sharp breath. The dormitory was suffused with the acrid smell of iodine and ointment. Bai sat on the lower bunk by the window, meticulously trimming a square piece of gauze with medical scissors. The evening sun's afterglow streamed through the glass, casting an orange halo on his sharply defined profile, elongating the shadows of his lashes. As Suja entered, water still dripping from the collar of his training uniform, he caught sight of Bai's knee, already wrapped in neat bandages, the gauze expertly applied, the knot positioned to avoid friction, a testament to professional medical standards. Suja stood awkwardly before his bed, rummaging through the medicine cabinet in search of the ointment provided by the infirmary. Without lifting his head, Bai remarked, "Second drawer. Red packaging." Suja's fingers fumbled through the drawer, clattering against various bottles and bandages. The movement caused his elbow wound to bleed again, with a few drops of crimson staining the cotton swab packaging within the drawer. "Don't move." Bai suddenly appeared at his side, holding the tube of Special Forces ointment. His sleeves rolled up. Suja caught a faint whiff of pine-scented shower gel mingled with a refreshing medicinal aroma. Instinctively, he held his breath and slowly rolled up the sleeve of his left arm. The wound was more severe than he had anticipated. The skin on the outer side of his elbow was nearly completely abraded, exposing a pink dermis, with tiny grains of sand clinging to the edges. Baye's brow furrowed imperceptibly. He twisted open the ointment cap, squeezed out a small amount of milky white paste, and gently dabbed it onto Suja's wound after warming it between his fingertips. A sharp gasp escaped Suja as the ointment made contact, the sensation akin to fire searing his flesh. He bit his lower lip, beads of sweat immediately forming on his forehead. 3 seconds, Baye's voice remained calm. It won't hurt after that. Indeed, the intense burning sensation swiftly transformed into a soothing coolness. Suja stared in astonishment at his wound, wherever the ointment touched. The tiny bleeding points ceased immediately. Baye's fingers circled delicately around his elbow, applying the ointment with an astonishing precision that allowed the medication to penetrate without exacerbating the injury. Suja's gaze inadvertently drifted upward. From this angle, he could clearly see Baye's long, downturned eyelashes casting delicate shadows in the light. A droplet of water slid from Baye's still damp bangs, tracing down his prominent nose to dangle precariously at its tip, hesitating to fall. "Knees," Baye suddenly said, and the droplet finally fell, splashing onto Suja's hand with a chill that jolted him. "Huh," Baye instructed, "roll up your pant leg." He had already knelt on one knee, now holding a piece of disinfecting cotton. An infection could jeopardize tomorrow's training. Suja felt his ears flush with warmth. He fumbled to roll up his pants, but inadvertently tugged at the wound, eliciting a pained cry. Baye swiftly swatted his hand away, rolling up the leg of his tactical pants above the knee. Suja's knee bore an even more grievous wound. The skin was not only abraded, but tiny pebbles were embedded within. Baye meticulously used tweezers to extract the disinfecting cotton, cleaning each wound with precision. His breath brushed against Suja's calf, warm and steady. "You." Suja's voice trembled. "Have you done this often before?" Baye paused momentarily. "Yes." "Where did you learn?" "Suze in Guit." "At the hospital?" "Or at home?" Baye replied, replacing the disinfecting cotton. "My brother taught me." Just as Suja was about to probe further, the dormitory door swung open. Wang Kai leaned against the door frame, his gaze shifting back and forth between the two, a playful smile gracing his lips. "Oh, how intimate." Suja instinctively attempted to retract his leg as if jolted by electricity, yet was firmly restrained by Baye. "Stay still. There is still sand to clear," Baye instructed. Wang Kai approached, bending down to inspect Suja's wound. "Special Forces ointment?" He raised an eyebrow. "Baye, you seem to have quite the stock." Without lifting his gaze, Baye replied, "It was given to me by the squad leader." Wang Kai let out a meaningful sound, his eyes flickering between the two. Suja's ears flushed crimson, his heart racing with a fervor that he feared Wang Kai might hear. "Tomorrow, we will continue with gun training." Wang Kai abruptly changed the subject, his tone growing somber. "Increase the difficulty. Attach a water bottle to the barrel." He noted the pallor that washed over Suja's face and cruelly added 2 kilograms. Baye's rapping motion did not falter, as if he had anticipated this outcome. Suja inhaled sharply. The 2-kilogram water bottle hanging from the barrel meant they would need to exert 3 times the strength to maintain stability. "You two hold firm," Wang Kai said, patting Suja on the shoulder. Yet, as he departed, he leaned close to whisper something in Baye's ear. Baye's expression remained unchanged, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Suja noticed that Wang Kai took with him the used packaging of the disinfectant cotton from the table. "All done." Baye affixed a waterproof dressing to Suja's knee. "Avoid water." Suja gazed at the immaculate bandaging on his knee before watching Baye return to his bedside. The dormitory's light cast a soft glow around him, rendering his figure less austere. "Thank you," Suja murmured. Baye responded with a soft As he began to tidy the medicine box, his fingers deftly navigated through the various medications, returning each item to its precise location. Suja noticed several unopened tubes of special ointment within Baye's box, lacking any labels. Outside, the final rays of sunset were consumed by the encroaching night. As the lights-out whistle sounded, Suja remained transfixed by Baye's silhouette. The figure, seated on the edge of the bed while cleaning his firearm, was elongated by the desk lamp's light, stretching all the way to Suja's bedside. "Time to sleep." Bai Yi turned off the lamp, his voice resonating clearly in the darkness. "Tomorrow will be challenging." Suja lay in the shadows. Yet the image of Bai Yi applying the ointment replayed vividly in his mind. The slight furrow of his brow, the focused gaze, and the droplet cascading from his hair. He restlessly turned over, burying his flushed face into the pillow. Damn, this feeling is far more excruciating than the gun training. Chapter 11. Firearm Training, Part 2. At 5:30 in the morning, a thick fog enveloped the training ground. 50 Type 95 automatic rifles were meticulously aligned, each one bearing a 2-kilogram military canteen swaying gently in the light breeze. Wang Kai crouched beside the equipment box, inspecting the canteen hooks while whispering to Li Hao. "Old Li, there's something off about Suja." Li Hao, engrossed in pinning the training sheets to the record board, queried without lifting his gaze, "What's wrong with him?" "It seems he has developed a peculiar affection for our little Bai," Wang Kai replied, lowering his voice even further and making an ambiguous gesture. Li Hao sprayed a mouthful of water onto the record board, exclaiming, "What did you say? That rascal has his sights set on our little Bai?" His voice abruptly escalated, drawing curious glances from several new recruits in the distance. Wang Kai quickly yanked him back. "Keep your voice down." Last night in the dormitory, when Bai was tending to his wounds, his ears were so red they could bleed, and he didn't know where to look. Li Hao's expression darkened instantly, his grip on the record board tightening with a creaking sound. "Damn it, he is interested in Bai? Just watch me ramp up the difficulty for him today." In the distance, Bai Yi was leading the new recruits through their warm-up exercises. His movements were precise and fluid, showing no trace of the pain from yesterday's training. Suja stood at the end of the line, occasionally casting furtive glances towards Bai Yi, quickly averting his gaze whenever he felt he might be caught. "Gather round." Li Hao's voice thundered. The new recruits swiftly formed ranks, many gasping in shock upon seeing the canteens suspended beneath the rifle barrels. Zhang Hao quietly lamented, "This is going to be brutal." Silence. A glare from Li Hao rendered Zhang Hao mute. "Today, we continue with firearm training, adding 2-kilogram canteens. Anyone with an unstable stance will face an additional 30 minutes of punishment." He lingered his gaze on Suja for a few extra seconds, causing the latter to straighten his posture in confusion. "Prone position, prepare." 50 new recruits promptly laid down on the ground. Bai Yi's movements remained crisp and efficient. The butt of his rifle pressed against his shoulder, the barrel unwavering. With the canteen attached, the weight of the rifle nearly doubled, causing many recruits' rifle barrels to tremble slightly. Li Hao patrolled the ranks with his hands behind his back, a malicious smile playing on his lips. "Is this how you start shaking already? Do you think the enemy on the battlefield will wait for you to be ready before firing?" He deliberately circled around Suja, giving his heel a forceful kick. "Widen your stance. Make it bigger." Suja gritted his teeth as he adjusted his posture, the sudden tension causing his thigh muscles to cramp slightly. The 2-kilogram canteen rendered the rifle exceptionally heavy, requiring him to exert 3 times the effort compared to yesterday to maintain stability. "Maintain your breathing rhythm," Bai Yi's voice floated over, soft enough for only Suja to hear. "Engage your core, not your arms." Suja turned his head to glance, noticing Bai Yi's rifle steadied like a rock, the canteen hardly swaying at all. Sunlight pierced through the morning fog, illuminating his profile, with shadows cast by his eyelashes beneath his eyes and a fine sheen of sweat glistening on his nose. "What are you staring at?" Li Hao suddenly appeared between the two, deliberately nudging Suja's rifle, causing the barrel to droop 5 degrees. 10 minutes of additional punishment. Suja's firearm trembled violently at the impact, the water bottle swinging back and forth like a pendulum, causing his entire upper body to shudder. Sweat instantly soaked through the back of his training uniform. Bai Yi subtly furrowed his brow, but uttered no words. By 10 o'clock in the morning, the sun had ascended to its zenith. The air in the training ground was thick with the scent of sweat and dust, and the backs of the recruits' uniforms were adorned with white salt stains. Zhang Hao's arms shook as if sifting grain, the muzzle of his rifle drooping at an angle exceeding 30 degrees. Wang Kai approached and lightly nudged his rifle, but with his toe. 10 more minutes. Reporting. Squad leader. Zhang Hao's voice trembled with a hint of desperation. I can't hold on any longer. Do you think the enemy on the battlefield will heed your pleas for mercy? Wang Kai replied coldly. Either continue or get lost. Bai Yi remained astonishingly composed. The 2-kilogram water bottle seemed to have no effect on his rifle, which was held perfectly level. Li Hao had already checked on him 7 times, each time deliberately tugging at his rifle, but Bai Ye's arms remained as steadfast as steel. Learned that from your brother? Li Hao squatted beside Bai Yi for the 8th time, his voice barely above a whisper. Bai Ye's breathing showed no sign of disruption. No. Little liar. Li Hao chuckled lightly. The average recruit can barely endure 10 minutes with a 2-kilogram water bottle. You've lasted 1 hour and 7 minutes. Bai Yi offered no response, merely adjusting the grip of his weapon imperceptibly. His elbow wound began to bleed anew from the persistent pressure, staining the training uniform with a small patch of dark red. Li Hao's gaze lingered on the bloodstain for a few seconds before he abruptly stood up and left. At noon, training was suspended for a 15-minute lunch break. The recruits collapsed onto the ground like limp noodles, lacking even the strength to eat. Su Zhe's right hand spasmed, rendering him unable to grasp his chopsticks. So he resorted to awkwardly scooping food from his lunchbox with his left hand. Here, Bai Yi suddenly offered a thermos filled with electrolyte water. Su Zhe looked up to see Bai Ye's face nearly translucent under the blazing sun, his lips chapped from dehydration. A distinct blood streak traced down his arm from the elbow wound. Are you all right? Su Zhe asked, taking the water bottle, his fingertips accidentally brushing against Bai Ye's, causing him to retract as if shocked. Bai Yi shook his head, retrieving a tube of ointment from his pocket. Apply this to your hand to relieve muscle spasms. Su Zhe accepted the ointment, noticing it bore no label. Just a small eagle emblem. As he was about to express his gratitude, Li Hao's voice suddenly called from behind. Su Zhe, come here. Flustered, Su Zhe stood up hastily, nearly toppling his lunchbox. Li Hao stood in the shade of a tree, his expression dark as a stormy sky. Reporting, squad leader. Su Zhe saluted awkwardly. Li Hao scrutinized him from head to toe, his gaze sharp as an X-ray. Is your father Su Weiguo? Su Zhe paused in surprise. Yes. From a tiger brigade? Yes. Li Hao leaned in closer, his voice lower to a whisper. Then you should know that there are some people you cannot provoke. Su Zhe's mind buzzed with a sudden intensity. His face instantly flushed a deep crimson. I did not. I hope not. Li Hao clapped a hand on his shoulder, the pressure akin to the crushing of bones. This afternoon's training, I shall pay particular attention to you. The afternoon session proved to be even more grueling. The blazing sun scorched the concrete ground, rendering it unbearable, while the recruits' uniforms became drenched and dried, only to repeat the cycle. True to his word, Li Hao kept a vigilant eye on Su Zhe, tugging at his rifle every 10 minutes, each time concocting an excuse to extend the punishment. By 3 o'clock, Su Zhe had endured an additional hour and a half of training compared to his peers. Lower that muzzle. Another 20 minutes, Li Hao proclaimed once more. Su Zhe's vision began to blur, sweat stinging his eyes like fire. His arm muscles spasmed uncontrollably. The water bottle felt as though it weighed 1,000 pounds, and each breath was akin to blades slicing through his lungs. Suddenly, Bai Yi coughed lightly. Though subtle, the sound resonated sharply across the training ground. Li Hao immediately turned, noticing for the first time the pronounced tremor in Bai Ye's rifle. Albeit slight, it was indeed evident. Bai Yi, Li Hao rushed over, as if he had stumbled upon a new continent. Finally reached your limit? Bai Ye's complexion was ashen, his lips marked with distinct teeth impressions. Report, squadron leader, I request a break. Li Hao's expression shifted, becoming notably complex. He scrutinized Bai Yi for a full 10 seconds before blowing his whistle. All personnel, take a 10-minute break. The recruits collapsed onto the ground, as if granted a reprieve from a great burden. Su Zhe attempted to crawl to Bai Ye's side, only to find his arm unresponsive. Bai Yi slowly lowered his rifle, his movements still adhering to an astonishing standard, first attaching the water bottle, then securing the safety, and finally allowing the stock to leave his shoulder. His uniform sleeves were soaked with blood, yet his demeanor remained tranquil. Wang Kai approached, offering Bai Yi a bottle of water. Was it really necessary? You could have held on until the end. His voice was low, but clearly resonated with concern. Bai Yi accepted the water, remaining silent. His gaze traversed the training ground, landing on the exhausted Suja, his expression as serene as that of an ordinary comrade. Upon witnessing this exchange, Li Hao's expression softened slightly. He moved closer to Wang Kai, whispering, "It seems that Xiao Bai has no such intentions." Wang Kai nodded in acknowledgement. That lad is merely infatuated. In the distance, Suja finally managed to sit up, locking eyes with Bai Yi for a fleeting moment. Their gazes met across the expanse, and Suja's ears reddened at an observable pace. Bai Yi merely nodded faintly before diverting his gaze, as if Suja were indistinguishable from the other recruits. Li Hao observed this scene and scoffed. Tomorrow's training. Add 3 kilograms to that water bottle. Chapter 12. The Agreement at 2317. In the equipment room of the new recruits company, rainwater cascaded along the grooves of the tin roof, producing a rhythmic patter. Under the dim light, Li Hao paced back and forth in the confined space like a caged beast. The sound of his combat boots striking the concrete floor merging with the rain in an eerie duet. The plastic water bottle in his hand had become deformed, emitting a strained creak under pressure. 7th lap already. Loudly, Wang Kai lounged against a stack of ammunition boxes, a multi-tool flickering between his fingers. At this rate, you'll wear grooves into the floor. Damn it! Li Hao suddenly erupted, delivering a powerful punch to the suspended sandbag. The 80-kilogram weight swayed violently, causing the entire frame to emit a menacing groan. How dare that brat harbor such thoughts about Bai Yi? Wang Kai, still leaning lazily against the ammunition boxes, twirled the multi-tool in his grasp, the blade reflecting a cold glint in the light. Lowly, you're making my head spin. Is it really that unusual for an 18 or 19-year-old to have feelings for a good-looking peer? Unusual? Li Hao spun around abruptly, only to realize that his training uniform's collar had been torn open, revealing a ghastly old bullet scar on his collarbone. He snatched the apple Wang Kai was peeling and took a fierce bite. If Su Weiga knew about his son, and what if he did? Wang Kai flicked his wrist, the knife striking the bullseye 3 meters away with precision. What air do you think this is? Do you believe it's still like when we first enlisted? He withdrew the knife and began peeling a second apple leisurely. Besides, with Xiao Bai's looks and demeanor, he attracts attention wherever he goes. A flash of lightning illuminated Li Hao's somber face momentarily, the sound of him chewing the apple akin to crushing something hard. Did you see today's training? That kid's gaze on Xiao Bai. It was like a sniper locking onto a target. Wang Kai suddenly burst into laughter, tossing a piece of apple into his mouth. The way you say it. If someone didn't know better, they'd think Xiao Bai was the mission objective. He mimicked Suja's stuttering voice perfectly. Report. Report to the squad leader. I'm applying medicine to Bai Yi. Stop with the nonsense. Li Hao hurled the apple core into the trash can, the metallic clang echoing loudly. The Bai team has so little bloodline left. Can I just watch? Watch what? Wang Kai's demeanor shifted, and he firmly thrust the knife into the wooden table between them. The vibrating blade produced a resonant hum in the confined space. Do you really think Xiao Bai is easy prey? He lowered his voice, each word forced out through gritted teeth. That kid is cut from the same cloth as his father. His eyes are solely focused on training and camaraderie. The rain intensified suddenly, large droplets pounding against the tin roof, creating a cacophony akin to countless drums. Li Hao stared at the knife handle still trembling on the table, his shoulders slumping. But that doesn't mean Suja should be allowed to entertain such thoughts. Wang Kai clicked his tongue and reached to extract the military knife. The sharp blade danced elegantly between his fingers, a mere amusement, perhaps. He suddenly lowered his voice, wagering a month's allowance that the lad wouldn't survive the completion of basic training. Li Hao narrowed his eyes, the muscles beneath his combat uniform visibly tensed. What are we betting on? On when he'll finally muster the courage to confess his feelings. Wang Kai replied with a mischievous smirk. I reckon it'll happen before the final assessment. Nonsense. Li Hao suddenly perked up, pulling a well-worn wallet from his inner pocket and slapping it on the table. I bet half a year's allowance that the lad won't dare utter a word until his discharge. A few crumpled bills slipped from the wallet, revealing several yellowed photographs within. Wang Kai let out a whistle, sheathing his military knife with a satisfying clink. Deal. He leaned in closer, his nose nearly brushing against Li Hao's ear. But seriously, your personal vendetta is quite evident today. isn't it? 2 extra hours of training? That was due to his gun drooping. Li Hao realized he had spoken too loudly, and they both fell silent. After a moment, they exchanged a glance, erupting into suppressed laughter. Wang Kai wiped away the tears of mirth from his eyes. Well, it seems we're like protective hens over our little chick. He adjusted his slightly askew cap. In my opinion, let nature take its course. If Xiao Bai figures it out, then Su Zhou is fortunate, if he's as dense as a blockhead. Should we let him pine until he leaves? Li Hao responded, a genuine smile finally gracing his lips. All right, I'm all in for this amusement. Wang Kai's expression suddenly turned serious, the military knife spinning in his palm. Speaking of which, I checked with the infirmary. There's an issue. Li Hao's face instantly froze, his fingers unconsciously tracing the scar on his collarbone. There was indeed a problem with Dr. Lin, but the trail had gone cold. Just like 13 years ago, exactly the same. Silence enveloped them. The sound of rain saturating the air. In the distance, the rhythmic footsteps of soldiers changing guard echoed, the sound of boots splashing through puddles drawing nearer, then fading away. Wang Kai lowered his voice, almost whispering, do you think Xiao Bai is aware of Su's feelings? Liu Skufa, standing tall as he perfectly mimicked Baiye's usual impassive demeanor. Report, squad leader, firearms training has no relation to personal feelings. His imitation was spot on, even capturing that unique, calm tone flawlessly. Wang Kai laughed, so hard he nearly slipped off the ammunition box. Just then, the door to the equipment room swung open. Report, squad leader. The new recruit saluted with a precision that suggested it had been measured with a ruler, though his slightly trembling fingertips betrayed his nervousness. The commander is looking for you both. Urgent meeting. Li Hao and Wang Kai exchanged glances, both springing to attention. Wang Kai casually handed the last apple to the recruit. Thanks for your hard work. As for tonight, I saw nothing. I heard nothing. The rookie replied, his ears suspiciously turning red. In a curtain of rain, the two figures walked toward the office building, Li Hao suddenly gripping Wang Kai's harness. Wait, did you just say a month's allowance? Wang Kai blinked. Raindrops cascading from the brim of his cap. We can make it 6 months instead. Get lost. Li Hao playfully scolded as he delivered a light punch, declaring that the loser must treat the entire team to drinks. Unbeknownst to them, a tall figure had been silently standing in the shadows outside the equipment room for quite some time. Raindrops cascaded from the brim of the person's hat, creating delicate ripples in the puddles below. It was only when the two figures vanished into the curtain of rain that this presence departed silently, their footsteps so gentle that not even the water was disturbed. Chapter 13. The shooting incident 2 weeks later. At 5:30 in the morning, the eastern sky was just beginning to blush with the light of dawn, and 50 shooting positions were neatly arranged at the range. A veil of morning mist enveloped the area, cloaking the cold firearms in a hazy layer of moisture. The recruits stood in line outside the caution zone, their eyes shimmering with suppressed excitement. At long last, the day had arrived. Zhang Hao rubbed his palms together incessantly, the cuffs of his training uniform wrinkled from his fidgeting. He had been eagerly anticipating live firing to the point of stretching his neck in anticipation. Suja stood 3 steps to the right of Bai Yi, his gaze wandering uncontrollably. 2 weeks of gun training had left a thin callus on Baiye's wrist, and at that moment, his hands were clasped behind his back in a standard position, with long fingers and distinct knuckles. The morning light pierced through the mist, forming tiny beads of water on his eyelashes. First group, prepare. Li Hao's shout thundered through the morning fog. Baiye's movements were swift and precise. He dropped to the ground, shouldered the weapon, gripped it, and executed the steps in one fluid motion. Suja noticed a small scar on the first joint of Baiye's index finger, a remnant from an accidental cut during disassembly the week prior. Fire. The deafening gunfire instantaneously shattered the silence. Baiye's shooting rhythm was unique, with intervals between each shot measured as if timed by a stopwatch. Position 3, all 10 shots in the 10 ring. The scorekeeper's voice carried a clear note of astonishment. A collective gasp rose from the onlookers. Suja had scored a respectable 97, but at that moment, all his attention was riveted on Bai Yi. The way his training uniform accentuated his waistline as he rose, the taut muscles in his forearm as he ejected the magazine. and even the gentle sway of his hair with each movement all appeared to unfold in slow motion, etched frame by frame onto his retina. Second group, prepare. Third, fourth, fifth group, prepare. Zhao Xiaohu, a new recruit from the countryside, suddenly collapsed. His training scores had consistently been at the bottom. Suja observed that Zhao Xiaohu's training uniform was already soaked through. His fingers trembled uncontrollably around the gun, leaving a precarious gap between the stock and his shoulder. Slow your breathing, Bai Yi suddenly murmured. Imagine the gun as a part of your body. Zhao Xiaohu nodded gratefully, yet his fingers remained an alarming shade of pale. Fire. The initial shots rang out normally, but on the fourth shot, disaster struck. Bang. A deafening explosion that deviated from the rhythm erupted, and Zhao Xiaohu's gun had inexplicably veered left by several degrees. Bai Ye's body reacted instinctively, springing into action as he struck Zhao Xiaohu's wrist with the precision of a blade. Whoosh! A bullet grazed Bai Ye's cheek, leaving a distorted wave of heat in its wake. Time seemed to stretch infinitely. Suja vividly saw the moment Bai Ye's pupils constricted, beads of sweat forming at his temple, and a rare expression of shock flickering across his typically serene face. A slender line of blood slowly emerged on his porcelain-like skin, resembling a crack on exquisite china. The shooting range erupted into chaos. Zhao Xiaohu, what the hell were you thinking? Li Hao's furious roar sent the sparrows in the trees scattering in fright. What the hell is wrong with you? Wang Kai dashed forward like an arrow released from its bow. His breath momentarily halted. His gaze was fixated on the bloodstains marring Bai Ye's face, and a chill of cold sweat drenched his back. If the bullet had deviated by just 2 centimeters, if Bai Yi had reacted a mere 0.1 second slower, I'd have mean to. Zhao Xiaohu slumped to the ground, the fabric of his pants dampened by fear as he stammered about the sudden recoil. Shut up. Li Hao seized him by the collar, veins bulging on his forehead. 2 extra hours of training. Isolation. A 5,000-word reflection. Now, immediately, his voice trembled with residual terror. If a life had been lost, I could execute you 10 times over and still not feel satisfied. Wang Kai had already reached Bai Ye's side, his fingers trembling as he hesitated to touch the wound. The infirmary. We need to go now. Bai Yi shook his head, using his thumb to wipe away the blood. The wound was shallow, yet it appeared especially striking against his pale skin. His breathing had returned to a steady rhythm, as if he had merely brushed past death. It was a misfire in the trigger control, he stated calmly, his gaze sweeping over the trembling Zhao Xiaohu. My wrist was too stiff, causing the recoil to misalign. After dealing with Zhao Xiaohu, Li Hao rushed over, nearly tumbling in his haste. He circled Bai Yi like a worried mother, his coarse fingers hovering over the wound hesitantly. Are you dizzy? Do you feel nauseous? Is your vision blurry? Should we conduct a full-body examination? Squad leader, Bai Yi sighed helplessly. It's just a surface wound. Suja stood frozen in place, feeling as if all the blood in his body had congealed. He watched as a drop of blood traced down Bai Ye's flawless jawline, finally disappearing into the collar of his training uniform. An overwhelming urge surged within him to rush forward, to embrace this person, to confirm his temperature, his heartbeat, the rise and fall of his chest as he breathed. Yet, the glance Bai Yi cast his way plunged him into an icy abyss. His eyes were as calm as if he were observing any other comrade, devoid of any special significance. All personnel, listen up. Li Hao suddenly turned to the other recruits, his expression dark and foreboding. If anyone dares to utter a word about today's incident, I will make them clean toilets for a year. The training session concluded hastily. On the way back to the barracks, Suja finally mustered the courage to catch up with Bai Yi. Wait, your face. Bai Yi paused, turning as a gentle breeze stirred around him. The setting sun gilded the bloodstain with a golden edge, imparting an astonishing sense of fragility to his presence. Here. Suja fumbled for a pack of Band-Aids he always carried, his hands trembling as though afflicted by Parkinson's disease. My dad gave this to me. Bai Yi took the Band-Aid, and the moment their fingertips brushed, Suju instinctively recoiled as if burned. Thank you. Bai Yi casually pressed the Band-Aid onto the wound, the 2 words drifting lightly like a feather falling to the ground. The distance of those 2 words felt as if it spanned an entire galaxy. In the distance, behind the equipment room, Wang Kai caught hold of the still fuming Li Hao. "All right, old Li, Bai Yi is fine, isn't he?" "Shut your mouth." Li Hao's eyes were as red as if they were about to bleed. "If anything were to happen to the only son of the Bai family in my hands, I—" His voice suddenly choked as his rough palm wiped across his face. "Shoo." Wang Kai suddenly lowered his voice. "Look over there." Li Hao followed his gaze. Suja stood still, watching Bai Ye's retreating figure, his eyes soft enough to shed tears. TSK. Li Hao's anger diminished in that instant. "Foolish boy." Wang Kai chuckled lightly. "Let us go to the infirmary and get some medicine for Xiao Bai. Although the wound isn't deep, it would be a pity for it to leave a scar." He paused, adding with a meaningful glance, "After all, certain individuals would be distressed to see it." As the sun dipped below the horizon, the last wisp of smoke slowly dissipated above the shooting range. Bai Yi walked alone along the path back to the barracks, his fingers unconsciously grazing the wound. The blood had already congealed, yet an unusual sensation lingered, neither pain nor discomfort, but a burning feeling of being watched, as if something was lurking in the shadows, observing his every move. He halted, abruptly turning to gaze into the distant woods. A crow flapped its wings and took flight. Amidst the swaying shadows of the trees, something seemed to reflect the last rays of the setting sun. Bai Yi narrowed his eyes slightly, his right hand stealthily reaching for the tactical dagger at his waist. Chapter 14. The most absurd self-reflection in history. 1. At 3 a.m. The light in the class monitor's office remained aglow. Li Hao stared at the crumpled stack of papers on the desk, his temples throbbing. Wang Kai squatted on a chair, cradling a thermos, his eyes wide as saucers. Can this truly be called a self-reflection? Class monitor, Li slammed his palm on the desk, causing a pen to roll onto the floor. This is clearly a horror story. Wang Kai cleared his throat and began to read in a broadcast tone. Esteemed class monitor Li, the weather that day was splendid, with not a cloud in the sky. Yet my heart was burdened. Oh, the beginning seems somewhat promising. But let us read on. Li Hao gritted his teeth and turned the page, only to find the absurdity escalating in the third paragraph. When I pulled the trigger, I suddenly felt the gun transform into a living creature, darting about like the mad dog at the entrance of our village. Halfway through, Wang Kai erupted in laughter. What the hell, a mad dog? The firearm safety regulations had been likened to a zoo. Class monitor Li, furious, paced the office, the sound of his combat boots echoing on the floor. Su Weigua's soldiers could compose 2,000 words of tactical analysis. Yet my soldiers equate a Type 95 automatic rifle to a mad dog. Hold on. Wang Kai wiped the tears of laughter from his eyes. The latter part is even more thrilling. At that moment, I was terrified, akin to the fear I felt as a child when caught peeking at the village beauty while she bathed. What on earth? Li Hao snatched this self-reflection, his eyes nearly bulging out. What nonsensical metaphors are these? A self-reflection from the military mentioning the village beauty bathing. Wang Kai was already laughing so hard he was pounding the table. The crux is that he even described in detail how the village beauty chased him with a broom for 2 miles. Is this a self-reflection or a coming-of-age novel? Despairing, Li Hao seized a red pen. I must transform this into something presentable. Mad Dog crossed out, replaced with uncontrolled tactical equipment. The segment about the village beauty bathing entirely deleted, substituted with a profound recognition of the importance of safety regulations. Wang Kai exclaimed, "You've stripped it of its soul. Did not die altered to narrowly escaped harm." Wang Kai. Li Hao jabbed the makeshift paper tube he fashioned from the self-reflection at the table. This is not a self-reflection at all. It is a desecration of the Chinese language, a provocation against military discipline, an insult to my intelligence. What's wrong now? Zhao Xiaohu wrote a love letter instead of a self-reflection? More terrifying than that. Li Hao slammed the crumpled paper on the table. You should see the last paragraph on the 3rd page. Wang Kai squinted and read aloud. I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to Class Monitor Li for his education. Although, when you yell at me, you bear a striking resemblance to the painfully laboring she-ass from our village. The office was suddenly enveloped in an eerie silence. Painfully laboring she-ass? Li Hao's voice was disturbingly soft. Wang Kai's lips began to twitch uncontrollably. Well, old Li. Try to think positively. At least he said you have vitality? I swear. Class monitor Li snatched the self-reflection, but in his fervor, tore it in two. Even more horrifying was the crumpled little note that floated out from the torn layer. Wang Kai swiftly picked up the item, exclaiming, attached, Team Leader Li, this is a photograph of a mare sent by my second uncle from her hometown. Do take a look. Li Hao's complexion shifted from a pallid hue to a deep crimson, and then to a shade reminiscent of dark soy sauce. Trembling, he extracted a yellowing photograph of a donkey from the envelope, upon which was inscribed with a ballpoint pen, for the esteemed platoon leader to behold. The fiercest mare in Zhejiang. I'm going to kill him, Li Hao stated calmly, this very moment. Wang Kai was laughing so hard he nearly rolled off his chair, pounding the floor as tears streamed down his face. Wait, old Li. There's more. This donkey kicked 3 ribs out of the veterinarian during a difficult birth last year, mirroring your demeanor when you reprimand someone. Just then, the door swung open, and the cook, Old Ma, entered with late-night snacks in hand. Oh, still working late, are we? I made some noodles. What the hell? Team Leader Li, why do you have a gun? Li Hao slammed his sidearm onto the table. I wish to apply for live ammunition. Just one bullet. Old Ma, intrigued, leaned over to examine the photograph and suddenly erupted in a laughter akin to that of a pig being slaughtered. This donkey looks. Ha. I must say, it does resemble your expression when you're angry. Ha. Wang Kai finally managed to stifle his laughter, wiping his tears as he said, Old Li, calm down. At least he didn't use the company printer to enlarge and post this picture on the bulletin board. Li Hao suddenly froze. He wouldn't dare. The 3 resumed their seats around the reflection letter, with Old Ma volunteering to continue reading aloud. I acknowledge my mistakes, truly. If I violate discipline again, may I remain forever single, like our village militia leader, Wang Taizhu, who at 38 can only converse with his old sow at home. Old Ma suddenly choked. Wait. Is this Wang Taizhu the one who visited last time? The one who brought the sausages? Wang Kai nodded. Indeed. He was the one who remarked that Xiaobai resembled his first love. The third vein throbbed on Li Hao's forehead. What a cursed fate this is. As he turned to the next page, Wang Kai's eyes widened. Old Li, look. I traced the content that was crossed out with a pencil. The 3 leaned in, deciphering the blurred handwriting. In truth, I was distracted because Comrade Bai Yi was too good-looking. The way he cleaned his firearm reminded me of the wedding video for my sister's marriage, particularly the part where the camera kept drifting towards the bridesmaid. The office fell into silence once more. What the hell? Li Hao's voice trembled. Does this brat treat the army as a wedding planning company? Old Ma was laughing so hard that noodles shot out of his nostrils. I can't take it anymore. I'm dying. This is even funnier than a performance by the art troupe. Wang Kai suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Wait. I remember Zhao Xiaohu's file. His sister got married last year, and he was on leave during that time. It can't be. Li Hao abruptly stood. Investigate. Right now. Half an hour later, the 3 stared in disbelief at Zhao Xiaohu's family visit records. The bridesmaid in the wedding video did indeed bear a striking resemblance to Bai Yi. The case was solved. Wang Kai solemnly remarked that this was an incident of accidental gunfire triggered by cognitive bias in aesthetics. Li Hao buried his face in his palms, exclaiming that he ought to establish a special class for the young man entitled on the proper relationship between humanity and firearms. Old Ma, wiping tears of laughter from his eyes, suggested more directly that the young man should spend a month in the kitchen peeling potatoes, offering his contrition before the tubers. The following dawn, Zhao Xiaohu, sporting dark circles under his eyes, arrived to retrieve his rejected 5th version of the self-critique. Li Hao greeted him with a warm smile. Xiaohu, I hear you think I resemble the mother donkey from your village? Zhao Xiaohu nearly collapsed, stammering, are reporting to the squad leader. That was an exaggerated rhetorical device, a literary embellishment. Oh, Li Hao leisurely opened his notebook. Then elucidate for me. What does it mean when it states, the saliva from squad leader Li's admonitions strikes with the impact of a donkey's snot during a sneeze? The new recruits outside the office stifled their laughter, nearly injuring themselves in the process. Wang Kai appeared at an opportune moment. Comrade Zhao Xiaohu, After careful consideration by the battalion, we have assigned you a special task. Zhao Xiaohu's eyes brightened. Yes, I promise to fulfill the task. You are to go to the kitchen and compose a piece entitled on the similarities and differences between firearms and potatoes. No less than 5,000 words. What? Remember, Li Hao added, you must employ metaphor, personification, and parallelism, but refrain from mentioning any animals. After Zhao Xiaohu left, lamenting while clutching his head, Wang Kai suddenly recalled something. By the way, old Li, do you think you will seek Suja's assistance again? Squad leader Li displayed a cunning smile reminiscent of a wily fox. I specifically instructed the kitchen to assign Suja to assist. Indeed, during lunch, the cafeteria erupted with astonishing commotion. When the others arrived, they found Suja pinning Zhao Xiaohu amidst a pile of potatoes. How dare you say that Bai Yi resembles a bridesmaid? Do you want me to turn you into mashed potatoes? Zhao Xiaohu, with a woeful expression, pleaded, Brother Su, I was wrong. Comrade Bai Yi does not resemble a bridesmaid. She is. What is she like? Suja interrogated fiercely. Zhao Xiaohu, struck by inspiration, replied, like you, Brother Su. So strong and majestic. The onlookers erupted in laughter. That evening, Zhao Xiaohu submitted a brand new self-critique. Through profound reflection, I have come to understand that firearms are not rabid dogs. Squad leader Li is not a mother donkey, and Comrade Bai Yi is not a bridesmaid. Squad leader Li perused this critique, devoid of literary flair, yet at least on point, and found himself somewhat nostalgic for the rustic charm of the original version. Wang Kai patted him on the shoulder. Look on the bright side. At least he now knows what can and cannot be written. Just then, a correspondent rushed in. Report. Zhao Xiaohu has drawn a picture on the kitchen wall. When the three arrived at the scene, they beheld a crude drawing rendered in potato juice. A stick figure labeled Squad, leader Li reprimanding another stick figure labeled Zhao Xiaohu, with speech bubbles declaring, You look like a mother donkey. You resemble a rabid dog. Most strikingly, in the corner, a delicate little figure, clearly representing Bai Yi, was drawn, with the inscription, May the Bodhisattva bless. Class leader Li took a deep breath and turned to Wang Kai, saying, for tomorrow's training, add an additional 5 kilograms to his water bottle. Is that all? Wang Kai exclaimed in surprise. Li Hao displayed a devilish smile and replied, no. He will have to write a self-criticism while carrying the water bottle. For every drop spilled, he must add 500 words. Chapter 15. The ground is too slippery. At 6 o'clock in the morning, the wake-up call for the new recruits was half an hour later than usual. Today marked a rare day of rest. Coinciding with the monthly thorough cleaning, Li Hao stood at the dormitory entrance with the assignment list, his voice booming enough to lift the roof. Attention, everyone. Today is cleaning day, and the standard is clear. No fly shall land without splitting. Wang Kai chimed in, especially in the bathhouse. Last inspection revealed a corner where mold was nearly forming a strategic map. The recruits burst into laughter, yet Suja nervously swallowed hard. As Li Hao announced Bai Ye's responsibility for the deep cleaning of the bathhouse, Suja's ears turned crimson at a visible pace. The damp air still carried the scent of cheap shower gel. Bai Yi rolled up his sleeves, revealing defined forearms, as he adjusted the high-pressure water gun. Sunlight streamed through the window, creating a small rainbow in the mist, illuminating the sharp contours of his profile. Am I in charge of scrubbing the floor? Suja stood at the doorway, holding a long-handled brush, resembling a bewildered new recruit, though he truly was one. Yes. Without looking back, Bai Yi instructed, first apply the cleaner. Wait 10 minutes, then scrub. Flustered, Suja hurried to pour the cleaner, but the bottle cap wouldn't budge. With excessive force, he splashed the liquid all over himself. The pale blue fluid spread across his chest, rendering his uniform nearly transparent. Bai Yi glanced back. Change your clothes. No. Suja hastily waved his hands. Reasoning that he would get wet anyway, his voice dwindled as he realized Bai Ye's gaze was fixed on his soaked chest. The sudden roar of the high-pressure water gun shattered the awkwardness. Bai Yi turned and began rinsing the walls, the sound of water striking the tiles deafening. Suja sighed in relief and squatted down to scrub the floor, unable to resist stealing glances at Bai Yi. Shrouded in mist, water droplets splattered onto Bai Ye's dark hair, trickling down his neck and into his collar. The back of his uniform gradually became damp, faintly revealing the slender lines of youth. Suja involuntarily swallowed hard, his brush clattering to the ground. Focus! Baye's voice suddenly resonated beside him. Suja jumped in surprise, looking up to find Baye standing before him, gazing down with an imposing presence. Against the backlight, Baye's eyelashes cast delicate shadows under his eyes. A droplet of water perched on his nose. At 17, he was still growing, yet already exuded a soldier's distinct upright demeanor. I'm focusing. Suja stammered, attempting to retrieve his brush. Just then, his feet slipped unexpectedly. Be careful. Baye reached out to grab him, but was pulled forward by Suja's falling weight. They both crashed heavily onto the slick floor. Suja landing atop Baye, his elbows propping up beside Baye's ears. Time seemed to freeze. Suja's breath caught in his throat. Their faces were so close that he could count the droplets on Baye's eyelashes. So near that he could catch the faint scent of medicinal soap on Baye's skin. The black hair of Baye spread across the damp ground, resembling an ink wash painting, while the wet training uniform clung to his yet-to-fully mature body. A droplet of water fell from Suja's hair tip, landing precisely on Baye's Adam's apple, then slowly trickling down the line of his neck. I am sorry. Suja flusteredly attempted to rise, but his palm pressed against a bar of soap. Bang! He tumbled back onto Baye, this time his nose colliding directly with Baye's chin. A soft hiss escaped Baye, a rare sound of pain, as his brow furrowed. The boy's typically clear voice carried a hint of discomfort. Suja, in a panic, stammered, I didn't mean to. Truly, the ground is too slippery. What are you rehearsing? Some new martial arts? A teasing voice echoed from the doorway. Wang Kai leaned against the doorframe, a sly smile adorning his face. Am I interrupting something? Suja's face flushed crimson, extending to the roots of his neck. As he clumsily scrambled off Baye, only to trip over his own feet and nearly fall again. Baye calmly sat up, wiping the water from his face. The ground is too slippery. Is it? Wang Kai prolonged his tone, surveying the two with a mischievous glint. I see, comrade. Suja seems quite stable down there. Just then, Li Hao's voice resonated from the corridor. Wang Kai, have you finished inspecting the bathhouse? His footsteps abruptly halted. The sight before him sent Li Hao's blood pressure soaring. Baye sat soaked on the ground, his clothes clinging to his slender frame, while Suja stood blushing beside him, cleaning tools and a shattered soap dish scattered about. You, Li Hao's voice lowered dangerously. What are you doing? Wang Kai swiftly stepped in front of him. Calm down. Old Li, it was an accident. Purely accidental. Xiao Bai is only 17. 17? Li Hao suddenly grasped the situation, his expression turning more terrifying. Suja, you beast. Xiao Bai is still a child. Suja stammered in his defense. Our report to the squad leader. The first time was a fall. The second time was the soap. It was truly an accident. Baye had already risen, wringing out the water from the hem of his clothes. Shall we continue cleaning? Li Hao took a deep breath, pointing at Suja. You, immediately, go clean the changing room. Then, pointing at Baye, go to the infirmary and check for injuries. What if a 17-year-old child gets hurt? Wang Kai struggled to suppress his laughter, his shoulders shaking. Old Li, your favoritism is glaringly obvious. Li Hao gritted his teeth. Shut up. Xiao Bai is the only descendant of Team Bai. It was no easy feat for my sister-in-law to pursue Team Bai back in the day. In the changing room, Suja mechanically wiped the lockers, his mind replaying the earlier scene. The sight of Baye drenched, the proximity of their breaths, and that precariously dangling droplet on his Adam's apple. Locker number 37 isn't clean. A cold voice suddenly sounded behind him, startling Suja, causing the cloth in his hand to drop. In the dim light, Baye stood quietly behind him, having changed into a pristine training uniform, a mop in hand. Baye's stature was as upright as a bamboo shoot, his face still bearing traces of youthful innocence. I will wipe it immediately, Suja exclaimed in a flurry, hastily reaching for a rag, only to collide headlong with an open cabinet door. Ouch! Baye frowned and gently pressed the cabinet door down, cautioning, be careful. The brush of his fingertips against Suja's hand sent a jolt of electricity coursing through his body. Suja froze in place, his heart racing as if it might burst from his chest. Thank you. Suja's voice was as soft as a whisper. Bai Yi merely acknowledged him with a nod before turning to leave, as if their brief contact were nothing extraordinary. Suja covered his flushed face, inwardly lamenting. It's over, it's over, it's over. In the corridor, Wang Kai draped an arm around Li Hao's shoulder, teasing, "Old Li, don't you think Xiao Bai is particularly patient with Suja?" Li Hao's expression darkened. That's just his temperament. What thoughts could a 17-year-old have? Is that so? Wang Kai replied with a knowing smile, recalling the incident when Zhang Hao accidentally bumped into Xiao Bai and was swiftly taken down with a shoulder throw. Li Hao fell silent. Wang Kai continued, "Moreover, the way Xiao Bai casually touched Suja's hand, tut, quite natural, wouldn't you agree?" Li Hao clutched his chest in protest. "Shut up. I don't want to hear it. Xiao Bai is only 17. Back when sister-in-law pursued Captain Bai, he was already 20. The two exchanged a knowing glance, simultaneously recalling Bai Ye's eternally tranquil eyes, devoid of any emotion beyond duty and discipline, resembling an unripe youth. "What if we test the waters?" Wang Kai suggested, raising an eyebrow. Li Hao pondered for a moment before a sly smile crept across his face. "Tomorrow, during training. In the combat class, let Suja practice with Xiao Bai." Wang Kai gasped. "You're too ruthless, aren't you?" "What?" Li Hao snorted. "Isn't he fond of being close? I'll let him be as close as he likes." Chapter 16. The Combat Challenge at precisely 5:40 a.m. A delicate veil of morning mist enveloped the training grounds. 50 new recruits stood in a neat formation, their training uniforms adorned with tiny droplets of dew. Li Hao stood at the forefront, hands clasped behind his back, as the rhythmic thud of his combat boots echoed against the concrete surface. Today marked the commencement of foundational combat training. His gaze, sharp as that of a hawk, swept across each youthful visage, pairing them off for sparring under the rules of free fighting, with an emphasis on controlled strikes. "Remember," Wang Kai interjected with the roster in hand, "on the battlefield, the enemy offers no second chances. A single misstep could spell the difference between life and death." Suja stood in line, slightly leaning forward, his peripheral vision darting towards his companion, Bai Yi. The youth stood resolutely, bathed in the morning light that gilded his long eyelashes. The wrist that peeked from beneath his uniform sleeve was pale and elongated, with pronounced joints that belied any capacity for lethal strikes. First pair, Zhang Hao against Xiaohu. Zhang Hao strode confidently onto the mat, exaggeratedly rolling his neck. Yet, within 30 seconds, he found himself unceremoniously toppled by a sudden sweep from Zhao Xiaohu. Li Hao smacked his forehead in frustration. "Zhang Hao, what kind of defensive stance is that? Are you dancing? With your center of gravity so high? Are you inviting someone to play with you?" Second pair, Wang Chong against Li Wei. This bout dragged on for a full 5 minutes, the two grappling like clumsy bears until they collapsed, utterly spent, onto the mat. Wang Kai couldn't help but rub his temples. The combat prowess of this batch of recruits is truly. "Old Li, should we perhaps start teaching from kindergarten?" Li Hao, his expression darkening, noted in the training log. Next pair, Bai Yi, Suja. A sudden hush fell over the training ground. All eyes were drawn to the two-star recruits, one a mysterious prodigy, the other a scion of martial lineage. Even Zhang Hao, who had been nursing his shoulders, ceased his complaints, craning his neck in anticipation of the spectacle. Suja took a deep breath, feeling his heart pound vigorously within his chest. He stepped onto the mat, his combat boots producing a faint creak against the soft surface. Opposite him, Bai Yi assumed a standard fighting stance, his left foot advancing slightly, knees bent, right hand guarding his jaw, and left hand extended forward. In the misty morning, Bai Yi's figure appeared particularly slender, yet radiated an inexplicable sharpness, like a dagger drawn from its sheath. "Ready, begin." As soon as Li Hao's whistle sounded, Bai Yi shot forward like an arrow released from its bow. His movements were so swift, they seemed to create afterimages, his right fist slicing through the fog, aimed directly at Suja's face. In a panic, Suja raised his hands to block, only to witness Bai Yi suddenly alter his attack, his left elbow striking at an oblique angle towards Suja's ribcage. Bang! With a dull thud, Suja staggered back 3 paces before regaining his footing. A searing pain radiated from his left rib, causing him to involuntarily arch his back. Gasps erupted from the sidelines. Goodness, Bai Yi is ferocious. Suja is completely overwhelmed. If that elbow had landed solidly, it could have shattered a couple of ribs. Shaking his numb arm, Suja readied himself anew, his focus unwavering, determined not to allow a moment's distraction. The assault from Bai Yi was akin to a tempest. Each strike executed with precision and ferocity, entirely unbecoming of a mere 17-year-old. To the left, Wang Kai suddenly called out. Suja instinctively sidestepped, narrowly evading Bai Yi's fierce sidekick. The gust of wind brushed past his ear, ruffling a few strands of hair. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, he retaliated with a right hook that sliced through the air, aiming directly for Bai Yi's ribs. To his astonishment, Bai Yi neither dodged nor flinched, but instead charged forward. At the moment their bodies collided, Suja caught a whiff of a subtle medicinal fragrance, mingled with the youth's distinct, refreshing scent. Bai Yi's warmth seeped through his thin, training attire, momentarily disorienting him. In that brief lapse, Bai Yi seized the moment, bang. A flawless shoulder throw sent Suja crashing onto the training mat. The air was forcefully expelled from his lungs, and stars danced before his eyes. Bai Yi pressed down, his right knee precisely pinning Suja's waist, while his hands locked around Suja's wrists like iron clamps. The entire sequence flowed seamlessly, devoid of any superfluous movements, as though rehearsed 1,000 times. Lying on his back, Suja gazed into Bai Yi's calm, eyes peering through his cascading black hair. Bai Yi's breath remained steady, though fine beads of sweat glistened on his forehead in the morning light. "Do you yield?" Bai Yi inquired, his tone as tranquil as if he were discussing the day's weather. Suja suddenly smiled, revealing his 2 canine teeth. Not a chance. He abruptly tightened his core muscles, feigning an attempt to rise, but in the instant Bai Yi adjusted his balance, Suja pivoted unexpectedly, utilizing the strength of his abdomen. He executed a swift maneuver in a desperate bid to reverse their positions. However, Bai Yi's reflexes were swifter, his long legs entwined around Suja's waist like a constrictor, further immobilizing him. Their bodies intertwined. Suja could distinctly feel Bai Yi's taut thigh muscles and the steady thrum of his heartbeat. The warmth of the 17-year-old radiated through 2 layers of training attire, causing Suja's ears to flush. "Do you yield?" Bai Yi asked once more, his amber eyes fixed unwaveringly on Suja, devoid of any fluctuation. On the sidelines, Li Hao's grin widened. "Excellent. Truly splendid. My little cabbage shows no special regard for Suja whatsoever. He treats him just like any other comrade. This is precisely how the son of Bai Feng should conduct himself." Bai Yi's combat skills, Wang Kai murmured in awe, reminiscent of Bai's techniques from years past. Just look at the execution of that joint lock. It's as if he was cast from the same mold. On the training mat, Suja suddenly altered his strategy. He feigned surrender, allowing his muscles to completely relax. In the moment Bai Yi slightly eased his grip, Suja abruptly lifted his head, nearly brushing noses. Suja could count the droplets of water on Bai Yi's eyelashes and see his own reflection in the youth's light-colored pupils. Bai Yi's breath faltered for a split second, caught off guard by the sudden movement. The warmth of Bai Yi's breath grazed Suja's lips. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, Suja seized the opportunity to roll over, reversing their positions and pinning Bai Yi beneath him. "Now who yields?" Suja panted, his voice hoarse from the exertion. Bai Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. In the next instant, Suja felt the world spin, bang. Once again, he was thrown back onto the mat. This time, Bai Yi executed a masterful joint lock, twisting his right arm behind his back, with a knee pressed against his spine, leaving him no room to struggle. "Surrender." Suja finally conceded, his cheek pressed against the cold training mat as he gasped for breath. Bai Yi immediately released his hold, and as he rose, offered Suja a gentle pull. This seemingly mundane gesture caused Suja's heart to skip a beat. He noticed a thin layer of callus on Bai Yi's palm, rough to the touch yet warm. "Next group," Li Hao shouted, his mood evidently lifted as he even whistled. During the brief intermission, Suja sat at the edge of the mat, discreetly rubbing his sore shoulder. Bai Yi approached and handed him a bottle of electrolyte water, remarking, "Your fighting skills are commendable, but you tend to get distracted." Suja accepted the bottle, his fingertips inadvertently brushing against Bai Yi's hand. Bai Yi's fingers were long and strong, with calluses on the pads and the webbing, remnants of long hours spent in firearms training. Beads of condensation slid down the bottle, trailing down his wrist before disappearing into his sleeve. "Thank you," Suja murmured, his throat involuntarily tightening. "Where did you learn these techniques?" He gestured to his still aching right shoulder. "These moves are not typical martial arts." Bai tilted his head back to take a sip of water, the movement causing his Adam's apple to bob. Taught at home. Water droplets cascaded down his jawline, vanishing into the depths of his collar. Not far away, Li Hao and Wang Kai observed the scene. "See?" Li Hao said with pride, tapping his training log with the tip of his pen. Bai treats him no differently than anyone else. In that last spar, there were at least 3 opportunities to strike hard, yet Bai held back. Wang Kai raised an eyebrow, gesturing towards the sidelines, then explained why Bai only offered water to Suja. Zhang Hao was just pummeled, and Bai didn't he even glance his way. Li Hao's smile faltered. He squinted, noticing Bai stealing a glance at Suja, who was rubbing his shoulder, drenched in sweat yet still smiling. Although Bai maintained a calm demeanor, he unconsciously tapped the bottle twice with his fingertips, an idle habit of his when in thought. The training continued. In the subsequent rounds, Bai showcased astounding fighting prowess. Whether in offense or defense, he executed each move with remarkable precision, allowing no margin for error. And after each bout, he would turn, stealing a glance at the boy who, despite becoming increasingly exhausted and drenched in sweat, wore a persistent smile. Chapter 17. Fracture. The training ground was enveloped in a searing heat wave, the concrete surface scorched by the relentless sun, warping the very air itself. The recruits stood in formation before the low training building, their vests thoroughly drenched in perspiration, the deep green fabric clinging tightly to their skin, outlining taut muscle contours. Sweat trickled down their spines, creating rippling watermarks on the ground. "Have you memorized the essentials of the descent?" Li Hao's voice rasped like sandpaper, tinged with impatience. He grasped a thick rope with one hand, the metal clasp glistening coldly under the sun. His wrist locked, weight shifted backward. "Zhao Xiaohu, why are you trembling?" The stout recruit called out, jolted in surprise, his round face flushed beneath his cap. "Reporting, Sergeant. I have acrophobia." "Nonsense." Li Hao kicked a nearby tire, startling a sparrow into flight. "Last week, you climbed the rope faster than anyone. Now, you're telling me you're afraid of heights?" He strode to the front of the line, his boots crunching over gravel, stirring up a small cloud of dust. "Attention! Ascend the platform in numerical order. If you dare to cause any more trouble, don't expect dinner tonight." Wang Kai, stationed on the second floor, checking the rope anchors, leaned out to investigate the commotion. He rolled up his sleeves, revealing a winding scar. "Old Li, don't lose your temper." He shouted down, "First up, Suja." Suja took a deep breath and approached the climbing wall, gripping the rope with steady hands. The fabric of his shoulder tightened with the upward motion, accentuating the definition of his muscles. As he turned his head, he caught sight of Bai standing at the rear of the formation, the boy's slender figure appearing almost ethereal under the blazing sun. "Prepare." The whistle pierced the still air. Suja kicked off the wall, descending with a fluid grace akin to a cascading waterfall. A chorus of gasps erupted behind him, mingled with the clatter of metal and sharp cries. Just as his feet touched the ground, he heard Wang Kai shout, "Be careful." On the second-floor platform, Zhao Xiaohu tumbled down like a piece of uncontrolled timber. His robust body spun through the air, shirt flaring, exposing a pale belly. Time seemed to slow as Suja witnessed the bulging veins on Li Hao's forehead, Wang Kai's precarious half-extended form, and the gaping mouths of the recruits, when a dark figure streaked past like a flash of lightning. Bai surged forward, propelled by a gust of wind that stirred the dust at his feet. In that moment of airborne ascent, his clothing billowed like the wings of a crane. He reached Zhao Xiaohu just as he was about to hit the ground, his arms firmly supporting the recruit's back and legs. Crack! The sharp sound of bone breaking sent shivers down everyone's spines. Bai was forced back by the tremendous impact, his feet scraping against the concrete with a jarring noise. His complexion turned pale, cold sweat beading on his forehead, sparkling in the sunlight, yet his arms remained unwavering. "Bai!" Li Hao's voice pierced through the rare moment of panic. He rushed forward, pushing aside 2 stunned recruits. anxiously assessing Bai Ye's condition. An alarming bruise marred the boy's collarbone. Are you insane? If he falls, we can still take him to the hospital. What are you thinking, risking your safety for him? Wang Kai leapt from the second floor, landing heavily on his knee, yet he remained unperturbed. Show me your hand. His grip around Bai Ye's wrist was urgent, but upon encountering the swollen area, he instantly softened his touch, as if cradling fragile porcelain. I'm fine, Bai Ye murmured, though his voice was faint. He bit down on his pale lip and shook his head, his right arm hanging limply at an unnatural angle. Suja noticed the trembling of his fingertips, reminiscent of blades of grass swaying in the wind. Get him to the infirmary. Now. Li Hao's voice erupted from deep within his chest. He reached out to support Bai Ye, but halted before making contact with his shoulder, instead choosing to cautiously guard him from behind, as if protecting something precious. I'll take him. Wang Kai had already secured Bai Ye's uninjured arm, his movements surprisingly gentle. Can you walk? Bai Ye gritted his teeth and nodded slightly. Old Li, you stay here and keep an eye on these kids. All personnel fall in. Li Hao bellowed, his voice reverberating throughout the training ground. He yanked off his military cap and threw it to the ground. Zhao Xiaohu, 20 laps around the field. The rest of you, continue training. I don't want to see anyone daydreaming again. In a fit of frustration, he kicked over a water bucket, murky water spilling toward Bai Ye's feet. What are you looking at? Do you all want to train harder? The corridor of the infirmary seemed to stretch endlessly as Bai Ye walked slower, his breaths growing heavier. Wang Kai supported him, inhaling the mingled scent of antiseptic and blood clinging to the boy's hair. If it hurts, just say so, Wang Kai whispered, feeling the slight tremor in Bai Ye's shoulder beneath his palm, akin to a bowstring drawn to its limit. Bai Ye remained silent, his eyelashes casting shadows beneath his eyes. The military doctor, Old Chun, was tidying medical supplies and nearly dropped his tray upon their entrance. You again? He glared at Bai Ye, recalling the last time he had stubbornly trained through a fever of 40 degrees. The metallic frame beside the treatment bed emitted a piercing sound. Wang Kai carefully assisted Bai Ye onto the bed, noting the coldness of the skin at the nape of his neck. Old Chin cut open the sleeve, and the air seemed to freeze. The entire right arm was grotesquely swollen and bruised, with a disconcerting curvature at the bone. Comminuted fracture. Old Chin's voice was low, the tweezers lightly brushing the skin. At least 6 weeks of immobility. He retrieved a plaster cast and glanced at Wang Kai. You boys, Old Chun. Wang Kai abruptly interrupted, his gaze fixed on Bai Ye's face. The youth was staring at the ceiling. Does it hurt? Wang Kai asked softly. Bai Ye nodded gently. Are you scared? Yes. His voice was as light as a breeze, scared of falling behind in training. Wang Kai fell silent for a moment. Your life is worth more than anything. The process of the plaster hardening was long and silent. Wang Kai stood by, watching as cold sweat continued to bead on Bai Ye's forehead. The boy remained voiceless, only swallowing hard as the bandage tightened. All done. Old Chin's tone softened as he finished. Change the dressing once a week, and absolutely do not move your right hand. The door burst open violently. Li Hao stormed in, radiating an aura of agitation, his sleeves muddy and blood seeping from his joints. He strode swiftly to the bedside, breathing heavily. Zhao Xiaohu, that scoundrel. His gaze fell upon Bai Ye's arm, encased in plaster, and his words faltered. Li Hao's fist clenched and then relaxed, ultimately extending a finger to gently touch the edge of the plaster. Does it hurt? Bai Ye shook his head, his voice hoarse. I can still train. Train my foot. Li Hao suddenly exploded, his fist crashing against the iron cabinet, causing the medicine bottles to rattle and startling the sparrows outside. He growled lowly. Do you know how heavy that scoundrel is? 85 kilograms, falling from 4 meters high. If the angle were just a tad off, you would. Old Li, Wang Kai called softly. Li Hao wiped his face, the damp sleeve brushing against his eye. He leaned closer to Bai Ye, his rough fingertip wiping away the blood at the corner of his mouth. Listen well, Xiao Bai. There will be no next time. This is an order. The evening glow filtered through the gauzy window, casting an orange hue over the hospital room. Bai Ye stealthily reached for the chocolate hidden beneath his pillow, the crinkling wrapper making a faint sound. Just as he was about to unwrap it, footsteps echoed from outside, prompting him to quickly retract his hand. Bai Ye, Zhang Hao's booming voice announced as a group of new recruits squeezed through the door, their training uniforms clinging to their bodies, still warm from the playground. You were incredible. That leap from the sky to save someone. I dream about it. So cool. Just. Next time, don't risk your life. Suja walked in last, his cap pulled low, clutching a water bottle with a few wild daisies inside. He placed the bottle on the bedside table, his knuckles pale. Bai glanced at the flowers. Li Ban will scold you if he finds out. Let him scold. Suja lifted his head, his voice raspy. Eyes bloodshot. Why did you rush up? Bai gazed out at the playground. Li Hao's figure stood tall against the evening glow, his reprimands echoing from afar. Today's performance was utterly disgraceful. Do 30 more push-ups. He will die, Bai murmured in response. You will die too, Suja retorted, his voice hoarse. Have you never regarded your own life as significant? Bai turned to face him, his voice as light as dust. If I hadn't intervened, he would have ended up in a coffin. Suja stared at him. Why aren't you afraid of death? Bai curled the corners of his mouth into a faint, sorrowful smile. I am afraid. But some things are more terrifying than death. Suja's fist struck the iron bed frame, sending ripples through the water in the vase. He abruptly yanked back Bai's blanket, revealing a large bruise on the boy's left rib, exposed to the air. Do you even know that you? The corridor suddenly echoed with heavy footsteps. Zhang Hao's face paled. It's Li Ban. The new recruits scattered like startled sparrows, Suja being pushed outside, turning back at the last moment to see Bai gently shaking his head. Just as the door closed, Li Hao and Wang Kai's figures appeared at the end of the corridor. Wang Kai held a tray, while Li Hao, in a fit of agitation, tugged at his collar. That bunch of incompetent doctors in the medical unit. A comminuted fracture, and they dare to call it a hairline fracture. As they entered, Bai had already closed his eyes, feigning sleep. Li Hao softened his footsteps as he approached the bed, observing the boy's quivering eyelashes for a moment before suddenly reaching out. Pretending to be asleep, he flicked Bai's forehead, the touch as gentle as a feather's caress. Wang Kai set down his plate, and the fragrant aroma of the warm congee wafted through the air. Eat, he commanded, as Li Hao, with a stern expression, lifted his bowl, yet his spoon cautiously avoided brushing against Bai's lips. I cannot eat, Bai replied softly, his voice tinged with a slight rasp from exhaustion and pain. Wang Kai furrowed his brow, stating, If you do not eat, you shall continue to receive intravenous fluids. He gently brought the spoon to Bai's lips, an implicit command. With determination, Bai swallowed the first mouthful, though his gaze inadvertently drifted to the yellow chrysanthemums on the table, their soft illumination creating an illusion of tranquility. Chapter 18. Crawling through the mire as the morning mist lingered, the muddy pit on the eastern side of the training ground was already filled with murky water. The rain from the previous night had rendered the mud particularly adhesive, exuding an earthy scent, with a few dried leaves and insect carcasses floating on its surface. Li Hao crouched at the edge of the mire, grasping a handful of muck with his tactical gloved hand, black-brown water seeping through his fingers. Perfect! He grinned widely, revealing his pearly white teeth, the viscosity capable of stripping away your training uniforms. Wang Kai approached, holding a clipboard, the sound of his tactical boots crunching on the muddy edge. The medical team is ready, and we have ample leech repellent. He glanced at the recruits assembling and lowered his voice. Where's Xiao Bai? Over there, Li Hao indicated with a nod. Bai was walking towards them from the barracks, his right arm slung across his chest, the cast glaringly white in the morning light. His gait was light, akin to a cat treading softly on snow, his loose training uniform billowing slightly in the morning breeze, accentuating his slender figure. Attention! Li Hao suddenly bellowed, startling several recruits into nearly jumping. He strode towards Bai, his sleeves rolled up to his elbows, revealing muscular forearms. Who permitted you to walk this far? A wounded soldier must possess the awareness of their condition. Bai blinked, the infirmary approved. Approve my foot. Li Hao snatched the water bottle from the boy's left hand, his actions rough, yet careful to avoid the cast. Wang Kai, go fetch a folding chair from my office. The one with the backrest. Wang Kai rolled his eyes, but jogged off nonetheless. The recruits exchanged glances. Li Hao's office chair was his prized possession. Last time Zhang Hao had secretly sat on it. He was punished with 200 push-ups. A shaded area quickly emerged at the edge of the training ground. A folding chair, a small table, and an insulated water bottle were all present, resembling a VIP viewing area. Just as Bai Yi settled down, Li Hao magically produced a tube of sunscreen from his tactical vest. Apply this. You're as pale as snow. Don't get sunburned. Wow, someone from the squad exclaimed, prompting Li Hao to whirl around, his gaze fierce enough to kill. Zhao Xiaohu, step forward. First training. The crawling exercise in the mire officially commenced. Li Hao's briefing was concise and powerful. Crawl low for 30 meters, crawl sideways for 30 meters, crawl high for 30 meters. The standard is that your body must not rise more than 10 centimeters off the ground, with a time limit of 3 minutes. He kicked the muddy pit, splattering mud onto the faces of the front row recruits. See that? This is your battlefield. First group, Suzhou, Zhang Hao. Suzhou promptly plunged into the mire, instantly drenched in mud. The stench of decay assaulted his nostrils as he clenched his teeth, alternating his elbows to advance. Mud water seeped into his collar, trickling down his spine. Each inch moved felt like a battle against the mire's grasp. He could feel gravel and branches pressing against his chest through the training uniform. The viscous sensation of mud invading his ears, sending shivers down his spine. Lower your butt. Li Hao's roar echoed overhead. Suzhou, are you here for a beauty contest? Bai Yi suddenly spoke up. His left leg's power is misaligned. His voice was not loud. It was sufficient to make Li Hao turn instantly. Li Hao raised an eyebrow. The center of gravity was positioned too far back, and the angle of the knee was miscalculated. Bai Yi illustrated a curve with his left hand, suggesting a reduction of 15 degrees in the bend. Li Hao narrowed his eyes in observation for a moment before abruptly seizing the megaphone. Suzhou, extend your left leg forward by 15 degrees. Do you think this is a fashion runway? Suzhou trembled at the command, and upon adjusting his posture, his speed indeed improved significantly. As he passed in front of Bai Yi, he instinctively glanced up. The youth sat in the shade, his pale face partially concealed by the tree's shadow, with only his striking amber eyes gleaming with brilliance. Second group, Zhao Xiaohu, Wang Chong. Since the incident of falling from the building, Zhao Xiaohu had become exceedingly timid. When he plunged into the mud pit, his movements were too vigorous, causing him to choke on the muddy water, his face flushed from coughing. The mud clung to his face, resembling an unsightly mask. Useless. Li Hao fumed, stamping his feet. Wang Kai, if this were a real combat scenario, he would perish. Bai Yi interjected suddenly. The air instantly thickened, halting even the crawling recruits. Li Hao's scolding was caught in his throat. Bai Yi's gaze pierced through the swirling dust, calmly adding, specialized training is required. The method of exerting force from the right shoulder is incorrect, and the core muscle groups have not been activated. Wang Kai, stroking his chin thoughtfully, remarked Xiao Bai is right. He nudged Li Hao, suggesting, why don't you continue with the others? I can practice with this kid alone. As the sun ascended higher, the training ground transformed into a steamy furnace. The recruits resembled moles pulled from the mud, their uniforms soaked to the point of wringing out water. Li Hao's reprimands echoed continuously, yet he would meander to the shade every 20 minutes, asking, have you had water? Put on your sunglasses. Do you need an extra jacket? The wind has picked up. Wang Kai could no longer bear to watch. Old Li, you didn't treat us this way when you were training us. Remember? I had a ligament strain, and you still made me carry 30 kilograms of gear for a 5-kilometer run. Li Hao's face flushed with embarrassment. Nonsense. That was different. Xiao Bai is only 17. His bones are still developing. He then handed Bai Yi an energy bar, insisting, eat this. The infirmary said you were calcium deficient. At noon, a cook jogged over, holding a stainless steel tray that gleamed in the sunlight. Slices of bright red watermelon shaped like crescents, apple slices arranged like petals, grapes still glistening with droplets, and even a few precious cherries. Reporting, specially approved by the director for the injured. The young soldier saluted, his curious eyes darting towards Bai Yi. It is known that fruit at the base is a rare commodity, with ordinary soldiers receiving it scarcely once a month. Li Hao snatched the tray, brusquely shooing the soldier away. What are you staring at? Go back and peel your potatoes. When he turned to place the fruit platter before Bai Yi, his tone softened by 8 degrees, Eat slowly. If it's not enough, there's more. Bai stared at the platter for 2 seconds before reaching for a piece of watermelon. The juice trickled down his fingertips, leaving faint red marks on the plaster. Wang Kai leaned in to snatch a cherry. Oldly, you're biased. I've followed you for so many years, and Haven Tea received this treatment. Get lost. Li Hao's ears turned red, pulling down his training cap. You're not half as obedient as Xiao Bai. Who was it that snuck out to train after a fracture last time? The training persisted until the afternoon. The most unfortunate among them was Zhao Xiaohu. He was punished with 3 additional rounds of training. As he emerged from a mire, he appeared nearly exhausted. His training pants were worn through at the knees, exposing his abrasions beneath. Help! Help me! He whimpered, sprawled on the ground, reaching towards the shade of a tree. Bai Yi rose to his feet, his left hand grasping the last piece of apple from the fruit platter. Under the gaze of all, he squatted down at the edge of the mire, his pale face betraying no emotion. Zhao Xiaohu stared longingly at the alluring fruit, only to see the youth flip his wrist. The apple plummeted into the mud. More training, Bai Yi declared, until your form is perfect. Zhao Xiaohu could only respond with silence. Li Hao erupted into laughter, nearly choking on his own saliva. He ruffled Bai Ye's hair, leaving muddy marks from his gloves, exclaiming, "Good lad. You have the demeanor of a commander." He then turned to Zhao Xiaohu, his expression hardening. Did you hear that? Another 3 rounds. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the training field finally quieted. The recruits helped one another toward the showers, leaving a trail of muddy footprints behind. Bai Yi remained seated, watching Su Zhe, the last to leave the mire, his training uniform so drenched it was unrecognizable, the wet fabric clinging to his waist and back, rising and falling with his breath. Su Zhe wiped the mud from his face and unexpectedly approached Bai Yi, halting 3 steps away, mud dripping from his boots onto the sandy ground. Thank you, he rasped, his voice hoarse. Bai Yi tilted his head, a strand of black hair falling across his eyes. For this morning's guidance, Su Zhe added, his Adam's apple bobbing. After a moment's hesitation, he pulled something from his pocket. It was a wrapped fruit candy, misshapen from having been soaked in mud, pilfered from the kitchen. He chuckled at himself. What sort of token of gratitude was this? Bai Yi accepted it with his left hand, the candy wrapper crinkling softly. As Su Zhe turned to leave, he heard a calm voice behind him, wear knee pads tomorrow. Su Zhe looked back to see Bai Yi pointing at his pants. Blood had already begun to seep through the right knee, mingling with the mud to form a dark red scab. The evening breeze swept across the training field, lifting the empty sleeves of the youth's uniform. Li Hao was nearby, checking scores with Wang Kai, though his peripheral vision remained fixed on this interaction. Once Su Zhe finally departed, Li Hao strode over, feigning a fierce demeanor as he flicked Bai Ye's arm. Back to the dorm. The kitchen is making braised pork tonight, and I've saved you the biggest piece. After a pause, he lowered his voice. The infirmary said your recovery is going well. In 2 weeks, you can start light training. Bai Ye's eyes brightened momentarily, this subtle shift in expression softening Li Hao's heart. He reached out to ruffle the boy's hair, but instead settled for a pat on the shoulder. Come on, little ancestor. The setting sun elongated their shadows. Wang Kai, tidying up the equipment behind them, chuckled and shook his head. Once in the Special Forces team, Li Hao was renowned as a ruthless instructor. Who would have imagined he would now fuss over a new recruit like a doting mother? Chapter 19. Hair washing the steam in the bathroom coalesced under the light, creating a hazy halo, while the damp air was infused with the sense of soap and rust. Bai Yi stood before the sink, gazing into the mirror at his greasy, disheveled black hair, and subtly wrinkled his nose. The cast on his right arm rendered the simple act of washing his hair an insurmountable challenge. He attempted to turn on the faucet with his left hand, only to have his elbow collide with the shelf, producing a loud clatter. Do you need assistance? A deep voice suddenly resonated from behind. Su Zhe had appeared at the bathroom door, his military uniform unbuttoned at the collar, revealing sweat stains that had yet to dry at his collarbone. As Bai Yi turned his head, a droplet of water flicked from his hair, landing on Su Zhe's face. The youth blinked. Can you do it? My sister used to. Su Zhe's voice faltered, his throat working as he continued. I mean, it shouldn't be too difficult. He took a step forward, his combat boots making a squelching sound against the damp tiles. The dim yellow light in the bathroom cast a warm hue over Baiyi's fair skin, and the wet lashes beneath his eyes created delicate shadows. Suddenly, Suja became acutely aware of how close they were, close enough to catch a whiff of his unique, refreshing scent mingled with a hint of medicinal aroma. The water temperature. Before he could finish, the bathroom door was abruptly kicked open, the sound echoing against the empty shower space. Li Hao charged in like a furious rhinoceros, his uniform wide open to reveal a black tank top beneath, his muscular arms still speckled with dirt. In his hands, he carried a pristine plastic basin. Neatly arranged inside were 3 clean towels, a packet of disinfectant cotton swabs, and a bottle of exquisitely packaged silicone-free shampoo, adorned with a subtle mint leaf pattern, appearing meticulously chosen. Wang Kai followed closely behind, arching an eyebrow. Wow, old Li. Being so particular? That brand isn't cheap, is it? Li Hao shot him a glare. Of course. The scalp of an injured person is sensitive. We can't use that inferior anti-dandruff stuff. He unscrewed the bottle cap, and the refreshing scent of mint immediately filled the bathroom. The medical team advised that during the healing period, a gentle formula is best. Baiyi quietly glanced at the bottle, noticing it was labeled for gentle care for young individuals. Class monitor, he spoke softly. Li Hao immediately tensed. What's wrong? Don't you like the scent? Baiyi shook his head. I'm not a child anymore. Li Hao stuttered, momentarily at a loss, then retorted gruffly. 17 is still a child. Wang Kai stifled a laugh from the side. Old Li, when was the last time you used such expensive shampoo? You typically settle for military-grade anti-dandruff for yourself, yet you're willing to splurge on Baiyi. Li Hao's ears flushed red with embarrassment and anger. Shut up. Baiyi isn't the same. Suja stood aside, his gaze fixed on the bottle of shampoo, suddenly realizing Li Hao truly regarded Baiyi as his own younger brother. Li Hao's shouting reverberated, causing the pipes to hum. What if Baiyi slips and injures his right arm again with that cast? He swiftly pushed Suja aside, his tactical boots crunching through the puddle on the floor. This water is far too cold. An injured person cannot use cold water. Baiyi silently stepped back, his lower back pressing against the cold sink. 3 towering men suddenly squeezed into the cramped confines of the bathroom, making the already stifling air even more oppressive. Suja found himself cornered against the wall, and the soap slipped from his fingers, crashing onto the floor and splattering foam onto Li Hao's pant leg. You little rascal. Li Hao's forehead bulged with veins. Was that intentional? Wang Kai hurriedly interjected between the two. Everyone, calm down. The bathroom fell into an eerie silence. Suddenly, Wang Kai erupted into a thunderous laugh, nearly slipping on the slick tiles. Ultimately, through Wang Kai's mediation, an agreement was reached. Suja would handle the practical tasks. Li Hao would supervise, and Wang Kai would serve as the supply officer. This arrangement further lowered the pressure in the bathroom, as the humid air crackled with an electric tension. The practical task proved to be 100 times more awkward than anticipated. Suja stood behind Baiyi, his throat involuntarily bobbing. The boy was half a head shorter than him, with hair that barely reached his eye level, as the warm water drenched his dark locks. Suja noticed a tiny red mole at the nape of Baiyi's neck, nestled at the edge of his hairline, resembling a droplet of congealed blood. Don't use cold water, Li Hao suddenly shouted, startling Suja into a tremor, causing the shower head to aim directly at Baiyi's nape. The water flowed down the curve of his spine, seeping into his training uniform, rendering the fabric translucent and faintly revealing the pale skin beneath. Baiyi let out a soft hiss, and Suja hurriedly adjusted the water temperature, inadvertently twisting the knob too far. A scalding jet of water erupted, and Li Hao lunged forward, shielding himself with his hand. Are you trying to kill him? What if he gets burned? Wang Kai timely handed over a bottle of shampoo. Use this, squeeze it gently. As Suja took the bottle, he noticed his fingertips trembling slightly. This was utterly absurd. He had never shaken during live fire exercises. He squeezed out too much shampoo, and the foam instantly overflowed, cascading over the tips of Baiyi's ears and trickling down his neck. The boy instinctively shrugged his shoulders, a subtle movement that caused Suja's breath to hitch. Be gentle. Li Hao's hand slapped heavily on Suja's back. Did you not see the foam in his eyes? Suja reflexively stood at attention, nearly colliding with the back of Baye's head. In a flurry, he wiped away the foam from the corners of the boy's eyes, and when the pad of his thumb grazed that delicate skin, it felt as if he had touched a searing iron. Baye's eyelashes fluttered beneath his fingertip, the damp sensation reminiscent of butterflies in the rain. "It's fine," Baye murmured softly, his voice fragmented by the sound of rushing water. Wang Kai leaned against the wall, rhythmically tapping his tactical boots on the floor. "Suja, your hands are shaking like a leaf." Suja's ears instantly flushed crimson. "The foam is too slippery." Li Hao narrowed his eyes, suddenly retrieving a military knife from his tactical pants pocket. The sharp sound of the blade being drawn echoed ominously in the bathroom as he leisurely began to peel an apple, the skin spiraling downwards. "You know why close-quarters combat accounts for 60 of the Special Forces assessment?" The glint of the knife flashed before Suja's eyes, as the apple was precisely sliced in half. "Because there is some distance." Li Hao toyed with the dagger, the tip deliberately pointing towards Suja, dangerously so. Wang Kai exaggeratedly covered his eyes. "Wow, is this a threat?" "It must be a threat." Baye abruptly lifted his head, and bubbles slid down his cheek to his jaw. "Class monitor, what's wrong? What does it hurt?" Li Hao's expression changed in an instant, and the dagger clattered to the ground. Water had entered his ear. The ensuing scene was nothing short of chaotic. Li Hao grabbed 3 towels and rushed forward, while Wang Kai rummaged through drawers for cotton swabs. Suja found himself cornered, watching as the 2 class monitors delicately tended to Baye's ears as if handling explosives. Surrounded, the boy's bewildered eyes were the only visible part of him, his damp black hair clinging to his forehead, making him appear younger than his actual age. Seizing the moment, Suja regained control. He gently pushed Li Hao's hand aside and positioned himself behind Baye once more. "I'll take over." His voice was deeper than anticipated. "My sister used to have water in her ears often when she was little." Water flowed through Baye's hair as Suja's fingers navigated the dark cascade, carefully avoiding the plastered area. The boy seemed to revel in the sensation, unconsciously leaning back until the back of his head nearly touched Suja's chest. This unintentional intimacy made Suja's heart skip a beat. He caught a faint scent of medicine mingled with shampoo from Baye's hair, creating an oddly contradictory feeling. "All done." Suja's voice was hoarse as he rinsed away the last traces of foam with warm water. The water trickled down Baye's nape, swirling at his collarbone before disappearing into the depths of his drenched collar. For a fleeting moment, he considered wiping away the droplet with his fingertip, but Li Hao's fierce glare rendered him motionless. Li Hao immediately wrapped a dry towel around Baye's head, his movements as rough as if he were packing explosives. "All right, enough. I'll handle the rest." He shot Suja a menacing look. "You, go clean up the bathroom." Wang Kai could no longer contain his laughter. "Old Li, do you know what you look like right now?" He mimicked a hen protecting her chicks, clucking playfully. "Get lost," Li Hao shouted, adjusting the towel to ensure it covered the red mole on Baye's nape. "Lil Bai is only 17. Underage. You lot." Baye suddenly emerged from the towel, his wet hair plastered to his forehead, making his eyes appear particularly large. "Class monitor. You touched my wound." Li Hao immediately became flustered. "Where? Does it hurt? Should we go to the infirmary?" His manner of lifting the towel to check resembled someone defusing a time bomb. Suja observed this spectacle, a smile involuntarily creeping onto his lips. He bent down to pick up the dagger lying on the floor, its hilt engraved with the initials LH, Li Hao's cherished military knife, said to have accompanied him for over a decade. As he intended to return it, he noticed Baye gazing through the misty steam, his fair skin slightly flushed from the heat, the corners of his mouth lifting into an almost imperceptible arc. Li Hao immediately blocked his line of sight with his body. "What are you staring at? Get back to practice." His forceful retrieval of the dagger was laden with urgency. "Tonight's armed cross-country. 20 kilometers. Now." Immediately, in the corridor, Wang Kai hooked his arm around Suja's neck and dragged him out. "Come on, kid. If you keep watching, someone is going to get serious." He lowered his voice with a chuckle. "By the way, didn't T Little Bai just smile at you?" Suja touched his feverish ears, remaining silent. The bathroom door closed behind him, yet he could still hear Li Hao's incessant chatter and the sound of running water, along with the occasional brief responses from Baye. The corridor's light elongated his shadow, and the lingering sensation on his fingertips was inescapable. The soft strands of hair, the coolness of skin, and the fleeting warmth as the foam slipped through his fingers. Chapter 20. The left-handed marksman. The morning mist enveloped the shooting range like a damp veil, with dew droplets continuously falling from the gun barrels, creating small dark pits on the yellow earth. Li Hao stood at the forefront of the shooting area with his hands clasped behind his back, his training boots crunching over a carpet of spent shells, producing a delicate crackling sound. Today's training exercise focused on live-fire shooting at a 30-meter chest target. His voice, though soft, commanded the attention of all the recruits, straightening their spines into a standard stance, each assigned 10 rounds. Those scoring below 80 would undergo additional practice. Suja stood in the middle of the formation, catching a glimpse of Bai Yi, who quietly occupied the rear. The boy's right arm, encased in a plaster cast, gleamed starkly in the morning light, while his loose training uniform sleeves hung empty, revealing his left hand, which unconsciously fidgeted with the seam of his trousers, a subtle gesture that reminded Suja of his father polishing his military medals. Report. Bai Yi's voice abruptly shattered the silence. All the recruits turned in unison to see him take a step forward, the tip of his training boot just pressing against the white line of the shooting area. I wish to attempt shooting with my left hand. Li Hao's brow instantly furrowed in a tight knot. He strode over to Bai Yi, the scent of tobacco mixed with sweat emanating from his uniform. Do you think this is child's play? What if the recoil splits your wound? What if it becomes infected? Bai Yi stood his ground. The morning mist formed tiny beads of water on his eyelashes, gently trembling with each blink. Shooting with the left hand is a compulsory skill. Nonsense. Where does a recruit get the idea that? Section 4 of Chapter 7 of the Army Basic Training Outline, Bai Yi recited calmly. As though reciting from memory, every soldier must master basic shooting skills with their non-dominant hand. The shooting range fell into a sudden hush, allowing the sound of dew hitting the ground to be heard. Zhang Hao's mouth dropped open in disbelief, while Zhao Xiaohu stifled laughter, his face turning crimson. Li Hao's face transitioned from red to pale, ultimately exhaling a resigned sigh. Wang Kai, fetch him a 92 model. Loosen the spring by 2 notches. As Wang Kai suppressed his laughter while handing over the pistol, Bai Yi had already secured his ear protection with his left hand. His fingers were long and fair, with a thin callus at the base. Suja narrowed his eyes. These were not marks born of mere short-term training. The safety is here. Wang Kai demonstrated the loading action. Do you need me to? Bai Yi shook his head. His left hand seemed to possess a will of its own as it glided over the firearm. The moment his thumb pressed the magazine release, the metallic click rang out sharply, as 5 golden cartridges slid into the magazine. His little finger casually wiped the fog from the sight. Li Hao's pupils constricted slightly. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 gunshots merged into a singular line. The distant target paper trembled violently, revealing a perfect triangular bullet hole at the center, its edges so neat they appeared to have been drawn with a compass. Wow! Zhang Hao's astonishment caught in his throat. Suja leaned forward instinctively. The fluidity of Bai Yi's actions from grip to trigger pull was extraordinary. There was none of the typical trembling seen in recruits, no unnecessary adjustments. Even the rhythm of his trigger pull was precise, akin to a metronome. This was not mere learning. It was an awakening, a reawakening of a primal memory of slaughter deeply embedded within the muscle. Li Hao strode purposefully toward the target, his training uniform's back soaked with sweat, leaving dark streaks. He fixated on the bullseye for a full 10 seconds before abruptly turning and bellowing, "Do you see that? This is what true shooting looks like. What you all did resembles a scatter of blossoms." The new recruits' performance reports were nothing short of catastrophic. Zhao Xiaohu's first bullet completely missed the target, the recoil causing him to grimace. Zhang Hao's 5 shots created an abstract masterpiece on the target paper, with the closest shot still a good 20 centimeters from the bullseye. Wang Chong barely managed to score 65 points, yet his bullet holes were scattered like constellations. Suja underperformed, scoring only 92 points. Suja! Li Hao's roar startled the sparrows from the trees. Your father's sniper record remains unbroken to this day. Does your current skill level do justice to the family legacy? Wiping the sweat that had trickled into his eyes, Suja suddenly noticed Bai Yi bent over, inspecting a magazine. The youth's left thumb gently caressed the gun's serial number, stopping momentarily at a worn spot, as if tracing the scar of an old friend. The armory was stifling, akin to a steamer. The scent of gun oil mingled with the tang of sweat, fermenting in the air. Scattered across the long table were numerous disassembled parts of the Type 95 rifles, glinting with a cold metallic sheen. Blindfold disassembly was a fundamental skill for special forces. Wang Kai picked up a black cloth, twirling it in his hands. Today, let us broaden your horizons. Old Li, how about showing them a trick? Li Hao scoffed, snatching the cloth to blindfold himself. The moment his rough fingers touched the barrel, his entire demeanor shifted. The sound of metal clashing resonated like a torrential downpour, the crisp snap of the spring in his palm sending shivers down spines. The stopwatch halted at 21 seconds. A complete rifle was smoothly chambered. Wow! Zhang Hao's applause erupted unexpectedly. Let us see Wang's turn. Wang Kai, grinning, blindfolded himself. His movements were even more flamboyant than Li Hao's, even tossing and catching the recoil spring twice mid-process, ultimately finishing in 23 seconds. The recruit's cheers nearly threatened to lift the roof off. How about you give a try, Bai Yi? Zhao Xiaohu shouted recklessly. Your left hand is free anyway. The equipment room fell instantly silent. Li Hao shot a glare as sharp as a knife, only to find Bai Yi already rising. His plastered arms swayed gently with emotion, casting a curved shadow on the table. It's inconvenient, the youth indicated towards his right arm, which hung from his neck. One hand will suffice. Zhang Hao, relishing the spectacle, chimed in, you shot so fiercely with your left hand this morning. Li Hao kicked a chair over, barking, shut the hell up. What does an injured person need to disassemble for? Yet, Bai Yi had already approached the table. He did not request a blindfold. Instead, he casually sifted through the pile of parts with his left hand, pausing for half a second on a particular screw. Then, the spring snapped open in his palm. The stock nestled into the crook of his elbow, and the trigger guard scraped against the edge of the plaster with a jarring friction. Lacking Li Hao's brute force assembly or Wang Kai's flashy techniques, each of his movements was as streamlined and precise as an assembly line. When the final click resonated, the stopwatch read exactly 30 seconds. The complete rifle lay silently on the table, the cold light reflecting from the chamber piercing the eyes of all present. As Wang Kai's thermos clattered to the ground, a method reminiscent of Bai Dui unfolded. Wang Kai, Li Hao's furious shout reverberated, causing the glass to hum. Take them to the obstacle course. Now, immediately, as the crowd was expelled from the equipment room, Su Zhou was the last to glance back. Through the narrow opening of the door, he observed Li Hao gripping Bai Ye's shoulder, speaking intently, while Bai Ye's profile remained indistinct in the shadows. Sunlight slanted through the high window, elongating the intertwined shadows of the two, resembling a silent struggle. After dinner, Su Zhou found Bai Yi in the equipment maintenance room. The youth sat alone in the corner, his left hand meticulously cleaning the .92 pistol he had used earlier in the day with a cleaning rod. The dim light cast long shadows of his eyelashes, creating a web-like pattern of cracks on the plaster. Your marksmanship, Su Zhou leaned against the doorframe. His training uniform sleeves rolled up to his elbows, betraying no signs of a novice. Bai Ye's movements remained steady, the scent of gun, oil permeating the confined space, mingling with the distinctive fragrance of medicine that clung to the boy, a lesson from home. Your father? The cleaning rod suddenly jammed in the chamber. Bai Yi lifted his gaze, his amber eyes revealing an unusual clarity in the shadows. Yes. In the distance, Li Hao's voice boomed, Su Zhou, get over here for extra practice. As Su Zhou turned to leave, he heard a faint metallic clink behind him, like a magazine that had been deliberately concealed, finally sliding into place where it belonged. Chapter 21. Psychological Pressure Training 2 weeks later, the recruits faced a novel challenge. At 5:30 in the morning, just as the horizon began to lighten, a camouflage tent unexpectedly appeared in the southeast corner of the training ground. This tent, unlike typical military tents, was surrounded by a half-height wall constructed from sandbags, with 2 armed guards stationed at the entrance, their weapons glinting coldly in the dawn light. What a grand affair! Zhang Hao rubbed his sleepy eyes. The collar of his uniform still turned inward. Could this be live fire training? Zhao Xiaohu stood on tiptoe, peering around, his combat boots crunching on the damp grass. I heard that special forces have a training method where they lock people in a cage with wolves. Nonsense. Wang Chong smacked him on the back of the head. That SA police dog training base. Su Zhe, standing in the middle of the line, unconsciously searched for that familiar figure. Bai Yi stood quietly at the end of the formation, his right arm now encased in a lightweight carbon fiber support brace, glistening matte in the morning light. The boy seemed to sense the gaze upon him, slightly turning his head as a strand of dark hair fell over his eyes, which he impatiently blew away. Attention! Li Hao's shout resounded like thunder, shattering the morning mist. Today he appeared particularly stern, his uniform crisply pressed, even his tactical gloves, which usually dangled at his waist, were neatly donned. The recruits instantly straightened their backs. The sound of their boots colliding was as synchronized as a thunderclap. Are you pleased? Li Hao paced with his hands behind his back, his boots crunching over a small stone, producing a sound that sent a shiver down one's spine. Do you think today is a joyful occasion? Should we set off fireworks to celebrate? The recruits dare not breathe. Zhang Hao's throat constricted violently, and soon the collar of his uniform was soaked with cold sweat. Psychological pressure training. Li Hao abruptly halted, a terrifying smile stretching across his face. Anyone who wets themselves will face an additional 10 kilometers of practice. Anyone who cries will endure 20 kilometers. Anyone who faints, he deliberately elongated his tone. The infirmary has plenty of glucose. After the 4, you will continue. Suddenly, the tent flaps were thrown open, and a towering man emerged. He was half a head taller than Li Hao. His camouflage sleeves rolled up to his elbows, revealing forearms scarred from numerous injuries. Most striking was the grotesque scar running from his brow to his cheekbone over his right eye. I am Instructor Zhang. His voice rasped like sandpaper on metal. For the next 2 hours, you will come to despise me. Su Zhe noticed a barely perceptible furrow in Li Hao's brow. The two instructors exchanged a brief, intense glance as if sparks were flying in the air. The tent's interior was more spacious than anticipated, yet deliberately arranged to feel suffocating. The walls were plastered with battlefield photographs, some so gruesome that Zhao Xiaohu nearly retched. 6 interrogation chairs were arranged in a fan shape, each equipped with handcuffs and leg irons, their metal components glinting ominously under the harsh fluorescent lights. The rules are simple. Instructor Zhang pressed a button on the control panel, and the powerful speakers in the corner erupted with a piercing metallic screech, the high frequency making one's scalp tingle. Answer my questions, get one wrong, and the noise will extend by 10 minutes. Zhang Hao was the first fortunate soul. As he was shackled to the interrogation chair, his lips began to tremble. Name Zhang. Zhang Hao. Age, 19 years and 4 months. Why enlist in the military? Zhang Hao's pupils constricted sharply under the harsh light. Because my father said joining the army could help me lose weight. Incorrect. Instructor Zhang sneered and pressed a button. Suddenly, the sound of nails scraping against a blackboard erupted from the speakers, loud enough to shatter glass. Zhang Hao emitted a scream that scarcely resembled a human sound, and the interrogation chair rattled violently as he struggled. In the monitoring room, Wang Kai furrowed his brow, glancing at Li Hao. Is this decibel level permissible? Li Hao, distracted, kept his gaze fixed on the comm profile of Bai Yi on the monitor. He won't die. Zhao Xiaohu fared even worse. After being bombarded with a series of tongue-twisting questions, he abruptly began reciting the menu of his family's hot pot restaurant. The sesame sauce should have chive flowers. The garlic must be paired with sesame oil. Lamb slices should be cooked for 8 seconds. Useless. Instructor Zhang kicked over a nearby bucket, drenching Zhao Xiaohu in murky liquid. The blue light of the monitor reflected on Li Hao's face, his attention unwaveringly locked on Bai Yi. The youth sat in the corner of the waiting area, deftly disassembling a tactical pen with his left hand, the metallic components dancing rhythmically between his fingers, entirely in sync with the torturous noise emanating from the speakers. When it was Su Zhe's turn, the temperature within the tent seemed to plummet by 10 degrees. Su Zhe. Instructor Zhang flipped through the files, suddenly donning an unsettling smile. Your uncle is Su Jianfeng? That perpetual loser from the southeast military region? Suja's knuckles turned pale, the metal handcuffs groaning under the strain. Li Hao straightened abruptly in the monitoring room, the sharp creases of his military uniform stark against his posture. In the 2017 border operation, how many men did his unit lose? 12? Or was it 20? Instructor Zhang leaned in, the stale scent of smoke wafting from his breath as he spoke. I heard the last bodies found. Even their fingers cough. A light cough emanated from the entrance. Bai Yi had appeared there unannounced, his left hand resting against the tent's support frame, one of the straps securing it having loosened and gently swaying at his side. The boy's expression remained impassive, yet Suja's taut muscles suddenly relaxed. Instructor. Suja lifted his gaze, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Have you mixed up your files? The casualty list from 2017 is on page 7. You are reading about the 2009 exercise accident. Instructor Zhang's face froze, the documents in his hand crumpling into a ball. In the monitoring room, Wang Kai stifled laughter, his shoulders shaking. This kid's impressive, even remembers the document numbers. However, Li Hao's attention was drawn to the loose strap at Bai Yi's side. There, fresh bloodstains were visible. When Bai Yi was shackled to the interrogation chair, even the guard in the corner instinctively straightened his back. His fair skin appeared almost translucent under the glaring light, and his eyelashes cast spiderweb-like shadows across his face. Name Bai Yi. Age 17. Why enlist in the military? Article 12 of the Military Service Law. The scar on Instructor Zhang's face twitched as he inquired, How did you injure your right hand? Bai Yi raised his gaze, his amber eyes as cold as ice, fragmented by the incessant chatter of the class monitor. In the monitoring room, Wang Kai inadvertently sprayed water onto the screen. Li Hao's temples throbbed with veins, the seams of his tactical gloves creaking under pressure. The interrogation persisted for 30 minutes, with Bai Yi's heart rate unwaveringly steady at 72. When Instructor Zhang, in a fit of exasperation, hurled the file onto the table and bellowed, Did your father never teach you obedience? The youth finally reacted. He leaned slightly forward, the chains of the handcuffs tautening abruptly. Instructor, your earlier question contravenes Article 3 of the Convention Against Torture. His voice remained tranquil, akin to a discussion about the weather. Would you like me to recite the specific clause? Instructor Zhang's fist slammed against the control panel, causing all speakers to emit a piercing shriek. Bai Yi did not even flutter his eyelashes. The locker room, after training, resembled a post-battle wasteland. Zhang Hao clutched a trash bin, retching, his training uniform completely soaked through. Zhao Xiaohu stared blankly, muttering the recipe for sesame paste. Wang Chong's fingers spasmed, rendering him unable to untie his shoelaces, ultimately resorting to biting through the laces. Suja leaned against a locker, catching a glimpse of Bai Yi, who was using his teeth to assist his left hand in adjusting a support brace. Dark purple welts marred his fair skin, with edges weeping traces of blood. Thank you, Suja murmured, lowering his voice as he offered a packet of tissues. Earlier. Bai Yi shook his head, retrieving a mint from his pocket and placing it in Suja's palm. Amid the rustling of candy wrappers, Li Hao's roar echoed down the corridor. All personnel, assemble on the playground. Now, immediately, at once. As the recruits groaned and struggled to their feet, no one noticed Bai Yi discreetly stashing the blood-stained straps from the interrogation chair in his pocket, his fingertips brushing over the dried blood. Furthermore, no one saw in the monitoring room Li Hao staring blankly at Bai Yi's heart rate graph for an extended period. That straight green line remained as calm as a finely tuned machine. Chapter 22, titles The medical room, was illuminated by stark, cold white light. The scent of disinfectant mingling with a certain stale metallic tang of blood that lingered in the air. Bai Yi sat on the edge of the examination bed, his left hand idly gripping a 9mm shell casing, one that Suja had discreetly passed to him during the shooting practice that afternoon. The boy's pale fingers traced the indentation of the firing pin on the casing's base, the metal warmed by his body heat. Click! The sound of the door lock turning sent the shell casing spinning in a perfect arc within his palm. Li Hao strode in, his tactical uniform smeared with mud. The heart rate graph he clutched crumpled tightly in his grasp. Wang Kai followed closely behind, deliberately easing the door shut to muffle the raucous chatter of the new recruits outside. Explanation. Li Hao slammed the paper onto the bedside table, causing the tweezers on the stainless steel tray to jump slightly. Bai Yi lowered his gaze, his eyes scanning the nearly straight green line on the paper. From the beginning to the end of the training, his heart rate had remained steadily at 72 beats per minute, blood pressure at 110/70 millimeters of mercury, and respiratory rate at 12 breaths per minute, perfectly resembling the exemplary data found in textbooks. Standard stress response. The boy's voice was calm, his left hand continuing to toy with the shell casing. Chapter 4, Section 7 of Military Psychology, Ideal Value Range. Li Hao slammed his palm against the metal frame of the bed, the force stand vibrating with a low hum. His uniform collar was wide open, bulging veins extending from his neck to his collarbone. The standard for the new recruits was a heart rate above 90 and a respiratory rate of 16 to 20. This data, he suddenly lowered his voice, as if fearing to be overheard from outside. This is the kind of data you'd expect from a special forces sniper in a concealment position. Wang Kai leaned casually against the medicine cabinet, the toe of his tactical boot rhythmically tapping the floor. He had somehow acquired an apple, deftly peeling it with a small knife, the skin curling into a long spiral. Old Li, take it easy. Little Bai is still injured. Injure my foot. Li Hao yanked a chair and sat heavily, the metal legs screeching against the floor. He reached out to poke Bai Ye's forehead, but instead ruffled his hair. Practicing with your brother? The spinning of the shell casing came to an abrupt halt. Bai Yi lifted his gaze, his amber eyes shimmering under the harsh light, almost glass-like in their quality. His eyes shifted from Li Hao's bulging temples to Wang Kai's smiling eyes, finally giving an almost imperceptible nod. I knew it. Wang Kai suddenly bounded over, his presence infused with the scent of gunpowder and sweat. He tousled Bai Ye's dark hair with such vigor that the boy had to tilt his head to evade it. Old Zhang is the chief interrogation expert in the Southeast War Zone. Last time he broke down a drug lord during questioning, only for you to storm out after 3 sentences. Bai Yi's left hand futilely attempted to smooth his disheveled hair, yet a barely visible smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. This subtle expression did not escape Li Hao's notice. The veteran leaned forward, the fabric of his uniform rustling. From now on, don't call me squad leader, he said gruffly, his ears suspiciously reddening. Call me brother. The apple skin Wang Kai had been peeling fell with a crisp thud to the floor. He took a few steps closer, his arm, fragrant with fresh fruit, draping over Bai Ye's shoulder. Me too. The medical room fell into an unusual silence. Bai Ye's gaze wandered between the two individuals. Li Hao's brow was still furrowed, yet his eyes softened like melted asphalt. Wang Kai laughed carefreely, though the knuckles tapping against the medicine cabinet revealed a certain anticipation. The bullet shell spun in the young man's palm for one last rotation before gently landing in the stainless steel tray, producing a crisp sound. All right. Bai Ye's voice was barely above a whisper, akin to a feather alighting on freshly fallen snow. Li Hao's fist struck his thigh with force, the durable fabric of his tactical pants producing a muffled thud. That's it. As he stood, he knocked over a chair, but paid it no mind. Let's have a late-night snack. I'll cook myself. Wang Kai had already hooked his arm around Bai Ye's neck, dragging him out while ignoring the boy's feeble struggles. Come on, I'll take you to steal the good stuff old Li has hidden away. That box of chocolates he has hoarded for 3 months. Not even I was allowed to touch. The ceiling light in the corridor stretched their shadows long. Bai Yi walked in the middle. To his left was Li Hao's tall, imposing silhouette, and to his right was Wang Kai's swaying figure. The boy's shadow was completely enveloped, yet curiously, it felt entirely natural, as if it were always meant to be there. The kitchen was significantly warmer than the infirmary. Li Hao donned a ridiculous floral apron, reportedly a prize from last year's cultural performance, while he stirred sugar in a large iron pot. The rock sugar melted in the hot oil, transforming into an amber liquid, mingling with the sharp aroma of ginger that filled the kitchen. Taste the seasoning. Li Hao ladled a spoonful of broth, blowing on it before bringing it to Bai Ye's lips. Just as the boy reached out to take it, the spoon darted away. Drink it directly. Your left hand is busy. The ribs were stewed to tenderness, the saucy morsels piled high in a white porcelain bowl. Wang Kai, seemingly out of nowhere, produced a bottle of cola, beads of condensation rolling down the glass. Injured personnel privilege today is an exception. Bai Yi lowered his gaze to the steaming bowl. It's too much. Too much. Look at your slight frame. Li Hao's spatula clanged against the stove. You're just like your brother back in the day. All brains and no bulk. In truth, Bai Yi was not as frail as Li Hao suggested. He possessed the requisite muscle, and Li Hao's remarks stemmed from concern. Wang Kai, stealthily fishing out chestnuts from the pot, leaned closer to Bai Yi. Do you know why Old Li always stares at you while you eat? He glanced at their backs, lowering his voice, back when Bai Team went on a mission. Wang Kai. Li Hao's roar reverberated, causing the exhaust fan to hum. As he pointed the spatula at him, go peel garlic. Bai Yi sipped the soup, the steam obscuring his expression. Suddenly, Li Hao pulled out a small medicine bottle from his pocket and placed it on the table, the plastic clattering against the stainless steel surface. Calcium tablets, he said gruffly, his ears reddening from the kitchen's warmth. From the infirmary, take 2 a day. Noticing the boy looking up, he quickly added, it's not specially for you. Just that I've been cramping lately. Wang Kai stifled laughter, his shoulders trembling, until Li Hao kicked him in the rear. At 9:40 in the evening, the lights had long since been extinguished. Bai Yi lay flat on his bed, moonlight filtering through the curtain seams, casting narrow, silver lines upon the floor. The brace on his right arm has been removed, yet the fracture still throbs faintly. The creaking of the door hinges is barely audible. Li Hao's silhouette appears at the threshold. Having exchanged his training uniform for a short-sleeved shirt, the scars on his exposed arms glistening pale under the moonlight. He holds a flashlight, set to its lowest beam, casting a warm yellow glow that illuminates a small patch of the floor by the bed. Still awake? His voice is barely above a whisper. As Bai Yi sits up, the moonlight glides over his collarbone. The spent shell casing on the bedside reflects a copper sheen in the silvery light. Room check. Nonsense. I'm not the dorm supervisor. Li Hao drags a chair over and sits down, placing the flashlight on the floor between them. Tiny specks of dust dance in the beam, and today, that title. His rough fingers rub against his knee. You need not force yourself. The youth shakes his head, his dark hair rustling against the pillow. There is no forcing. In the distance, the command of a sentry changing guard can be heard, accompanied by the faint barking of dogs from the kennel. Li Hao's shadow flickers on the wall. When you were younger, you called me that. His Adam's apple bobs slightly. Bai Yi's gaze drifts to an intangible point in the darkness. The moonlight illuminates half of his face, casting spiderweb-like shadows from his lashes. You resemble your father and your brother. Li Hao's voice suddenly softens, as if afraid to disturb something, not just in appearance, but in that stubbornness and heart rate. Bai Yi interjects. Li Hao lets out a brief laugh, which quickly dissipates into the night. Yes, damn heart rate. On the first overseas mission, the ambush point was 15 degrees below zero, and the rookies were shaking like leaves. But his voice falters, and he wipes his face with a large hand. 72, as steady as a corpse. Bai Yi's fingers unconsciously tap the edge of the bed, the rhythm perfectly aligning with some frequency from Li Hao's memories. Suddenly, the flashlight's beam dims. Li Hao rises, the chair scraping against the floor with a harsh sound. Get some sleep. Tomorrow. He pauses. I've arranged for indoor shooting practice, reinforcing left-hand shooting. As he reaches the door, his tall figure abruptly halts. The moonlight outlines the tension in his shoulders. Xiao Bai, welcome home. The door closes gently. Bai Yi lies back on his pillow, the moonlight gradually moving across the corner of his eye. The youth shuts his eyes, a faint smile playing on his lips. When the heart rate graph from the infirmary is archived, no one notices the small print at the bottom of the data. Li Hao's rugged handwriting pierces through the paper, finally smiled. LH Chapter 23. 48 hours of wilderness survival. The biting winds of November swept through the training ground, rustling the withered leaves as the final week before the new recruit's ultimate assessment approached. At 20 minutes past 5 in the morning, the sky began to illuminate with a faint azure hue. The recruits stood in formation, their boots crunching on the thick carpet of fallen leaves, their breath forming wisps of vapor that quickly dissipated in the chilly air. Li Hao stood at the front of the line, the metal casing of the signal flare he toyed with already frozen to the touch. Today's training subject, his exhaled mist obscuring his resolute facial features, was 48 hours of wilderness survival. His voice resonated deeper than usual, as if subdued by the frigid atmosphere. Wang Kai rubbed his hands together and stepped forward, the tactical pen clicking sharply against the clipboard. From Zone A7 to the base, the direct distance is 22 kilometers. Each recruit was issued a military knife, a flint, and 2 packages of compressed biscuits. The pen paused momentarily on the paper before turning towards the end of the line. Injured, stepped forward. Bai Yi remained still, his right arm encased in a rigid brace that glinted coldly in the early light. The vapor he exhaled was thinner than that of the others, as if he were deliberately controlling the rhythm of his breathing. Li Hao strode over, the soles of his combat boots crushing several brittle leaves. Bai Yi, his tone bore an unmistakable warning. Reporting, the young man spoke, a wisp of mist escaping his lips. I will participate. You son of a... Li Hao's roar startled the crows from the bare branches above. He reached to grasp Bai Yi's collar, but altered his motion mid-air, seizing the strap of his backpack instead. Look at this cursed weather. It's 5 degrees below zero. Do you want to lose that arm? Bai Yi tilted his head slightly, the vapor he exhaled brushing against Li Hao's chin. Chapter 6 of the Winter Training Regulation states that a fracture does not. Shut up. Li Hao suddenly removed his tactical gloves and roughly placed them over Bai Yi's hands. Suja, you're teamed up with this stubborn mule. As he turned away, a flicker of unease crossed his gaze. If only he had one less hair, you've skinned me alive, Suja quipped quickly, his eyes sweeping over Bai Yi's slender wrist, now encased in the gloves. The noon sun hung in the sky like a chilling silver disk. Bai Yi led the way, his breath coming in sharper bursts than the others. Suja followed closely behind, his gaze unintentionally drawn to the back of the young man's neck. Pale skin adorned with tiny frost flowers, which occasionally cascaded down with movement. Do you need a rest? Suja asked for the 3rd time, his voice hoarse from the dry cold. Bai Yi shook his head, pushing aside the ice-laden bushes with his left hand. There's a cave 2 kilometers ahead. No sooner had he spoken than a biting mountain wind whipped icy shards towards them. He instinctively raised his right arm to shield himself, only to freeze abruptly in pain. Suja darted forward, the front of his training uniform flapping in the wind. Are you injured? I'm fine, Bai Yi replied, his voice colder than the mountain breeze, though the frost on his eyelashes betrayed his condition. Suddenly, the light dimmed. A muffled sound reminiscent of cracking ice echoed from afar, as leaden clouds rapidly consumed the last remnants of sunlight. It's going to snow, Bai Yi frowned, and before he could finish his sentence, the first snowflake landed delicately on the tip of his nose. The blizzard arrived quicker than anticipated. The feathery snowflakes blurred their vision in an instant, and the temperature in the forest plummeted sharply. The training uniform of Bai Yi quickly formed a thin layer of ice, crackling softly with each movement. Suja seized his wrist, exclaiming, "Over there!" The entrance of the cave was obscured by icicles, its interior barely spacious enough for 2. Suja rubbed his hands together to ignite a fire, the sparks from the flint flickering uncertainly in the frigid wind. On the 37th attempt, he finally set the dry twigs ablaze. "Dry your clothes," he said without looking back, his voice trembling from the cold. There was no reply. Suja abruptly turned around, the scene illuminated by the fire causing his heart to stop. Bai Yi was slumped against the rock wall, sitting on the ground, his cheeks flushed an unnatural red, ice crystals clinging to his eyelashes, and the breath he exhaled was barely visible. "Bai Yi," Suja rushed over, his gloved hand burning upon touching Bai Yi's forehead. "Damn, so hot." In a flurry, he unfastened Bai Yi's training uniform, and Bai Yi suddenly opened his eyes, his amber pupils slightly dilated from fever. "Cold." The boy's voice was faint like falling snow. Suja tore off his own training uniform and pressed Bai Yi's icy hand against his chest. "I will find some herbs to bring down your fever." Bai Yi's fingers suddenly tightened, his nails digging into Suja's skin through the fabric. "There are wolves." The warmth of his breath brushed against Suja's collarbone. "Starving wolves, most dangerous." The blizzard paused momentarily, and the moonlight cast a ghostly blue glow on the snow. Suja trudged through the knee-deep snow, wielding his military knife to slash through the ice-laden bushes. The herbal knowledge his father had imparted replayed in his mind. There should still be some frost-resistant herbs to be found in this season. Crack! A branch snapped under the weight of the snow behind him. Suja's blood ran cold, and he slowly turned. 5 meters away on the snow slope. A pair of eerie green eyes was fixated on him. The starving wolf was larger than he had imagined, its thick fur matted with ice, and the breath it exhaled carried a stench of blood. The military knife rotated in his palm as Suja lowered his center of gravity. The wolf bared its teeth, its front paws scraping the snow to uncover the frozen ground beneath. Whoosh! A shadow zipped past Suja's ear, striking the ice just before the wolf's paw with precision. The blade of the military knife glimmered coldly in the moonlight, and the bandages wrapped around the handle fluttered in the wind. Startled, the wolf retreated, and Suja turned sharply. Bai stood at the entrance of the cave, his right hand propped against the rock wall, his left arm still in the throwing position. He appeared as though he had been pulled from an ice pit, his training uniform encrusted with ice, and the breath he exhaled was nearly invisible. Yet, his eyes sparkled with an astonishing brightness, resembling amber flames burning in the snow. "Go back," Bai's voice was sharper than the biting wind. The wolf growled and backed away, ultimately vanishing into the snowstorm. As Suja rushed back into the cave, Bai had already slid down beside the fire. The fever had rendered his skin an unnatural shade of red, cold sweat forming and quickly freezing into tiny ice crystals. Suja knelt on one knee, instinctively reaching out to brush away the ice from Bai's collarbone. "Suja?" Bai's voice was hoarse from the fever. Suja snapped back to reality, his fingertips still lingering with the sensation of the boy's skin. He hastily retrieved the antipyretic medication, urging, Take the medicine." Bai swallowed the tablet with his hand, his Adam's apple bobbing, drawing attention to the faint blue veins on the side of his neck. Suja suddenly realized that his shirt hem was being gripped by Yi's fingers, pale, as ice sculptures clutched tightly. "Cold," the youth murmured with closed eyes, the ice crystals on his eyelashes shimmering in the firelight. Suja paused for a moment, then cautiously enveloped him in his embrace. The warmth radiating from Bai penetrated through the 2 layers of frozen combat attire, carrying the scent of snow and blood. Suja's heartbeat echoed loudly, drowning out the howling wind and snow outside. At dawn the following day, when Li Hao and Wang Kai found them, Bai was nestled asleep in Suja's arms. The flush on the boy's face had faded, yet his lips had turned a chilling blue. "Xiao Bai." Li Hao's voice had taken on a higher pitch. The sound of his combat boots shattering the icy surface startled the snow from the branches. Wang Kai dashed forward, the beam of his tactical flashlight sweeping across Bai's face. "Damn, his temperature is skyrocketing." Li Hao dropped to one knee on the ice, his rough palm pressing against Bai's forehead, then recoiling sharply. "Medic! Helicopter!" Bai stirred awake, the ice crystals on his eyelashes fluttering down. "Brother, I'm fine. Find my ass." Li Hao bellowed, making the snow atop the trees tremble, yet his movements were astonishingly gentle. He tore open his cold weather gear and wrapped it around Bai, then turned to Wang Kai, shouting, "Heat source!" Quickly, Wang Kai had already drawn a signal pistol, the red flare exploding in the gray-white sky. He glanced back at Suja, suddenly raising an eyebrow. "Kid, what happened to your neck?" Suja instinctively touched the side of his neck. There was a small wound, a mark left by Bai's unconscious grasp during his feverish delirium. A branch scraped it. Suja's ears flushed crimson, and the breath he exhaled became erratic. As Li Hao wrapped Bai in a thermal blanket like a dumpling, the boy gently curled his finger around Suja's. "Thank you." Amidst the snow mist stirred by the helicopter, Wang Kai exchanged knowing glances with Suja, while Li Hao shot him a murderous glare. Yet his arm, cradling Bai, remained as steady as forged steel. Suja stood in place, watching the helicopter fade into the distance. His combat attire still bore the warmth of Bai, and the scratch on his neck subtly radiated heat. The distant howls of wolves were drowned out by the roar of the engine. Yet something far more perilous was stirring within his chest. Chapter 24. The sickbed, the heater, and the infirmary hummed softly, while the incandescent lights cast a cold, harsh glare upon the metallic instruments. Bai lay upon the hospital bed, his right arm's wound freshly cleaned and bandaged. A fever-reducing patch adhered to his forehead. His breathing was slightly heavier than usual, yet it had stabilized significantly. Li Hao stood at the bedside, clutching a stack of examination reports, his brow furrowed tightly, as if he could crush a fly with it. a mild lung infection, inflammation of the wound, a temperature of 39.7 degrees. Each item he recited deepened the gravity of his tone, accompanied by slight dehydration. Wang Kai leaned against the window, idly spinning an apple in his hand. Upon hearing the report, he raised an eyebrow. Fortunately, Suge attended to him promptly. Otherwise, his fever could have reached 42 degrees. Li Hao ignored him, bending down to brush aside the stray hair from Baye's forehead, his thumb gently grazing the boy's feverish skin to confirm his temperature. His movements were delicate, as if he feared shattering something fragile, yet his frown remained unyielding. "You said you," he murmured, his voice low, almost as if in soliloquy. "What good is being tough when you're injured? What if you end up with something worse?" Wang Kai took a bite of the apple, the crunch echoing in the room. "Stop being such a mother hen. Our little cabbage isn't as fragile as you think." Li Hao whirled around, glaring at him with a murderous intensity. "You dare repeat that?" I said. Wang Kai elongated his words, undeterred, inching closer. "Little Bai can endure much more than you imagine." He gestured towards the boy on the bed. "Look at him, burning up like this, and he hasn't uttered a sound. He is far stronger than you were back then." Veins throbbed at Li Hao's temple, his fists clenched tightly, producing a series of cracking sounds. That's because he has grown accustomed to the pain. His voice suddenly escalated, then abruptly halted, as if fearing to awaken the one resting in bed. Bai's eyelashes fluttered slightly, but he did not awaken. Wang Kai shrugged, expertly tossing the apple core into the trash can. "All right, I won't argue with you." He moved to the other side of the bed, gently ruffling Bai's hair, his touch much lighter than Li Hao's. "But honestly, this kid is just like you were in your youth, stubborn as a mule." Li Hao remained silent, staring at Bai's face for a moment before reaching out to pull the blanket up higher, snugly covering the boy's chin. "Sleep now," he whispered softly, almost inaudibly. "I'm here." The door to the infirmary closed gently, the corridor's lights casting a harsh, cold glare. Suja stood by the window, gripping a paper cup, the hot water within long since cooled, yet he had not taken a sip. Wang Kai abruptly embraced him, the force nearly causing Suja to choke. "Good job. Well done." Suja froze momentarily, his ears flushing with warmth. It was nothing. Had you not noticed his fever in time? Wang Kai patted his back. Little Bai could have burned himself senseless. Li Hao stood a few paces away, arms crossed, his gaze lingering for a moment on the small scratch on Suja's neck before swiftly shifting away. "Thank you," he said, his voice stiff and clipped, as though it had been forced through clenched teeth. "But next time, should you notice anything amiss, report it immediately. Don't wait until the situation escalates." "Oldly," Wang Kai interjected, "he saved our little cabbage. And this is how you respond?" Li Hao's brow furrowed once more, yet this time he refrained from retorting. He took a deep breath and approached Suja, surveying him from a commanding height. Suja instinctively straightened his back, the paper cup in his hand crumpling under the pressure. "Well done," Li Hao eventually remarked, his tone still firm, though his gaze softened somewhat. "But this shall not become a precedent." Wang Kai rolled his eyes. "Can't you just express your gratitude properly? Get lost." Li Hao kicked him lightly and turned to Suja, saying, "Go back and rest. Training will proceed, as usual tomorrow." Suja opened his mouth as if to say something, but ultimately just nodded yes. As he turned to leave, he heard Wang Kai muttering behind him. Dying for face while suffering in silence, Li Hao's roar echoed through the corridor. Wang Kai. At 3:17 in the morning, Nurse Xiaoya pushed open the door to the infirmary with a tray of medicine, nearly startled into a scream by the shadow seated at the edge of the bed. "Shoo!" Li Hao hissed, raising a finger to his lips. He just fell asleep. Xiaoya steadied herself, using the dim corridor light to assess the situation. Bai Yi lay on the bed in a side position, breathing steadily, his right arm wrapped in pristine, neatly arranged bandages. Li Hao sat on the hard bench beside the bed, his training jacket draped over the back, dark circles under his eyes evident. "It's time for a change of bandage," Xiaoya said softly. Li Hao nodded, rising to allow her space, yet he did not move far, remaining just a step away, intently observing her every action. Xiaoya's hand trembled, nearly dropping the cotton swab onto the bed. "You may go rest," she suggested, summoning her courage. "We are here." "No need." Li Hao interrupted, his voice gentle yet resolute. "I will stay." Xiaya dared not speak further, hastily completing the bandage change before exiting the ward. As she closed the door, she caught a glimpse through the crack, seeing Li Hao return to the hard bench, gently brushing aside the stray hairs from Bai Yi's forehead, his touch astonishingly tender. Around the corner in the corridor, Wang Kai leaned against the wall, yawning, 2 cans of coffee in hand. "How is it?" Xiaya shook her head. "He refuses to leave." "I figured as much," Wang Kai said, handing her a can of coffee. "Thanks, you should go rest." Xiaya hesitated. "That one, is he Li Ban's brother?" Wang Kai chuckled, "Not quite, but closer than family." As dawn broke, Bai Yi awoke. The infirmary curtains were not fully drawn, a slant of morning light illuminating the foot of the bed. He blinked, his vision gradually sharpening. Li Hao was slumped on the hard bench, asleep, his head nodding slightly. Bai Yi gently moved his right hand, discovering that the wound had been meticulously rebandaged, the wrapping precise and orderly, as if measured with a ruler. The door creaked open softly, and Wang Kai slipped in with a tray of food. Upon seeing Bai Yi awake, he immediately raised a finger to his lips. "Shoo!" Bai Yi nodded, his gaze falling on Li Hao. Wang Kai placed the tray on the bedside, lowering his voice. This old fellow kept vigil all night. Even the nurses couldn't shoo him away. Bai Yi remained silent, merely reaching out to gently tug at Li Hao's sleeve. Li Hao jolted awake, instinctively reaching for the gun at his waist, only to relax upon realizing it was Bai Yi. "You're awake?" His voice was hoarse from sleep. "Yes." Bai Yi nodded. "Brother, go back to sleep." Li Hao rubbed his stiff neck and suddenly reached out to touch Bai Yi's forehead. "Are you still feeling unwell?" "I'm fine." "Nonsense." Li Hao glared, recalling how Bai Yi had a fever of 40 degrees last night, nearly giving him a heart attack. Wang Kai chuckled from the side. "Someone was quite. Shut up." Li Hao threw his jacket at him and turned back to Bai Yi. "Get some more rest. I'll prepare something for you to eat." Bai Yi shook his head. "I'm not hungry." "Even if you're not hungry, you must eat." Li Hao's voice rose again, but he quickly lowered it, realizing they were in the infirmary. "I had the kitchen prepare some congee." Wang Kai whistled. "Oh, Chef Li is personally cooking? Get lost." Bai Yi watched the two banter, a faint smile gracing his lips. The morning light gradually brightened, illuminating the trio and casting their shadows on the pristine white wall, intertwining in such a way that they became indistinguishable from one another. Chapter 25. Visiting the sick as the door to the infirmary was forcefully flung open. Bai Yi was adjusting the brace on his right arm with his teeth and left hand. The metallic framework emitted a faint clicking sound, which was quickly drowned out by Zhao Xiaohu's booming voice. "Bai Shun, are you still alive?" In the plastic bag, he waved. Several oranges had already been squished into a pulp, their orange-yellow juice dripping onto the gleaming floor of the infirmary. Bai Yi swiftly tucked the brace back beneath his army green quilt, his movements so swift that they stirred up a breeze. The scent of disinfectant in the infirmary was abruptly mingled with the odor of sweat from the young soldiers and the icy breath of the wintry wind. "Stand at attention." Li Hao's booming command reverberated through the corridor as he gripped Zhao Xiaohu by the collar. His training uniform's sleeves still dusted with flour, evidently having just supervised the preparation of the patient's meals in the kitchen. Su Zhe lingered at the back of the crowd, clutching a brown paper bag tightly, his knuckles whitening from the pressure. Dark circles hung beneath his eyes, and the collar of his uniform bore several dark red spots, remnants of blood from last night when he had tended to Bai Yi's wounds. "Form a line," Li Hao admonished in a lowered voice, herding the recruits apart like chicks, allowing only 2 to enter at a time. "Anyone who dares to make noise will have to copy the military regulations 10 times. Zhang Hao nimbly slipped to the front, proudly raising a military thermos, specially provided patient meals from the kitchen. I specifically. Upon catching sight of Li Hao's dangerous glare, he quickly amended his statement. It was specially approved by the squad leader. Wang Kai poked his head out from the infirmary, an electronic thermometer dangling from his mouth, beeping softly. He scanned the assortment of gifts in the recruits' hands. Zhao Xiaohu's squashed oranges, Wang Chang's dog-eared light weapons maintenance manual, and even Li Wei, who had brought a box of throat lozenges. "Oh, have you emptied the supply depot?" Bai Yi, lying on the sickbed, had quietly straightened his posture, propped up by 3 military pillows that Li Hao had insisted he use that morning. Morning light filtered through the protective window bars, casting delicate shadows on the boy's face, accentuating his pallor. Although the brace had been rewrapped, Suja noticed it was looser than when the military doctor had bandaged it. Clearly, Bai Yi had adjusted it himself. Bai Shun, Zhao Xiaohu darted to the bedside, his combat boots colliding with the metal base of the forestand, producing a loud clang. I heard you single-handedly took down an entire pack of wolves? Was it like what they show in Wolf Special Forces? Bang! Li Hao's training cap, caught in the wind, struck Zhao Xiaohu on the back of the head with precision. Just an old wolf that was starving. He turned to glare at Bai Yi, yet his tone softened. And you, why show off when your wounds aren't healed? Bai Yi blinked, his lashes casting spiderweb-like shadows beneath his eyes. It was its claws that moved first. This plain statement rendered the infirmary suddenly silent. Suja instinctively clenched his fists, memories flooding back of that snow-laden night. Bai Yi standing at the cave's entrance, feverish and unsteady, yet accurately throwing a military dagger. The boy's sweat-drenched black hair clung to his forehead, the breath he exhaled in the moonlight tracing an urgent path. Eat some fruit, Suja suddenly spoke, his voice raspier than he had anticipated. He retrieved several apples and a multifunctional military knife from the paper bag, the sharp blade dancing between his fingers, tracing dazzling arcs that cast flowing reflections of cold metal light upon the white walls of the infirmary. Wang Chong inhaled sharply. Su Gu, your skills surpass even those of old Zhang from the armory. My sister Suja paused, the knife tip carving a perfect arc on the apple-esque surface. As a child, whenever she fell ill, she would insist on having a rabbit apple. His voice suddenly dropped. Last year, when she left the infirmary, fell into a brief silence. Bai Ye's gaze settled on the rabbit apple gradually taking shape, when Suja deliberately elongated the rabbit ears. The corner of the boy's lips twitched ever so slightly. Wow! Zhao Xiao suddenly jumped up. Bai Shan, did you just smile? All eyes turned sharply toward the sickbed. Bai Yi quickly regained his impassive expression, but Suja clearly noticed the faint pink hue blooming at the tips of his ears, particularly pronounced under the stark light of the infirmary. Li Hao's gaze flitted between the two, then he suddenly cleared his throat with a heavy cough. Everyone, attention! About face! He waved his hand as if herding chicks. Wang Kai, take them for obstacle training. Before leaving, Zhang Hao stealthily handed Bai Yi a small paper package. Special devil pepper sauce from the cooking team. I told the military doctor it's an ancestral remedy for invigorating blood circulation. Zhang Hao. Li Hao's roar made the glass of the medicine cabinet vibrate. 10 sets of obstacle training. Once the cacophony of footsteps faded, the infirmary was quiet enough to hear the sound of dripping water. Suja stood at the foot of the bed, noticing Bai Yi fixated on the last apple in his hand, a particularly red snake apple, standing out among the ordinary ones issued by the army. Do you want it? Suja's voice trembled, the knife tip unconsciously tracing circles on the apple surface. Bai Yi shook his head, but extended his left hand to accept the apple. His fingertips were icy, bearing the calluses from long hours of gripping a gun, and when they brushed lightly against Suju's palm, it felt like a snowflake descending. Thank you. Bai Yi spoke softly. Last night, Suju's heart suddenly raced. He wished to say so much. How he had watched the surveillance screen of the infirmary all night while Bai Yi, burning with fever, insisted on keeping watch. How he trembled at the sight of Bai Ye's wound festering, almost knocking over the alcohol bottle, and even questioned why, despite his severe injuries. He had to bravely confront that wolf, but all words choked in his throat, ultimately squeezing out only one. It's the least I could do. Ahem. Li Hao deliberately cleared his throat loudly, crossing his arms to position himself between the two, his training uniform still dusted with flour from the kitchen. Suja, it's time for training. Suja opened his mouth, catching a glimpse of Bai Yi discreetly loosening the strap again. After a moment of hesitation, he pulled out a military thermos from the bottom of the paper bag. Red date ginger tea, it's good for wound healing. Li Hao raised an eyebrow. You can cook this? My sister taught me. Suja's ears burned as he hurriedly retreated toward the door. As he closed the door, he heard Li Hao's voice, imbued with an unprecedented tenderness, inquiring whether Bai Yi was still in pain. The boy's barely audible response fell like a feather. At the corner of the corridor, Wang Kai leaned against the window, munching on an apple. the mud from his combat boots leaving several imprints on the pristine floor of the infirmary. Are you worried about damaging it? Wang Kai grinned, wrapping an arm around his neck, still carrying the chill of the outdoor training. Suja stiffened momentarily. No. Come on. Wang Kai lowered his voice, exhaling the scent of tobacco into Suja's ear. I saw everything clearly from the monitoring room last night. You were loitering outside the infirmary until 2:17 in the morning. He added with a mischievous grin. You even attempted to pry open the door 3 times. Suja's ears instantly flushed with heat. Wang Kai laughed heartily, patting him on the back. Come on, be honest with me. How did you manage to take care of our little cabbage? Wang Kai. Li Hao's furious shout echoed from the infirmary, accompanied by the clatter of medical instruments being knocked over. Come here and help me change the dressing. Chapter 26. The night before the final assessment. The night was deep, and the lights in the new recruit's dormitory had long been extinguished, leaving only the dim wall lamp at the end of the corridor aglow. Suja stood before the dormitory door of Li Hao and Wang Kai, his fists suspended in the air, hesitating to knock. He had paced back and forth in the corridor for over 10 minutes, the sound of his training boots on the floor nearly inaudible. Finally, he took a deep breath and whispered, "Report." A rustling sound emanated from within the dormitory, followed by Li Hao's deep voice. Come in. The door opened. Li Hao was seated on the edge of his bed, cleaning his firearm, tactical gloves resting on his knees, the collar of his training uniform unbuttoned, revealing a ghastly scar on his collarbone. Wang Kai lounged against the head of his bed with his legs crossed, flipping through a tactical manual. Upon seeing Suja enter, he raised an eyebrow. Oh, a rare visitor. Suja stood at the threshold, his throat tightening. He had not anticipated that he would actually pose this question, but since Bai Ye's injury, the special care Li Hao and Wang Kai had shown him had become increasingly evident. Extra attention during training, special meals from the cooking team, and even the occasional overlooking of Bai Ye's infractions. What's the matter? Li Hao asked without looking up, continuing to wipe the barrel of his gun. Suja's fingertips unconsciously traced the side seam of his training pants. Squad leader, why are you standing there? Come in and sit, Wang Kai interjected, patting the edge of the bed with a knowing smile. At this hour, you're not here to discuss tactics, are you? Suja stiffly stepped into the dormitory and closed the door behind him. The room was warmer than the corridor, infused with a faint scent of tobacco and gun oil. Li Hao's bed was impeccably arranged, as though measured with a ruler, while Wang Kai's side was cluttered with disorganized notebooks and maps. Speak. Li Hao finally set down the gun and looked up at him. What brings you here at such an hour? Suja swallowed hard. He fixed his gaze on the floor, his voice barely audible. Squad leader, I want to ask, what is your relationship with Bai Yi? A sudden silence fell over the room. Wang Kai snapped his tactical manual shut, tilting his head with a subtle smile lingering at the corner of his mouth. Oh, why do you ask? You treat him. Suja carefully chose his words, very specially. Li Hao's expression remained stern, though his gaze shifted slightly. Specially? When he was injured, you personally took him to the infirmary. Suja's voice steadied. During training, your expectations of him are higher than for others. Yet you remain more attentive to his condition and performance. Even the cooking team prepares special meals for him. Wang Kai suddenly burst into laughter, turning to Li Hao. Old Li, are we that obvious? Li Hao ignored him, maintaining his intense stare at Suja for a full minute. Suja felt that gaze slicing across his face like a knife, yet he did not shy away. The assessment begins tomorrow. Li Hao finally spoke, his voice low. After the assessment concludes, I will tell you. Suja was taken aback. Why can't you say it now? Because Li Hao tapped his knuckles against the stock of his gun. Some things, once known, may cloud your judgment. Wang Kai, with a grin, interjected, to put it plainly, I fear you might get distracted. Suja furrowed his brow. I won't. Suja, Wang Kai suddenly interrupted, leaning forward, his eyes glinting mischievously. You wouldn't happen to have feelings for our dear Bai Yi, would you? Suja's mind buzzed, his ears burning with embarrassment. What? Wang Kai chuckled like a sly fox. Otherwise, why do you gaze at him every day? During training, at mealtimes, even sneaking glances while he sleeps. I do not. Suja's voice shot up, only to quickly drop again. Bai Yi is an excellent teammate, very capable. I'm merely what? Wang Kai pressed relentlessly. I just think he is strong. Suja replied, forcing the words out, and he is quite handsome. An eerie silence enveloped the dormitory. Li Hao's expression resembled that of someone struck in the face, while Wang Kai struggled to suppress his laughter, shoulders shaking. Li Hao took a deep breath, rubbing his temples. Suja, return to your rest and prepare for tomorrow's assessment. Suja felt as if he had been granted a reprieve, promptly turning towards the door. Just as his hand gripped the doorknob, Wang Kai's voice drifted behind him. Your face is so flushed, yet you insist he is merely a teammate. Wang Kai, Li Hao barked. Suja nearly fled in panic. Standing in the corridor, Suja gasped for breath as if he had just completed a grueling 10-kilometer run with a heavy load. His ears still burned, palms slick with sweat, and his heart raced as if it might burst from his chest. Do I have feelings for Bai Yi? He murmured softly, as if pondering this thought for the first time. A myriad of images flashed through his mind. Bai Yi throwing a military dagger in the snow, the boy gripping his shirt in a feverish haze, and those striking amber eyes sparkling under the moonlight. Impossible. Suja shook his head vigorously, as if to dispel such absurd notions. I'm merely what? A familiar voice called from behind. Suja froze, slowly turning around. Bai Yi stood at the corridor's corner, the moonlight streaming through the window, outlining his slender figure. Bai Yi's right arm had healed, and he held a water bottle, seemingly just returning from the water room. You. Suja's throat suddenly felt parched. What are you doing here? Bai Yi tilted his head slightly, fetching water. Oh. Silence ensued. Suja's gaze unconsciously fell upon Bai Yi's collarbone. Did you go see the class monitor? Bai Yi suddenly inquired. Suja's breath caught. Yes. What did you ask the monitor? Nothing. Bai Yi scrutinized him for a few seconds before turning away. Go back to sleep. We have an assessment tomorrow. Suja instinctively took a couple of steps after him. Bai Yi halted, but did not look back. You. Suja clenched and then relaxed his fist. Is your hand all right? Bai Yi turned his face slightly, the moonlight tracing his jawline. It's fine. Suja wished to say more, but Bai Yi had already walked away. The corridor once again succumbed to silence, leaving him standing alone, his heartbeat resonating as if the entire world could hear it. After Suja departed, Wang Kai could no longer contain his laughter. Ah, Laoli, did you see that? That kid's face is nearly ablaze. Li Hao, his expression darkened, tossed a cleaning cloth towards him. Be quiet. Does he truly not realize his affection for Xiao Bai? Wang Kai wiped away the tears of laughter, exclaiming, Xiao Bai is quite handsome. Ha ha! Li Hao's brow furrowed even more. The assessment is tomorrow. Do not mess with his mindset. Mess with his mindset. Wang Kai raised an eyebrow. It's clearly you who refuses to reveal Xiao Bai's background to him. Now is not the time. Li Hao's voice grew somber. If he learns about Bai phone, he will become distracted during the assessment. Wang Kai's smile gradually faded. Do you think Xiao Bai would wish for us to tell him? Li Hao hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. That boy has never wanted to rely on his father's reputation. Indeed. Wang Kai sighed, but Laoli, about that Suja kid, let us discuss it after the assessment. Li Hao interrupted, resuming his cleaning of the gun. If he can secure a place in the top 3, I shall tell him. Wang Kai whistled. Are you testing your future son-in-law? Wang Kai. That night, many found themselves unable to sleep. Suja lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, his mind consumed by Wang Kai's words. You wouldn't happen to have feelings for our Xiao Bai, would you? Bai Yi was on a temporary sickbed in the infirmary, his gaze fixed on the moon outside the window. Li Hao sat at a desk in the dormitory. An old photo album spread before him, his fingers gently brushing over a yellowed photograph, depicting a young Bai phone with his arms around 2 boys. A charming little boy standing among them, alongside a youth 12 years older than Xiao Bai. Meanwhile, Wang Kai had already succumbed to sleep, his snores reverberating like thunder. Chapter 27. Dreamscape. That night, Suja found himself ensnared in a vivid dream. The sky above was painted in an otherworldly shade of leaden gray, with heavy clouds looming low as if poised to descend upon the earth. The air was thick with the acrid scent of smoke and rust, while distant gunfire echoed intermittently, resembling an ominous metronome. Suja discovered himself crouched behind a crumbling concrete wall, clad in full combat gear, the weight of a Type 95 rifle pressing heavily in his palm. Beside him were Zhang Hao and Zhao Xiaohu, their faces adorned with camouflage paint, expressions taut with tension. Target building, 2 o'clock. A calm voice emanated from the earpiece. Suja turned his head to see Bai crouched behind a nearby barricade, his right arm unscathed, intently surveying the area through binoculars. Clad in identical combat attire, his demeanor was strikingly different, his gaze sharp and cold, akin to a drawn blade. Received. Suja's voice, unfamiliar even to himself, emerged in a low murmur. Explosive team, prepare. Suddenly, the dream shifted. They stormed into an abandoned factory, their footsteps reverberating through the vast, empty space. Suja's perspective was peculiar, simultaneously feeling as though he were experiencing it firsthand and observing from distance. He witnessed himself and Bai advancing back to back, their rifles sweeping through every shadowy corner. Area A cleared. Bai's voice rang out distinctly within the dream. Hostages located. Suja saw himself hastening to keep pace with Bai. Together they kicked open a steel door. In a dimly lit room, several civilians were bound to chairs, their mouths gagged with cloth. Cover me, Bai succinctly instructed, lowering his rifle as he approached the hostages. Without a moment's hesitation, Dream Suja turned to guard the entrance. His heartbeat was steady, his breath even, entirely embodying the demeanor of a seasoned soldier. This is normal. The real Suja breathed a sigh of relief within the dream. His dream self harbored no extraneous emotions towards Bai, only the trust and camaraderie shared between comrades. There were no flushed cheeks or racing hearts, no whimsical thoughts, and certainly none of the absurdity that Wang Kai often spoke of. That is more like it. Dream Suja even mused to himself. How could I possibly have feelings for Bai? The scene abruptly transformed. As they retreated from the factory, they were ambushed. Bullets rained down from all directions, striking the concrete floor and sending sparks flying. Dream Suja executed a roll and took cover, looking up to see Bai dragging an injured hostage toward the safety zone. Bai, to your left. Suja's warning came too late. An enemy burst through a side door, gun trained on Bai's back. At that moment, the dream sharpened into crystal clarity. Suja saw himself lunging forward, positioning his body between Bai and the muzzle of the weapon. As the bullet struck his chest, he felt the searing pain of metal tearing through flesh. Suja, Bai's voice quivered for the first time. The young man abandoned the hostage. Catching him as he fell, his palm pressed firmly against the gushing wound. Medic, medic, Dream Suja thought he might laugh. It is indeed peculiar. Despite being shot, I felt no pain. Instead, I found a strange sense of satisfaction in Bai's rare expression of panic. Are you foolish? Bai gritted his teeth, his grip tightening as if to staunch the wound. I have a bulletproof plate. Ah, indeed. Suja, in a dreamlike state, belatedly recalled that Bai's combat uniform indeed contained such a plate. Why did I leap forward? Perhaps it was instinct. To my astonishment, I answered that way in the dream, even managing a grin. After all, who said you were so important? Wait, what? Suja abruptly jolted awake, startled by the absurdity of it all. This was not right. Those were not words he would ever utter. Suja sat upright in bed, his back drenched in cold sweat. The dormitory was shrouded in darkness, save for Zhang Hao's rhythmic snoring echoing in the void. He rubbed his face, his fingers trembling uncontrollably. Damn it, that dream felt too vivid, particularly the last part. How could he have said that to Bai? That was entirely uncharacteristic of him. Suja swung his legs over the side of the bed and stealthily made his way to the bathroom at the end of the corridor. The icy water splashed against his face, yet it could not extinguish the inexplicable heat within him. The reflection in the mirror revealed bloodshot eyes, looking utterly disheveled. Just a comrade. He reassured his reflection, merely recognizing his strength and reliability. The figure in the mirror contorted into a mocking expression, as if ridiculing his self-deception. Wang Kai speaks nonsense. Suja vigorously rubbed his face, insisting, I harbor no such thoughts about him. Yet the tremor of excitement from the final moment of that dream lingered, when Bai's usually tranquil eyes shimmered with emotion. That near joyful feeling was too genuine, too terrifyingly real. As dawn broke, the new recruits gathered at the training ground. It was the first day of the final assessment, and everyone was on high alert. Suja stood in the middle of the formation, his gaze unconsciously searching for that familiar silhouette. Bai stood at the end of the line, his right arm healed, the original brace replaced with a lighter wrist guard. The youth's stance was always as straight as a sword, making him particularly conspicuous among the crowd. "What are you staring at?" Zhang Hao suddenly elbowed him. "It's your turn." Suja then realized Li Hao was calling names for groups. He hurriedly responded, but froze upon hearing he and Bai Yi were assigned to the same team. "Is there a problem?" Li Hao's sharp gaze swept over. "No." Suja reacted instinctively, standing at attention, his voice loud enough to elicit a few chuckles. As he approached Bai Yi, he found the youth gazing at him pensively. "Did you not sleep well?" Bai Yi inquired softly. Suja's ears began to flush. "I had a nightmare." "About the assessment?" "About." Suja hesitated. "The mission." Bai Yi nodded, refraining from probing further. Yet, Suja felt as though those amber eyes saw through everything. The assessment commenced. The first task was a weighted cross-country run. Each participant bore 25 kilograms of equipment over a 10-kilometer mountainous route. Suja adjusted his backpack straps and caught a glimpse of Bai Yi tightening his wrist guard with his left hand. The youth's right hand evidently had not yet fully recovered, its movements somewhat stiff. "Your hand. It's capable," Bai Yi interjected calmly, yet with an undeniable authority. The whistle from Li Hao pierced the air, and the team surged forward like arrows released from a bow. Suja deliberately slowed his pace, positioning himself half a step behind Bai Yi at a diagonal. As they approached the first steep incline, he noticed the subtle tremor in the youth's right hand. "Share some with me." Suja suddenly reached out, extracting a water bottle from Bai Yi's backpack and stowing it in his own. Bai Yi frowned. "It's unnecessary." "I've run out of water," Suja replied, his expression unchanging as he lied. "I'll fetch one for you. Just return it later." Bai Yi fixed him with a stare for 2 seconds before accelerating past him. Yet, Suja observed that the youth did not reclaim the water bottle. At the third checkpoint, as Suja bent down to adjust his boots, he was abruptly pulled behind a tree. "What are you doing?" Li Hao hissed, his eyes sharp enough to pierce through him. "Were the assessment rules. Independent completion of tasks. Assistance to others is prohibited." Suja recited this mechanically. "Then what were you doing just now?" Suja swallowed hard. "I was thirsty." Li Hao's expression conveyed disbelief, as though he had heard the most absurd lie in the world. Just as he was about to respond, Wang Kai's voice crackled through the radio. "Old Li, there's a situation in Area B." Li Hao shot Suja a fierce glare. "I'll deal with you after the assessment." Once Li Hao had moved away, Suja exhaled deeply, only to turn and find Bai Yi standing a few paces off, seemingly having overheard everything. The youth said nothing, merely approached and reclaimed the water bottle from Suja's backpack. "I can manage." Bai Yi's voice was soft, yet each word was clear, indicating he did not require special consideration. Suja opened his mouth, struggling to find the appropriate words. He watched helplessly as Bai Yi turned and sprinted away, his figure appearing especially slender and resolute in the morning light. Chapter 28. The Final Assessment. 1. As the bitter mountain winds howled at the end of November, a delicate layer of frost blanketed the withered grass, and the muddy paths bore the chaotic imprints of the new recruits' combat boots, each step stirring up tiny shards of ice. Suja steadied his breath, exhaling white mist, while sweat trickled down his brow into his eyes, bringing a sharp sting. His lungs felt as if they were being sliced by the cold air, and the burden of 25 kilograms made each step feel laborious. Yet, Bai Yi consistently led the way, breathing evenly. The silhouette of the youth emerged and faded in the morning fog, his strides remarkably steady. His right arm had fully recovered. Although it felt somewhat stiff after 5 weeks of inactivity, it did not diminish his speed. Suja kept his eyes fixed on that figure, gritting his teeth to accelerate. But he remained 6 minutes behind. When Bai Yi crossed the finish line, Li Hao stopped the stopwatch, a barely perceptible twitch of his lips indicating his satisfaction. 43 minutes and 15 seconds, a full 7 minutes faster than the excellent benchmark. First place, excellent. A hint of pride tinged Li Hao's voice, though his expression remained serious. Suja, panting heavily, Suja crossed the finish line, his training uniform soaked in sweat. As the cold wind blew, the fabric clung to his back, chilling him to the bone. 49 minutes and 26 seconds, also excellent, but over 6 minutes slower than Bai Yi. Second place, excellent. Li Hao cast him a sidelong glance, suggesting he could have performed even better. Suja refrained from retorting, wiping the sweat from his brow and glancing at Bai Yi, who was hydrating. The boy drank with a clean, decisive motion, his atoms apple bobbing, the muscles on the side of his neck undulating as he exhaled white mist that dissipated in the frigid air. Bai Yi is incredible. Zhang Hao stumbled across the finish line, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath, white mist escaping his lips. I can't believe it. I actually achieved a good score. Zhao Xiaohu was the last to arrive, his complexion pale, leaning on his knees and retching, his nose nearly frozen. I passed. I actually passed. Wang Kai blew his whistle, the sound piercing through the cold air. 10 minutes of rest. Next up, 400 meters tactical obstacle course. The obstacle course was set up on the eastern side of the training ground, where the muddy ground was crusted with thin ice, creaking underfoot. Low walls, barbed wire, balance beams, and deep pits were arranged in succession, while distant speakers simulated gunfire to create distractions as the cold wind howled through the barren leaves. Standards. Li Hao stood at the starting point with his hands behind his back, the mist from his breath condensing before him. Pass in 2 minutes and 35 seconds. Good in 2 minutes and 20 seconds. Excellent in under 2 minutes and 5 seconds. Bai Yi stood in the first group, flexing his wrists, his fingertips tinged with red from the cold. His right arm had fully recovered, but after 5 weeks of disuse, his muscle memory needed to be reawakened. Suja stood beside him, stealing glances at the youth's profile. Bai Yi's gaze was focused and serene, as if this were merely a routine training session rather than an assessment. Ready! The whistle shattered the frigid air. Bai Yi shot forth like an arrow released from its bow, immediately gaining half a body-length lead with his first stride. His movements were devoid of any excess. With a powerful push against the low wall, he used his left hand to support himself, flipping over effortlessly, landing with his center of gravity already adjusted, heading straight for the barbed wire. Suja swiftly followed, gracefully vaulting over the low wall. However, upon landing, he took an extra step to steady himself. This single misstep widened the gap between him and Bai Yi to 3 seconds. As he crawled under the barbed wire, the icy mud mingled with dead grass, and Bai Yi's body almost grazed the ground, his elbows and knees alternating in exertion, maintaining an unwavering speed. Suja gritted his teeth to keep up, but his breath had become erratic, the cold wind slicing through his throat like a knife. Damn it, Zhang Hao cursed from behind, caught by the wire, his frozen fingers struggling to free themselves. The narrow bridge was coated with a thin layer of ice. Bai Yi's steps were as steady as if he were walking on solid ground. His core strength was astonishing, arms slightly extended to maintain balance, and his speed remained unimpeded. Suja trailed closely, yet the slippery surface forced him to slow down and adjust his center of gravity, falling behind by another 3 seconds. In the final deep pit climb, Bai Yi leaped down, rolling upon landing to dissipate the impact, then propelled himself off the wall, grasping the edge with both hands and executing a flawless pull-up. The entire movement was fluid and seamless. 1 minute 58 seconds. Liu Stupwad and Wang Kai blew the whistle. Excellent. As Suja crossed the finish line, the stopwatch read 2 minutes 4 seconds. Also commendable, yet still slower than Bai Yi. Impressive. Zhang Hao collapsed onto the ground, the mist from his breath dispersing before him. I clocked in at 2 minutes 18 seconds. Good enough. Zhao Xiaohu's time was 2 minutes 29 seconds. He hung at the edge of the pit, his fingers reddened by the cold, a mournful expression on his face. Class leader, give me a hand. Li Hao shot him a disapproving glare. The shooting range was set on a wind-sheltered slope, yet the low temperatures rendered the rifle barrel icy to the touch. The chest ring target, 100 meters away, swayed slightly in the wind as the recruits lay prone at their shooting positions, their rifle stocks pressed against their shoulders, the mist from their breaths condensing and dissipating in front of the sights. Standard, Wang Kai announced through the megaphone, his voice resonating clearly in the frigid air. 30 rounds, 10 each in prone, kneeling, and standing positions. Complete the magazine change within 30 seconds. Bai Yi's inspection of the firearm was light yet meticulous, each detail executed with precision. Having not used his right hand for 5 weeks, his grip was somewhat unsteady, yet he adjusted swiftly. Suja glanced sideways. The young man had entered a focused state, his gaze sharp as a blade, the mist from his breath slowly dispersing beside the rifle barrel. Prone position, ready. The gunfire erupted suddenly, crisp in the cold air. Bai Yi's first bullet soared through the air, striking the bullseye. The subsequent 9 rounds formed nearly overlapping bullet holes, carving a perfect circle on the target paper. Magazine change. 30 seconds countdown. Bai Yi swiftly removed the empty magazine, his slightly reddened fingers displaying no signs of sluggishness. The new magazine clicking into place, the chamber cycling seamlessly, the entire process taking less than 15 seconds. Suju was not slow in his own magazine change, but a glance revealed that Bai Yi had already re-aimed, his breathing steady as if he had not experienced any interruption. Kneeling position, fire. Bai Yi's knee firmly pressed against the ground, his right elbow resting on his left arm, forming a stable triangular support. All 10 bullets once again struck the 10 ring, with bullet holes spaced no more than 3 centimeters apart. Suju's breath quickened slightly. His performance was commendable, 20 shots fired, 18 within the 9 ring. Yet the disparity when compared to Bai Yi was strikingly apparent. Standing position, the final 10 shots. This was the most challenging segment. Shooting without support, hindered by the wind, controlling his breath, and the biting cold that rendered his fingers numb. Any minor misstep could result in a miss. Bai Yi stood upright, his arms forming a flawless, stable platform. His breathing rhythm was perfectly synchronized with a moment of trigger pull, as if guided by an invisible force. All 10 bullets found their mark in the bullseye. As the last bullet was fired, silence enveloped the scene, broken only by the howling wind sweeping across the shooting range. Score. Li Hao's voice, unusually tinged with urgency, echoed. The incredulous voice of the scorer crackled through the radio. 30 shots, 30 hits, all in the 10 ring. Zhang Hao's gun clattered to the ground. What the hell? Zhao Xiaohu dropped to his knees, tears streaming from his nose. Is this even human? This world is so unfair. Su Zhi stood frozen, a surge of indescribable emotion swelling within him. It was neither jealousy nor defeat, but an overwhelming sense of awe. Bai Yi's prowess was astounding, as if he were destined to stand at the pinnacle. After removing the magazine and completing a thorough check of his weapon, Bai Yi returned it to its place. His expression remained serene, the mist of his breath dispersing before him, as if his earlier remarkable performance were merely part of routine training. Excellent. Li Hao approached Bai Yi, tousling his hair. His voice was low yet distinctly clear. Keep it up. Wang Kai blew the whistle, its sound piercing through the cold wind. Morning assessment concluded. We continue in the afternoon. The recruits departed the shooting range in small clusters, their discussions rising and falling, the mist of their breath intertwining in the air. Suju remained rooted in place, his gaze fixed on Bai Yi's silhouette. The youth was diligently packing his gear, his movements swift and focused, the mist of his breath slowly dissipating in the cold air. Aren't you leaving? Zhang Hao patted Su Zhu on the shoulder, stamping his feet to ward off the chill. Let's go eat. If we delay, the soup will freeze. Su Zhu snapped back to reality. Yeah. He cast one last glance at Bai Yi before turning to join the group, the mist of his breath trailing behind him in a long arc. Chapter 29, Final Assessment 2. The frozen ground of the push-up assessment area was melted into small pits by body heat, only to quickly refreeze in the biting cold wind. Li Hao stood at the front of the line with his hands clasped behind his back, his combat boots crushing a thin layer of ice beneath him. 2 minutes on the clock. Standard push-ups now begin. The whistle pierced the frigid air, and Bai Yi's body sprang into action like a finely tuned war machine. His shoulder blades, accentuated beneath the bulk of his winter training uniform, formed sharp lines, and with each descent his elbows halted precisely at an angle of 89 degrees, with every ascent. The muscles from his nape to his ankles worked in perfect harmony, propelling his heavily clad body into a straight line akin to a steel rod. The white vapor he exhaled crystallized into tiny ice particles before shattering and dissipating with each movement. 41, 42, 43. The counter's voices trembled in the air at -5 degrees. The new recruits, exhaling white clouds, held their breath in unison. Bai Yi's rhythm was astonishingly swift, Yet every movement was executed with a precision that seemed to have been measured with a caliper. Even more terrifying was his breath control. He maintained a steady 4-count cycle despite the bitter cold, inhaling as he descended, holding his breath at the bottom, exhaling as he rose, and exchanging breaths at the apex. Suja, on an adjacent mat, gritted his teeth. The icy air burned his lungs, though his own performance had surpassed the excellent standard. The sight of that perpetual motion machine in his peripheral vision tightened his chest. Baez's speed did not wane in the chill, rather in the final 30 seconds. He entered a terrifying state of explosive power, the heavy training uniform soaked with sweat, quickly forming tiny shards of ice that crackled with each motion. 76, 77, 78. Time's up. Baez instantly froze, his arms showing no signs of fatigue. 78 completed push-ups. With a white vapor, he exhaled, forming a thin frost on his brows. This score exceeded the excellent standard by 15, equivalent to completing 0. 65 perfect push-ups per second. Excellent. Li Hao swallowed hard, suppressing the pride that threatened to overflow. The Army's winter assessment record stood at 80. The implications were unmistakable. Suja stood, supporting himself on trembling arms, ice shards cascading from his combat gloves. 70. Excellent. This achievement, exemplary in conventional troops, now seemed dim in comparison. Zhang Hao lay sprawled on the mat like a frozen fish. 45. Good. My hands. My fingers. I can't feel them. 35. Zhao Xiaohu's face was buried in the frosted mat, his voice muffled. Squad leader. My arms have frozen. Wang Kai crouched down, poking at Zhao Xiaohu's puffed-up cold-weather gear with a clipboard. Do you see where the gap lies? Baez utilizes his core muscle groups for push-ups, while you rely on your fat reserves. The midday sun hung like a pale disk in the leaden gray sky. Baez lay supine on the frosted mat, the zipper of his thick training uniform half open, revealing the black, sweat-soaked compression shirt beneath. The white vapor he exhaled crystallized in a fine mist before being violently dispersed by his vigorous movements. Prepare, begin. The upper body of Baez resembled a spring compressed to its utmost limit, suddenly released. The sound of his cold-weather combat boots scraping against the mat was jarring, while each impact of his shoulder blades against the ground shattered a layer of delicate frost. More astonishing was his breath control, maintaining a steady rhythm of oxygen consumption in sub-zero temperatures, as though his lungs were equipped with a special heating mechanism. 55, 56, 57. The voice of the counter began to shift in pitch. The bitter cold rendered most recruits stiff in their movements. Yet each of Baez's crunches appeared as though meticulously crafted by a precision machine. Sweat trickled down his brow, crystallizing into tiny ice shards on his eyelashes. It did not disrupt his mechanically precise rhythm. Suja's abdomen burned with an unbearable ache, the frigid air slicing through his throat like a knife. His score hovered at an impressive 72, but Baez's speed was dishearteningly swift. The youth's fair skin flushed with exertion, resembling red plum blossoms blooming in the snow within the frigid environment. As Baez completed his 70th repetition, several seasoned soldiers spectating at the sidelines instinctively removed their cold weather masks. Someone discreetly pressed the stopwatch to confirm this was no mirage. 77, 78, 79, time's up. With a total of 79, as Baez sat up, the sweat on the back of his combat suit had already formed a thin layer of ice. His breath came out in quick puffs, yet his gaze remained as clear as ever, as if his body was impervious to the encroaching cold. Excellent. Li Hao's voice bore an unusual tremor. Suja? Suja propped himself up, his cramping abdominal muscles protesting. The cold weather mask was encrusted with frost. 72. Excellent. Zhang Hao flopped on the mat like a frozen fish. 62. Good. My abs are on fire. Zhao Xiaohu's anguished scream cut sharply through the cold wind. 46. Squad leader, my stomach is cramping. I'm dying. Wang Kai smacked Zhao Xiaohu's bulging cold-weather suit with a frosty clipboard. This is called a natural insulation layer. Do you understand the advantages of polar combat? The setting sun bathed the pull-up area in crimson hues, a thin layer of frost coating the metal bar. Baez stood beneath the bar, and as he exhaled, The mist formed a delicate rainbow in the twilight. The moment his gloved hands grasped the bar, the muscles of his back strained against the heavy training suit, creating a breathtaking outline. Begin. The first pull-up was completed with effortless grace. Baez's chin surpassed the bar by a steady 5 centimeters, his body wrapped in heavy clothing showing no signs of sway, relying solely on the raw strength of his back and arms. Even more formidable was his rhythm control. 2 seconds ascending, 1 second at the peak, 3 seconds descending. Each phase executed with the precision of a mechanical watch. 15, 16, 17. Even through tactical gloves, the heat in Suge's palms was excruciating. His score had reached an admirable 15, yet Bailly continued unabated. The youth's right arm had fully recovered. The stiffness from 5 weeks of disuse had transformed into an even more terrifying explosive power in the cold. As he reached his 20th repetition, the breath he exhaled formed tiny icicles on the metal bar, which fell away with each movement. 28, 29, 30, exhaustion, as Baez's hand touched the ground. His combat boots left a half-meter-long mark on the frostbitten earth. The vapor he exhaled was dense and hurried, yet his expression remained serene, merely shifting his shoulder joints with a gentle motion. 30 repetitions, exceeding the excellent standard by 15, equating to twice the selection criteria for special forces under extreme cold conditions. Outstanding. Li Hao's pen punctured a small hole in the recording board. Suge's tactical gloves were already soaked with frost and sweat. 24. Outstanding. 9. Zhang Hao dangled from the horizontal bar like a frozen fish, just passing. My hands are stuck to the bar. Zhao Xiaohu's dismal state prompted Wang Kai to pull out his phone and capture the moment. 6. Comrade Zhao Xiaohu, is this ice sculpture art? As twilight enveloped the training ground, the floodlights in the parallel bar area flickered to life, casting a ghostly glow in the sub-zero temperatures. Bailly supported himself on the frosted bars, the breath he exhaled forming tiny icicles at the edge of his cold-resistant mask. His right arm, fractured 5 weeks prior, displayed remarkable resilience in the frigid air, each movement executed with chilling precision. Prepare, begin. Baez's body descended straight down, his elbows bending at a perfect 90 degrees. The muscles beneath his heavy, cold-resistant combat attire coiling with latent energy. As he pushed upward, his core remained as solid as a single forged steel plate, not a hint of tremor from shoulder to ankle, despite the thick layers of clothing. Most despairing was his rhythm. 3 seconds down, 1 second pause at the bottom, 2 seconds up, akin to a programmed polar combat robot. 35, 36, 37. Suge's deltoids burned with pain, frost forming on his eyebrows with each breath. He was stuck at 38, yet Bailly pressed on. The youth's breathing grew labored, ice crystals accumulating on his cold-resistant mask, yet this did not diminish his formidable stamina. As the counter announced 40, the entire training ground fell silent, the only sound being the faint creaking of the metal bar in the biting cold. 45, 46, 47, exhausted. Bailly staggered a half-step upon landing, his combat boots making a sharp sound on the icy ground. His cold-resistant attire was completely soaked with sweat, quickly forming an icy shell in the frigid air, producing a cracking noise with each movement. This was the first instance today where fatigue was evident in him. 47, surpassing the excellent standard by 17, representing 3 times the endurance reserve of an average soldier in extreme cold conditions. Exceeding expectations. Li Hao's voice bore an unusual tremor. Medic, check his temperature. Suge's arm trembled to the point of near immobility. 38, excellent. 18. Zhang Hao lay beneath the bars like a puddle of mud. Just passing. I'm going to freeze to death. Zhao Xiaohu hung from the bar, tears unshed. 15, just barely passing. Squad leader. My hands are frozen to the bar. A throng of shivering recruits crowded around the score reporting board. Baez's name soared to the top. Each project marked with glaring exceedances mocking the limits of all. Suge followed closely behind, all remarkable, yet perpetually trailing by 7 or 8 points, akin to an elusive shadow that one can never catch. Is this truly humanity? Zhang Hao jabbed at the frosted statistics board with his numbed fingers. -5 degrees. 78 push-ups? Zhao Xiaohu squatted in the corner, drawing circles. I am at the very bottom. Bai Shun must have transformed from a snow monster. Suja stood on the outskirts of the crowd, his cold-resistant mask adorned with ice crystals. His gaze pierced through the mist of his breath, settling on the solitary figure packing up equipment. Bai Yi was removing his gloves to inspect his palms. The breath he exhaled crystallizing into tiny beads of ice upon his lashes. The severely injured and weakened boy from 5 weeks ago seemed as though he had never existed. At this moment, he appeared as a solitary peak, rising abruptly from the snowy expanse, inviting only reverence. Tomorrow entails mental resilience and teamwork. Li Hao's voice suddenly resonated from behind, startling Suja, who jumped slightly. You're in a group with him. Suja spun around abruptly. Ice shards from his mask cascading down. Li Hao was fixated on by Ye's silhouette, his expression complex, as though beholding a miracle that ought not to exist. Indeed, Suja hesitated, yet could not refrain from asking, Captain, his hand. It has healed. Li Hao interjected, his voice deep. That lad is akin to a military blade forged from dark ice. One would think that low temperatures would render him brittle, yet it only sharpens him further. Wang Kai had unknowingly approached, his arm resting on Suja's shoulder, the rustling of their cold weather gear creating a soft sound. So what do you think? Suja gazed toward Bai Yi, who was tilting his head back to drink water, the steam from his thermos wafting through the air, enveloping his outline in a hazy glow. I concede. Suja heard his own hoarse voice echo within the confines of his mask, his respect both profound and sincere. This acknowledgement transcended mere recognition of strength. It was an homage to a certain superhuman will. While the ordinary might falter in the biting cold, Bai Yi had transformed the frigid conditions into an advantage. When the average person reached their limit, Bai Yi was merely beginning to warm up. He stood as an insurmountable peak upon the snowy plains, forever beyond reach, compelling one to gaze upwards, and then to pursue the path he had left in the bone-chilling winds. Chapter 30. Massage. The dormitory was permeated with a strong scent of medicinal liquor and the intermittent sounds of groans. Bai Yi sat on the edge of his bed, gently wiping his damp hair with a towel. The fleeting warmth from the hot shower had dissipated, replaced by deep-seated aches in his muscles. He discreetly moved his right shoulder joint, sensing the subtle friction between bone and muscle. Oh my gosh! Zhang Hao sprawled on the lower bunk like a fish thrown ashore. Have my abdominal muscles torn into 8 pieces? Zhao Xiaohu, please take a look for me. Zhao Xiaohu grimaced as he attempted to peel off his training uniform. Don't touch me. My arm is dislocated. Bai Shun, could you spare us some mercy? 2 minutes for 78 push-ups is inhumane. Bai Yi paused in his towel drying, droplets cascading from his hair to his collarbone. You all did splendidly. Splendid my foot. Zhang Hao lamented, flipping over. Suja managed to do 70, and I could barely scrape by the passing mark. Bai Shun, admit it. Are you a military prototype of a humanoid weapon? Suddenly, the dormitory door swung open, and a gust of cold air accompanied Li Hao's tall figure as he entered. Instantly, silence fell over the room. Even Zhang Hao stifled his last whimper. What's all this noise? The whole building can hear your wailing. Li Hao's sharp gaze swept over each person, finally lingering on Bai Yi's slightly reddened right wrist for a moment. It's normal to feel sore after assessments. Let us give each other a massage, otherwise, you won't be able to get up tomorrow. Gathering his courage, Zhang Hao raised his hand, reporting, Class leader, we don't know how to massage. Li Hao scoffed, pulling a bottle of medicinal liquor from his pocket and tossing it on his Zhang Hao's bed. If you don't know, then learn. Zhao Xiaohu. You start by giving Zhang Hao a back massage. Wincing, Zhao Xiaohu accepted the bottle. Class leader, my hands are frozen stiff. Then use your feet. Li Hao waved his hand impatiently, then turned to Bai Yi, his tones softening unconsciously. How are you? Your right hand is all right, I assent it? Bai Yi shook his head, discreetly hiding his right hand behind him. I'm fine. Li Hao narrowed his eyes, clearly unconvinced. He strode to Bai Yi's bedside and unceremoniously grasped his right wrist. Bai Yi's palm was icy, the knuckles unnaturally red, and there were faint scratches on the back of his hand from the pull-up bar. This is what you call fine? Li Hao's voice dropped to a low murmur, audible only to Bai Yi. You just fractured it 5 weeks ago, and today you dared to perform so many pull-ups? Bai Yi attempted to withdraw his hand. It truly doesn't hurt. Li Hao held firm, gently pressing his thumb against Bai Yi's wrist bone. Climb up and lie down. Class leader. I can manage on my own. This is an order. Li Hao interrupted, his tone leaving no room for dissent. Your training volume today is double that of others, and your muscles are likely in a state of micro-tearing. If you don't want to be unable to lift your arms tomorrow, you will comply. An eerie silence enveloped the dormitory. Everyone pretended to be preoccupied, yet their ears were sharply attuned. Suja, sitting on the lower bunk opposite, unconsciously tightened his grip on the towel in his hands. Bai Yi and Li Hao exchanged glances for a few seconds, ultimately releasing a barely perceptible sigh before turning and climbing onto the bed. The bed frame emitted a faint creak as Li Hao retrieved the medicinal liquor from Zhang Hao and followed suit. As he lifted Bai Yi's shirt, the pungent aroma of the liquor immediately filled the air. After a moment's hesitation, Bai Yi unzipped his training suit, revealing a black tank top beneath. He lay flat on the narrow cot, his hands neatly placed at his sides, resembling a specimen awaiting inspection. Li Hao poured some of the liquor into his palm, warming it before applying it directly to Bai Yi's right shoulder. Even through the tank top, Bai Yi could feel his body tense up instantly. Relax. Li Hao's voice was surprisingly patient, understanding that while he could endure the pain, his muscles needed to recuperate. His broad, powerful hands pressed down along the muscle groups flanking Bai Yi's spine, starting from his neck. Gradually, under the influence of the liquor, Bai Yi's back muscles began to warm, the tight knots slowly dissolving under Li Hao's precise techniques. Tell me if it hurts, Li Hao murmured, pressing his thumb against a knot beneath Bai Yi's scapula. With his face buried in the pillow, Bai Yi shook his head. However, his breathing noticeably quickened, and his fingers unconsciously grasped the bed sheets. Suja, observing his own sore arms, suddenly found the scent of the liquor to be particularly pungent. He stood up, intending to head to the washroom, but was intercepted by Wang Kai. Where do you think you're going? Wang Kai shook the liquor bottle in his hand. It's your turn. Suja frowned. I don't need it. Come on, you've done quite a few pull-ups. If your arms aren't broken, consider yourself lucky. Wang Kai unceremoniously pushed him back onto the bed, instructing him to lie down. On the other side, Zhang Hao was howling like a slaughtered pig. Take it easy. Zhao Xiaohu, are you trying to murder me? Shut up. Zhao Xiaohu gritted his teeth. If you keep yelling, I'll really step on you. Li Hao's hands had now moved to Bai Yi's waist, where the muscles were particularly stiff from prolonged core engagement. Bai Yi's face remained buried in the pillow. Breathe. Li Hao patted his side. Don't hold it in. At last, Bai Yi took a deep breath, only to quickly hold it again. Li Hao shook his head in exasperation, increasing the pressure of his hands. This time, Bai Yi could no longer suppress a muffled groan. Finally made a sound? Li Hao's voice held a hint of amusement. I thought you were devoid of pain. Bai Yi's voice was muffled. Can you go a bit easier, class leader? This request, though softly spoken, rendered the entire dormitory instantly silent. Even Zhang Hao ceased his howling, and everyone looked, wide-eyed, at Bai Yi's bed. The creature who had completed 78 push-ups in sub-zero temperatures without flinching was actually pleading for mercy. Li Hao was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. Now, you know what pain is? Why didn't you think of the consequences while doing pull-ups? Yet, he indeed eased his grip, shifting to gently knead Bai Yi's lower back muscles. Bai Yi's breathing gradually steadied, and his top body began to relax. Meanwhile, Wang Kai was using his knee to press against Suja's back muscles, pulling his shoulders backward with both hands. Suja, beads of sweat forming on his forehead from the pain, remained resolutely silent. What are you trying to prove against Bai Yi? Wang Kai inquired, applying pressure as he spoke. After all, such a person was born to defy conventions. Suja managed to squeeze out a few words through clenched teeth. I'm not competing. Come now. Since the assessment began, your gaze has not strayed from him. Wang Kai released his grip and poured a bit of medicinal alcohol onto Suja's shoulder. Is it jealousy? Suja fell silent for a moment before responding. I just don't understand. What do you not understand? Why him? Suja's voice was barely above a whisper. Why is it always him? Wang Kai scoffed. Do you think Li Hao cares for him for no reason? It's not merely favoritism. It's because that kid has no concept of knowing when to stop. Suja stared at the ceiling. suddenly recalling the ice crystals that had formed on Bai Ye's eyelashes during the assessment today, and that body seemingly impervious to the cold. A monster, Suja ultimately murmured. Li Hao had already moved on to massaging Bai Ye's calves, which were particularly stiff from prolonged exposure to low temperatures. They felt as hard as stone. Tomorrow is the psychological pressure test, Li Hao said while massaging. You and Suja will be in the same group. Bai Yi raised his head slightly. Why? Because you need to learn how to control your emotions, Li Hao asserted, pressing down on an acupoint, causing Bai Ye's calf muscles to spasm sharply, and you need to learn how to rely on your teammates. Bai Yi remained silent for a moment. I can manage on my own. This is an order, not a negotiation, Li Hao replied, giving a final pat to his calf. All right, turn over. Bai Yi hesitated, but eventually rolled onto his back. His training uniform had been pulled up to his chest, revealing his pale abdomen, which lacked prominent muscle definition, appearing almost frail. Li Hao poured some medicinal alcohol into his palm and pressed it against Bai Yi's abdomen. Bai Yi immediately held his breath, fingers gripping the edge of the bed. 79 sit-ups. Li Hao's tone was laced with reproach. You're nearly tearing your rectus abdominis, aren't you? His hands traced circles on Bai Ye's abdomen, slowly kneading the taut muscles. Bai Ye's breathing quickened, fine beads of sweat appearing on his forehead, yet he remained silent, biting his lip. If it hurts, grip the bed's edge. Li Hao adjusted his pressure. Don't bite yourself. Bai Yi released his lip, now pale from the pressure, while his fingers clutched the bed tightly. The scent of medicinal alcohol mingled with the sweat of both men, filling the cramped upper bunk space. Li Hao's hands were warm and rough, leaving a burning sensation on Bai Ye's icy skin. Wang Kai had finished massaging Suja's back and was sitting on the edge of the bed, wiping his hands. Have you come to terms with it? Wang Kai asked. Suja moved his shoulders. The pain had indeed eased considerably. A little. That kid Bai Yi, Wang Kai remarked. It's not that he doesn't feel pain. He just endures it better than we do. Li Hao has noticed this, which is why he looks after him so closely. Suja nodded thoughtfully. Just then, a faint rustling sound was heard as Bai Yi attempted to sit up, but Li Hao pressed him back down. Do not move, Li Hao commanded. The medicinal liquor requires time to be absorbed. Bai Yi's voice was tinged with a rare sense of helplessness. Class monitor, I wish to freshen up. Wait another 10 minutes, Li Hao replied imperatively, turning to the others. Have you all finished? Then extinguish the lights and sleep. We gather at 6 tomorrow. I do not wish to see anyone lingering in bed. Once the dormitory lights were extinguished, Suja lay in the darkness. Bai Yi's breathing was gentle, almost imperceptible. Yet Suja could envision him maintaining a standard sleeping posture, lying flat, hands resting at his sides, like a specimen awaiting inspection. Hey, Suja suddenly whispered Bai Yi. The upper bunk remained silent for a few seconds. Tomorrow. Suja hesitated. May we cooperate harmoniously? A longer silence ensued. Just as Suja thought the other had fallen asleep, Bai Yi's voice floated down softly. May we cooperate harmoniously? In the darkness, Suja unconsciously smiled. He turned over, and the ache in his muscles seemed less unbearable. Chapter 31. The Final Assessment. 3. At precisely 5:50 a.m., 12 olive green metal containers stood in meticulous alignment on the training ground, their surfaces adorned with a delicate layer of frost. Li Hao, hands clasped behind his back, stood before the formation, the crunch of his combat boots shattering the icy remnants beneath him with a crisp sound. The first psychological endurance test. Resilience in extreme environments. Li Hao's voice sliced through the air like a blade upon ice. The rules were straightforward. Endure for 10 minutes without voluntarily withdrawing to be deemed successful. Yet, remember, he suddenly raised his voice, this is not merely a contest of endurance. Zhang Hao's Adam's apple noticeably bobbed, his tactical gloves instinctively gripping the hem of his uniform. Report. Class leader, if it becomes unbearable, do you see that ambulance over there? Wang Kai interjected with a grin, pointing towards the edge of the training area where a blue light flashing ambulance stood. Last week, 2 individuals were carried out due to incontinence. They're still resting in the infirmary. He deliberately lowered his voice, adding, I heard one of them still trembles at the sight of enclosed spaces. Zhao Xiaohu's complexion paled instantaneously, his lips quivering as he attempted to articulate something, but was silenced by Li Hao's piercing gaze. Bai Yi stood at the front of the formation, erect as a pine tree. Suja noticed tiny ice crystals forming on his eyelashes, refracting the morning light into a spectrum of colors. His gray eyes swiftly scanned the pressure valves, ventilation openings, and ground cables of the containers, his pupils constricting slightly, as if engaged in some intricate calculation. Group entry. A shrill whistle tore through the frigid air. Bai Yi, Suja, Container 3. Zhang Hao, Zhao Xiao, Container 2. Suja followed Bai Yi towards Container 3, the metallic steps glistening with thin ice, emitting a precarious creak underfoot. Suddenly, Bai Yi halted at the entrance, his fingertips brushing gently against the inner frame of the door. "Watch your step," he murmured, his voice barely audible to Suja. "The third step has a height differential of 0.3 centimeters. Suja was taken aback, not having the opportunity to respond before the iron doors of the container thunderously slammed shut behind them. Absolute darkness surged forth like a tidal wave, amplifying even the sound of their breathing severalfold. He instinctively reached for the dagger at his waist, only to remember that all equipment had been confiscated prior to entry. "Assume the standing position." Bai Yi's voice resonated with exceptional clarity in the darkness, as though it bore precise coordinates. "Lower your center of gravity by 20 degrees. Feet shoulder-width apart, toes angled outward at 15 degrees. No sooner had he finished speaking than the world erupted. Blinding white light, accompanied by a deafening explosion at 130 decibels, erupted suddenly, searing Suja's retinas and making his eardrums feel as though they had been pierced by steel needles. He staggered backward, colliding with a solid chest. Frequency interval, 11 seconds. Bai Yi steadied him by the shoulder, his voice calm as though reading from a manual. "I will provide a warning before the next flash." Suja fought to blink away the tears streaming from his eyes, and through his blurred vision, he saw Bai Yi fixated on a spot on the ceiling. Following his gaze, he noticed a nondescript red indicator light, which flickered weakly 3 times before each flash. "You noticed it long ago?" Suja said, wiping the incessant flow of saline tears with his sleeve, his voice hoarse. Bai Yi nodded gently, the collar of his training uniform brushing against his chin with the movement. He had observed it upon entry. The ventilation system was of the XF-300 model, conforming to standard military specifications, with fixed intervals between flashes. The ensuing torment became increasingly predictable: a flash, a deafening bang, an inclined floor, and a sudden drop in temperature. Following Bai Yi's guidance, Suja adjusted his breathing and astonishingly managed to endure the initial 5 minutes. However, a viscous liquid suddenly gushed from the ventilation shaft, its pungent metallic scent drenching both of them. "What the hell is this?" Suja exclaimed, wiping his face, only to find his palms stained with the dark red liquid, the nauseating odor assaulting his nostrils. Bai Yi's nostrils flared as his tongue swiftly licked the liquid that had splattered on his mouth, a mixture of animal blood and glycerin, at a temperature of 4°C and a pH of approximately 7.2. Suddenly, he gripped Suja's shoulder with astonishing force, urging him to hold his breath. For the next assault would be CS tear gas. Just as Suja stifled his breath, a searing pain akin to being cut with a knife pierced his eyes. From the adjacent container came Zhang Hao's anguished coughs. "Let me out. My eyes are going blind. Help!" This was followed by the dull thud of a heavy object falling and Zhao Xiaohu's cries, tinged with desperation. "Medic! He has passed out." 7 minutes and 32 seconds elapsed. Bai Yi's voice rang out with remarkable clarity through the haze of tears, seemingly unaffected by the gas, while Zhao Xiaohu had also retreated. Peering through the tear-streaked haze at Bai Yi, Suja was astonished to find that, despite the clear trails of tears on his pale face, his gaze remained sharp and lucid. Strangely, he noticed Bai Yi blinking in a peculiar rhythm. Each time before the flash, his eyes precisely closed for 0.5 seconds, as if he were a mechanical device equipped with a timer. "Tear gland secretion regulation," Bai Yi explained, sensing Suja's stare, his voice slightly muffled due to holding his breath. "Closing my eyes for 0.5 seconds during each flash reduces irritation by 70. When the container door reopened, Suja nearly crawled out. The instant fresh air flooded his lungs. He erupted into a violent coughing fit. Bai Yi followed, closely behind, his uniform front soaked in blood. Frozen into a rigid shell in the frigid temperature, producing a crisp sound as he moved. Qualified, Li Hao marked on the clipboard, his gaze sweeping over Bai Ye's swollen eyes and Su Zhe's disheveled appearance, giving an almost imperceptible nod. Medical team, flush their eyes. Not far away, Zhang Hao and Zhao Xiaohu lay on stretchers receiving oxygen. Zhao Xiaohu's uniform was stained with vomit, while Zhang Hao resembled a malfunctioning faucet, his face smeared with mucus and tears, continuously retching. 10 minutes, Zhang Hao gasped, managing to raise 2 fingers, his voice rough as if sandpapered. I lasted 10 minutes, right? I passed, didn't I? Wang Kai lightly tapped his face with a clipboard, glancing at the stopwatch. 9 minutes and 58 seconds, but considering you expelled your stomach acid. He turned to Li Hao, winking. Does that count as passing? Li Hao snorted softly, marking a score of 60 on the clipboard, then turned to Bai Yi, who was undergoing eye irrigation. How did you detect the warning light? Bai Yi tilted his head back for the nurse to rinse his eyes, his voice steady. It's the standard configuration of the XF300 ventilation system. The indicator light is red because the human eye is least sensitive to red light in darkness. However, if one is aware of the location, a pause of merely 0.3 seconds can allow for a preemptive reaction. Li Hao raised his eyebrows almost to his hairline, astonished. Have you memorized the military equipment manual? It's merely basic knowledge. Bai Yi closed his eyes, allowing the nurse to wipe the moisture from his face, his long eyelashes casting a delicate shadow beneath his eyes. Su Zhe, listening nearby, suddenly realized that this seemingly indifferent youth might be more attentive and perceptive than anyone could have imagined. Chapter 32, Final Assessment 4, at noon. 6 interrogation rooms lined up within the black building. Su Zhe was restrained in a metallic chair by 2 masked instructors, with his wrists secured to the armrests by specially designed handcuffs, immediately feeling a bone-chilling cold seeping through his tactical gloves. The one-way glass before him reflected his disheveled state. His eyes were swollen, and the corner of his mouth bore the remnants of water from the eyewash. Name, unit number. The interrogator suddenly erupted, kicking over the chair. Su Zhe, along with the chair, crashed heavily to the ground, his cheekbones striking the corner of the metal table. The metallic taste of blood spread within his mouth as he spat out a mouthful of crimson. Su Zhe, Squad 7 of the new recruits. Liar. The masked interrogator yanked at his hair with such force that it felt as if a patch of his scalp might tear away. You are from the A Group Army Reconnaissance Battalion. Codename Snowwolf. The ripping pain in his scalp caused Su Zhe to suddenly laugh, his blood-stained teeth glaring under the interrogation lights. If I were a reconnaissance soldier, he spat out another mouthful of blood. Would I be foolish enough to be captured by you? The interrogator fell silent for 2 seconds before abruptly pressing the red button on the table. Instantly, a blood-curdling scream erupted from the next room, resembling that of a slaughtered pig. Stop the electricity. I'll talk. We came to map the terrain. The specific coordinates are Su Zhe's pupils constricted. Although he understood it was a performance, the scream was hauntingly real. The interrogator leaned closer, his breath reeking of smoke against Su Zhe's neck. Do you hear? Your companion has confessed. What is the point of your resistance? Because Su Zhe suddenly exerted force, charging with the chair into the interrogator's abdomen. That fool Zhao Xiaohu can't even distinguish between contour lines and isotherms. Amidst the chaos, he heard Bai Ye's voice from next door, disturbingly calm for someone under interrogation. According to Article 17 of the Geneva Convention, prisoners of war are only required to provide their name, rank, date of birth, and identification number. The interrogator seemed momentarily stunned. The Geneva Convention does not apply here. The 2023 Revised Protocol, Article 7, clearly states Bai Yi's voice recited the text with precision. All standard for the treatment of prisoners of war apply to psychological pressure tests during simulated military exercises. Suddenly, a choking cough echoed from behind the one-way glass. As if he had been caught off guard, the interrogator, unwilling to relent, pressed the electric shock button twice more, before finally cursing and unlocking Su Zhe's handcuffs. Get out. You two should report to the intelligence department. In the corridor, Suja noticed Bai Yi pressing a piece of gauze against his wrist. There were distinct marks of constriction, but it was far more dignified than Zhao Xiaohu's urine-soaked trousers. Bai Yi noticed Suja's gaze and handed him a clean piece of gauze. Thank you. Suja accepted the gauze and pressed it against his bleeding cheek. How do you remember the details of the Geneva Convention so clearly? Bai Yi adjusted his disheveled collar. Common knowledge. That is hardly common knowledge. Suja's sentence was cut short by a voice from the end of the interrogation room. We are actually aliens in disguise. The spaceship is hidden in the kitchen's freezer. Zhang Hao's tearful confession seeped through the crack of the door. Our mission was to study the frequency of human flatulence in extreme environments. Wang Kai's voice emerged from the loudspeaker, barely containing his laughter. Congratulations, Zhang Hao. You have set a record for the swiftest creation of a science fiction narrative. 6 points, just barely passing. The setting sun painted the training ground with a sanguine hue, while the distant pine forest howled like the waves of the sea in the wind. Bai Yi crouched beside a frozen creek, his tactical gloves brushing over the imprints in the snow. A patrol, 3 individuals, had passed half an hour ago. His fingertip hovered over a particular footprint, noting that one individual's left leg was half a centimeter shorter than the right. Suja licked his cracked lips, his throat feeling as though it had been sanded down. Shall we ambush them? Seize their equipment? That would contravene our mission parameters, Bai Yi replied, retrieving a water bottle from his tactical vest, unscrewing the cap, and handing it to Suja. Our objective is to return to base, not to engage the enemy. Suja accepted the bottle and took a deep swig. The icy water coursed down his throat, offering a moment of clarity. Suddenly, the sound of a snapping branch echoed from afar. The 2 men instinctively crouched low, spotting Zhang Hao and Zhao Xiaohu darting through the underbrush like startled rabbits, pursued by 2 enemy soldiers adorned with red armbands. Do we assist them? Suju inquired, reaching for the training dagger at his waist, his voice barely above a whisper. Bai Yi shook his head, his gaze fixed on the movements of their pursuers. They have chosen the wrong path. No sooner had he spoken than Zhang Hao stumbled into a concealed pit hidden beneath the snow, inadvertently dragging Zhao Xiaohu down with him. The 2 enemy soldiers erupted in laughter as they adorned them with the red armbands of captivity. Save us! Zhao Xiaohu's cries echoed through the forest. We realize our mistake. Bai Yi had already turned ahead in the opposite direction. There's a fixed checkpoint 2 kilometers southwest. We will circumvent the northern ridge. As darkness enveloped the landscape, they discovered the perimeter barbed wire of the base. Just as Suja prepared to sprint, Bai Yi suddenly grasped his tactical vest. Wait. In the moonlight, several scraps of fabric hung from the barbed wire, remnants left by fallen recruits. Bai Yi unearthed a stone from the snow, weighed it in his hand, and then hurled it forcefully toward the thicket at 10 o'clock. Bang! The sound of a blank cartridge startled a flock of nocturnal birds. The concealed sniper cursed as he emerged, brushing the feathers disturbed by the startled birds from his hair. Damn it! How were we discovered? The reflection of the snow glimmered. Bai Yi pointed to the position of the enemy's sniper scope and then turned to Suja. We can proceed now. At the base entrance, Li Hao was tallying scores on an electronic screen. Zhang Hao and Zhao Xiaohu stood dejectedly in the elimination zone, their training uniforms smeared with mud and the marks of red paintballs, resembling 2 drenched groundhogs. 6 points, Li Hao wrote on Zhang Hao's score sheet, the pen nearly piercing through the paper, just enough to pass. Zhao Xiaohu craned his neck, hope lacing his voice. What about me? What about me? 5, 9 points. Wang Kai grinned as he handed over the score sheet. Just as Zhao Xiaohu's face fell, he added, but considering you managed to run so swiftly even after wetting your pants. He deliberately elongated his tone. I'll round it up for you. The electronic screen illuminated, displaying the final rankings. Bai Yi with a score of 100, Suja with 92, followed by Zhang Hao with 60, 3, and Zhao Xiaohu with 60. 1. Tomorrow marks the ultimate stage. Li Hao's gaze swept across all the new recruits, lingering on Bai Yi for an additional 2 seconds, his expression inscrutable. Return to your rest. The medical room has prepared muscle relaxants for you. On their way back to the dormitory, Zhang Hao draped his arm around Zhao Xiaohu's shoulders, lamenting, Has Baishan secretly installed hacks? He seemed unfazed in that container. The moonlight, gentle as water, cascaded upon Bailly's flawless profile. Suja noted the elegance with which he tilted his head towards the starry sky, his neck's contours flowing with exquisite grace. Chapter 33. The Final Assessment. 5. At precisely 5:40 in the morning, the eastern sky began to lighten, revealing a pale hue. 8 square fighting rings were meticulously arranged in the training ground, their surfaces covered with 2-centimeter-thick professional cushioning mats, with their boundaries distinctly marked in red tape. Li Hao stood with his hands clasped behind him at the front of the line, the crunch of ice beneath his tactical boots producing a subtle crackling sound. Today's assessment involved hand-to-hand combat, with each participant scheduled for 2 to 3 bouts. Li Hao's voice was as coarse as sandpaper, with but one rule to adhere to: no strikes to the face. Wang Kai interjected with a grin, twirling a medical suturing kit in his hands, remarking that the supplies in the infirmary were running low, particularly for those with nasal fractures. Standing at the forefront of the line was Bailly, meticulously wrapping his hands with professional elastic bandages. Su Zhou observed that his technique was quite unique, not the customary spiral wrapping, but rather a precise crisscross at a 30-degree angle around each knuckle, culminating in a surgical knot at his wrist. The entire process flowed seamlessly, as though he had performed it countless times before. Draws were conducted to determine opponents. Li Hao shook a military tactical canteen filled with bamboo sticks, producing a crisp sound as they collided. First group, prepare. The recruits lined up to draw their lots, each stick marked with a number in red paint. Suja drew number 18, and upon turning, he noted that Bailly's stick prominently displayed the number 3. Sunlight pierced through the clouds, casting a mosaic of light upon Bailly's bandaged hands. Match 3. Bailly versus Xiaohu at 8:15 in the morning. The area surrounding ring number 3 was crowded with watching recruits. Xiaohu, trembling, clambered onto the platform, his stomach visibly quaking beneath his tactical vest, and the armpits of his uniform were already dampened with sweat. Bailly stood confidently in the opposite corner, his hands hanging naturally at his sides, akin to 2 daggers sheathed in their scabbards. Sunlight filtered through his silver-gray eyelashes, casting delicate shadows across his face. He subtly rotated his neck, producing a faint crack from his cervical vertebrae. Begin. Wang Kai, acting as the referee, blew his whistle. Xiaohu, with a peculiar cry, charged forward, unleashing a wild flurry of punches, eyes squeezed shut in a fit of desperate aggression. His right fist sliced through the air toward Bailly's face. The sleeves of his uniform taut from the vigorous motion. Just as Xiaohu's fist approached within 5 centimeters of his nose, Bailly sidestepped with precision, his movements measured to the millimeter. Xiaohu's punch grazed past his ear, stirring a few strands of silver-gray hair, which shimmered in the sunlight. Your movements are too exaggerated, Bailly remarked, his voice calm and steady as if reciting from a textbook, while simultaneously executing a flawless sweeping kick at a perfect 30-degree angle. His center of gravity elevated. Xiaohu fell to the ground like a felled tree, raising a cloud of fine dust. He struggled to rise, his elbows scraping against the mat with a soft, rustling sound, only to discover Bailly's knee gently pressing against his lower back, firm yet precise. Resting on his 3rd lumbar vertebra, a bandaged hand pressed against the nape of his neck, the thumb perfectly positioned at the base of his skull. I concede, I surrender, Xiao shouted, pounding the ground, his voice muffled by the dust. His tactical vest had ridden up due to his struggles, revealing a patch of pale skin on his abdomen. Wang Kai stifled a laugh as he began the countdown. 10-9. Never mind, Bailly wins. Time, 9 seconds. He turned to Li Hao. Did he break the record? The new recruits watching from the sidelines erupted in a chorus of astonishment. Suze Guin. Bailly's movements had been fluid and graceful, every evasive maneuver and counterattack seemingly calculated, as if he had anticipated every move of Xiaohu. Match 6. Zhang Hao versus Xiaohu at 10:20 a.m. on the same ring 3. Xiaohu climbed onto the platform, gingerly rubbing his still sore backside. This time, he had tightened his belt. I must win this time. He waved his fist toward the audience, droplets of sweat arcing from his wrist. Zhang Hao chuckled, adopting a perfect boxing stance. His fist guarding his cheekbones, chin tucked. Little tiger, let me show you what true combat is. His biceps bulged visibly beneath his training uniform. As the whistle blew, Zhao Xiaohu, having learned from past mistakes, refrained from a reckless attack. The two circled the ring 3 times, the cushioning mats emitting faint creaking sounds beneath their feet. The crowd began to jeer. Fight. Are you here for a dance? Should we play some music for you? Suddenly, Zhang Hao launched an attack. A right straight punch aimed squarely at Zhao Xiaohu's face, the force of the punch even blowing back Zhao Xiaohu's bangs. In a panic, Zhao Xiaohu ducked, his tactical cap tumbling to the mat, only to collide with Zhang Hao's raised left knee. Ouch! Zhao Xiaohu crouched down, clutching his nose, tears and snot streaming down, leaving dark stains on the mat. That's a foul. It has to be a foul. Wang Kai shrugged and pointed to the makeshift rules affixed to the edge of the ring. The rules don't say you can't use your knees. He bent down to retrieve Zhao Xiaohu's cap, adding, but remember to wear your protective gear next time. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Hao wrapped his arms around Zhao Xiaohu's waist from behind, crumpling the training uniform in his grip. With a muffled grunt, he executed a throw, the two rolling on the mat and stirring up more dust. Ultimately, Zhang Hao leveraged his weight advantage to pin Zhao Xiaohu down, his cheek pressed against Zhao Xiaohu's back. Hot breath seeping through the training uniform. I concede. I concede, Zhao Xiaohu shouted, pounding the mat, his voice distorted from the pressure on his face. You need to lose weight. You're crushing me. Match 18. Suja versus Lu Ming. At 2:10 p.m., under the blazing sun, Suja stepped onto ring 2, his shoulders moving with slight cracking sounds. His opponent, Lu Ming, was a burly recruit, his thick neck nearly obscuring his chin. The collar of his training uniform straining against his well-developed trapezius muscles. I hear you are the second best under Bai. Lu Ming grinned, revealing a shiny gold tooth. Let me see what you've got. As the whistle sounded, Lu Ming charged like a bull, causing the ring to tremble. At the last moment, Suja sidestepped, feeling the rush of wind from his opponent's momentum brush against his cheek. He seized the moment to deliver a knife hand strike to Lu Ming's nape, the edge of his palm landing precisely on the upper trapezius. Lu Ming let out a muffled groan, pivoting to retaliate with a swinging punch that grazed Suja's temple, sending a sharp sting through him. Suja raised his arms to block, his forearms aching from the force. This guy has some serious strength. He could perceive a slight tremor in his ulna. Seizing the moment when Lu Ming withdrew his fist, Suja suddenly drew near, wedging his right leg against Lu Ming's supporting leg while grasping the collar of his opponent's attire. He inhaled deeply, his core muscles surging with sudden force. An overhead throw. A gasp erupted from the audience. Lu Ming traced an arc through the air before his back thudded heavily against the mat, producing a dull thump. Before he could regain his composure, Suja had already pressed his knee into Lu Ming's abdomen, his right arm constricting around Lu Ming's throat, while his left hand pinned down his right wrist. Surrender. Lu Ming pounded the mat, his face flushed crimson, the veins on his forehead standing out starkly. Suja released his hold and noticed Bai standing at the edge of the stage, observing him with a fleeting, elusive emotion flickering in his gray eyes. Sunlight filtered through Bai's hair, casting delicate speckles of light across his face. Chapter 34. The Final Assessment 6. Match 35. Bai versus Zhang Hao. At 4:30 in the afternoon, the temperature began to drop. Zhang Hao, wiping the sweat from his brow, ascended to the central arena. His tactical vest thoroughly soaked, now a deep shade of green. I won't be as easy to handle as Xiaohu, he declared, spitting into his palm and vigorously rubbing his hands together. Bai merely nodded, adopting an unusual starting stance, his left hand extended forward with the palm facing outward, while his right hand rested close to his chest, as if guarding something precious. His breathing was eerily steady, with no discernible rise and fall of his chest. At the sound of the whistle, Zhang Hao resorted to his tried-and-true tactic, attempting to leverage his weight as an advantage. He lunged forward like a grizzly bear, his training uniform rustling in the air. Yet, just as he was about to make contact with Bai, the latter slipped beneath his arm like a fish gliding through water, delivering a precise elbow strike to the space between Zhang Hao's fifth rib on the right side. Suddenly, Zhang Hao deflated like a punctured balloon, his movements noticeably sluggish. Gasping for breath, he found himself struggling to draw insufficient air. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Yi maneuvered behind him, locking his right arm in a V shape around Zhang Hao's throat, while his left knee pressed against his lower back. Zhang Hao fought desperately, his biceps visibly straining against the confines of his uniform. Yet he soon realized that the more he struggled, the tighter the hold became. His complexion shifted from red to purple, veins protruding from his forehead. I can see," Zhang Hao gasped, tapping on Bai Ye's arm, his voice emerging as if squeezed from a constricted tube. Bai Yi immediately released him, stepping back a couple of paces and resuming that peculiar defensive posture. Zhang Hao collapsed onto the mat, panting heavily, sweat pooling beneath him. What did you hit me with? Why do I suddenly feel so weak?" "The phrenic nerve," Bai Yi replied calmly, gesturing to a spot beneath his right rib. "It temporarily disrupts the respiratory reflex." A hush fell over the audience. Wang Kai's whistle slipped from his grasp, bouncing twice on the mat. "Is that medical knowledge?" Li Hao's lips twitched imperceptibly. Bai Yi scores a perfect 100. Final showdown. Bai Yi versus Su Zhe. At 5:45 in the evening, the setting sun bathed the central arena in a crimson hue, as all the recruits encircled the platform, forming an impenetrable wall of bodies. Su Zhe and Bai Yi stood at opposite corners, their shadows stretching across the mat, almost reaching the edge of the arena. In this climactic bout, Li Hao took on the role of referee, standing at the center of the arena, his shadow a straight black line. "Begin." Su Zhe was the first to strike, executing a low whip kick aimed at Bai Ye's lower body. His training pants taut from the sudden motion. Bai Yi seemed to anticipate the trajectory of the attack, retreating half a second in advance, while simultaneously slicing his right hand toward Su Zhe's neck, the fingertips slicing through the air with a subtle whoosh. Su Zhe raised his arms to block, their forearms colliding with a dull thud. He could feel the rough texture of the bandages on Bai Ye's arm and the solidity of the ulna beneath. "Force, 65 kilograms. Bai Yi remarked, his tone as calm as a laboratory instrument. "Angle deviation, 3 degrees. Su Zhe was momentarily taken aback, quickly realizing that Bai Yi was precisely calculating his strength. He unleashed a right hook, aiming for Bai Ye's temple. But Bai Yi deftly evaded the strike with a subtle dip of his head. The strands of black hair brushed against Su Zhe's knuckles, carrying a faint scent of mint shampoo, glimmering with fragmented golden light under the setting sun. The two exchanged blows for several rounds, leaving the audience in a state of astonishment. Bai Ye's movements were as precise as a computer algorithm, consistently avoiding attacks with minimal motion. Su Zhe, on the other hand, relied on his exceptional explosive power and reflexes to stay relentless, his training suit's back already drenched with sweat, clinging to his spine. Bai Yi was unexpectedly forced to the edge of the ring. Zhao Xiaohu exclaimed, his voice cracking with excitement. Seizing the moment, Su Zhe lunged forward, grasping Bai Ye's collar, his fingers brushing against the warm skin at the collarbone, unexpectedly feeling the warmth and pulse emanating from there. Just as he prepared to execute a shoulder throw, his gaze locked onto Bai Ye's eyes. Under the sunlight, those gray irises shimmered with amber hues, the lashes casting delicate shadows on his face, so close that he could discern the natural curl of each lash tip. Su Zhe's heart skipped a beat, his fingers instinctively loosening their grip. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Bai Yi swiftly countered. Utilizing Su Zhe's forward momentum, he twisted his hips at a perfect angle, executing a textbook shoulder throw that sent Su Zhe crashing onto the mat. Dizziness enveloped him, a dull pain radiating from his back. Before he could react, Bai Yi had already locked his legs around Su Zhe's right arm, his forearm pressing firmly against Su Zhe's throat. "I concede," Su Zhe shouted, slapping the mat. His voice strained as his neck was constricted. He could feel Bai Yi's breath against his ear, the rhythm unervingly steady. Bai Yi immediately released him, retreating to a safe distance, his movements crisp and decisive, akin to a machine hitting the stop button. Su Zhe sat up, rubbing his neck. "Well done, truly splendid," Wang Kai exclaimed, approaching with applause, his training boots leaving impressions on the mat, particularly praising the final shoulder throw, Its angle, force, and timing were all impeccable. Li Hao observed the two, a rare expression of satisfaction gracing his face. Bai Yi, a perfect score of 100. Suja, 95. He paused, his gaze landing on Suja's flushed neck. Suja, do you understand why you lost in the end? Suja stole a glance at Bai Yi, who was unwrapping his bandages, his throat bobbing as droplets of sweat fell from his chin onto the mat. I got distracted. A mere 0. 1 second lapse in concentration during combat could be fatal. Li Hao remarked meaningfully, tapping his temple. Remember this lesson. As the sun dipped below the horizon, elongated shadows stretched across the training ground. Bai Yi stood at the edge of the ring, adjusting his protective gear, his silver-gray hair swaying gently in the evening breeze, the tips glistening with tiny beads of sweat, appearing as though dusted with gold under the sunset. Suja gazed at that silhouette, a strange flutter blooming in his chest, a sensation reminiscent of the suffocating grip he had once felt, yet tinged with a secret sweetness. Chapter 35. The assessment concludes at 6:30 in the evening. The cafeteria was filled with the long-forgotten aroma of braised pork. For the first time, the stainless steel tables were adorned with an extravagant array of 6 dishes and a soup, even accompanied by fruits for dessert. An utterly implausible scenario in the usually regimented new recruit battalion. Goodness! Chicken legs! Zhang Hao dashed to the serving window, his nose nearly pressed against the glass. 2 for each person. I haven't seen chicken legs in 3 months. Zhao Xiaohu, trembling as he held his tray, remarked. And strawberries, could this be a farewell meal? Are we being dispatched to the frontier tomorrow? Shut your raven's mouth. Zhang Hao slapped the back of Zhao Xiaohu's head. This is a celebration feast. Do you understand? In the middle of the line, Suja caught a glimpse of Bai Yi meticulously dividing his tray into 6 equal sections with chopsticks, each dish carefully placed in its designated area, as if he were performing a sacred ritual. The shadows cast by his lowered eyelashes danced under the lights, while his amber eyes focused intently on the edges of the tray. Bai Yi, there's a spot here. Several new recruits eagerly beckoned, with one even pulling out a napkin to wipe the center seat repeatedly. We saved this for you. Bai Yi approached, his black combat boots making scarcely a sound on the floor. Just as he was about to sit, a youthful recruit suddenly stood up to salute, his movements so abrupt that he nearly toppled the soup bowl. Report. May I ask how you managed to do 30 pull-ups? I barely managed 9. The cafeteria fell silent. All ears pricked. Bai Yi paused, his chopsticks suspended in midair. Breathing rhythm. He articulated clearly, tracing a wave pattern on the table with his index finger. Exhale on the ascent. Inhale on the descent. Holding each action for 3 seconds. And what about push-ups? Another recruit interjected eagerly. How do you manage 78 in 2 minutes? Engage your core muscles. Bai Yi replied, lightly tapping his abdomen with the chopsticks, emphasizing that it was not about the arms. A flurry of note-taking ensued around him. Suja noticed that when Bai Yi mentioned the word exhale, his perfectly shaped lips would slightly pucker, glistening softly under the stark cafeteria lights. Comrade Bai Yi, another tall recruit, squeezed through, his training suit still dusted with remnants from the combat arena. Could you demonstrate that chokehold technique again? I nearly suffocated from it yesterday. Just as Bai Yi was about to rise, Li Hao's voice boomed from the entrance of the cafeteria. It's just a meal. Is this a martial arts academy? The crowd immediately dispersed, with one recruit stumbling in his haste. Suja sat down across from Bai Yi, noting the meticulous arrangement of his braised pork, each piece maintaining a perfect cubic shape, with green peppers and carrot cubes distinctly separated. Congratulations, Suja said, picking up a haphazardly shaped piece of meat from his own tray. First place. Bai Yi gently nudged a green pea with the tip of his chopsticks. You too. Not by a long shot. Suja took a bite of the chicken leg, its juices trickling down the corner of his mouth, and he hurriedly wiped it away. That last move in close combat, he instinctively touched his neck. Where did you learn that? Bai Yi's chopsticks paused midair for half a second. Close combat techniques, Chapter 3, Section 4. What book could possibly teach such things? Zhang Hao suddenly interjected, plopping down between the two, his tray piled high with food, gravy spilling over the table. A guide to killing? A handbook for aspiring agents? Zhao Xiaohu also leaned in, a bandage on his nose, spewing a few grains of rice as he spoke. Bai Shun, Once we get to the unit, you better look out for us. I heard the veterans in the field army love to bully the new recruits. Washing socks and underwear is just the tip of the iceberg. Some even have to help the squad leader write love letters. Suddenly, laughter erupted from the other end of the cafeteria. Wang Kai stood on a chair holding the report card, one foot on the table. Silence. I will now announce the final rankings. He cleared his throat. First place, Bai Yi, 100 points. Second place, Suja, 95 points. 21st place, Zhang Hao, 71 points. And he deliberately elongated his tone. 50th place, Comrade Zhao Xiaohu, 60. 1 points. Ha ha ha. The entire cafeteria erupted in laughter, some people pounding the table, others stomping their feet. Zhao Xiaohu buried his face in his tray. Just 0. 9 points. Just damn 0. 9 points. Enough. Zhang Hao patted his back vigorously, nearly knocking him into the soup bowl. The mess hall needs talents like you. Chef Liu said he is looking for someone to pick potatoes. Get lost. Zhao Xiaohu lifted his head. A grain of rice stuck to his nose. If I go anywhere, it's to the motorized unit. At least I can touch the steering wheel. You? Zhang Hao rolled his eyes dramatically. Last time you nearly drove the tank into a cesspool. At 7:45 p.m., the bathroom was filled with steam. A dozen new recruits stood naked under the shower heads. Hot water washing away their fatigue and dirt. Oh damn! A tall, lanky recruit suddenly shrieked, his back crashing against the tiled wall. Bai Shun, look at this bruise on my back. It looks like a world map. In the mist, Bai Yi stood under a shower head in the corner, his black hair clinging to his pale cheeks, his amber eyes sparkling with clarity amidst the steam. He turned at the sound, droplets cascading down his collarbone. Third lumbar vertebra, left side, an area of 4 by 6 centimeters, spreading in a fan shape. You remember it quite well. The lanky recruit lamented, rubbing his back. I only blocked one of your moves. Just one, and look what happened to me. Be grateful. Another round-faced recruit pointed at the purplish bruise on his inner thigh, grimacing as the hot water hit it. I nearly lost my manhood. That kick from Bai Shun was just 2 centimeters away from my... Well, 2 centimeters. My family has had only male heirs for 3 generations. Bai Yi squeezed some shampoo in his palm, the foam forming a small mound. The angle was calculated. The safe distance is 3 centimeters. Safe my foot. The round-faced recruit exaggeratedly covered his groin. Even now, I feel anxious every time I need to pee. Last night, I was haunted by a nightmare in which I transformed into a eunuch. Suja stood nearby under the shower head. Warm water cascading over the bruises left from our earlier sparring, bringing a slight sting. He covertly glanced at Bai Ye's back. His seemingly frail body bore several bruises, starkly visible against his fair skin. Suze! Zhang Hao suddenly emerged from behind, his damp arm draped across Suja's shoulder. Do you think this purple mark resembles the map of China? With a swift motion, he turned to reveal the large bruise on his back. This is northeast China. This is Hainan Island, and here is Taiwan Province. Zhao Xiaohu joined in, the bandage on his nose thoroughly soaked. What has to compare to this footprint on my chest? Right in the center, where my heart is. Bai Shun kicked me into a psychological shadow. Bai Yi silently rinsed off the foam, his dark hair clinging to his forehead, droplets cascading down his chin. The force was maintained within a safe threshold. Safe threshold? Zhao Xiaohu's eyes widened. Is your safe threshold the same as a normal person's? As the clock struck 9, the dormitory was filled with a mingled scents of medicinal liquor and shampoo. Zhao Xiaohu lay sprawled on the lower bunk, rubbing his stomach. His training uniform rolled up to his chest, exposing his round belly. So what if it's the cooking team? At least I won't go hungry. Ambitious. Zhang Hao was applying medicinal liquor to his bruised knee, grimacing as he inhaled sharply. I heard that reconnaissance units in the field have beef for every meal. And chocolate. Bai Yi sat on the upper bunk, meticulously arranging his training uniform, his long fingers smoothing every crease, even adjusting the collar with precision. Suja leaned against the headboard, his gaze unconsciously following those nimble hands. Bai Shun must have joined the best unit. Zhao Xiaohu looked up at the upper bunk, his neck's excess flesh creating 3 folds. So did Suja. Just the 2 of us. He made a gesture as if to slice his throat. The cooking team is off to raise pigs. What is wrong with raising pigs? Zhang Hao suddenly perked up, nearly toppling the bottle of medicinal liquor. My uncle is in the cooking team. He retired and opened a barbecue restaurant, earning quite a fortune. He extended 5 fingers, waving them before Zhao Xiaohu's eyes. 50,000? 500,000. Zhao Xiaohu sprang up, his head colliding with the upper bunk with a thud, causing him to wince in pain. Is that for real? If I'm lying, may I be cursed. Zhang Hao declared earnestly, thumping his chest. He also said that the connections he made in the cooking team are the most extensive. Even the brigade commander S and political officer S appetites are in his grasp. Hey, Bai Shun, why are you smiling? The dormitory fell into an eerie silence. The towel in Suja's hand slipped to the floor with a soft thud. Zhang Hao's mouth hung open, capable of holding an egg, oblivious to the liquor spilling from the bottle. Zhao Xiaohu rubbed his eyes and pinched his thigh hard, yelping in pain. Bai Yi, who always wore an expressionless facade, curled the corners of his mouth into a distinct arc. Though fleeting, it was indeed a smile, akin to the sun's warmth gliding over an icy surface, brief yet genuine. His amber-hued eyes glimmered warmly under the lamp, the tips of his black hair still retaining the moisture from a shower. I must check on the duty. Zhang Hao suddenly leaped up and rushed outside, his slippers worn incorrectly. I must be dreaming. I am hallucinating. Zhao Xiaohu trembled as he searched for a non-existent phone to capture this moment. I must record this. It is rarer than witnessing a UFO. My mother would never believe it. Stop fooling around. Bai Ye's voice remained calm, yet a trace of softness lingered at the corners of his eyes. He lowered his head to continue tidying his military uniform, his dark hair glistening softly under the lamp's light. Suja picked up a towel, his heartbeat suddenly racing, akin to having just completed a 5-kilometer run. That smile seemed etched onto his retina, impossible to erase. He parted his lips, his throat suddenly dry. You. Lights out of 10, Bai Yi said softly, his fingers gently smoothing the last crease. The dormitory fell into silence, with only the occasional chirping of insects from outside breaking the stillness. Suja gazed at the ceiling, listening to the rhythmic sound of breathing, and for the first time felt that this seemingly machine-like boy might indeed possess warmth. Chapter 36, the final cleanup at 5:30 in the morning. As dawn began to break, the dormitory of the new recruits erupted with commotion. The sound of Li Hao kicking open the dormitory door was more jarring than the wake-up call, causing dozens of new recruits to spring from their beds like startled rabbits. The final cleanup. Li Hao's roar reverberated, making the window panes hum. You have 5 minutes. Assemble downstairs. Zhao Xiaohu, struggling to put on his trousers, lamented. Didn't they say graduation was tomorrow? Why are we having a cleanup today? Zhang Hao jumped down from the upper bunk, oblivious to the fact that he had put his training uniform on backward. Old Lu from the cooking squad said, this is a tradition. On the last day in the new recruits company, we must clean everything thoroughly, symbolizing. Ouch. Wang Kai's notebook struck Zhang Hao squarely on the back of his head, symbolizing your big head. Hurry up and get down. Suja quickly folded his blanket and caught a glimpse of Bai Yi, who was already dressed and tying his shoelaces. The dark-haired youth deftly fashioned his shoelaces into a perfect bow, each side of equal length. In the equipment room, Bai Yi suddenly looked up, his eyes glistening like 2 transparent drops of honey in the morning light. Suja paused, realizing Bai Yi was conveying his assigned task. I'm to clean the windows. He felt a bit foolish for the banter. At the warehouse entrance, a mountain of yellow plastic basins glimmered oddly in the sunlight. The new recruits formed a circle, each reluctant to be the first to reach for one. Can this basin still be used for washing faces? A tall, lanky recruit gently nudged the pile with his toe, as if it were some radioactive material. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Hao launched a surprise attack from behind, snatching a basin from a nearby recruit. Hey, Lao Wang, let me borrow this basin. I'll treat you to a cola later. Get lost. Lao Wang immediately lunged to reclaim it. That's my face-washing basin. The scene quickly devolved into chaos. Over 40 recruits scrambled like they were fighting over a prize trophy, plastic basins flying through the air, colliding with loud thuds. Zhao Xiaohu, with a furtive glance, suddenly spotted Bai Yi's small yellow basin glistening on the windowsill of the warehouse, sparkling as if freshly unwrapped. He grinned slyly, tiptoeing closer. his fingers just brushing the edge of the basin. Zhao Xiaohu. Li Hao's voice thundered behind him. What do you think you're doing to my recruit? Startled, Zhao Xiaohu jumped, causing the basin to clatter to the ground. He turned around, his face quivering with trepidation. Our reporting squad leader. I noticed this basin had a bit of dust on it and wanted to help Yi clean it. Li Hao narrowed his eyes, bent down to pick up the spotless yellow basin, and then retrieved a brand new army green enamel basin from his backpack. Xiao Bai, use this one. That's not fair. Zhang Hao immediately protested, the basin still dripping with water. Why does he get? With a single glare from Li Hao, Zhang Hao fell silent, resembling a chicken caught by the neck. Wang Kai, stifling laughter, coughed to suppress his amusement, his shoulders shaking like a sieve. What is so funny? Li Hao turned to glare at him. Wang Kai immediately stood at attention and saluted, yet he could not suppress a smile at the corners of his mouth. Before departing, he slyly winked at Bai Yi, mouthing the words lucky fellow. The latrine was situated in the far corner of the camp, and even in November, the sunlight could still heat the pit to a steaming temperature, the stench potent enough to fell a bull. Ugh! Zhao Xiaohu nearly retched upon approaching. The odor far more pungent than Zhang Hao's socks, which had not been washed in 3 months. Zhang Hao, equally nauseated, quickly retorted, Nonsense! My socks are quite fragrant. I even used Bai Shun's laundry detergent last week. Suddenly realizing he had let slip too much, he hastily fell silent. Bai Yi stood at the periphery, steadily holding the olive green enamel basin that Li Hao had given him, his brow slightly furrowed. Even from 7 or 8 meters away, the smell compelled him to instinctively hold his breath, his long lashes casting a small shadow in the sunlight. Focus, everyone! Li Hao commanded from the shade of a nearby tree, astonishingly holding a cup of tea in his hand. Each of you must clean a 2-meter radius. The new recruits lined up, raising their small yellow basins with a tragic valor reminiscent of soldiers marching to their doom. Su Zhe, standing beside Bai Yi, noticed his fingers subtly tapping a rhythm against the edge of the basin, as if calculating something. 3, 2, 1, go. Wang Kai called from a short distance away. With a splash, a dozen basins of excrement were scooped up simultaneously, and the air was instantly filled with an even more intense stench. Zhao Xiaohu's face turned green, his hands trembling as if afflicted by Parkinson's, splattering waste onto his shoes. Suddenly, a mischievous glint appeared in Zhang Hao's eyes as he scooped up half a spoonful of the foul substance and stealthily approached Zhao Xiaohu. Xiaohu, what are you doing? Zhao Xiaohu, sensing danger, instinctively stepped back. I warn you, don't mess around. Watch my long-range attack. Zhang Hao spun around, flinging the waste toward Zhao Xiaohu. With a shriek, Zhao Xiaohu instinctively dodged, and the projectile hurtled directly toward Bai Yi. Su Zhe reacted swiftly, darting forward to pull Bai Yi aside, simultaneously delivering a kick to Zhang Hao's backside. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Su Zhe's forehead pulsed with anger, his fist cracking ominously. Do you want me to shove you into the latrine? Zhang Hao stumbled, nearly falling into the pit, terror-stricken. Su Zhe, spare me. I was wrong. All of you, stand at attention. Li Hao's furious roar echoed closer. He strode forward with purpose, his combat boots thudding heavily against the ground, splattering mud onto Zhang Hao's trousers, leaving dark brown stains. Wang Kai jogged over, a clipboard in hand, though his expression betrayed a suppressed laugh. You too. Li Hao pointed at Zhang Hao and Zhao Xiaohu, his finger trembling with anger. Tonight, you'll run an extra 5 kilometers. Now, clean up around the latrine immediately. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Kai pulled Bai Yi aside. Xiao Bai, class leader Li wants you to organize the equipment room. He gestured towards the equipment room in the distance. This place is too filthy for you. The other recruits looked on with envious eyes, but under Li Hao's murderous glare, none dared utter a word. Only Su Zhe noticed that when Bai Yi was taken away, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly by 0.5 centimeters. This was the most pronounced smile he had ever witnessed. At 12:30, the grand cleaning finally came to a close. The new recruits lined up under the faucet, scrubbing their hands vigorously until their skin felt as though it might peel away. No matter how much I wash, my hands still reek. Zhao Xiaohu lamented, sniffing at his palms. It's over. I'll never find a partner in this lifetime. Suddenly, Zhang Hao leaned in with an air of mystery. I have a secret to share. I just discreetly used by Ye's little yellow basin. What? Zhao Xiaohu's eyes widened in disbelief. Didn't T, the squad leader, take it away? I snatched it back while he wasn't T looking. Zhang Hao proudly waved the remarkably clean basin in his hand. Besides, Bai doesn't T need it anyway. Barely had he finished speaking when he felt a chill at the nape of his neck. Li Hao had somehow appeared behind him, his expression as dark as a charred pot. Zhang Hao, the squad leader's voice was eerily soft. You will run an extra 10 kilometers tonight. Right now, go. Zhang Hao's expression fell instantaneously, the basin clattering to the ground. Zhao Xiaohu stifled a laugh at the side, but was immediately silenced by a glare from Li Hao. Standing at attention. You too, Li Hao said coldly, 8 kilometers. Bai Yi stood at the door of the equipment room, sunlight filtering through the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon him. He gazed at the distant, bustling scene, the corners of his mouth lifting again by 0.5 centimeters. Suja happened to walk by and caught sight of this moment, his heart skipping a beat, lowering his gaze to his own reddened hands. He suddenly felt that today's grand cleaning wasn't so terrible after all. Have you finished organizing the equipment? Suja asked nonchalantly. Bai Yi nodded, his black hair gently swaying in the breeze. The list is on the table. Suja peered into the equipment room, all items arranged by size, labels facing uniformly. Even the cloths folded into perfect squares. This was no mere cleaning. It was akin to an art exhibition. Such a weirdo. Suja muttered under his breath, though there was no hint of disdain in his tone. Bai Yi seemed to catch the comment, his eyes narrowing slightly, reminiscent of honey melting in the sunlight. Suja suddenly felt that witnessing this iceberg's myriad of expressions made today's toil worthwhile. Chapter 37. The secret invitation after dinner. In the bathhouse, Suja, Bai Yi, and Wang Kai leaned against the lockers in the changing room, water still dripping from their collars. After washing up, shall we head to my dorm? Bai Yi paused, towel in hand, water droplets cascading down his dark hair onto his collarbone. Now, what is going on? Wang Kai raised an eyebrow, the scar on his neck stretching with emotion. We have an appointment with our little cabbage, don't we? Bai Yi, expressionless, donned his training uniform. No. The door to Li Hao's dorm was slightly ajar, the rustling of paper audible from within. Just as Suja was about to knock, Bai Yi quietly pushed the door open, his movements so practiced they suggested familiarity. The sight within the room left Suja momentarily breathless. Li Hao stood with his back to them at the window, his training uniform sleeves rolled up to his elbows, revealing a myriad of scars of varying depths on his forearms. The most prominent was a knife wound that snaked across his left arm like a centipede, glistening faintly under the light against his bronze skin. Have you arrived? Li Hao turned, his collar open, the scar from a bullet wound on his collarbone clearly visible. He held a document in one hand, while a battle map sprawled across the table, marked with bold red circles. Wang Kai casually closed the door, the metallic latch clicking softly. He sat on the edge of the bed, the scar on his neck becoming momentarily visible with emotion. Make yourselves comfortable. Don't stand on ceremony. Suja sat stiffly in a chair, only daring to perch on the edge. In contrast, Bai Yi approached Li Hao's bookshelf with ease, his fingers gliding over the rows of military literature, finally pausing at a volume titled Special Operations Manual. Have you finished reading? Li Hao asked, his tone noticeably softer than usual. Bai Yi nodded, droplets from his hair landing on the spine of the book. The illustrations for the counter-sniper tactics in Chapter 7 are incorrect. Li Hao actually smiled. I knew I couldn't keep that from you. He turned to Suja. Relax. This isn't a lecture. Wang Kai retrieved 3 military enamel cups from the bedside table, pouring water with a fluid motion. Xiao Bai Suja, are you interested in special forces? Suja sputtered, water spraying from his mouth, turning beet red. Well, what? Bai Yi set down his cup, the ceramic making no sound as it met the table. His gaze shifted between Li Hao and Wang Kai. Squad leader, you guys call me brother, Li Hao interrupted, his tone brooking no argument. Privately, it's brother. Bai Yi pressed his lips together, the light casting delicate shadows from his lashes. Brother, what do you mean by this? Wang Kai and Li Hao exchanged glances, simultaneously retrieving their credentials from their breast pockets. As the black wallets snapped open, Suja caught sight of the gleaming wolf head insignia embossed in gold under the light. Captain of the Blood Wolf A Group. Special Operations Team of the Wolf Fong Special Forces. Codename Wolf Head Assault Man. In Li Hao's identification photo, his face was painted in camouflage, revealing only a pair of hawkish eyes, with an unhealed scar on his chin. Wang Kai's credential edges were worn. Vice Captain, codename Lynx Sniper. He flipped to the last page, stamped with a steel seal, noting the 3 months of leave that had been cut short by the old commander summoning him to train new recruits. By the way, I came to see if there are any promising candidates. Suja's eyes widened, his fingers unconsciously tracing the rim of his cup. His gaze shifted from the knife wound on Li Hao's arm to the bullet scar on Wang Kai's neck, and then to the photo of the desert on the wall, where a row of fully armed special forces stood, with the tall figure in the center unmistakably being Li Hao. Therefore, Suja's voice resonated as if echoing from a distant place. You are not ordinary instructors, but special forces? Wang Kai chuckled softly. Indeed. Bai Yi maintained a calm expression, yet Suja noticed his fingertips gently tapping the rim of the cup, a small gesture he exhibited when deep in thought. How about it? Li Hao leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees, displaying interest. Suja instinctively glanced at Bai Yi. This subtle movement was immediately caught by Wang Kai. Oh, Wang Kai elongated his tone, narrowing his eyes into a slit, reluctant to part with our little Bai Kai, huh? Suja's ears flushed crimson, nearly dropping his cup. I am not. That. Bai Yi shook his head helplessly, droplets from his dark hair cascading onto his shoulder. I'm going. His voice was soft yet reverberated like thunder in the dormitory. I'll go too. Suja almost blurted out, only to realize he had overreacted and quickly remedied. I mean, if the conditions are met. Wang Kai raised an eyebrow, his fingers tapping a lively rhythm on the table. At that moment, Bai Yi spoke again. However, what is it? Is there something unsatisfactory? Li Hao asked, a hint of tension in his voice. Bai Yi continued. Zhao Xiaohu and Zhang Hao go too. Li Hao's expression instantly froze. What? Just join the cooking team, Bai Yi added, his tone as calm as discussing the weather. Li Hao's brows furrowed, as if he could crush a fly. Those two clowns. Zhang Hao ranked third in the demolition scores for the entire company. Bai Yi interrupted him calmly. Zhao Xiaohu's taste sensitivity is 1, 8 times that of other recruits. Li Hao opened his mouth, then closed it again. Wang Kai stifled laughter, his shoulders shaking. Brother. Bai Yi suddenly softened his tone, locking eyes with Li Hao. Li Hao's expression resembled someone struck in the chest. He stared at Bai Yi for a full 10 seconds before. Defeated, he rubbed his face. Fine. Bai Yi's eyes instantly sparkled, akin to sunlight piercing through amber. Thanks, brother. Li Hao helplessly ruffled Bai Yi's hair, the gesture so practiced it felt like a repetition of 1,000 times. He retrieved a military iron box from the depths of the drawer, the lid clicking open to reveal neatly arranged imported chocolates, each meticulously wrapped in foil. Take it. Li Hao pushed the box towards Bai Yi, his previously stern voice softening slightly, knowing you have a sweet tooth. Bai Yi's eyes lit up as he took out a piece, the foil crackling softly as he unwrapped it. Thank you. Little Bai, no need to thank me. Wang Kai laughed heartily. If you keep thanking him, Old Li will end up emptying his entire stash. He rose to his feet, the hem of his uniform lifting slightly to reveal the holster at his waist. You all should rest. Tomorrow we must rise early for the unit assignments. As he stepped out of the dormitory, the night breeze caressed Suja's flushed cheeks. Bai Yi walked beside him, cradling a box of chocolate as if it were a precious treasure. Did you know all along? Suja lowered his voice, inquiring about their identities. Bai Yi shook his head, his dark hair shimmering with a silver-blue hue under the moonlight. I suspected part of it. He broke off a piece of chocolate, and the rich aroma instantly filled the air. The way the squad leader held his weapon was impeccably precise, unlike that of an ordinary infantryman. Suddenly, Suja recalled something. Why does the squad leader want you to call him brother? Well, Bai Yi handed a piece of chocolate to Suja, who accepted it eagerly. As their fingertips inadvertently brushed, Suja recoiled as if struck by a jolt of electricity. The sweet flavor melted on his tongue, yet he could discern no taste. His heartbeat thundered as if it might burst from his chest. Suja summoned his courage. Why bring along Zhang Hao and the others? Bai Yi paused, the moonlight casting a silver outline on his profile. In the distance, Zhang Hao's exaggerated laughter and Zhao Xiaohu's peculiar cries echoed. They need supervision, Bai Yi replied. His voice as soft as a sigh. Zhang Hao might burn down the kitchen, and Zhao Xiaohu could overindulge. Suja couldn't help but laugh, his mirth startling the nightingale perched in the trees. Bai Yi smiled at him, the corners of his mouth curling slightly upward. Are you really going? Suja asked abruptly, having laughed enough. The special forces are quite perilous. His gaze inadvertently fell upon Bai Yi's relatively slender wrist, unmarred by any scars. Bai Yi placed a piece of chocolate in his mouth, leisurely folding the wrapper. Yes, he said, turning toward the dormitory, his voice drifting on the night breeze. Would you like to accompany me? Suja stood frozen, his heart feeling as though something had struck it forcefully. By the time he regained his senses, Bai Yi's figure had melded into the glow of the dormitory lights, leaving only the silver wrapper resting in his palm, exuding a faint sweetness. From within the dormitory, Zhang Hao's loud voice rang out, Bai Shun. Suga, come see Zhao Xiaohu imitate Li Ban's outburst. It's hilarious. Suja took a deep breath, carefully tucking the wrapper into his pocket as he made his way toward the light. Chapter 38. The new recruits at 5:45 on the following morning. A thin mist enveloped the training ground of the new recruits. 50 young soldiers stood in neat formation, their training uniforms still damp with morning dew. Li Hao, clutching the roster, stood beneath the flagpole, while Wang Kai adjusted his digital camera, occasionally glancing at the assembled ranks. Stand straight. Li Hao's voice boomed like thunder across the field. Today's allocation to your units will determine the course of your military careers for the next few years. Suja stood beside Bai Yi, acutely aware of his own heartbeat. In the front row, Zhang Hao incessantly wiped the sweat from his brow, his uniform dampening significantly under his arms. Zhao Xiaohu's legs trembled like leaves in the wind, the sound of his tactical boots echoing against the ground. Lu Jiqiang. Li Hao turned the page. 3rd Company of the A Group Army Armored Brigade. Here, a square-faced recruit stepped forward, trembling as he received his orders. Shun Jiming, cooking class of the B Division Artillery Corps. Wang Yuanlu, Engineer Battalion of the C Brigade. As each name was called, the line gradually diminished. Bai Yi stood tall, his dark hair glinting with a subtle blue sheen in the morning light, his amber eyes calmly fixed ahead. Li Wei, Reconnaissance Company of the D Division. Zhou Tao, Border Defense 7th Regiment. Suddenly, silence enveloped the gathering. Only Bai Yi, Suja, Zhang Hao, and Zhao Xiaohu remained standing. Zhang Hao looked around in confusion, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. What is happening? Zhao Xiaohu's lips began to quiver, his voice tinged with despair. It's over. Are we so inadequate that no one wants us? Are we being sent back home? Suja cast a furtive glance at Bai Yi and noticed a slight smile at the corners of his mouth. Attention! The voices of Li Hao and Wang Kai resonated from behind the four. Unbeknownst to them, the two had changed into crisp uniforms, their chests adorned with the gleaming insignia of the Wolf Fong Special Forces, shining brilliantly in the dawnlight. Move out, Li Hao instructed succinctly, turning towards the bus parked outside the camp. Zhao Xiaohu stood frozen, his eyes wide with astonishment. Where are we going, Sergeant? Li Hao did not look back, a hint of amusement in his tone. To the Wolf Fong Special Forces base. What? Zhang Hao and Zhao Xiaohu exclaimed simultaneously, their voices startling the sparrows from the trees. Zhang Hao grabbed Zhao Xiaohu's shoulders, shaking him frantically. Am I hearing things? Pinch me. Quick. Zhao Xiaohu pinched Zhang Hao hard, causing him to yelp in pain. It's not a dream. It's not a dream. Wang Kai turned back with a sly grin, the scar on his neck stretching with the movement. Don't overthink it. You two are just going to be cooks. He gestured towards Bai Yi. Little Bai went at bat for you. Tears streamed down Zhao Xiaohu's face as he embraced Bai Yi's arm. Bai Shun, from now on, you are my brother. My life is yours. Wherever you lead, I shall follow. Zhang Hao was even more theatrical, kneeling down to cling to Bai Yi's leg. Bai Shun, I will serve you like an ox for the rest of my life. You are my rebirth parents. In the midst of a crowded bus, Bai Yi found himself sandwiched between two individuals, his brow furrowed as he cast a pleading glance towards Su Zhe. Just as Su Zhe was about to intervene, Li Hao delivered a swift kick to Zhang Hao's rear. Get up. What kind of behavior is this? Wang Kai doubled over in laughter. All right. Hurry and get in the car. Lao Li is about to lose his temper. Zhao Xiaohu, wiping away tears, suddenly recalled something. Wait, the cooking team? Aren't we supposed to be training as special forces? Li Hao scoffed, you lot. First, learn how to slice potatoes properly. The air inside the bus was thick with the mingled scents of leather and gasoline. Bai Yi was seated in the middle, with Li Hao, Wang Kai, and Zhao Xiaohu in front of him, Zhang Hao to his left, and Su Zhe to his right. Everyone settled? Buckle up. No noise on the road, keep it down, commanded Li Hao. As the bus set in motion, the scenery outside began to recede slowly. Zhang Hao and Zhao Xiaohu pressed their faces against the window, watching the barracks they had inhabited for 3 months fade away, a wave of nostalgia washing over them. Honestly, I feel a bit reluctant, Zhao Xiaohu murmured. Zhang Hao, unusually subdued, nodded in agreement. Yeah, even though Li Ban scolds us daily and Wang Ban plays pranks on us. I can hear you. Li Hao interjected without turning around. The two immediately fell silent, retracting their necks to sit properly. Li Hao turned to Bai Yi, his tone softening. Xiao Bai, the journey is still long. You should rest a bit. Bai Yi maintained his icy demeanor, but nodded slightly, his eyelashes casting delicate shadows in the morning light. He adjusted his position and gradually closed his eyes. Sunlight streamed through the bus window, illuminating his exquisite features and outlining a perfect silhouette. As the vehicle jostled along the road, Bai Ye's head began to lean to the right, eventually resting on Su Zhe's shoulder. Su Zhe stiffened, his breath momentarily halted, his arm muscles tensing. Relax, Li Hao frowned. You're making it uncomfortable for Xiao Bai. Zhang Hao and Zhao Xiaohu, the lively duo, immediately chimed in. Wow, Su Ge is nervous. Isn't it a great honor for Bai Shen to sleep on you, Su Ge? Su Zhe's ears turned crimson. Shut up. Li Hao shot them a warning glance, and they promptly fell silent. Once they hit the highway, Wang Kai retrieved a few bottles of mineral water from his backpack to distribute among the group. Zhao Xiaohu gulped down half a bottle before suddenly asking, Squad leader, how old are you all? Li Hao replied without looking up, 26. I'm 25, Wang Kai chuckled, 1 year younger than Lao Li. I'm 19, Zhao Xiaohu boasted, and Zhang Hao echoed his sentiment. Su Zhe quietly added, 18. All eyes turned towards the slumbering Bai Yi. Li Hao's voice softened unexpectedly. Xiao Bai is 17. What? Zhao Xiaohu's exclamation nearly raised the roof. Bai Shen is 17? A minor? Wang Kai gestured for silence, chuckling. Indeed. Do you think Lao Li takes such good care of him for no reason? He is the youngest among us, still just a child. Zhang Hao was taken aback, his jaw nearly dropping in disbelief. I can't believe it. Bai Shen, usually so cold and indifferent, always at the top of his game, turns out to be so young. Su Zhe cast a glance down at the youth resting against his shoulder, a wave of tenderness washing over him. Sunlight filtered through Bai Ye's dark hair, casting delicate flecks of light upon his face, rendering him even more youthful than usual. No wonder, Zhao Xiaohu suddenly realized. Bai Shen is slightly shorter than us. He must not have fully matured yet. I thought what? Li Hao queried coldly. And nothing. Zhao Xiaohu shrank back. Wang Kai smiled and explained, Xiao Bai is a special talent brought in. He was supposed to attend a military academy, but the old commander insisted on having him here with us. Li Hao scoffed. You talk too much. The vehicle continued onward, the scenery outside gradually shifting from urban sprawl to pastoral landscapes. Bai Yi furrowed his brow slightly amidst the bumps of the ride, unconsciously nuzzling against Su Zhe's neck, his breathing deep and steady. Su Zhe dared not move, even his breaths grew lighter. He could catch the faint scent of mint shampoo mingling with the warmth of the sun, an inexplicable comfort enveloping him. Hey, Su Ge! Zhang Hao suddenly lowered his voice. Do you like our Bai Shen? Su Zhe nearly leaped from his seat. What nonsense are you spouting? Shoo! Li Hao and Wang Kai simultaneously shot them glares. Zhao Xiaohu stifled a laugh, covering his mouth. Su Ji's ears are as red as his neck. Keep talking, and I'll throw both of you out of the car, Li Hao threatened. At last, the car fell into silence. the only sounds being the hum of the engine and the rhythm of their breathing. Suja carefully adjusted his position, ensuring Bai Yi was more comfortable. The scenery outside sped away, carrying them toward an unknown future. After an indeterminate amount of time, Bai Yi stirred slightly and slowly opened his eyes. Upon realizing he was leaning against Suja's shoulder, he straightened up and softly murmured, "I'm sorry." Suja shook his head, his voice unconsciously softening. "It's all right. Did you sleep well?" Bai Yi nodded, his dark hair tousled from his sleeping position, appearing significantly softer than usual. Li Hao passed a bottle of water and a packet of biscuits from the front seat. "Have something to eat. We still have 6 hours to go." Bai Yi took the biscuits, nibbling cautiously like a wary cat. Suja gazed at his delicate profile, suddenly thinking that if this road never reached an end, perhaps that would not be so bad after all. Chapter 39. The class leader's bias. A thunderous growl emanated from Zhao Xiaohu's stomach, piercing the tranquility of the bus with an almost jarring intensity. C-class leader. Zhao Xiaohu grimaced in pain, clutching his belly as he leaned forward. "Could we please stop for a moment to grab something to eat? I feel as if my stomach is about to devour my spine." Li Hao, without glancing back, retorted coldly, his voice as frigid as ice. "Can't you endure for 6 hours? What about the discipline you were taught on your first day of training?" Zhang Hao, with a glint of mischief in his eyes, switched tactics. "Well, can we at least stop for a restroom break? My bladder feels like it's about to burst." "Hold it," Li Hao replied, his tone leaving no room for debate. It was customary for special forces to remain motionless for 3 days and nights in enemy territory. Suja stifled a laugh, earning a sharp glare from Zhang Hao. Zhao Xiaohu and Zhang Hao exchanged a glance, their eyes pleading for assistance from Bai Yi, who sat in the middle. With a resigned sigh, Bai Yi shook his head, his dark hair swaying gently. He reached out and tugged at Li Hao's shirt. "Brother, I'm hungry." The bus fell eerily silent. Li Hao's shoulders visibly stiffened as he slowly turned to meet Bai Yi's gaze, which mirrored that of his mother, profound and crystal clear. Li Hao swallowed hard, finally exhaling a sigh. "Driver, please stop at the service area ahead." "Yay!" Zhao Xiaohu began to cheer, only to be silenced by Li Hao's piercing stare, which quelled his enthusiasm. The bus rolled into the service area, tires crunching over gravel with an audible squeak. The 6 of them disembarked in unison, squinting against the bright October sun. "Listen up." Li Hao adjusted his uniform collar, his sharp gaze sweeping over each individual. "We are soldiers. Maintain your composure." His eyes fixed on Zhang Hao and Zhao Xiaohu. "You two, don't wander off. Stay close. Anyone who stirs trouble will have to run an extra 10 kilometers tonight." As they navigated through the bustling service area, curious glances from passers-by fell upon the group clad in military attire. Particularly striking was Bai Yi, whose clean and refined features stood out vividly in the sunlight. "Look, that soldier is so handsome. Is a star here to shoot a military drama? His skin is so fair." "Hush, they're heading to the supermarket." Unconsciously, Suja edged closer to Bai Yi, shielding him from some of the attention. Bai Yi appeared unfazed by the commotion, his focus fixed on the directional signs at the supermarket entrance. "Bai Shun," Zhao Xiao murmured, "those girls are all taking pictures of you." Without lifting his eyelids, Bai Yi replied, "Focus on walking." The automatic doors slid open with a chime, a rush of cool air mingling with the enticing aroma of food. "Just grab a sandwich each," Li Hao instructed, standing before the shelves, his voice low yet clear enough for all to hear. "Anything extra, you'll have to pay for yourself." Having said that, he turned to Bai Yi, his tone softening considerably. "Xiao Bai, take whatever you want. It's on me." Puffed. Wang Kai quickly covered his mouth, suppressing laughter that shook his shoulders. Zhang Hao and Zhao Xiaohu simultaneously frowned. "Class leader, this isn't fair. Any objections?" Li Hao cast a piercing glance, causing the 2 individuals to immediately retract their necks and shake their heads, resembling startled quails. Suja and Wang Kai, standing behind, stifled their laughter to the point of reddening faces. Bai Yi approached the refrigerated section, gently tapping the glass with his fingertips. "This." And also, without a moment's hesitation, Li Hao began to fill the shopping basket with rice balls, sandwiches, and yogurt, regardless of whether Bai Yi had expressed a desire for them. In the blink of an eye, the basket had transformed into a small mountain. Brother, that's enough. Bai Yi murmured softly. Li Hao tossed in 2 more packs of biscuits. The journey is long. It's wise to prepare adequately. After a brief pause, he added, Shall I grab a box of milk as well? Zhao Xiaohu, eagerly eyeing the braised beef noodles on the shelf, swallowed hard. Class leader. Can I? No. Li Hao replied without looking up, Take your sandwich. Seizing the opportunity, while Li Hao was distracted, Zhang Hao slyly slipped a pack of spicy strips into the basket, only to be swiftly intercepted by Wang Kai. Are you trying to get us all to endure the smell of those? Class leader. Zhang Hao lamented. It's just 1 pack. Wang Kai returned the spicy strips to the shelf, whispering, Once we reach the base, I have some stock in my cabinet. I'll share half with you. Zhang Hao's eyes lit up, really? Sure. Wang Kai made a silencing gesture. Don't let old Li hear. At the cash register, Li Hao placed Bai Ye's pile of food into a separate bag, then coldly surveyed the others. You pay for yourselves. Zhao Xiaohu, clutching a crumpled 20 yuan note, pitifully purchased the cheapest sandwich. Zhang Hao fared worse, rummaging through all his pockets to gather a few coins. Class leader. He attempted to elicit sympathy. I only have 3 yuan and 50 cents left. Li Hao, already heading toward the exit with 2 large bags of food, retorted, Then go hungry. Bai Yi lingered at the back, quickly seizing 2 boxes of milk and a few rice balls at the register, while Li Hao was momentarily distracted. After scanning the items, he handed them to Su Zhe. These are for them, he whispered softly, gesturing toward Zhang Hao and Zhao Xiaohu. Su Zhe felt a warmth in his heart, nodding as he concealed the food in his coat. Once back on the bus, he discreetly shared the food with the eagerly awaiting duo. Long Lai Bai Shun. Zhao Xiaohu exclaimed, overwhelmed with emotion, tearing open the rice ball packaging and shoving it into his mouth. Zhang had devoured his food hungrily, mumbling, Suge, please thank Bai Shan for us. It's so delicious. Li Hao glanced back through the rearview mirror, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his mouth, yet he said nothing. As the bus rejoined the highway, Bai Yi sipped his yogurt, a small smear of white residue at the corner of his mouth. Li Hao, from the front seat, passed him a pack of tissues. Wipe that off. Bai Yi accepted the tissues, inadvertently revealing a bracelet on his wrist. Li Hao's expression darkened instantly. What about that bracelet? Bai Yi glanced at his wrist, adjusting his sleeve. It was a gift from my brother. Su Zhe, noticing the subtle interaction, couldn't help but inquire. Bai Yi, did you and Li Ge know each other before? Before Bai Yi could respond, Li Hao's cold snort echoed from the front. Su Zhe, why are you so chatty? Wang Kai chuckled, attempting to ease the tension. Old Li, don't frighten the children. He turned his head, and indeed Xiao Bai was with us. Wang Kai. Li Hao's voice carried a note of warning. Wang Kai made a gesture as if to zip his lips, winked at Su Zhe, and turned back. Zhao Xiaohu leaned closer and whispered, Bai Shun, what's that on your wrist? It's a gift from my brother, Bai Yi replied succinctly. Zhang Hao suddenly recalled something. By the way, Bai Shun, how old are you this year? You look so young. 17, Bai Yi stated calmly. What? Zhao Xiaohu's exclamation nearly toppled the roof of the vehicle. You're really 17? I thought the class monitor was joking with us. Li Hao threw an empty mineral water bottle from the front row, accurately striking Zhao Xiaohu on the head. Quiet. Wang Kai stifled a laugh and explained, I told you. Xiao Bai was specially recruited. He was supposed to attend military school, but the old captain insisted he come here. No wonder the class monitor takes such good care of you. Zhang Hao realized, so you're still a child. Bai Yi frowned. I'm not a child. In our eyes, you certainly are, Wang Kai laughed. Old Li treats you like a younger brother. Li Hao's ears flushed slightly. Wang Kai, you talk too much. Su Zhe gazed at Bai Ye's delicate profile and felt a sudden softening in his heart. Sunlight streamed through the car window, casting a golden hue on Bai Ye's dark hair, making him resemble an exquisite porcelain doll. What are you looking at? Bai Yi noticed Su Zhe's gaze. Su Zhe hurriedly averted his eyes. Nothing. Nothing at all. Zhao Xiaohu suddenly leaned in conspiratorially. Su Ge, are you? Zhao Xiaohu. Li Hao's voice boomed from the front. If you keep talking, we'll add an extra 20 kilometers to tonight's training. The vehicle fell silent, leaving only the hum of the engine and the rhythm of steady breaths. Xiao Bai, you can sleep a little longer. We still have 6 hours to go. Li Hao said. Bai Yi nodded. All right. Gradually, Bai Yi closed his eyes. Su Zhe gazed at his serene, sleeping face. silently wishing that this journey could last a little longer. Chapter 40. The nightmare of the white knight. The gentle jolt of the bus resembled a cradle's soothing motion, causing Baye's eyelids to grow heavy. Sunlight filtered through his lashes, casting delicate shadows upon his cheeks. Suja noticed the mineral water bottle he held slipping slowly from his fingers and quickly reached out to catch it. He had succumbed to slumber. Suja whispered, unconsciously moderating his breath. Li Hao turned his head from the front row, his gaze resting upon Baye's serene visage. The boy's long lashes cast a small shadow beneath his eyes, while his dark hair softly adorned his forehead, rendering him even more youthful than usual. Let him sleep a little longer. Li Hao's voice dropped an octave, fatigue evident from the recent rigorous assessments. Wang Kai chuckled softly, shaking his head, as he retrieved a light blanket from his backpack and handed it to Suja. Cover him. The air conditioning is a bit too cool. Suja carefully unfolded the blanket, his movements tender as though defusing a bomb. When the fabric brushed against Baye's shoulder, the boy's brow furrowed slightly, only to quickly relax again, instinctively leaning closer to the source of warmth. The dream began as fragmented images, a frigid corridor, moldy walls, and an eternally empty stomach. 7-year-old Bayi curled up in the corner of the orphanage's storage room, clutching a tattered military encyclopedia. The pages were filled with juvenile annotations, meticulously detailing parameters beside each weapon model. Hiding here again to read. The director's belt struck his frail back with a sharp crack. Have you finished your chores for today? Little Bai bit his lip until it bled, stubbornly refusing to cry out. Moonlight streamed through the high window, illuminating his slender arms, unscarred, possessing only the soft skin characteristic of childhood. Monster! The voices of other children echoed from afar. Always silent, just staring at people gives us the chills. Little Bai's fingertips tightened on the pages, leaving a crease behind. The dream suddenly warped and twisted. The adult Bai found himself standing on a smoke-filled battlefield, the deafening sound of artillery ringing in his ears. He looked down to see himself clad in a familiar combat uniform, the very one he had worn before his demise in a past life. The tactical gloves stained with blood. Bai, 3 o'clock. The voice of the eagle came from his right. Bai instinctively rolled behind cover as a volley of bullets whizzed past, kicking up dust around his tactical boots. He raised the QBZ 95 in his hands, only to realize he was unfamiliar with this firearm's safety mechanism. Damn it! He cursed, fumbling over the gun's body. Careful, sniper. As Viper's warning escaped his lips, his head erupted like a watermelon. Blood and brain matter splattered across Baye's face, the warm liquid trickling down his chin. Reeking of iron. Medic, Lu Li is hit. Bayi turned to see Lu Li sprawled in a pool of blood, a gaping hole in her abdomen, intestines spilling from her torn combat uniform. He wanted to rush forward, but a sudden blast of shockwave threw him back. Don't! Come, here! Lu Li coughed up blood, her trembling fingers pointing behind him. Run, little Bai, run. Yet again that nickname. Bai could not comprehend why individuals from every era referred to him in such a manner, for he was no longer that vulnerable child in need of protection. A resounding explosion erupted as a mortar shell struck nearby. As Bai regained his sight from the ringing in his ears, he beheld Liu Li transformed into a fragmented corpse, her ever-smiling eyes wide open, pupils dilating as they captured her final concern. Amidst the swirling smoke, the gray wolf crawled to his side, dragging a severed leg. His combat attire soaked in blood, leaving a dark crimson trail upon the ground. Magazine. The gray wolf retrieved a bullet-laden magazine from his tactical vest and thrust it into Baye's hands, uttering a final word. Baye accepted the magazine, his fingers brushing against the bloodied palm of his comrade. The heat radiating from that touch sent a jolt through his heart, akin to grasping a piece of red-hot coal. The cheetah has arrived. The gray wolf suddenly stiffened, terror flickering in his eyes. Be careful. A tall figure emerged from the shadows. The cheetah, once a comrade with whom they had faced life and death, now held in 416 Hong Kong dollars against the gray wolf's temple, the barrel indenting his skin. It's been a while. Bai, the cheetah's voice dripped with sweetness, like a knife coated in honey. Tell me the password to the innermost chamber of the base, and I shall release him. Bai Ye's gun wavered between the two, beads of sweat streaming into his eyes, stinging him to the point of tears. This scene felt hauntingly familiar, as if it had unfolded 1,000 times before, each instance culminating in the direst of outcomes. Bai Yi, don't let them succeed. The gray wolf suddenly cried out, his voice hoarse. Remember our vow. A glimmer of cold steel flashed. Bai Yi watched helplessly as a tactical dagger slashed across the gray wolf's neck, arterial blood spraying over 2 meters. The head sailed through the air, tracing a blood-red arc before rolling to rest at Bai Ye's feet, the face that had always smiled at him now frozen in its final resolve. It is you who has caused his demise. The cheetah lifted the bloodied head, shaking it before Bai Yi as if showcasing a trophy. Look, his eyes still glare at you. The lips of the severed head began to twitch, emitting a chilling cackle. It is you. It is your indecision. It is your lack of strength. It is you. You. The cacophony crescendoed, transforming into a deafening roar. Bai Yi knelt upon the ground, discovering his hands had shrunk to that of a childess, marred by overlapping scars, some from belt lashes, others from cigarette burns, and still more from glass cuts. No, it's not. He wished to protest, yet his voice failed him. Bai Yi. His body was violently shaken. Bai Yi abruptly opened his eyes, pupils constricting in panic, unable to discern dream from reality. He saw 5 anxious faces encircling him, yet their words were lost to him, drowned out by a piercing ringing in his ears. Focus. Breathe with me. Li Hao's large hand pressed against his heaving chest, the other cradling the back of his neck. Inhale, exhale. Bai Yi grasped Li Hao's wrist as a drowning man clings to driftwood, his nails digging deep into the other's flesh. He desperately attempted to breathe in sync with Li Hao, yet still felt a searing pain in his lungs. Taking small sips, Wang Kai unscrewed the water bottle and brought it to his lips, urging him to slow down. The icy liquid coursed down his throat, and it was only then that Bai Yi realized he was drenched in cold sweat, his combat uniform clinging to his back, chilling him to the bone. His fingers trembled uncontrollably. Zhang Hao and Zhao Xiaohu crouched in the corridor, their expressions unusually grave. Zhao Xiaohu's eyes were red, clutching a crumpled tissue. Bai Shun, you kept shouting no, and you were crying. Bai Yi raised his hand to touch his face, and indeed felt the cold dampness. In a panic, he wiped his face with the back of his hand, only to hear Zhang Hao softly say, "It's all right. We all have nightmares. I once dreamt that Li Ban made me run 100 laps." Li Hao retrieved Bai Ye's backpack from the overhead compartment and pulled out a clean training jacket. "Put this on. Don't catch a chill." Bai Yi mechanically accepted the clothing, but his fingers struggled to unfasten the soaked buttons. Suja, unable to watch any longer, reached out to help him, his movements gentle as if defusing a bomb. "Thank you." Bai Ye's voice was barely audible. Suddenly, Wang Kai ruffled his hair. Little Cabbage looks quite pitiful when having nightmares. Wang Kai. Li Hao shot him a glare, but his gaze softened immediately when he turned to Bai Yi. "What were you dreaming about?" Bai Yi shook his head, his eyes drifting to the window. The sunset bathed the sky in a crimson hue, mirroring the scene from his dreams. A sudden pang gripped his stomach, likely from drinking too quickly. "Here." Li Hao, as if performing magic, pulled a bottle of Waha from his pocket, the plastic still warm to the touch. "Your favorite." This simple gesture made Bai Ye's nose tingle. No one had ever offered him anything during his feverish nights in the orphanage. Yet now, someone remembered his fondness for sweet drinks and prepared yogurt for him in times of nightmare. "Thank you, brother." He accepted the yogurt, his fingertips inadvertently brushing against the warmth of the other's palm, evoking the sensation of the gray wolf from his dreams, handing him a magazine. Suja silently offered him a pack of tissues, and only then did Bai Yi realize that tears were streaming down his face once more. Mortified, he turned away, but he heard Zhao Xiaohu say, "Bai Shun, it's better to cry it out. I cry whenever I miss home." "Shut up," Zhang Hao nudged him, yet nodded in agreement. Indeed, there's no shame in it. As night fully descended, the bus wound its way along a mountain road. The sporadic streetlights cast flickering shadows across Bai Ye's face, illuminating his damp eyelashes. Perhaps there's nothing wrong with being a child. This thought suddenly emerged. In the orphanage, he had to be strong like an adult. On the battlefield of his previous life, he had to be flawless, allowing no room for error. But now, Li Hao's broad palm suddenly rested atop his head, gently ruffling his hair. Are you still in pain? Bai Yi shook his head, instinctively leaning into that source of warmth. This time, no one would fall before him. This time, he was not fighting alone. Get some more sleep. Li Hao's voice was soft. I will wake you soon. Bai Yi closed his eyes, and this time, no nightmares assailed him. In the haze, he felt someone gently grasp his hand, a sensation reminiscent of Su's calloused fingertips, warm and resolute. Chapter 41. Wolfang's Special Forces. The bus came to a gradual halt before a massive iron gate, the sharp screech of brakes startling the night bird from their perches. Armed sentinels flanked either side of the gate, their weapons glinting coldly under the searchlights. We've arrived. Li Hao rose, the sound of his combat boots thudding against the floor resonating through the vehicle. Everyone, stay alert. This is not a place for rookies to play house. Zhao Xiaohu pressed his face against the window, his nose flattened against the glass. Wow, this wall must be 3 stories high. And look at that electric fence. Check out the machine gun tower. Zhang Hao swallowed hard, his Adam's apple bobbing. That training ground. Those people are doing push-ups in the mud while carrying logs. The muck is getting into their nostrils. Suja noticed Bai Yi intently observing the layout of the base, his amber eyes shimmering in the night like 2 small lanterns. Brother, is the tactical training area at 9 o'clock? Are those simulated structures for CQB training? Li Hao's lips curled slightly in approval. Good eye. He gestured in the distance. Over there is the sniper training ground, and behind it is the demolition testing area. Tomorrow, I'll take you through each one. Wang Kai clapped his hands and stood up. Time to disembark. Stop gawking like a country bumpkin in a grand garden. As the heavy blast door swung open, the metal hinges emitted a sharp creak. The air was thick not only with the aroma of food, but also with a potent scent of masculinity, sweat, leather, and a faint hint of gunpowder mingled together. My legs feel weak. Zhao Xiaohu clutched Zhang Hao's tactical vest tightly, his fingers leaving white impressions. Zhang Hao's throat worked nervously. Those big brothers. Why do they all have? His words trailed off abruptly. The entire mess hall seemed to have been muted, all sounds of conversation and clattering cutlery vanishing in an instant. Dozens of eyes turned in unison, their gazes piercing, as though x-raying the 4 newcomers from head to toe. Suja instinctively tensed his back muscles. These Special Forces soldiers were unlike any military personnel they had encountered before. Some bore deep scars across their faces. Others were missing half an ear, and some had blood-soaked bandages wrapped around their arms while devouring their meals. Their exposed skin was marred with various injuries, bullet wounds, burn scars, and gashes from sharp objects, glistening ominously under the lights. Don't stare, Li Hao warned quietly. Direct eye contact here was a provocation. However, Bai Yi inclined his head slightly, calmly meeting the probing gazes. He took note of the mess hall's layout. On the left was the food serving area, while on the right stood over 20 neatly arranged stainless steel tables, each capable of seating 6. A motto hung on the wall of the Wolfang Special Forces, tempered in blood and fire, a choice between life and death. Well, if it isn't our Captain Li. A towering man, nearly 6'3", pushed back a chair and stood up, the sleeves of his camouflage uniform rolled up to his elbows, revealing tattooed forearms. A cross-shaped scar marred the left side of his face, twisting grotesquely into a semblance of a centipede when he smiled. Team Leader Zhou, Li Hao acknowledged coldly. Continue with your meal. The man known as Team Leader Zhou approached relentlessly, his combat boots echoing a dull thud against the floor. He was followed by 4 or 5 equally imposing Special Forces soldiers, each wearing a malevolent grin. Are you bringing the rookies to witness the world? Zhou exaggeratedly scrutinized the 4, his gaze lingering particularly long on Bai Yi. Is this little one part of your team? Has he weaned yet? He reached out to pinch Bai Yi's cheek, only to have his wrist seized by Li Hao. The veins on their arms bulged as they silently tested each other's strength. Team Leader Zhou, Li Hao's voice was as frigid as the Siberian wind. Keep your claws to yourself. The atmosphere in the cafeteria became instantly charged. Other Special Forces soldiers set down their utensils, eagerly gathering around to observe the conflict. Someone began to jeer. Old Zhou, are you scared? Li, why not show the newcomer a thing or two. Hey kid, hide behind your squad leader. Don't wet your pants. Suddenly, Bai Yi stepped forward with the swiftness of a nimble cat. He calmly gazed up at team leader Zhou, his voice soft yet remarkably clear. According to Article 12 of Chapter 3 of the Regulations on the Management of the Chinese People's Liberation Army Special Forces, there is no age limit for selection. Only a comprehensive assessment of basic physical fitness, tactical skills, and psychological testing is required. He paused, his amber eyes shining like lanterns under the light. Would you like me to continue reciting the specific evaluation criteria? Or would you prefer to discuss Article 4 of Chapter 6 of the Special Operations Regulations regarding the penalties for insulting comrades? The cafeteria fell into a profound silence. Team leader Zhou's expression resembled that of a man struck squarely in the chest, his scarred face flushing a deep crimson. Wang Kai behind him stifled a laugh, his shoulders shaking as he whispered to Su Zhe, "Did you see that? This is the power of knowledge." Li Hao released Zhou's wrist, a slight smile tugging at his lips. Team leader Zhou, would you like me to lend you a copy of the regulation manual? You sharp-tongued little brat. Zhou gritted his teeth, but his imposing aura had clearly waned. Just then, a booming voice resonated from the depths of the cafeteria. What are you all gathered for? Overindulging? The crowd parted as a grizzled veteran strode forward. He wore a black eye patch over his right eye, and a distinct scar marked his left cheek. Yet he walked with a posture as upright as a pine tree. Instructor Zhao. Li Hao and Wang Kai saluted in unison. Instructor Zhao scanned the room, his gaze resting on Bai Yi for a moment. Is this the little genius the old commander spoke of? Reporting. Yes. Li Hao's voice carried a rare note of pride. Instructor Zhao suddenly smiled, revealing several gold teeth. Good. Excellent. He turned to the gathered Special Forces soldiers and bellowed, disperse. Those who have finished eating, go run 5 kilometers to digest. The crowd immediately scattered like birds taking flight. Even team leader Zhou retreated to his seat, looking dejected. The dining area boasted 8 windows, each offering a different cuisine. The stainless steel tables displayed more than 20 dishes, ranging from ordinary braised pork to rare game delicacies. This is too lavish. Zhao Xiaohu's eyes widened in astonishment. The new recruits' meals are akin to pig feed. Zhang Hao eagerly picked up his tray, exclaiming, I want that braised pork trotters. And the sauced beef, sweet and sour ribs. Wang Kai smacked him on the back of the head, admonishing, mind your image. Form an orderly line. Bai Yi meticulously observed the meal collection process. Each Special Forces soldier was allowed to select 4 dishes and a soup, but wastage was strictly prohibited. He noticed that one window had an unusually long queue. It was the exclusive window for the hunting blade squad, as Li Hao explained, since their cook was previously the head chef at a 5-star hotel, when it was their turn to collect their meals. Zhang Hao and Zhao Xiaohu's trays resembled 2 small mountains, precariously piled with braised meat, sauced ribs, and stewed chicken legs, all steaming enticingly. Wang Kai stared in disbelief. Are you 2 starving reincarnates? This is enough for 3 meals. Zhao Xiaohu puffed out his chest defiantly, declaring, Report Captain Wang. We are in a growth phase. We need to replenish our nutrition. Zhang Hao nodded vigorously, nearly spilling the broth from his tray. Exactly. And this braised pork smells divine. It's 1,000 times better than the slop at the recruit camp. In contrast, Bai Yi and Su Zhe opted for more modest portions. Bai Yi selected stir-fried seasonal vegetables, steamed fish, and a small bowl of rice. Su Zhe chose braised chicken pieces with 2 vegetable dishes. Li Hao, balancing his tray, also grabbed sweet and sour ribs and steamed base from the hunting blade window, stating a signature dish of the base. Give it a try. They settled at a table by the window. Outside, several Special Forces soldiers were engaged in extra training, squatting in a muddy pit while carrying logs. Bai Yi delicately ate his rice, his demeanor refined as though dining in a 5-star establishment. Li Hao continually added dishes to his plate. These ribs are tender. I've removed all the fish bones. Try this, brother. Bai Yi sighed, glancing at the mountain of food on his tray. My stomach can only accommodate so much. He gestured towards the ravenous Zhang Hao and Zhao Xiaohu, who appeared to have a greater need for sustenance. Li Hao shot a disdainful glance at the 2 gluttons. They 1T starve. You're too thin. You need to replenish your protein. With that, He added another rib to Bai Yi's plate. Wang Kai could no longer contain his laughter, slapping the table. Old Li, your bias is visible from across the galaxy. Li Hao glared at him. Laugh again, and you'll run 20 kilometers with him tonight. Zhao Xiaohu, his mouth full, mumbled incoherently by Shun. You were so impressive just now. That big guy's face turned as green as spinach. Zhang Hao nodded fervently, almost choking on his food. Exactly. Just look at how the others are staring at Bai Shan, as if they've seen a ghost. Indeed, the Special Forces soldiers in the cafeteria occasionally glanced over, whispering among themselves, with a few even discreetly giving a thumbs up, just as the group was enjoying their meal. A female military doctor in a white coat approached with her tray, asking Li Team, do you mind if I share this table? Li Hao looked up, his expression stiffening momentarily. Dr. Lin. Dr. Lin appeared to be in her early 30s, with short hair and bright, expressive eyes. She naturally seated herself beside Bai Yi, remarking, is this the little genius that the former team leader raves about daily? She scrutinized Bai Yi, noting that he was even younger than she had imagined. Bai Yi nodded politely, greeting hello. Suddenly, Dr. Lin reached out and pinched Bai Yi's wrist, her swift action catching even Li Hao off guard. Your muscle density is commendable, but your body fat percentage is excessively low. She then felt Bai Yi's forehead, inquiring about his recent sleep patterns. Bai Yi was momentarily taken aback, instinctively glancing at Li Hao. Dr. Lin. Li Hao's voice carried a note of caution. We're in the middle of dinner. Dr. Lin chuckled dismissively. As the head of the medical team at the base, it is my duty to ensure the health of new recruits. She retrieved a small notebook from her pocket, stating, bring him for a physical examination at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Li Hao frowned. We have a training schedule. This is an order from the old commander, Dr. Lin interjected, then turned to Bai Yi softly. Child, you must eat more. You are too thin. With that, she stood and left, the hem of her white coat creating a graceful arc. A few seconds of silence enveloped the dining table. Wow, Zhao Xiaohu murmured quietly. White God has been called child. Zhang Hao struggled to suppress his laughter, his face turning crimson. Li Hao's expression fluctuated, ultimately exhaling a sigh. Just eat your meal. As the dinner rush subsided, the number of people in the cafeteria gradually dwindled. Suja noticed some intriguing phenomena. Several Special Forces soldiers, after finishing their meals, conscientiously sorted their cutlery back to the recycling area. Some pulled out small notebooks to jot down notes, and others even began doing push-ups right by the dining table. That's the habit of the Blood Blade Squad, Wang Kai explained, following Su's gaze. Their captain believes that the half-hour post-meal is prime training time. At another table, Zhou's team was engaged in a lively discussion, occasionally casting glances in this direction. Bai Yi sipped his soup and suddenly asked, Brother, why does Zhou's team target you? Li Hao's hand paused momentarily. 3 years ago, during the International Special Forces competition, I defeated him. Wang Kai added, and I won using his strongest fighting techniques. Since then, old Zhou has. His sentence was abruptly cut off as the cafeteria's intercom blared. Captain Li of Blood Wolf Group A, please report to the command center immediately. Repeat, Captain Li of Blood Wolf Group A. Li Hao instantly rose to his feet. Wang Kai, take them to the dormitory. He hesitated for a moment. Ruffled by Ye's hair, get some rest. We gather at 6 tomorrow. As Li Hao strode away, Wang Kai whistled. Looks like there's a mission. He turned to the 4 of them. Come on, let me show you what a Special Forces dormitory looks like. Chapter 42. Dormitory allocation. As Wang Kai pushed open the iron door of the kitchen, a dull thud reverberated through the air, accompanied by a wave of steam infused with the aroma of spices. Zhang Hao and Zhao Xiaohu stumbled slightly, nearly losing their helmets. Old Liu, I brought you some people, Wang Kai shouted, his voice cutting through the clamor of the bustling kitchen with remarkable clarity. From behind the stove emerged a robust figure, clad in a grease-stained apron, with piercing eyes beneath thick brows. He clanked his spatula against the iron pot. Just these 2 greenhorns? Feeling his legs tremble, Zhang Hao instinctively stepped back, while Zhao Xiaohu sought refuge behind him. Reporting to the squad leader, Zhang Hao managed to stand at attention. Shut your mouth. Old Liu's spatula crashed down on the countertop, producing a crisp echo from the stainless steel surface. The first rule of the kitchen, keep your mouth shut while I'm speaking. Wang Kai struggled to contain his laughter, his face turning crimson. Old Lu, this hefty one has a decent palate, and the other one's knife skills aren't too shabby. Narrowing his eyes, Old Lu grabbed a cucumber from the cutting board and tossed it to Zhang Hao. Slice this into translucent pieces for me. Zhang Hao fumbled to catch the cucumber. Right now? Or shall we wait until next year's spring festival? Old Lu's spatula thudded against Zhang Hao's helmet, leaving his ears ringing. Zhao Xiaohu stealthily edged back a step until Old Lu seized him by the tactical vest and pulled him forward. You, taste this broth and tell me what it's missing. He scooped a generous ladle of scalding soup, deliberately waving it in front of Zhao Xiaohu. Watching the steaming concoction, Zhao Xiaohu's atoms apple bobbed nervously. Squad leader, it's still steaming. What? Should I fetch a thermometer to measure it for you? Old Lu glared, his eyes fierce. Trembling, Zhao Xiaohu took a cautious sip, wincing as the heat seared his tongue. Ouch, it's hot. What is missing? Old Lu pressed, his spatula twirling in his palm. It's a bit salty and perhaps a touch too sweet. Shouldn't we add some white pepper? Zhao Xiaohu stammered, tears brimming in his eyes. Old Lu suddenly broke into a grin. You got a keen nose, kid. Turning to Wang Kai, he said, all right, leave them to me. Wang Kai nodded, lowering his voice. Especially that hefty one. Don't let him sneak snacks at midnight. Rest assured, Old Lu waved his spatula. Anyone caught stealing from me will be scrubbing the field latrines for a month. Zhang Hao lamented, no way. Clang. Another spatula strike. Navigating through 2 training buildings, Wang Kai led by Yi and Suzhou to a 3-story structure. The walls bore the marks of time, with a wolf head flag hanging from the second-floor window. This was the exclusive dormitory of the Blood Wolves. Wang Kai swiped his access card to unlock the iron door. The second floor is our territory, and the third floor houses the armory. Pushing open the blast door of room 206, they were greeted by a heady mix of gun oil, leather, and masculine pheromones. 4 seasoned soldiers, freshly emerged from the shower, were meticulously maintaining their weapons, their muscular forms faintly visible through the rising steam. Deputy, a brawny man with well-defined chest muscles, sprang to his feet. You finally returned. Wang Kai languidly waved his hand, saying, relax, crocodile. The captain has gone to the command center. The 4 individuals immediately focused their attention on Bai Yi and Suzhou, their sharp gazes scanning them up and down like searchlights. A man wearing black-framed glasses set down the handgun he had been cleaning and approached Bai Yi, suddenly frowning. Is this the child the old captain spoke of? He drew closer to Bai Yi and inquired, Old Wang, has this child reached adulthood? Wang Kai, with a mischievous smile, draped an arm around Bai Yi's shoulder. Lin Tao, mind your eyes. This is Bai Yi, 17 years old, with top marks in all assessments. And he nearly bested Old Li in a sparring match. He then gestured towards Suzhou. This is Suzhou, 18 years old, with record-breaking reaction speed. 17. The 4 exclaimed in unison, their eyes widening in disbelief. I am Zhou Yang, stammered a bespectacled man, his right wrist adorned with a high-end smartwatch. Codenamed White Dove, the team's medic. He couldn't help but steal a few more glances at Bai Yi, finding him astonishingly impressive. Bai Yi nimbly stepped back, seeking refuge behind Wang Kai, droplets of water from his black hair arcing through the air. All right, Wang is shielding the little one. Don't scare him, old Fong. Put away your collection. Fong Lai, who was polishing a military dagger in the corner, looked up. I collect enemy equipment, not toys for children. Meanwhile, the blast-proof doors of the command center remained tightly shut as 16 senior military officers gathered around a long table, a projector casting images of classified documents onto the wall. Li Hao stood at the end, his posture impeccably straight, muscles taut beneath his training uniform. Little Li, a colonel with 2 stripes and 4 stars wrapped on the table. You brought the child back. Li Hao's Adam's apple bobbed as he replied, Report, sir. Bai Yi has successfully joined the team. The documents indicate he is only 17? The bespectacled female political officer flipped through the files. Entering a special forces unit at such a young age is unconventional. There is no age minimum stipulated by regulations. Li Hao raised his voice by 8 degrees, then quickly lowered it. Moreover, his physical, tactical, and psychological tests were all We are all aware, the colonel interrupted. We have reviewed the documents specially approved by the old captain. He regarded Li Hao with a significant look. The question is, are you certain he can withstand the true pressures of a special forces unit? This is not merely child's play on a training ground. Li Hao clenched his fists behind his back. Report. Bai Yi achieved full marks on his psychological resilience test. His performance in practical simulations was exemplary. Psychological testing and real combat are entirely different matters, the female political officer remarked, her fingers gliding over the tablet. That mission in Afghanistan. Report. Li Hao suddenly raised his voice, imploring them not to judge him by past events. The meeting room fell silent instantly, and the colonel exchanged a glance with the female political officer. Very well, the colonel finally sighed. But you will be responsible for his psychological health evaluations once a week. Should any issues arise, I will take full responsibility. Li Hao saluted firmly. Half an hour later, Li Hao pushed open the blast-proof door to the dormitory, only to be immediately surrounded. For veterans bombarded him with questions. Captain, Chief, Old Li. Li Hao surveyed the surroundings. Where's Xiao Bai and Su Jia? They have gone to take a shower. Wang Kai indicated towards the shower room at the end of the corridor. As per your instructions, Xiao Bai is assigned the lower bunk on the right side by the window, while Su Jia occupies the upper bunk. Li Hao nodded and approached his own bed, the lower bunk on the left side by the window. The bed was meticulously arranged, with the corners of the blanket folded at a perfect 90 degrees. Beside the pillow rested a small medicine box, filled with various remedies and bandages. The sound of water from the shower ceased. Shortly after, Bai Yi and Su Jia entered, clad in loose-fitting training t-shirts, their hair still dripping with water. Bai Yi's t-shirt was evidently a size too large, its neckline sagging to reveal his collarbone and a small patch of fair skin on his chest. He walked barefoot across the floor, moving with the grace of cat. Come here, Li Hao beckoned, his voice unconsciously softened. Bai Yi paused momentarily before walking over, whereupon Li Hao gently pressed him down onto his own bed. A military towel was draped over Bai Yi's head, and Li Hao's calloused hand began to tenderly rub the damp black hair. You might catch a cold if your hair remains wet. Li Hao's tone was notably gentler than usual, his fingers weaving through the soft strands. Wasn't it uncomfortable enough when you had a fever last time? The other team members looked on in astonishment. Zhou Yang's smart watch emitted a chime. Goodness, when has the captain ever been so tender? Be quiet. Bai Ge, Li Hao replied without lifting his gaze, continuing to attend to Bai Yi's hair. Put that wretched watch on silent. Now that everyone is seated, let us formally introduce ourselves. Once Li Hao finished drying Bai Yi's hair, he clapped his hands, and the dormitory fell silent, save for the faint sound of firearm components clinking together. I am Li Hao, the captain and assault specialist, codenamed Wolf Head. He gestured to the wolf head emblem on his chest. Wang Kai, the vice captain and sniper, codenamed Lynx. Wang Kai lifted his t-shirt to reveal his well-defined abdominal muscles. Recalling last year's counterterrorism operation, where he single-handedly eliminated 3 sniper positions, Zhou Yang raised his mechanical arm, adorned with a smartwatch. Zhou Yang, the medic codenamed White Dove. This device monitors the vital signs of the entire team. He adjusted his glasses. Lin Tao patted his solid chest. Lin Tao, the machine gunner, codenamed Crocodile. Last month, during the border conflict, I carried a machine gun for 10 kilometers. He turned around to display the tactical tattoos on his back. Yang, the observer and machine gunner, codenamed Chameleon. Proficient in 7 languages, including 3 dialects. Fong Lai stroked the stubble on his chin. Fong Lai, the communicator, codenamed Dark River. An electronic warfare expert capable of rendering the enemy's communication systems into scrap metal. Now, let us discuss the code names for the new team members. Wang Kai sat cross-legged on the bed, idly toying with a bullet. Su Jia would be suitable as an assault specialist, and Bai Yi as a sniper. Let us start with Su Jia, Li Hao said, unconsciously running his fingers through Bai Yi's half-dry hair. What are your thoughts? How about Venom? Lin Tao suggested, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Too ordinary. Zhou Yang's smartwatch chimed again. Let us go with Thunder. It sounds powerful. Yang Yi adjusted his glasses. Based on his fighting style, I proposed the name Shadow Strike. Quick, precise, and lethal. Insufficient vigor, Fong Lai smacked his thigh and exclaimed Berserker. The name instantly left a lasting impression. After a 10-minute debate, Wang Kai decisively proclaimed, "Let us call it Scorpion Lion, for it embodies both venom and strength." Thus, it was settled with unanimous approval. Now it was Xiao Bai's turn, and Wang Kai grinned mischievously, finding this even more entertaining. "Little angel." Zhou Yang immediately raised his hand, causing the watch to chime once more. "Get lost." Li Hao shot him a glare. "Snow leopard?" Lin Tao suggested, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Too gentle." Yang, he shook his head. "What about phantom? It comes and goes without a trace." Suddenly, Wang Kai slapped his thigh, exclaiming, "Grim Reaper." His calm demeanor during assessments was reminiscent of a harvester of souls. One shot, one kill, without so much as a blink. The dormitory fell into an unexpected silence, all eyes turning towards Bai Yi. The youth sat quietly at the edge of his bed, his eyes gleaming like two icy flames under the light, starkly contrasting with his exquisite features. His slender fingers absent-mindedly brushed against the sheets, exuding an ineffable aura. Unanimous approval, Li Hao finally declared, his rough fingers gently caressing Bai Ye's soft black hair. Outside the window, a full moon hung above the training ground, casting elongated shadows. The distant sounds of firearms training intertwined with the rhythmic clicks of weapon maintenance echoing within the dormitory. Chapter 43. The provocation from Captain Zhou. The frigid winds of December howled across the training ground, rustling the withered grass leaves in a symphony of sound. The frost that had settled overnight sparkled like fragmented silver under the morning light, each step producing a crisp crackle. The 8 members of the Bloodwolf team were gathered beneath an ancient locust tree, exhaling clouds of vapor that crystallized in a -10°C air. Bai Yi cradled a thermos, sipping cautiously as delicate frost formed on his lashes amidst the rising warmth. Li Hao subtly shifted closer to him, using his tall frame to shield against the biting wind. In this wretched weather, Lin Tao rubbed his reddened ears, the collar of his training uniform wide open, revealing beads of sweat glistening on his muscular, bronzed chest. Just yesterday, the temperature had been a balmy 5 degrees, and now it had plummeted to 10 below. Had the meteorological station been indulging in spirits? Yang Yi, diligently whittling a birch branch with his tactical knife, replied without lifting his gaze. The meteorological station predicts a snowstorm tonight, with accumulations possibly exceeding 30 centimeters. His wrist deftly maneuvered the blade, shavings tumbling down as he crafted an exquisite slingshot handle. Perhaps he would test it with a newly fashioned slingshot later. Suddenly, a shrill whistle pierced the cold air. 10 meters away, Zhou Wu swaggered towards them, flanked by his gecko team, their training uniforms rolled up to reveal bulging forearms, clearly a deliberate display of their indifference to the chill. "Oh, taking a break so soon?" Zhou Wu intentionally kicked a frozen clod of earth, striking the ground near Lin Tao's feet and splattering snow and mud. Such a delicate bunch, truly befitting the moniker Bloodwolf. Akin to a pack of huskies. Lin Tao's military canteen crumpled under his grip with a sharp crack, scalding water splashing onto his sinewy arms without him noticing. "Zhou Wu, are you itching for a fight?" Yang Yi firmly grasped Lin Tao's bulging arm, though his knuckles turned pale from exertion. "What? Has your gecko team come specifically to provoke us?" Haven Tu had enough of a beating from the last combat class. Behind Zhou Wu, a burly teammate with a scar across his nose scoffed. "Have you really taken on these 2 recruits?" He craned his neck to scrutinize Bai Yi, a mocking glint in his eyes. "Oh, ISNT this the underage one? Have you weaned yet? Should Uncle buy you a lollipop?" Bai Yi quietly set down his thermos, his long lashes trembling in the wind, casting delicate shadows across his fair cheeks. Li Hao clenched his fists, the knuckles cracking ominously, but was halted by a single, warning glance from Wang Kai. "If we're to compete, let be a true test of skill." Zhao Gang, Zhou Wu's deputy, ground his combat boots into the snow, a provocative grin spreading across his face. "How about a disassembly race? The losing team must call the other grandfather. What do you say?" Lin Tao sprang to his feet, his towering frame casting a substantial shadow, the contours of his muscular physique evident beneath his uniform. "Let us do it. I'll make you call me that until next spring festival." 10 minutes later, Two rows of field tables were set up in the center of the training ground. Li Hao and Zhou Wu stood at the forefront as captains, each facing a completely disassembled Type 95 automatic rifle, the parts glimmering with a cold metallic sheen in the morning light. The instructor, serving as the referee, raised a stopwatch. Ready, set, go. Li Hao's hands transformed into two fleeting shadows. His robust fingers, surprisingly nimble, deftly manipulated the components such as the bolt, recoil spring, and firing pin, causing them to dance in his grasp. With a precise snap, the spring returned to its rightful position, and the stock clicked firmly into place with an audible snap. While Zhou Wu was still fumbling to assemble the gas system, Li Hao had already pulled back the bolt with a resounding click, slamming the fully assembled rifle onto the table. 13 seconds and 0.2 milliseconds. The instructor gasped, staring at the stopwatch, nearly breaking the base record. Zhou Wu's face turned pale as he set down the weapon he had only partially completed. Suddenly, a sharp-featured teammate from his squad pointed at Bai Yi. Let him come. What kind of skill is it to take advantage of our captain's injury? A glint of cold light flashed in Li Hao's eyes as he was about to retort. But Bai Yi had already silently stood up. All right. The youth's slender fingers gently caressed the cold rifle components, appearing almost translucent under the sunlight. At the instructor's command, his fingers transformed into a blur. The sounds of the barrel and receiver locking together, the hum of the compressed spring, and the crisp clang of metal collided, all completed in an instant. Before the spectators could even blink, Bai Yi released his grip, and the fully assembled rifle lay quietly on the table, its blued finish glimmering in the morning light. 9 seconds and 28 milliseconds. The instructor's voice trembled. This is impossible. A profound silence enveloped the training ground. Only the faint hum of the cold wind passing through the barrel could be heard. Zhou Wu swallowed hard, then suddenly scoffed. What good is disassembling a firearm? Will the enemy stand still on the battlefield while you take apart your weapon? If you cannot fight, will you survive the battlefield? Lin Tao was the first to leap into the designated sparring circle marked by lime, tearing off his training jacket to reveal a tight-fitting vest, his granite-like muscles steaming in the cold wind. Who dares to meet their demise first? I'll give you 3 moves. The lizard team sent in their heavyweight, Zhang Meng, nearly 100 kilograms. The moment they clashed, a muffled thud echoed as Zhang Meng delivered a powerful punch that struck Lin Tao's crossed arms. Using the force, Lin Tao stepped back, his right leg sweeping out like a whip, sending a spray of snow into the air. Is it all you've got? As Zhang Meng attempted to block, Lin Tao suddenly changed tactics, transforming the sweep into a kick, his military boot landing squarely on Zhang Meng's chest. Seizing the moment as his opponent staggered backward, Lin Tao lunged forward, delivering a right hook that connected solidly with Zhang Meng's chin. With a sharp crack, Zhang Meng fell backwards into the snow, spitting out a bloodied tooth. The first round goes to the Bloodwolves, the instructor announced loudly. Yang Yi's opponent was a tall, lean fighter skilled in Muay Thai, his elbows and knees covered in calluses. They carved chaotic paths in the snow, with Yang Yi blocking a fierce knee strike from his opponent with an elbow, creating a sound that was almost painful to hear. Suddenly, Yang Yi feigned a slip, exposing an opening, and, as his opponent threw a punch, he ducked low, his hands clamping around the waist with iron-like grip, launching into a beautiful throw. Wang Kai whistled. The lean fighter was slammed onto the frozen ground, and Yang Yi's knee was precisely positioned against his throat, his left hand poised like a blade above the carotid artery. Do you concede? The cold light flickered in Yang Yi's eyes behind his glasses. I concede. The opponent squeezed out 2 words from between his teeth. Wang Kai's performance resembled a graceful dance. In the face of the fierce assault from Zhao Gang, the vice-captain of the Gecko team, he evaded like a falling leaf, with several heavy punches narrowly grazing his hair. When Zhao Gang finally paused, panting heavily, Wang Kai suddenly closed in like a ghost, striking Zhao Gang's carotid artery with his right hand while simultaneously delivering an uppercut to his liver with his left. Zhao Gang collapsed like a felled tree, creating a dent in the snow beneath him. The confrontation between Li Hao and Captain Zhou Wu was the most intense. The sound of their fists and feet colliding echoed like firecrackers. Zhou Wu attempted to obscure Li Hao's vision by kicking up a flurry of snow. Yet Li Hao advanced through the flying snow, his right shoulder crashing into Zhou Wu's chest like a battering ram. Zhou Wu staggered back 7 or 8 steps before barely regaining his balance, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. The final shoulder throw saw Zhou Wu's back meet the frozen ground in a close embrace, as he lay gasping for air like a fish out of water. With a score of 5-0, Li Hao surveyed the Tiger squad, questioning whether to continue. "Unfair," shouted a member of the Gecko team, his scarred nose prominent. "You've trained for years in special forces." A small, acne-ridden boy stepped forward, demanding that he face off against their newcomers, pointing at Bai Yi, who stood quietly to the side. Just as Li Hao was about to refuse, Bai Yi had already removed his training jacket and handed it to Zhou Yang. The cold wind instantly lifted the hem of his thin t-shirt, revealing a remarkably slender waist. He stepped into the contest circle, the snowflakes clinging to his eyelashes, sparkling in the sunlight. The small boy revealed a menacing grin and launched an attack. His straight punch aimed directly at Bai Yi's face, but was effortlessly deflected at the last moment. Bai Yi leaned back like a feather caught in the wind, while his right leg shot up like a venomous snake, landing a precise kick to the side of the boy's knee. The small boy fell to one knee, only to rise angrily and charge again. This time, Bai Yi denied him any chance. He suddenly crouched low, driving his shoulder into the boy's abdomen while locking his hands around the waistband, executing a textbook back throw that lifted the boy entirely off the ground. Thud! The small boy crashed heavily into the snow, and before he could struggle, Bai Yi was already on his back, his right hand gripping the boy's throat while his left arm locked the boy's right arm in a joint lock. This flawless crosshold turned the boy's face a deep shade of purple as he desperately pounded the ground in surrender. Bai Yi released his grip and stood up, gently brushing the snow off his knees. His breath remained steady, save for his disheveled black hair, which betrayed the recent exertion. Sunlight filtered through his thin t-shirt, outlining the boy's slender yet powerful muscle definition. Zhou Wu, his face ashen, helped his teammate up and glared at Bai Yi with fierce intensity before departing. "We're leaving. This isn't over." The Blood Wolf team erupted in cheers. Lin Tao threw an arm around Bai Yi's neck, exclaiming, "Little Bai, you were amazing." That shoulder throw was even more perfect than in the textbooks. Suddenly, he exclaimed, "Wow, you're freezing. You look like an ice cube. Put on your jacket." Li Hao rushed over with a thick coat, wrapping Bai Yi up tightly and fastening the top button without hesitation. The young lad found himself encircled by a throng, his pallid cheeks gradually acquiring a hint of color, reminiscent of plum blossoms unexpectedly blooming in the snow. He cast his gaze downwards at Li Hao's rough, calloused hands as they deftly fastened his buttons, softly murmuring, "I am fine." Wang Kai ruffled Bai Yi's hair, grinning at the assembly, and declared, "Let us go. Today, I shall treat you all to snacks at the convenience store." Amidst the laughter and joviality of the crowd, none noticed the venomous glare from afar, nor the ominous whisper of Zhou Wu, lost in the biting wind. Just wait and see. Chapter 44. The Adventure at the Convenience Store. Attention. Stand at ease. Li Hao's resonant voice rang out vividly in the crisp air following the snowfall. The 7 team members swiftly formed a line, their combat boots crunching rhythmically upon the snow, producing a delightful crackling sound. Bai Yi stood at the far right of the formation, the breath he exhaled forming small clouds in the morning light. Today, he adorned himself with plush earmuffs, the black fur accentuating the pallor of his face. Let us proceed to the convenience store. An immediate wave of suppressed cheers erupted among the ranks. Lin Tao, brimming with excitement, stomped his feet, sending snowflakes cascading onto Yang Yi's neck, prompting a startled reaction from him. However, Li Hao raised his voice, declaring that anyone whose indulgence in snacks adversely affected their training, he paused meaningfully, implying that they would be responsible for cleaning the toilets for an entire month. The group fell silent instantly, save for Bai Yi, who gently blinked, the tiny snowflakes clinging to his long eyelashes sparkling in the sunlight. The 8 of them marched in a single file along the cleared path. The snow beneath their feet produced a rhythmic crunch, akin to a joyful winter concerto. "I'll bet 50 cents, Lin Tao suddenly broke the silence, deliberately raising his voice so that Wang Kai could hear. "Old Wang will undoubtedly buy those horrifically unpalatable compressed biscuits again. With that, he playfully formed a snowball and accurately struck Wang Kai on the back of the head. Wang Kai did not turn around. Instead, he deftly caught the snowball, flicking his wrist to stuff it down Lin Tao's collar. That's because you novices lack the appreciation. Those biscuits turn into an even more dreadful mush when soaked in hot water. Yang Yi and Zhou Yang chimed in unison, eliciting peals of laughter from the rest. Bai Yi walked in the middle of the line, curiously observing the pine branches adorned with icicles along the roadside. Sunlight filtered through the crystalline ice, casting fragmented patterns of light upon his face. Unable to resist, he reached out to touch a low-hanging icicle. The frigid sensation made him retract his fingers momentarily. Yet he could not help but touch it again. "Is this your first time seeing such thick snow?" Li Hao slowed his pace to walk alongside him, unconsciously softening his tone. Bai Yi nodded. Although he had executed missions in various places in his previous life, he had never before enjoyed the snowy scenery in such a relaxed manner. Snowflakes fell from his dark hair as he moved. It rarely snows in the south. He suddenly reached out to catch a drifting snowflake, attentively watching it dissolve into droplets in his palm, his eyes brimming with childlike wonder. Hey, the captain is showing favoritism," Zhou Yang protested, shaking his mechanical arm. "Why don't you ask us if we've ever seen snow? Because the video of you rolling in the snow last winter is still in the team chat." Feng Lai grinned mischievously, pulling out his phone. "Shall we relive that moment?" The sight of Dr. Zhou in his dinosaur onesie rolling around in the snow. Amidst their laughter, the red roof of the convenience store came into view. The icicles hanging from the eaves sparkled in the sunlight, resembling a string of crystal curtains. As they pushed open the glass door of the convenience store, a wave of warm air mixed with the enticing aroma of various snacks greeted them. Shelves were neatly stocked with an assortment of military provisions and daily necessities, while a corner was piled high with fresh fruit. Prominently displayed were several rows of colorful candies. "Take whatever you like, today it's my treat," Wang Kai exclaimed grandly, waving his hand, though each person was required to take a pack of compressed biscuits. "Here we go again," Lin Tao lamented as he rushed toward the snack aisle. "I want to drown myself in potato chips." Yang Yi headed straight for the household goods section, carefully examining a box of premium gun oil. Suzhou and Zhou Yang were engaged in a spirited debate over which flavor of instant noodles was the best, while Feng Lai waited at the checkout, cradling a pile of batteries and tools. Li Hao noticed that Bai Ye's gaze remained fixated on the candy shelf. The youth appeared nonchalant as he stood there, his slender fingers unconsciously grazing the edge of the shelf, yet his eyes occasionally darted toward the vibrant candy bags. "Craving some sweets?" Li Hao approached him, his voice laced with barely concealed amusement. Bai Yi paused, casting a cold glance in his direction before lightly shaking his head. However, when he thought Li Hao was no longer paying attention, his gaze involuntarily drifted toward a bag of fruit gummies. Unable to resist, Li Hao ruffled his soft black hair and then swept his hand, collecting an assortment of candies: fruit hard candies, chocolates, gummies, and milk candies. The shopping basket quickly piled high. "Captain, are you planning to empty the store?" Suzhou exclaimed, his eyes wide as he observed the growing mountain of sweets. "Little Bai is still growing," Li Hao replied, unfazed, casually grabbing 2 more bags of cotton candy. "Sweets are essential for energy." Bai Yi clutched his bounty of candies, a smile unconsciously spreading across his face. He unwrapped a strawberry-flavored hard candy and popped it into his mouth, squinting with satisfaction, which softened Li Hao's heart. "Captain, you're going to spoil him," Wang Kai remarked as he approached, arms full of compressed biscuits, though his eyes sparkled with amusement. "What does it matter?" Leo Rublia, watching Bai Yi munch on candy like a little squirrel. He is still just a child. Just as everyone queued to check out, the door of the convenience store swung open again, ushering in a gust of cold wind. A colonel, bearing 2 stripes and 3 stars, strode in with purpose, his medals gleaming under the lights. He appeared to be in his 40s, with graying temples, yet his posture was straight, and his steps were steady and powerful. "Attention!" Li Hao barked. Instantly, the 8 of them stood at attention. Even Bai Yi, who had been savoring his candy, straightened his back, concealing the sweet in one cheek. The cashier hurriedly set down the scanner and stood straight as well. The colonel's gaze swept over the group like that of a hawk, abruptly halting when it landed on Bai Yi. A flicker of shock and nostalgia crossed his sharp eyes, and his lips trembled slightly. Bai Chun? The air seemed to freeze. Bai Ye's body stiffened momentarily, his fingers unconsciously tightening around the candy bag, producing a faint rustling sound. Li Hao cleared his throat, his voice steady and commanding. Reporting to the superior, this is Bai Chen's younger brother, General Bai's youngest son, Bai Yi. The colonel's expression softened instantly, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes easing. Old Bai's youngest son. He took a few steps closer, scrutinizing Bai Yi with an indescribable complexity of emotions. You've grown so much. The last time I saw you, you were just a 5 or 6-year-old child. His gaze grew distant, as if he were peering through the twilight at another person, strikingly resembling your brother. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the side of Bai Yi's face, casting a silhouette reminiscent of the young officer etched in his memory. He pressed his lips together, his lashes casting delicate shadows on his cheeks. The colonel seemed poised to speak, yet ultimately merely placed a gentle hand on Bai Yi's shoulder. The pressure perfectly measured, not too heavy to offend, nor too light to seem distant. Your brother was an exceptional soldier. He paused, his voice low and resolute. He was the finest soldier I ever commanded. Bai Yi's eyes widened slightly, his throat bobbing once, but he remained silent. The colonel turned to the others, his expression regaining its seriousness. You may continue with your procurement. Focus on your training. He shot a meaningful glance at Li Hao. Take good care of him. Only after the colonel's figure faded from view did the group release a collective sigh of relief. Lin Tao exaggeratedly wiped away non-existent sweat, exclaiming, "You scared me." That was Colonel Chun, the iron-faced judge. They say he. Lin Tao, Li Hao admonished with a glare, prompting Lin Tao to fall silent immediately. Does he know Xiao Bai's brother? Suja inquired cautiously, curiosity overpowering fear. Bai Yi spoke calmly, his voice as soft as a snowflake landing in his palm. My brother was a subordinate before he went missing. He glanced down at the candy in his hand, sunlight filtering through the translucent wrapper, casting colorful reflections on his face. An awkward silence ensued. Wang Kai timely broke the heavy atmosphere. All right, let us settle the bill and hurry back. Lin Tao, take out that pack of beef jerky you've hidden in your sleeve. I saw it. On the return journey, the snow had softened under the sun, crunching softly beneath their feet. The setting sun elongated the shadows of the 8 figures, intertwining them into an abstract painting upon the snow. Bai Yi walked quietly beside Li Hao, cradling a paper bag brimming with candy. His earmuffs had been removed at some point, and the cold wind tousled his dark hair, revealing his fair ears. While the others frolicked ahead, Li Hao felt a gentle tug at his sleeve. He looked down to find Bai Yi offering him a beautifully wrapped chocolate, the boyish amber eyes glowing like warm flames in the sunset. Thank you, Bai Yi murmured, his voice nearly whisked away by the wind. Li Hao gazed at the chocolate in his palm, then at the boy, and a corner of his heart inexplicably softened. He unwrapped the confection and split it in 2, one half for each of them. The chocolate was sweet, imbued with a rich hazelnut aroma. Yet, watching Bai Yi savor his half with such care, Li Hao felt that this was perhaps the sweetest piece of chocolate he had ever tasted. In the distance, the setting sun bathed the snow in gold, and the shadows of the two began to merge into one. Brother, Bai Yi suddenly spoke, his voice light, as if in introspection. Is my brother truly that exceptional? Li Hao halted, turned to face him. The sunset adorned the boy's delicate features with a golden hue, rendering him both real and ethereal. Colonel Chin never speaks untruths, he stated earnestly, and after a brief hesitation, he reached out to tousle Bai Yi's hair, declaring, "You are now one of my soldiers." Bai Yi nodded gently, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. Ahead of them, Lin Tao and Suja had commenced a playful snowball fight, while Wang Kai fanned the flames of their excitement from the sidelines. Zhou Yang and Fong Lai diligently documented the mischief, and Yang Yi, with an expression of exasperation, endeavored to maintain order. Laughter reverberated in the frosty air, startling a few sparrows that had perched upon the branches. Li Hao glanced at the youth beside him, then at the frolicking teammates ahead, and suddenly felt that this winter was not quite as frigid after all. Chapter 45. Suja's odd behavior as the days of rigorous training passed. A week had swiftly elapsed. The heating pipes in the training base emitted a faint hum, while delicate snowflakes danced outside the window. The 6 individuals casually settled into the dormitory, forming a subtle circle. Scattered across the floor were firearm components and maintenance tools. Li Hao meticulously polished his sidearm with a soft cloth, while Wang Kai lounged on his bed, tending to his nails. Lin Tao and Feng Lai engaged in an arm wrestling match, and Zhou Yang fiddled with his smartwatch. Do you recall last year's incident in Syria? Lin Tao suddenly spoke, his arm muscles taut like steel cables. There were 6 armed men hiding in that rickety building. Taking advantage of the moment, Feng Lai seized Lin Tao's wrist, pressing it down. How can you even say that? If I hadn't yanked you back in time, your pretty little head would have been blown to bits. Ridiculous. Lin Tao's face flushed. I was the one who spotted that sniper first. Wang Kai blew on his nails, interjecting if you ask me. The most perilous situation was in Myanmar. The drug lord's bullet missed my temple by merely 2 centimeters. He gestured to an almost invisible scar on the side of his head. See this? A memento. Zhou Yang adjusted his glasses. What you experience pales in comparison. During that operation in Afghanistan, I was dragging this mechanical arm to perform battlefield surgery on the captain with makeshift sterilization for the scalpel. His blood was nearly drained. Li Hao cleared his throat, interrupting Zhou Yang. It's all in the past. He skillfully assembled his handgun, the sound of the metal parts fitting together resonating pleasingly. Suddenly, the previously silent Yang set down his binoculars. Suja is acting strangely. Feng Lai, mid-sip of water, nearly sputtered. What? Yang adjusted his glasses, the lenses glinting under the light. Does Suja have feelings for Bai? During today's shooting practice, I noticed he glanced at Xiao Bai at least 23 times. An immediate silence enveloped the dormitory, the hum of the heating system becoming audible. Wang Kai's nail clipper clattered to the floor. You all finally noticed. Wang Kai burst into laughter, slapping his thigh. That kid messed up during the first big cleanup in the recruit company, when they were cleaning the shower room. Suja slipped and fell right on top of Xiao Bai. Ever since then, he's been acting strangely. He winked, adding, he just hasn't realized yet that he likes Xiao Bai. Lin Tao's jaw nearly dropped. Are you saying that Suja has developed feelings for his comrade, a male, and it's Xiao Bai? His voice rose higher, almost breaking. Indeed, Wang Kai nodded knowingly, pulling out a packet of sunflower seeds to munch on. Haven't you noticed how he always insists on teaming up with Xiao Bai? The look in his eyes during combat training, TSK. Li Hao shook his head in exasperation, though a slight smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. He picked up a cloth to continue polishing his now gleaming handgun, feigning ignorance to the questioning glances from the others. Wait. Feng Lai raised both hands. Has Suja never had a girlfriend? Zhou Yang's mechanical fingers clicked as he pondered. I don't know. Even if there is, sexual orientation is fluid. According to research, stop. Spare me your academic jargon. Lin Tao exclaimed, exasperated as he raked his fingers through his hair. So what do we do now? Just tell him. Hey buddy, you fallen for Xiao Bai? Wang Kai spat out a sunflower seed shell. What's the rush? Let him discover it on his own. That's far more intriguing. Li Hao finally set down his pistol, letting out a sigh. Xiao Bai is still young and doesn't comprehend these matters. His tone carried a warning, urging them not to stir trouble. A chorus of playful jeers erupted from the group, filling the dormitory with a light-hearted atmosphere. In stark contrast, within the steamy confines of the shower room, Bai Yi stood beneath the shower head in the far corner, hot water cascading over his weary body. After a day of training in the snow, his fingers were frostbitten and red, resembling tiny carrots, making it a struggle to twist the cap off the shampoo bottle. I'll help you. Suju appeared beside him unannounced, taking the shampoo without waiting for a response. His gaze fell upon Bai Ye's swollen fingers, and his brow furrowed involuntarily. How did they get this bad? Bai Yi shook his head to refuse, but Suja had already squeezed out a dollop of foam. Turn around. I'll wash your hair. No need. Bai Ye's voice was drowned out by the sound of rushing water. Suja's hands had already found their way into his dark hair, gently massaging his scalp. Reluctantly, Bai Yi turned around, allowing Suja to take control. The hot water trickled down Bai Ye's delicate collarbone, droplets clinging to his long eyelashes. Suja's breath quickened, his throat constricting. His gaze unintentionally drifted over Bai Yi's pale nape, where a small red mole was barely visible through the steam. Does it hurt? Suja's voice was somewhat husky, his fingers cautiously weaving through Bai Yi's soft hair. Bai Yi gently shook his head, water splashing around. Not at all. His voice sounded particularly soft amidst the water's roar. Thank you. Suja's hands paused momentarily, his heart racing as if it might leap from his chest. He forced himself to concentrate on washing Bai Yi's hair, yet his eyes continually strayed to Bai Yi's slender waist and the curve of his pert backside. At that moment, the shower room door swung open with a bang, and 6 people burst in, chatting noisily. Wow, how considerate. Lin Tao's booming voice echoed in the shower room. Suja is personally washing someone else's hair? Suja's hand jerked, the foam sliding onto Bai Yi's ear. Get lost. His hands are frostbitten. Yes, Feng Lai chimed in sarcastically. Our Suja is the most caring of them all. Wang Kai walked over to the adjacent showerhead, intentionally sighing loudly. Sigh, why don't I get this treatment? My hands are frozen yesterday, too. You? Zhou Yang adjusted his glasses. Your hands are tough and calloused. A little cold only makes them sturdier. Laughter erupted among the group. Bai Yi blinked in confusion. What is going on? Nothing, Yang, he drawled meaningfully. Just discovered we have a warm man in our team. Suja's ears turned as red as ripe shrimp, yet his hands instinctively grew gentler. He carefully rinsed the foam from Bai Yi's hair, his fingers lingering on the soft black strands. Turning around, he washed his forehead. Suja's voice was barely audible. Bai Yi obediently turned, warm water cascading over his face. Droplets clung to his elegantly contoured jaw, and his rosy lips flushed slightly from steam. Suja's breath caught. Nearly dropping the showerhead, he held. Oh my! Lin Tao exclaimed. Suja, why are you blushing? Is the bathhouse too hot? Shut up. Suja retorted, flustered. Do you believe I will douse you with cold water? Laughter erupted among the group. Li Hao stood at the doorway, shaking his head in exasperation. All right, everyone, stop fooling around. Finish up and get some rest. We have a 20-kilometer trek through the snow tomorrow. Bai Yi took the showerhead from Suja, gazing at the others in confusion. What are you all laughing at? Wang Kai wiped water from his face. Little one, it's best you don't know just yet. You'll understand when you grow up. I'm 17. Bai Yi earnestly corrected him, his eyes filled with bewilderment. For some reason, this statement only intensified Suja's embarrassment. He hastily rinsed off the foam, grabbed a towel, and fled. I'm leaving first. Hey, don't run off. Lin Tao called after him. You haven't rinsed off your body wash. Laughter erupted once more in the bathhouse. Bai Yi stood still, water dripping from the tips of his hair, looking utterly perplexed like a lost fawn. Li Hao approached, draping a nearby towel over his head. Ignore them. He gently rubbed Bai Yi's damp hair, his tone unconsciously softening. Dry your hair, or you might catch a cold. Bai Yi nodded, wrapping himself in the towel under the ambiguous gazes of the others. His fingers were still reddened, but much improved from before. Brother, Bai Yi suddenly asked softly, why did Suja run away so quickly? Li Hao paused momentarily, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth because he realized something very important. What was it? Well, Li Hao teasingly withheld the answer. When he is ready, he'll tell you himself. The bathhouse lights blurred in the steam, and the snow outside seemed to fall even heavier. Unnoticed by anyone, Suja, hidden in the changing room, pressed his flushed face against the cold porcelain wall, his heart racing as if it might burst. Chapter 46. Thoughts and unexpected visitors in the warmly heated dormitory. Bai Yi sat cross-legged on his bed, his dark hair, which hung casually over his forehead and glistened with droplets, had been partially dried by Li Hao with a towel, now fluffily styled with a few rebellious strands. He cradled a bag of barbecue-flavored potato chips in his arms, chewing slowly and swallowing cautiously, each bite taken with utmost care. Slow down, Li Hao remarked, retrieving a carton of milk from the cupboard, inserting a straw, and handing it over. Don't choke. Bai Yi accepted the milk with a grateful, thank you, brother. He naturally addressed him in this informal manner, his autumn-like eyes appearing particularly clear under the light. Li Hao's lips involuntarily curled into a smile as he reached out to wipe away the milk stains from the corner of Bai Yi's mouth. This gesture elicited a raised eyebrow from Wang Kai, who deliberately cleared his throat, saying, Captain, you truly excel at being a brother. Shut up, Li Hao retorted without turning around. tossing a packet of tissues that landed squarely on Wang Kai's forehead. Suddenly, Lin Tao leaped off the bed and exchanged glances with the others. Hey, Suja, could you step outside with us? There is something we need to discuss regarding the training ground. Suja, who had been secretly observing Bai Ye's puffed cheeks, paused in surprise. Huh? Now? Yes, right now. Fang Lai had already seized one of Suja's arms, while Yang Yi deftly held the other. It's about tomorrow's tactical coordination. Bai Yi, confused, looked up. Am I going to? Absolutely not. The five of them chorused in unison, their voices startling Bai Yi. Li Hao cleared his throat gently. You should dry your hair first. He retrieved a hairdryer from the drawer and placed it beside Bai Yi. We'll be back shortly. Bai Yi nodded lightly, his gaze still fixed on the potato chips in his hands, seemingly indifferent to their conversation. The six exchanged knowing glances and swiftly ushered the bewildered Suju out of the dormitory. The biting December wind sliced through the open training ground like a blade. Howling fiercely, the six tall figures formed a circle, with Suja huddled in the center, his neck retracted. So, Yang Yi adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting a cold light. Kid, do you like Xiaobai? Suja froze as if struck by lightning, his mouth opening and closing in disbelief. Wah! What? No. Who said that? His voice rose higher, nearly cracking. Oh, come on, Wang Kai said, crossing his arms, his combat boots crunching on the snow. The look you had in the shower just now was akin to a hungry wolf spotting a little white rabbit. That was concern for a comrade. Suja's ears flushed bright red. My hands are freezing. Lin Tao exaggerated a laugh. When I sprained my ankle a few days ago. Why didn't you wash my hair? Because you're a bear, not a little white rabbit. Suja blurted out, immediately realizing his slip, and hastily added, I meant. Xiaobai, he is young and needs care. Fang Lai leaned in with a mischievous grin. Oh, so you think Xiaobai is adorable and that's why you take special care of him? Not at all. I mean, he is very capable. His shooting scores are even better than mine. Suja stammered, flailing his hands in the air in a futile attempt to defend himself. Zhou Yang's mechanical finger clicked. Based on my observational data, your glances toward Xiaobai over the past week have been 7 times more frequent than those directed at others, with an average increase in pupil dilation. Stop! Suja interrupted frantically. What on earth are you trying to do? Li Hao finally spoke, his voice steady. If you truly like him, you should contemplate it thoroughly. Xiaobai is neither a toy nor a fleeting fancy. I don't. Suja insisted, stamping his feet in exasperation. I think he is impressive and want to learn more from him. Yes, learning. The five exchanged helpless glances. Wang Kai sighed deeply. All right, we'll talk when you're no longer being stubborn. I wasn't. Suja mumbled quietly, his voice dwindling. An uncontrollable image of Bai Yi in the steamy bathroom flashed through his mind. That pale nape. Let us go. Let us go. Lin Tao rubbed his arms. I'm freezing to death. Let us return to sleep. The 7 trudged back through the snow, and as they reached the dormitory door, they were greeted by peals of laughter from within. Li Hao furrowed his brow and swiftly pushed the door open. The sight inside the dormitory froze everyone in place. For commanders clad in crisp military uniforms surrounded by Ye's bed, the lowest ranking among them being a major general. Although Bai Ye's expression remained impassive, he had evidently acclimated to the attention, calmly responding to questions. I remember when you were 6. A lieutenant colonel insisted on riding on my shoulders to watch the flag-raising ceremony, and ended up smearing chocolate all over my neck. Bai Yi nodded. Later, you made me stand at attention for 10 minutes. His voice was calm, yet his fingers unconsciously tightened around the potato chip bag, producing a faint crinkling sound. Back then, you were this small, another lieutenant colonel gestured, and now you've grown into quite the young man. Li Hao quickly stood at attention. Report, sir. It's rather late, and we have early training tomorrow. Could you please? The lieutenant colonel turned his head, the insignia on his shoulder gleaming under the light. Relax, Xiao Li. He glanced at his watch. It was indeed getting late. As he stood, he reached out to ruffle Bai Ye's hair, but halted mid-motion, opting instead to pat the young man's shoulder. Rest well. The 4 commanders gradually rose, and Bai Yi stood up as well, his posture as straight as a pine tree. Safe travels, sir. As the lieutenant colonel passed by Li Hao, he lowered his voice to say, take good care of him. his gaze holding an unspoken depth. Once the footsteps faded entirely down the corridor, the air in the dormitory resumed its flow. Lin Tao let out a long sigh, collapsing onto the floor. Holy crap. He was the first to break the silence. Xiao Baiyu. Baiyi had reverted to his usual demeanor, placing the empty cup on the table. I'm going to brush my teeth. As he passed by Li Hao, he subtly murmured, Brother, thank you for the milk. As the bathroom door closed, Suja sank onto his bed, his complexion ashen. I am finished. Just now. The major looked at me as if he were ready to execute me. Wang Kai chuckled with schadenfreude. Deservedly so. Who told you to covet the general's young master? I did not. Suja lamented, throwing himself onto the bed and burying his face in the pillow. Li Hao approached Bai Ye's bedside, discreetly adjusting the corner of the quilt. He noticed a corner of chocolate wrapping paper peeking out from beneath the pillow. It was the very piece he had given Bai Yi the previous day. It seemed the little fellow could not bear to eat it, and had hidden it away. In the bathroom, Bai Yi gazed at the youthful visage reflected in the mirror. Water droplets cascaded from his damp black hair, tracing the contours of his delicate collarbone. He reached out to wipe the steam from the mirror, letting out a gentle sigh at his reflection. 17. He murmured in a voice only he could hear, what a troublesome age. The boy in the mirror blinked, and within his sunset-hued gaze flickered a depth that belied his years. Bai Yi shook his head and splashed a handful of cold water on his face. When he emerged from the bathroom, he had transformed back into the quiet and obedient youth. The dormitory lights were extinguished. Moonlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting a silvery line upon the floor. Bai Yi curled up in his blanket, listening to the rhythmic symphony of snores, and subtly tucked the chocolate wrapping paper deeper beneath the mattress. Good night, he whispered into the darkness. Yes, good night, came Li Hao's voice from the opposite bed. Deep and gentle. Outside the window, a full moon hung high, illuminating the freshly fallen snow on the training ground, pure and radiant. Chapter 47. Marching through 20 kilometers of snow at 4 o'clock in the morning, a biting wind laced with frost swept through the darkness, leaving behind only the silent expanse of snow and the muffled sounds of breath. The base's searchlights pierced the falling snow, casting a ghostly white beam. The Bloodwolf Squad, 8 strong and fully armed, stood resolutely in the snow, their breath crystallizing in the frigid air, clinging to their masks and brows like frost. Check your gear. Li Hao's voice rang out with clarity amidst the cold wind. Bai Yi crouched down, his fingers already turning red from the chill. He meticulously followed the training protocol, inspecting each item, ensuring the tactical backpack straps were secure, checking for ice in the rifle's action, and verifying the water in his canteen, though treated with antifreeze. A thin layer of ice had still formed in such frigid temperatures. Here, Li Hao approached, squatting beside him to inquire softly, Are your gloves thick enough? Bai Yi nodded, though his fingers felt somewhat clumsy as he fumbled with the backpack straps. This 17-year-old body was more sensitive to the cold than his previous one, and his blood circulation seemed less efficient. He subtly wiggled his toes. Though warmers were affixed inside his combat boots, his toes remained painfully numb. Here, Li Hao produced a pair of heated glove liners from his pocket, sliding them onto Bai Yi's hands. As Bai Yi opened his mouth to refuse, Li Hao firmly grasped his hand and forced it inside. The liners radiated warmth, imbued with a faint scent of tobacco, instantly comforting his fingertips. Thank you, brother, Bai Yi murmured, his words fragmented by the biting wind. Wang Kai whistled, teasing, the captain is biased. We want heated gloves too. Without turning his head, Li Hao replied, Want them? Be me first. Laughter erupted among the squad, the sound ringing out joyfully across the snowy landscape. Suja lingered at the back of the formation, his gaze fixed on Bai Yi. When he saw Li Hao putting gloves on Bai Yi, he unconsciously bit his lip. Let us move out. The 8 of them formed a single-file line, stepping onto the snowfield. Li Hao led the way. Wang Kai brought up the rear, while Bai Yi was strategically placed in the middle for greater protection. The snow reached mid-calf, forcing each step to be a laborious lift, as if traversing an unseen riverbed. The first kilometer proceeded relatively smoothly. As dawn approached, the grayish-white light allowed visibility of about 200 meters. The snowfall had temporarily ceased, but the wind intensified, whipping up the snow and stinging their faces like countless tiny blades. Maintain your distance. Li Hao's voice crackled through the helmet's earpiece. Watch your step. There are hidden ditches. Bai Yi adjusted his breathing rhythm, forcing himself to acclimate to the high-intensity march through the snow. In his previous life, he had endured 3 days and nights in the Siberian blizzards, yet this youthful body was evidently still unaccustomed to such extreme conditions. His lungs felt as though filled with shards of ice, every breath a sharp sting. Bai Yi, Suja's voice suddenly emerged from behind, muffled through the mask. Do you want to lighten your load a bit? Bai Yi shook his head, but Suja had already unfastened the spare magazine pouch from the side of his backpack. Their gloves briefly brushed together during the exchange, causing Suja to flinch as if burned. Focus on the path. Li Hao's voice cut through the channel. Cold as ice. By the 3rd kilometer, the terrain began to grow more complex. The snow concealed the true nature of the ground, at times as hard as ice, at others as soft as sand. Bai Yi misstepped and stumbled forward, only to be caught by Yang Yi. Be careful, Yang Yi cautioned, his glasses frosted over. They were in a marshy area, with hidden waters beneath the snow. Bai Yi nodded, gasping for breath, his chest heaving violently. The lower half of his combat trousers had frozen, encasing his legs like 2 rigid casts. Rest for 5 minutes, Li Hao commanded, replenish our warmth. The group took shelter behind a windbreak of rock. As Bai Yi removed his backpack, his fingers stiffened, unable to open the thermos. Li Hao appeared by his side, enveloping his hands with his own to twist off the lid. Drink slowly, Li Hao murmured. It's too hot and could harm your esophagus. The sweet aroma of hot cocoa was particularly enticing in the frigid wind. Bai Yi took a gentle sip, feeling warmth radiate from his throat, swiftly dispelling the chill in his body. He noticed that Li Hao had not opened his own water bottle. Brother, you should drink too, Bai Yi urged, offering the cup. Li Hao shook his head. I don't drink, Bai Yi insisted stubbornly, holding the cup aloft, his golden eyes glinting in the sunlight like flames, exuding an undeniable sharpness. Finally, Li Hao accepted the cup and took a sip. Bai Yi noted that Li Hao's lips had turned a shade of purple from the cold. Let us move on. Wang Kai's voice shattered the brief tranquility. 17 kilometers to go. At the 7th kilometer, a sudden blizzard descended. Visibility plummeted to less than 5 meters, and the howling wind whipped the snow into a horizontal frenzy, resembling a moving white wall. The team had to tether themselves with ropes, each member secured by a safety line. Stay close. Li Hao's voice intermittently broke through the storm. Ahead is an icy slope. Ice crystals clung to Bai Yi's eyelashes, and his vision blurred. His left foot began to lose sensation, possibly having soaked in the hidden stream moments earlier. Yet he remained silent, mechanically following the silhouette of Yang Yi ahead. A sudden cry erupted from behind. The team halted abruptly. Bai Yi turned back to see Suja trapped in a snow-covered ice hole, the snow reaching up to his chest. Don't move, Li Hao commanded immediately. Secure the ropes. The group quickly assumed rescue positions, driving their ice axes deep into the ice for stability. Bai Yi unfastened his safety line and, before the others could react, crawled toward Suzhou in the snow. Xiao Bai, come back. Li Hao's shout was swallowed by the howling wind. Bai Yi reached the edge of the hole and saw Suzhou's face turning blue, his lips trembling uncontrollably. The icy water was rapidly stealing his warmth. Grab on. Bai Yi unbuckled his belt and lowered it down. Suzhou's fingers were unresponsive, but after 3 attempts, he finally grasped the belt. Bai Yi gritted his teeth and began to pull, but the edge of the ice suddenly collapsed, sending him sliding toward the hole, until a powerful hand fiercely grasped his tactical vest. Li Hao had also crawled over, his other hand firmly gripping the safety rope. Pull together, Li Hao commanded. The two of them combined their strength and finally managed to haul Suzhou out. Suzhou trembled uncontrollably, the chattering of his teeth audible even through the howling snowstorm. He must persevere. Struggling to rise, he thought, I cannot be a burden. Without a moment's hesitation, Bai Yi began to remove his thermal lining. Are you insane? Li Hao exclaimed, grasping his hand. You will succumb to hypothermia? Bai Yi shook his head defiantly. He is in a worse condition than I am. As he spoke, he had already shed his lining and wrapped it around Suzhou's neck. Li Hao cast a deep glance at Bai Yi before suddenly unfastening his own coat. enveloping Bai Yi entirely in his embrace. Then let us proceed like this. Bai Yi was taken aback. Li Hao's chest pressed against his back, warmth radiating through layers of clothing. He could detect a peculiar scent of gunpowder mingled with mint emanating from Li Hao. What are you staring at? Li Hao bellowed at the astonished team members. Do you wish to freeze to death here? Move forward. The final 5 kilometers proved to be the most arduous. The blizzard intensified, and the loss of body heat accelerated. Bai Yi was half supported by Li Hao, feeling his consciousness begin to wane. He mechanically moved his legs, a singular thought occupying his mind. I cannot fall. Xiao Bai, Li Hao's voice resonated beside him. Speak to me, do not sleep. Bai Yi struggled to maintain his focus. His vision darkened, yet his body felt strangely warm. The training he had undergone in his past life alerted him to the perilous sign. Hypothermia's advanced stages can manifest as an unusual sense of warmth. Brother, he murmured weakly, I think I am about to. Bai Yi, Li Hao suddenly barked, look at me. With great effort, Bai Yi lifted his eyelids. Li Hao's face was mere inches away, his brows and lashes adorned with frost, yet his eyes glimmered with an alarming intensity. You vowed to become the finest sniper. Li Hao articulated each word with deliberate clarity. The blood wolves marksman will not perish in the snow. Do you understand? This proclamation acted as a potent stimulant. Bai Yi blinked, forcing himself to awaken. Understood. Only 2 kilometers to go. Wang Kai called from ahead. I see the finish line. Bai Yi bit down on his tongue, the metallic taste of blood spreading in his mouth. He broke free from Li Hao's arm, compelling himself to stand tall. I can walk. Li Hao did not impede him, merely maintaining a distance that would allow him to catch Bai Yi should he falter. Well done. As the 8 of them finally stumbled across the finish line, the medical team awaited them. Bai Yi's legs could no longer support him, and he fell forward into a warm embrace. Body temperature at 29, 5 degrees Celsius, moderate hypothermia. The medical personnel swiftly enveloped Bai Yi in a thermal blanket, requiring immediate rewarming treatment. As he was lifted onto a stretcher, his fingers clutched tightly to Li Hao's sleeve. Li Hao had to pry his fingers open one by one. I'm right here, a 1T leave. Before the ambulance doors closed, Bai Yi glimpsed Suja surrounded by another team of medical staff, anxiously scanning for him. He wished to raise his hand to signal that he was all right, but his arms felt as heavy as lead. Rest now. Li Hao's voice drifted from a distant place. You did exceptionally well. Bai Yi closed his eyes, and as darkness enveloped him, his final thought was, this body requires further training. Outside the ambulance, Li Hao lit a cigarette, his hand trembling as he nearly failed to ignite it. Wang Kai approached, unusually serious. That kid is quite stubborn. Indeed, Li Hao replied, exhaling a ring of smoke, watching it dissipate swiftly in the cold wind, reminiscent of his brother. In the distance, the sky began to clear, a ray of sunlight piercing through the clouds, illuminating the snowy ground with a dazzling sheen. A 20-kilometer march across the snow had been completed successfully by all. Chapter 48. Rigorous training in the snow at 5:30 in the morning. The horizon remained shrouded in a profound darkness, the chill in the air piercing to the bone. The radiators in the dormitory emitted a faint hum, while delicate snowflakes drifted outside the window. Lin Tao was the first to leap from his bed, the soles of his combat boots thudding heavily against the floor. Where is Xiao Bai's bed empty? His loud exclamation instantly roused everyone. Wang Kai sprang up like a fish out of water, rushing to Bai Yi's bedside without even donning his glasses. The bed was impeccably made, the blanket folded into a perfect square, and beside the pillow lay a small medicine box. Yet the person who should have been there was nowhere to be found. Where's our little cabbage? Wang Kai's voice rose an octave, his fingers anxiously tugging at Bai Yi's blanket. Wasn't he just fine after returning from the infirmary last night? Suja had already jumped out of bed barefoot, rushing out the door without even putting on jacket. I'll go look, stop. Li Hao's deep voice resonated from near the window. He stood with his back to the others, gazing through the frosted glass toward the training ground. There, everyone hurried to the window. In the dim morning light, a frail figure was rising and falling in the snow. The falling snowflakes formed a hazy curtain around him. Yet the familiar contours of movement could not be mistaken. It was Bai Yi performing push-ups. Is he out of his mind? Lin Tao's jaw nearly dropped to the floor. Just yesterday, he had been sent to the hospital for hypothermia, and now he was young. He adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting the faint light from outside. Once the body's temperature regulation system is compromised, it requires at least 48 hours to recover. Training now could easily trigger a second onset of hypothermia. Zhou Yang's smartwatch emitted a series of urgent beeps. Outdoor temperature -12 degrees Celsius. Wind speed 8 meters per second. Perceived temperature -20. Given his level of hypothermia yesterday, Li Hao had already donned his training jacket, his expression dark enough to draw water. I'm going. You all follow the plan and wash up. Assemble at the canteen by 6. He paused, then added, Suja, put on your shoes. The snow on the training ground was at least 20 centimeters deep. Bai Yi was clad only in a thin training uniform, without gloves, and his exposed hands had turned a deep shade of red. His movements were executed with an almost harsh precision. His body formed a straight line, each descent nearly bringing his chest to the snow, before he pushed back up with determination. 277,278,279, Bai Yi's counting echoed in the biting wind. The breath he exhaled crystallizing on his lashes. His arms began to tremble uncontrollably, yet his form remained unwavering. Li Hao approached, his footsteps muffled by the soft snow. It was not until his shadow fell in front of Bai Yi that the youth realized someone was near. 280. Bai Yi barely completed the final count, staggering slightly as he rose to his knees. His lips had turned a shade of purple, while his cheeks bore an abnormal flush. Brother. Li Hao's gaze swept over Bai Yi's hands. Where the knuckles were chafed, small beads of blood oozed in the frigid air, only to freeze almost instantly. The back of his training uniform was damp, evidently from melted snow that had refrozen. Let us head back. Li Hao's voice was colder than the biting wind. Bai Yi shook his head, bent down, and scooped up a handful of snow to wipe his face, forcing himself to regain consciousness. I'll practice a bit longer. His voice was hoarse beyond measure. Li Hao grasped his wrist tightly, the skin beneath his touch icy, akin to that of a corpse. Is this what you call practicing a bit longer? Where's the thermometer? Bai Yi attempted to pull away, but could not free himself. It's in the dormitory. The portable thermometer given by the infirmary. Li Hao scoffed. You deliberately left it by your pillow this morning, didn't you? Bai Yi turned his face away, ice crystals cascading from his long eyelashes. I'm fine. Fine? Li Hao's voice suddenly rose, startling a few sparrows from the nearby trees. Who was it that was disoriented in the ambulance yesterday? Whose body temperature plummeted to 29 degrees? Bai Yi's body swayed imperceptibly, yet his gaze remained defiant. That was yesterday. Li Hao took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Xiao Bai, if you can't do it, don't force yourself. Practice slowly. Haste makes waste. I can do it. Bai Yi's voice was soft yet resolute, but this body is too weak. The word struck Li Hao's heart sharply. He noticed the peculiar tone in Bai Yi's reference to this body, as if he were speaking of someone else's possession, but dismissed it, attributing it to Bai Yi's frustration. You are not weak, Li Hao said, releasing Bai Yi's wrist and instead cradling his icy face. You were the first to discover Su Zhe had fallen into the icy pit yesterday. You gave him your thermal lining. Bai Yi's eyes were filled with an impatience that belied his youth. But I held you back. If it weren't for me, you could have reached the finish line half an hour earlier. Nonsense. Li Hao rarely swore. The Blood Wolves have never measured heroism by speed. Everyone arriving safely is the true victory. Bai Yi pressed his lips together in silence. Yet Li Hao could sense the tension in his muscles, unyielding. Snowflakes fell between them, forming a vague barrier. At last, Li Hao took a step back and donned his thermal gear. Bai Yi shook his head. In real combat, there may not be conditions for warmth. In real combat, you won't be acting alone. Li Hao finally lost his temper. Now, immediately, go change your clothes. That's an order. Bai Yi's body reflexively straightened. Yes, but the next moment he slumped down. Li Hao swiftly caught him. The boy felt remarkably light in his arms. Even through the training uniform, he could feel the protruding vertebrae. Bai Yi's forehead rested on his shoulder, his breaths quick and shallow. The early symptoms of hypothermia. Li Hao expertly examined his pupils. Damn it, he's being stubborn again. He hoisted Bai Yi up and strode decisively toward the infirmary. The youth in his embrace was as light as a feather, yet that stubbornness weighed heavily. When Li Hao kicked open the infirmary door, the duty doctor nearly toppled from his chair in shock. Another case of hypothermia? The doctor stared wide-eyed at the person in Li Hao's arms. Hadn't he just instructed them to rest for 48 hours? Li Hao gently placed Bai Yi on the examination table, his movements astonishingly tender. Examine him. 10 minutes later, Bai Yi's body temperature rose to 35.2 degrees. The military doctor, while administering an intravenous drip, chided him. Do young people today have no regard for their lives? Are you aware that recurrent hypothermia can lead to permanent nerve damage? Bai Yi quietly leaned against the pillow, submitting to the doctor's ministrations. Only Li Hao noticed that his left hand was unconsciously gripping the bedsheet, his knuckles paling. You can only leave after this bag of glucose is finished, the doctor concluded. I'll go next door to fetch some medicine. You just lie there quietly. Once the doctor departed, Bai Yi attempted to sit up. Lie down. Li Hao pressed down on his shoulder. Don't make me tie you to the bed. Bai Yi looked up at him, defiance flickering in his eyes. Brother, you don't understand. I must adapt to this body quickly. I must grow stronger. Li Hao failed to notice Bai Yi's peculiar choice of words once again. He took a seat on the chair beside the bed, his tone unconsciously softening. Why the urgency? Bai Yi's gaze drifted towards the window. The sky was gradually brightening. The snow had ceased, leaving a pristine white blanket over the training ground. I dreamt of my brother, he suddenly murmured, his voice as delicate as a feather. He said, I am too weak. In truth, Bai Yi had not dreamed of Bai Chun, but rather of his former self in a past life. Had he been stronger then, he would not have been captured, nor would he have suffered to death. Li Hao's heart tightened painfully. He recalled Bai Chun, the young officer who always wore a gentle smile for his younger brother, could never have uttered such words. Yet, observing Bai Yi's pallid complexion, he chose not to expose this evident falsehood. Your brother, Li Hao carefully selected his words, often tells me to take good care of you. Bai Yi se fingers intertunit. I do not wish to be taken care of. I want to be someone who can protect others. The fluid in the foredrip fell drop by drop, creating a faint sound in the silent infirmary. Suddenly, Li Hao reached out and ruffled Bai Yi's damp hair. You have already achieved that. If it weren't for you yesterday, Suja would still be stuck in that frozen pit. Bai Yi blinked, his long eyelashes casting tiny shadows on his face, but no buts. Li Hao interrupted him. Becoming stronger is not an overnight endeavor. If you continue like this, you'll only wear yourself out, and then you'll become a burden. This statement evidently struck a nerve with Bai Yi. He slightly lowered his head, the line of his spine taut like steel, yet tense with some unspoken emotion. After the four was finished, Li Hao stood. I've asked them to save you some brown sugar ginger tea and meat buns. Bai Yi nodded gently. Suddenly clutching Li Hao's sleeve, don't tell them. Li Hao understood that them refer to their teammates. He sighed, it's too late. Wang Kai has probably concocted 10 different versions of the story by now. As Li Hao entered the cafeteria alone, 6 pairs of eyes fixated upon him. Where's Xiaobai? Suja was the first to leap up, nearly knocking over the soy milk in front of him. In the infirmary, Li Hao replied, grabbing 2 bowls filled with steaming millet porridge, body temperature at 35.2. Lin Tao slammed his fist on the table, causing the chopstick holder to rattle. I knew it. How can such a small frame endure so much turmoil? Wang Kai adjusted his glasses and remarked, so our little cabbage feels as though he is lagging behind? Li Hao nodded, adding a spoonful of sugar to his porridge, stubborn as a mule. This temperament, Yang Yi pondered, reminiscent of his brother in every way. Zhou Yang's mechanical finger clicked. According to medical data, excessive training can lead to— Stop, Feng Lai interrupted. The current issue is how to get this little ancestor to settle down for a few days. The group fell into contemplation. Suddenly, Suja's eyes sparkled. Why don't we take turns accompanying him for indoor training? It would satisfy his training needs while controlling the intensity. Wang Kai whistled. Oh, our young master, Su has had a breakthrough? Suja's ears flushed crimson. Good idea, Li Hao declared decisively. I'll take today. Suja, you take tomorrow. The glass door of the cafeteria swung open, and a cold wind swept in with snowflakes. Bai Yi stood at the entrance. His complexion still pale, yet his eyes sparkled brightly. In his hand, he held the discharge notice from the infirmary, and this time he wore his training jacket properly. A deep blue scarf wrapped around his neck. Li Hao recognized it as the one he had left in the infirmary. "May I come in?" Bai Yi asked, his voice returning to its usual coolness, yet tinged with a hint of softness. The others jumped up simultaneously, the chairs scraping unceremoniously against the floor. Su Zhe moved the fastest, already carrying a steaming bowl of ginger tea over. "Welcome back, little cabbage," Wang Kai said with a cheerful smile. "Next time you go missing, remember to bring your brother Su Zhe with you." Bai Yi accepted the ginger tea, the warmth causing the corners of his mouth to lift slightly. "Idiot." This simple word released a sigh of relief from everyone. The familiar Bai Yi had returned. Li Hao watched as Bai Yi sipped the ginger tea, noticing that he had carefully applied ointment to his frostbitten fingers. The youth seemed to sense his gaze and discreetly tucked his fingers into his sleeve. Outside, the snow began to fall again, but the cafeteria felt as warm as spring. Surrounded by the group, Bai Ye's table was piled high with an assortment of food, akin to a stray cat being fed. Occasionally, when he looked up and met Li Hao's gaze, he would imperceptibly nod. This was their secret signal. "I'm fine. Thank you, brother." Li Hao took a sip of the hot porridge, reflecting, "This stubborn boy will one day grow into a soldier who rivals his brother, and he will bear witness to that day." Chapter 49. The Obsession in Shadows, Part 1. At 5:50 a.m., the darkness of a winter morning had yet to dissipate, and the lights of the training hall shone starkly in the frigid emptiness, their brilliance piercing through the chill. Bai Yi completed half an hour of warm-up, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. His figure appeared remarkably slender in the vast training hall. Yet each movement was executed with precision akin to that of a ruler's measurement. "Ah, so motivated?" Wang Kai remarked as he pushed open the door, a lit cigarette dangling from his lips. "I arrived 20 minutes early, yet you beat me here." Bai Yi was engrossed in a series of challenging core exercises and merely nodded in acknowledgement. "I wanted to practice a bit longer." As Wang Kai approached, he noticed the homemade weighted bag strapped to Bai Ye's wrists and ankles, definitely not standard issue from the base. "You added these yourself?" he inquired, squatting down to inspect the bags, which were filled with fine sand, each weighing approximately 2 kilograms. "Quite resourceful, aren't you?" Bai Yi continued his training undeterred. "It doesn't hinder my workout." Wang Kai whistled, suddenly launching a sweeping kick towards Bai Ye's lower body. Bai Yi instinctively leapt into the air, executing a flawless rotation before landing firmly. With a reaction time of 0.3 seconds, Wang Kai's eyes widened in surprise, an improvement of 0.1 seconds from the previous week. "Have you been cheating and taking stimulants at night?" Bai Yi wiped the sweat from his brow. "I merely practiced the fundamental movements more." For the next 2 hours, Wang Kai witnessed what it meant to be the perfect student. Whether it was Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu ground techniques or Muay Thai elbow strikes, Bai Yi mastered nearly every move in a single attempt. When Wang Kai demonstrated a complex joint lock, Bai Yi not only grasped it immediately, but proposed an enhancement. "This angle produces more effective force." He adjusted Wang Kai's arm position and can save 30 of your energy. Wang Kai tried it, his eyes widening in astonishment. "Good heavens. You're right." He ruffled Bai Ye's hair. "How'd you come up with that?" Just before training concluded, Wang Kai suddenly adopted a serious tone. "However, there's one thing you need to change." He pointed to Bai Ye's defensive stance. "You don't value your own safety enough. You consistently leave your right side vulnerable." "Are you inviting someone to stab you?" "Bai Yi posed incidente." "I am used to it." "Change that," Wang Kai insisted, rarely serious. "In Blood Wolves, we protect our teammates and ourselves. Understand?" Bai Yi nodded, but Wang Kai could see the lack of comprehension in his eyes. On Tuesday morning, the shooting range echoed with intermittent gunfire. Su Zhe anxiously adjusted the target position, glancing nervously towards the entrance. When Bai Yi arrived punctually, he nearly knocked over the box of bullets. "Today we will practice moving targets and obstacle shooting," Su Zhe stammered, his ears flushed crimson. Bai Yi silently examined his firearm, his fingers deftly dancing over the metallic components. "Let's begin." The ensuing scene left Su Zhe utterly astonished. Whether it was rapid fire at 25 meters, precision shooting at 50 meters, or continuous fire at moving targets, Bai Ye's shots were almost entirely concentrated around the bullseye, forming a tight circle. 10 shots. A perfect score of 100. Su Zhe gazed at the electronic display, his voice trembling. How did you achieve a perfect score?" Bai Yi merely responded with a soft acknowledgement, as if it were the most ordinary matter. He switched to an unfamiliar model, adjusted after 3 trial shots. And the subsequent 7 shots also yielded a perfect score. The obstacle shooting segment was even more astonishing. Bai Yi moved through the cover like a silent shadow. Each shot fired with an accuracy that defied belief, as if the trajectories had been meticulously calculated. When he executed a slide to shoot 2 suddenly appearing targets from beneath a tire, the instructors in the control room rose to their feet. "Good heavens," Suja muttered. "This is no new recruit. This is an anthropomorphic walking cheat." After the training concluded, Suja mustered the courage to ask, "Could you teach me that turning shooting technique?" Bai Yi glanced at him and nodded, as his hand rested on Suja's to adjust his posture. Suja's heart raced as if it might leap from his chest. "Breathe steadily." Bai Yi's voice was a whisper by his ear. "Pulling the trigger isn't done with your hand. It's done from here." He gently pressed on Suja's abdomen. Suja's mind went blank, his face flushed with embarrassment. On Wednesday, in the tactical classroom, Yang Yi was setting up a complex urban warfare sand table. Bai Yi stood quietly by, observing, his eyes meticulously recording every detail. Today's simulation involved a hostage rescue. Yang Yi adjusted his glasses, stating that the red team consisted of 12 armed individuals occupying a 3-story building. After listening to the briefing, Bai Yi immediately proposed 3 distinct infiltration plans. Yang Yi was astonished to discover that each plan accounted for details he had overlooked: the load limits of the ventilation ducts, the refraction angles of the glass curtain walls, and even the potential psychological states of the hostages. Plan C was optimal. Bai Yi pointed to the northwest corner of the sand table, noting a visual blind spot that could be exploited to create a 15-second window for infiltration using sunlight reflection. Yang Yi checked the data, shocked to find it completely accurate. Even more surprising was Bai Yi's display of command talent during the simulated confrontation. He not only anticipated enemy movements, but also adjusted tactics in response to the rapidly changing situation. "Have you been in actual combat?" Yang Yi could not help but inquire. Bai Yi's fingers lightly tapped the edge of the sand table. "Only in theory." As the simulation progressed to the point where Bai Yi's team sacrificed 2 members to achieve mission success, Yang Yi suddenly called for a halt. "Not again. Why always choose the sacrifice strategy?" Bai Yi's eyes glimmered under the lights, revealing a transparent amber hue. "This is the most efficient plan. In Bloodwolf, there is no such thing as efficiency." Yang Yi raised his voice. "Everyone must return home. Understand?" Bai Yi remained silent for a long while before finally nodding gently. Chapter 50. The Persistence in Shadows, Part 2. On Thursday, the air in the infirmary was permeated with the scent of disinfectant. Zhou Yang was meticulously adjusting a portable life monitoring device, his mechanical fingers deftly manipulating the intricate knobs. Today's lesson focused on advanced battlefield first aid, particularly the management of gunshot and blast injuries. Bai Yi's performance once again exceeded expectations. His suturing skills rivaled those of seasoned surgeons, and he successfully administered intravenous injections with remarkable ease, even executing the challenging procedure of tracheostomy with precision and finesse. "Are you certain this is your first time performing these tasks?" Zhou Yang inquired with a hint of skepticism. Bai Yi, skillfully tying a complex knot, replied, "I've reviewed the materials." When Zhou Yang simulated a patient with combined thoracic and abdominal injuries, Bai Yi's interventions were nothing short of textbook perfection. He not only swiftly controlled the hemorrhaging, but also accurately assessed which organ injuries required immediate attention. Blood pressure 80/50, heart rate 130. Zhou Yang observed the monitoring data. "How did you determine it was a splenic rupture rather than liver damage?" Bai Yi was preparing the blood transfusion equipment. "The pain radiates differently," he explained, pointing to the simulated patient's left shoulder. "There's KRS sign here." Zhou Yang's smartwatch emitted a beep. Completely correct. As the training concluded, Zhou Yang noticed several fresh needle marks on Bai Yi's arm. "Have you been injecting yourself again?" Bai Yi quickly pulled down his sleeve. "Just practice." Zhou Yang's mechanical fingers clicked with a note of caution. "Self-medication is perilous. If you wish to practice again, come to me." Bai Yi nodded. Yet both were aware he would not heed the advice. Zhou Yang could only sigh in resignation. On Friday, in the electronic warfare classroom, A dozen computer screens flickered with a ghostly blue light. Fan Lai was constructing a complex network attack and defense simulation system. "Let us make it exhilarating," Fan Lai exclaimed, rubbing his hands together, simulating an invasion of the enemy command system. "The firewall is something I upgraded last week. Even the base's cybersecurity experts took 3 hours to breach it." Bai sat quietly at the computer, his fingers gently tapping the keyboard. 3 minutes later, a warning flashed on Fan Lai's screen. The system had been compromised. "What the hell?" Fan Lai nearly toppled from his chair. "This is impossible." Bai had already accessed the system's highest privileges. "The password is far too simplistic." Fan Lai 123? The ensuing attack and defense exercise became a one-sided rout. No matter how intricately Fan Lai configured the encryption, Bai consistently discovered the vulnerabilities. What frustrated Fan Lai the most was that Bai even crafted a real-time counter-tracking program, redirecting his virtual IP address to the official website of the base's headquarters. "You must be cheating," Fan Lai exclaimed, raking his hands through his hair in exasperation. "No one can write code this quickly. Unless..." His eyes widened in realization. "Were you a hacker before?" Bai shut down the computer. "It's merely a hobby." Fan Lai noticed a string of peculiar search queries in Bai's browser history. "How to enhance cold resistance. Rapid recovery for frostbite. What have you been up to at night?" Bai hesitated for a moment before responding, "Researching information." On Saturday, the gym echoed with heavy breaths. Lin Tao lay slumped on the bench press, his chest heaving violently. "I can't go on. Are you some sort of devil?" Bai had just completed a set of 100-kilogram squats, his training attire thoroughly soaked with sweat, clinging to his slender yet muscular frame. "One more set." Bai gasped as he adjusted the weight on the barbell. "Wait." Lin Tao struggled to rise. "Don't you care about your knees? You just recovered from hypothermia last week." Bai continued his movements without pause. "I'm fine." Lin Tao's eyes widened in disbelief as he glanced at the training data on Bai's sheet. Bench pressing 90 kilograms? Weighted pull-ups of 30 kilograms for 20 reps? Was this the data of a 17-year-old? What astonished him even more was Bai's endurance. While others gasped for breath after 3 sets, Bai had completed 5, each movement executed with precision as if measured by a machine. "Were you a professional athlete?" Lin Tao could not restrain his curiosity. Bai shook his head, continuing with his plank. Sweat dripped from his chin, forming a small puddle on the mat. Lin Tao suddenly noticed a bandage peeking from Bai's waist. "Are you injured?" He reached out to inspect, but Bai swiftly pulled down his shirt. "Just a scrape." Bai's tone grew colder. Before the training concluded, Lin Tao could no longer contain himself. "Listen, kid, I don't know what you've been through, but here in Blood Wolves, we won't let anyone struggle alone." Bai paused in wiping his sweat. "Understood." In the counseling room, a subtle scent of lavender lingered. Li Hao sat behind his desk. The training report of Bai for the week spread before him, each page filled with exclamations from the instructors. Perfect scores in shooting, combat, tactics. Li Hao lifted his gaze, noting that even in electronic warfare, Bai had achieved full marks. "Do you realize that since the establishment of Blood Wolves, no one has ever attained full marks across all subjects?" Bai sat in the chair opposite, hands resting on his knees. "I will keep striving." Li Hao set down the documents. "I'm not praising you." His voice suddenly turned stern. "I'm asking you, why do you push yourself so hard?" Sunlight filtered through the blinds, casting striped shadows across Bai's face. His eyelashes fluttered in the interplay of light and shadow, reminiscent of delicate butterfly wings. "I must grow stronger." Bai's voice was barely a whisper. Li Hao stood and crouched in front of Bai, meeting his gaze directly. "Tell me the truth. Where are those injuries from? Why do you go to the training grounds at night? Why do you always choose to sacrifice tactics?" A flicker of turbulence crossed Bai's eyes, like dark currents beneath a tranquil lake. His fingers intertwined unconsciously, knuckles turning white. "I dream that everyone dies." He finally spoke, his voice hoarse. "I wasn't fast enough. My aim wasn't precise. I couldn't save anyone." Li Hao's heart tightened sharply. He recalled Bai Chen's final battle, where the young officer had indeed failed to bring back all his comrades. "That was not your fault." Li Hao instinctively repeated the same words. Bai lifted his head, the amber hues of his eyes shimmering with intricate emotions. "I understand," he murmured. At precisely 2:17 in the morning, The snow-laden training ground glimmered with a chilling azure glow beneath the moonlight. Dressed in merely a thin training outfit, Bai performed push-ups in the biting cold of -15 degrees. His fingers had turned a deep shade of purple from the frost, yet his movements remained impeccably precise. 198, 199, 200. Upon completing the final set, Bai collapsed onto the snow, gasping for breath. The white mist from his exhalation swiftly crystallized and dissipated in the frigid air. It was still insufficient. He whispered to the starry sky, his voice hoarse. "I must be faster, stronger." As Bai quietly returned to the dormitory, he found Li Hao's bed unoccupied. Unbeknownst to him, the captain stood in the shadows of the training ground, silently observing the entire ordeal. Li Hao picked up the thermometer that Bai had left in the snow, 34.8 degrees. With a sigh, he tucked the thermometer into his pocket and turned towards the infirmary. Some stubbornness needs protection rather than suppression. After all, the flame in that young man's eyes mirrored that of his brother from years past. Li Hao sighed resignedly, thinking, this headstrong lad will one day surpass everyone. Chapter 51. The Christmas miracle. On this day, a magnificent Christmas tree, nearly 3 meters tall, stood proudly in the center of the cafeteria. Its colorful lights twinkling among the branches, casting an enchanting glow throughout the space. Bai lingered at the doorway, snowflakes clinging to his lashes from the outside. His golden eyes reflected the vibrant hues around him, yet they were filled with confusion. "What is this?" he inquired, pointing at the spinning music box atop the tree. 7 pairs of eyes turned to him in unison, followed by a hearty burst of laughter. Wang Kai nearly spewed his soda, exclaiming, "Our little Bai is actually unaware of something." "It's Christmas, little one," Lin Tao said, wrapping an arm around Bai's shoulder and guiding him toward the dining table. "It's the day when Santa Claus rides his sleigh to deliver gifts to well-behaved children." Bai was gently seated at his designated spot, where a sumptuous feast awaited him. A roast turkey, baked potatoes, cranberry sauce, and even a small dish of his favorite brown sugar glutinous rice cakes. Strictly speaking, Christmas is a religious holiday commemorating the birth of Jesus. He adjusted his glasses, but it has evolved into... "Stop right there," Zhou Yang interjected with his mechanical hand. "Simply put, it's a day for indulging in a grand meal, exchanging gifts, and spending time with loved ones." Su Zhe, blushing, pushed a cup of hot cocoa toward Bai. "And, there's also this." Bai cautiously cradled the cup. The steam rose in gentle wisps, causing his lashes to flutter. "Why is it like this?" "Because it brings joy," Wang Kai declared as he stuffed a generous piece of turkey into his mouth. "After a year of relentless training, we need a reason to unwind." Li Hao approached from behind, subtly transferring the carrots from Bai's plate to his own bowl. "Try this." He placed a piece of turkey breast, drenched in sauce, onto Bai's plate, the tenderest cut. Bai lowered his gaze and took a small bite, sauce smudging the corner of his mouth. Li Hao's thumb deftly wiped it away, the gesture natural and familiar, as if it were instinctual. "So, no training today?" Bai surveyed the group. "Not at all," they chorused in agreement. "And we don't have to rise early tomorrow morning," Lin Tao added, his excitement reminiscent of a schoolboy. Bai's eyes widened slightly, as if he had heard the most fantastical tale. In his understanding, training was an unceasing endeavor, much like his previous life, where there were only brief respites between tasks. "Gulme, let's toast." Wang Kai raised his soda can, celebrating the first Christmas together for the entire Bloodwolf Team A. The glass and can clinked in the air, producing a crisp sound. Bai mimicked the others, lifting his cup, the sweet aroma of hot cocoa wafting to his nose. He noticed a marshmallow deliberately placed in his cup, slowly dissolving into the brown liquid. The following morning, Bai was awakened by the warm embrace of sunlight. Blinking sleepily, he opened his eyes to discover a pile of colorful gift boxes stacked by his bedside, stretching all the way to the foot of his bed. The vibrant wrapping paper shimmered in the morning light, resembling a small rainbow that had fallen beside him. "What is this?" Bai suddenly sat up, his disheveled black hair standing on end, a look of confusion etched upon his face. "Merry Christmas!" 7 voices erupted in unison. Startled, Bai nearly tumbled from his bed. Wang Kai was doubled over in laughter, exclaiming, "The expression on our little Bai's face is simply priceless. Quick, capture this moment." "Enough of this," Li Hao interjected, approaching Bai Yi and placing a cup of warm water into his hands. "Drink first." Bai Yi mechanically accepted the cup, his gaze still fixated on the presents. "Why? Are they here for me?" "Because good children receive gifts on Christmas," Lin Tao teased, winking mischievously. Bai Yi lowered his head, his voice devoid of any inflection. "I'm not a child." "Come on, open one," Suja urged, his face flushed, fingers anxiously entwined. Bai Yi hesitated, but eventually picked up the smallest blue box. As he unwrapped it, he discovered a finely crafted tactical folding knife, his initials elegantly engraved on the handle. "That's mine," Fong Lai proclaimed proudly. "It's a special custom piece. The blade is constructed from aerospace materials, making it 30 lighter than your previous one." The next elongated box contained a set of professional hand cream. "Medical grade, especially effective against calluses from firearms," Zhou Yang explained. Yang Yi gifted him a collection of rare military theory books, while Lin Tao presented a whimsical dinosaur-shaped hand warmer. Wang Kai's gift was the most extravagant, a scale model of a sniper rifle that could be disassembled and reassembled, with every component perfectly replicated. Finally, there was the largest box, wrapped in deep green paper. Bai Yi glanced up at Li Hao, who gave a slight nod, encouraging him to open it. Inside lay a custom tactical jacket, with a thickened lining and the cuffs embroidered with a small wolf, the emblem of the Blood Wolf Squad. "Try it on," Li Hao suggested. Bai Yi carefully donned the jacket, which fit him perfectly. He lowered his head to inhale the collar, catching a faint scent of tobacco, a fragrance reminiscent of Li Hao. "I shortened the hem for you." Li Hao adjusted the collar, so it won't hinder your movements. Bai Yi's fingers unconsciously traced the wolf head embroidery on the cuff, and he suddenly fell silent. Memories from a past life surged forth like a tidal wave. Christmases in the orphanage, always hungry, solitary nights spent gnawing on compressed biscuits during the peace of Christmas Eve, and the lingering regret of never knowing the date of his own birthday. "Hey, Xiaobai!" Lin Tao suddenly panicked. "Why are you crying?" Only then did Bai Yi become aware of the wetness on his cheeks. He frantically wiped with the back of his hand, only to smear it further. Tears streamed uncontrollably down, landing on the pristine jacket, forming dark spots. "Damn! Who made Xiaobai cry?" Wang Kai leapt up. "Is it because you don't like the gifts?" Suja's voice rose in pitch, filled with concern. "Temperature is normal, but the pulse is a bit fast." Zhou Yang's mechanical hand popped out a thermometer with a click. Li Hao said nothing, simply enveloping Bai Yi in his embrace, gently patting his back. This gesture seemed to activate some hidden switch, as Bai Yi buried his face into Li Hao's shoulder, his slender frame trembling slightly. The others, at a loss, gathered around, chattering in a flurry. "If you don't like it, we'll buy something else. Are you homesick? Do you want some candy?" After a considerable amount of time, Bai Yi finally calmed down. He lifted his tear-streaked face, his voice barely a whisper. "Thank you." These simple 4 words rendered the entire dormitory silent. "Silly child." Wang Kai affectionately tousled his hair, unusually devoid of sarcasm. "We are family, after all." Lin Tao flashed a broad smile, revealing his 2 prominent canine teeth. Yang Yi handed over a packet of tissues. According to psychological studies, appropriate emotional expression is beneficial for mental health. "Speak plainly." Fong Lai rolled his eyes, implying that shedding tears was actually a good thing. Zhou Yang's smartwatch beeped twice. Recommendation to hydrate. Crying can lead to electrolyte loss. Suja, blushing, offered a cup of freshly brewed hot cocoa, topped with 2 marshmallows. "Here you go." Bai Yi accepted the cup, the warmth radiating to his icy fingertips. He slowly took a sip, the sweetness spreading through his mouth. In that moment, he suddenly realized he was no longer the forgotten lone wolf. Thus, Li Hao broke the silence, asking, "What do you want for breakfast?" "The cafeteria has meat buns today. Brown sugar glutinous rice cakes," Bai Yi murmured, still with a hint of moisture in his eyes, his demeanor slightly softened. "I knew it." Wang Kai magically produced a thermos from behind, exclaiming, "I saved this for you." Bai Yi took the box, his fingertips accidentally brushing against Wang Kai's hand. The latter exaggeratedly exclaimed, "Why are your hands so cold?" "Zhou Yang, where's your electric blanket?" "Right here." Zhou Yang immediately dragged out a beautifully packaged box from under his bed, originally intended as a New Year's gift. Bai Yi bit into the brown sugar, glutinous rice cake, the sweetness spreading in his mouth. Outside the window, sunlight streamed through the glass, casting warm patches of light on the floor. The colorful lights of the Christmas tree twinkled, illuminating everyone's faces with a radiant glow. In that moment, Bai Yi suddenly understood. This is what they call home, where someone remembers your preferences, cares for your well-being, and treasures even your embarrassing moments. Everything he had longed for in his past life had unexpectedly descended upon him now. Hey, Wang Kai suddenly leaned in, speaking mysteriously. Do you want to know what the captain has prepared for your Christmas feast? Bai Yi looked up curiously, noticing Li Hao shooting a warning glance at Wang Kai. Hot pot. Wang Kai swiftly revealed unlimited fatty beef. Bai Yi's eyes instantly sparkled. He discreetly tugged at Li Hao's sleeve. Really? Li Hao sighed helplessly, ruffling his hair. Yes. And add 2 portions of brown sugar glutinous rice cakes. Outside, snowflakes had begun to drift down, gently tapping against the glass like a tender Christmas ballad. The dormitory was filled with warmth and laughter. On this special Christmas, Bai Yi received his very first gift in life, a place called home. Chapter 52. Artificial respiration on a crisp morning at the year's end. A delicate layer of frost blanketed the training ground, and the air felt especially frigid, as if imbued with a sense of reluctance. 8 individuals stood in formation at the starting line, their breath manifesting as vapor in the sub-zero air. Li Hao was delivering the final instructions regarding the rules. The 400-meter obstacle course had a standard time of 1 minute and 30 seconds. His voice resonated clearly amidst the biting wind, reminding them that this was not a competition, but an assessment. Safety was paramount. Bai Yi crouched to tie his shoelaces, his fingers turning slightly red from the cold. Suja stood beside him, nervously flexing his ankles. This is my first time running the full course. Stay close to me, he urged. Without lifting his gaze, Bai Yi replied, Don't hesitate when you clear the low wall. The whistle blew, and the 8 figures surged forward like arrows released from a bow. The first obstacle was the 3-step stumps. Bai Yi moved with the grace of a cat, his toes striking precisely at the center of each wooden post. Suja struggled to keep pace, falling half a body length behind. Damn it! Lin Tao exclaimed as he slipped while attempting to clear the 2-meter-high board, allowing Wang Kai to overtake him. Li Hao and Bai Yi were nearly neck and neck. While the others were still scaling the climbing ladder, Bai Yi executed a splendid somersault to vault over, his silhouette tracing a graceful arc in the morning light, landing without losing momentum. Good grief! Fang Lai gasped, panting, that kid must be part monkey. The most challenging segment was the final 20 meters of low crawling under barbed wire. Bai Yi's body nearly grazed the ground, his elbows and knees working in harmony as he moved swiftly, his training uniform now coated in frost and snow. Li Hao, leveraging his superior upper body strength, edged ahead, and the two crossed the finish line almost simultaneously. 1 minute and 15 seconds, the instructor declared, stopping the stopwatch, tied for first. Wang Kai arrived second with a time of 1 minute and 22 seconds, closely followed by Lin Tao. Yang Yi and Fang Lai barely met the standard, while Su Zhe and Zhou Yang lagged behind, gasping for breath. 1 minute and 41 seconds, the instructor shook his head, failing grade. Su Zhe collapsed on the ground, his chest heaving. Bai Yi approached and offered him a bottle of water without uttering a word. I held us back. Su Zhe's voice brimmed with self-reproach. Bai Yi shook his head. It's common for first-timers. He gestured to Su Zhe's knee. You need to tend to that injury. Only then did Su Zhe realize his training pants had torn, blood seeping from his knee. Bai Yi retrieved a Band-Aid from his pocket, precisely the box Zhou Yang had gifted him for Christmas. In the afternoon, the combat training hall was pleasantly warm. The 8 donned their fighting uniforms, each fastening a belt of a different color to signify their groups. First round, Su Zhe versus Zhou Yang. Li Hao announced. Su Zhe nervously adjusted his protective gear, while Zhou Yang flexed his mechanical right hand, producing a faint clicking sound. Don't be nervous. Zhou Yang adjusted his glasses. Remember to go easy on me. Bring it on. Su Zhe retorted defiantly. As the match commenced, Zhou Yang launched the first attack. Although his mechanical right hand was nimble, it appeared somewhat clumsy in combat. Seizing the opportunity, Su Zhe attempted a sweeping leg kick, but Zhou Yang evaded. The two grappled for 3 minutes, with Su Zhe ultimately securing victory through a somewhat unorthodox shoulder throw. 5-4, Su Zhe wins, Li Hao proclaimed, but your movements were too sluggish. In a real confrontation, you would have been eliminated. In the second round, Wang Kai faced Lin Tao. Both individuals exhibited a remarkable level of experience, their movements crisp and decisive. Wang Kai deftly evaded Lin Tao's powerful punches, constantly seeking opportunities for counterattacks. Old Lin, Wang Kai leaned back to evade the straight punch. Your left side is wide open. Shut up. Lin Tao retaliated with a sweeping kick. In a sudden shift, Wang Kai executed a sliding step, penetrating Lin Tao's defense. His right hand poised like a blade against Lin Tao's throat dead. Wang Kai emerged victorious. Li Hao nodded, noting, Lin Tao, your defensive issues persist. The final match featured Bai Yi against Li Hao. They stood at the center of the arena, with Bai Yi noticeably shorter and more slender than Li Hao. Yet his gaze was intensely focused. Begin. Bai Yi launched the first attack, a thrusting punch aimed directly at Li Hao's face. Li Hao tilted his head to dodge while attempting to seize Bai Yi's wrist to apply a joint lock. However, Bai Yi slipped away like a fish, executing a spin to break free, while his other hand struck towards Li Hao's ribs. Impressive. Wang Kai whistled from the sidelines. The two exchanged blows, their movements so swift that they nearly left afterimages. Bai Yi's technique was evidently superior, each strike targeting vital points. Yet, Li Hao's strength was overwhelmingly dominant. Whenever their bodies collided, Bai Yi was pushed back slightly. Yang Bai displays impeccable technique. Yang Yi analyzed, but the disparity in strength is too great. As they reached the 7th minute, Li Hao seized upon a minor error from Bai Yi, using his weight to pin him to the ground. Bai Yi struggled momentarily before reluctantly tapping out in surrender. Li Hao wins, the instructor announced, yet Bai Yi's performance left a lasting impression. Sitting up, Bai Yi's dark hair clung to his forehead, damp with sweat. Li Hao extended a hand to help him up, noticing red marks encircling the young man's wrist from his grip. Are you all right? Liu Fronat. Bai Yi shook his head, his eyes sparkling with determination. If we go again, I can win. Li Hao couldn't help but chuckle, tousling his damp hair. Next time. In the evening, the indoor swimming pool was shrouded in mist. 8 individuals donned diving suits, standing at the pool's edge as the instructor explained the rules. They would swim 50 meters without equipment, then free themselves from restraints. He demonstrated the specially designed military bindings, emphasizing, remember, maintaining composure is the foremost principle of underwater survival. Bai Yi took several deep breaths, calming his heart rate. His previous life's underwater training was one of his strongest assets, though this body lacked power. Its flexibility and lung capacity were exceptional. First group, Bai Yi, Su Zhe, prepare. The two plunged into the water, which was colder than anticipated. Su Zhe saiva, while Bai Yi adapted to the environment swiftly, like a fish. Begin. Bai Yi took a deep breath and submerged, his body streamlined and moving rapidly. His movements were graceful and efficient, barely creating a splash. Su Zhe followed closely, but struggled significantly. Upon reaching the 50-meter mark, both needed to untie the specially designed ropes binding their hands and feet. Bai Yi's fingers deftly navigated the knots, and within 10 seconds, he had freed himself from all restraints. Just as he prepared to surface, he caught a glimpse of Su Zhe desperately struggling. His ropes had become entangled. Without a moment's hesitation, Bai Yi immediately turned back. Beneath the water, the vision was somewhat obscured, yet he adeptly grasped Su Zhe's rope. The situation was far worse than anticipated. Not only was the rope ensnared, but it had also become entangled in the metallic mesh of the drainage outlet. Su Zhe's complexion began to turn a ghastly hue as his oxygen supply dwindled. Bai Yi, in a moment of decisive clarity, secured Su Zhe's head with one hand while pinching his nose with the other, bringing his lips directly to Su Zhe's. Su Zhe's eyes widened in astonishment. He could distinctly sense Bai Yi's soft lips and the precious air flowing into him. At that moment, his heart raced so fervently it felt as if it might burst from his chest, completely overshadowing the peril of suffocation. Bai Yi, however, remained undistracted, his focus unwavering as if performing a delicate surgical procedure. While continuously providing Su Zhe with air, he deftly worked to untangle the rope with his other hand. Finally, during the third exchange of breaths, the rope loosened. As they broke the surface of the water, Su Zhe's face flushed crimson, gasping for breath. While Bai Yi swam nonchalantly towards the pool's edge, the 6 onlookers exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of amusement. Wang Kai's lips twitched, barely suppressing a laugh. Lin Tao made an exaggerated gesture as if clutching his heart. Yang Yi adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting an uncanny light. Zhou Yang's mechanical hand clicked, giving a thumbs up, and Fang Lai let out a whistle. Only Li Hao maintained a serious demeanor. Su Zhe, what happened? The rope had got stuck. Su Zhe stammered, unable to meet anyone's gaze. Bai Yi handled the situation commendably. Li Hao nodded, casting Su Zhe a meaningful look. But remember to check your equipment beforehand next time. Yes. Su Zhe's voice was barely a whisper. Bai Yi had already emerged from the pool, wringing the water from his hair, his expression as calm as ever, as if the earlier incident had been nothing extraordinary. Xiao Bai, Wang Kai approached, winking mischievously. What was it like kissing underwater? Bai Yi glanced at him quizzically. That was mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. His tone was as casual as discussing the weather, adhering to standard rescue protocols. Wang Kai feigned a dramatic clutch of his chest. Ah, what a pure camaraderie of comrades. Su Zhe wished he could vanish into the ground. Stealing a glance at Bai Yi, he noticed the youth had already moved to Li Hao's side, attentively listening to his explanations of the training points just covered. Bai Yi's profile, illuminated by the pool lights, appeared exceptionally refined, droplets of water sliding down his chin and vanishing into the collar of his shirt hem. Zhou Yang suddenly coughed loudly. Su Zhe, your nose. Su Zhe touched his face, only to discover he was bleeding. The group could no longer contain themselves, erupting into laughter. The water, it's too cold. Su Zhe exclaimed in a fluster, tilting his head back. Indeed, indeed, Lin Tao grinned, handing him a towel, especially cold. Bai Yi looked over in confusion, unable to comprehend why everyone was laughing so heartily. Li Hao shook his head, draping a dry towel over Bai Yi's head. Ignore them. As the 8 of them exited the training facility, delicate snowflakes began to drift from the night sky. Su Zhe deliberately lagged behind, watching Bai Yi's silhouette. Elongated by the lights, his heartbeat still somewhat erratic. Meanwhile, Bai Yi walked alongside Li Hao, quietly inquiring about something, completely oblivious to the heated gaze directed at him from behind. The final day of this year quietly slips away amid sweat and laughter. As the chimes of a new year are about to resonate, the tale of the Blood Wolves is merely embarking upon a new chapter. Chapter 53. New Year dumplings on the eve of New Year's Day. The cafeteria was adorned with festive decorations, and the heating was set to a comfortable level, causing a thin layer of condensation to form on the glass windows. 8 large round tables were arranged in a square, with the central preparation area overflowing with flour, fillings, and rolling pins. Each person was tasked with making 20 dumplings. Wang Kai rolled up his sleeves, revealing his strong forearms, declaring that anyone whose dumplings fell apart would be responsible for washing the entire team's dishes tonight. Lin Tao, unable to contain his excitement, grabbed a handful of dough, only to unleash a cloud of flour that left his face dusted and white. Damn! He sneezed, resembling an exuberant large dog. Bai Yi stood quietly in the corner, observing his teammates' clumsy attempts. Li Hao approached and handed him an apron, asking, "Can you make them?" Bai Yi accepted the apron, deftly tying it behind his back, and replied, "Well, I've reviewed the materials." "Materials?" Li Hao raised an eyebrow, suddenly enlightened. "Oh, you mean your seeing is equivalent to knowing magic?" A subtle smile graced Bai Yi's lips, though he chose not to respond. Before Bai Yi could answer, a wail emerged from Yang Yi's direction. Before him lay several oddly shaped dumplings, some bursting with filling, while others resembled mere lumps of dough. This contradicts fluid dynamics. Yang Yi adjusted his glasses, which were coated in flour. Fang Lai was even more dramatic, attempting to use his precise bomb disposal skills to craft dumplings, resulting in creations so exquisite they could be mistaken for art, albeit taking half an hour to produce a single piece. "Come on, brother," Wang Kai sighed, staring at the dumpling. "We're here for a New Year's feast, not an exhibition." Zhou Yang faced the worst predicament. His mechanical hand was utterly ill-suited for such delicate work. Each time he applied pressure, the dumpling skin would be punctured by the metal fingers. "This is illogical," Zhou Yang exclaimed in frustration, surveying his flour-covered hands. "I can perform microsurgery, yet I can't make a single dumpling? What is this principle?" Bai Yi quietly approached Zhou Yang, demonstrating with a piece of dumpling skin. The pressure must be gentle. His fingers danced as if performing a magic trick, effortlessly forming a perfect crescent dumpling adorned with delicate patterns. "Wow!" Lin Tao's loud voice instantly captured everyone's attention. "Our Bai Yi possesses such skill." Before long, a crowd of teammates gathered around Bai Yi, seeking his guidance. He patiently instructed each one, his fingers dusted with flour. And a bit of white flour, dusting his nose, made him appear softer than usual. Seizing the moment while everyone was engrossed, Bai Yi quietly slipped out of the cafeteria. At the end of the corridor, the kitchen was ablaze with light, and faintly, Zhang Hao's booming voice could be heard. "Old Zhao, we're running low on filling again." Bai Yi gently pushed open the kitchen door, and a wave of heat mixed with the scent of spices enveloped him. Zhao Xiaohu was sweating profusely as he stirred a large bowl of filling, while Zhang Hao clumsily rolled out dumpling skins beside him. Both of their uniforms splattered with flour and oil stains. "Bai Shun." Zhao Xiaohu was the first to notice the figure by the door, his eyes lighting up. "What brings you here?" Zhang Hao nearly dropped the rolling pin in surprise. "Wow, what a rare guest." Bai Yi made a shushing gesture, quietly closing the door behind him. His gaze swept across the colorful array of spice jars on the countertop, ultimately settling on a vibrant red jar of chili sauce. "Need assistance?" Bai Yi's voice was soft yet audible enough for the two to hear. Zhao Xiaohu and Zhang Hao exchanged knowing glances, instantly grasping the unspoken understanding. The three of them huddled together, their heads close as they began to conspire. "How much?" Zhao Xiaohu whispered, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Bai Yi extended 2 fingers, 2 plates. "Hiss!" Zhang Hao inhaled sharply, questioning whether that might be too extreme. Without uttering a word, Bai Yi merely curled his lips into a slight smirk. This rare, mischievous grin instantly swayed the two. "Let's do it!" Zhao Xiaohu exclaimed, slapping his thigh. "Old Zhang, fetch the secret weapon." Zhang Hao rummaged through the depths of the cupboard to retrieve a glass bottle adorned with a skull label, containing a dark red chili extract, a special blend from the cooking team, potent enough to bring tears to old Lu's eyes with just a drop. Bai Yi took the bottle, carefully adding 3 drops into the prepared filling, contemplating further before adding 2 more. During the mixing process, his finger inadvertently brushed against some chili oil, instantly turning red. "That's strong." Zhao Xiaohu gave a thumbs up, assuring them it would be an unforgettable experience. The 3 of them chuckled like mischievous children, swiftly wrapping up 2 plates of the specially crafted dumplings. Bai Yi used chopsticks to make an inconspicuous mark on the bottom before casually slipping back to the cafeteria. The New Year's dinner officially commenced, with dozens of differently shaped dumplings steaming as they were placed on the table. The leaders occupied the main table, while Li Hao and his team scattered among several other special forces units. "Whose handiwork are these?" Wang Kai picked up a perfectly shaped dumpling, quite impressive in appearance. Bai Yi lowered his head to sip his soup, feigning ignorance. Zhao Xiaohu immediately boasted, "These are made by Bai Shun. His skills are remarkable. He wrapped 2 plates. Then I must give it a try." Wang Kai bit into one, and his expression froze in an instant. In the next moment, his face flushed crimson at a visible rate, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "Water! Water!" He leaped up, frantically searching for a drink, only to knock over Lin Tao's wine glass in the process. "What is happening here?" Lin Tao curiously sampled one and immediately emitted a wail akin to that of slaughtered pig. "Holy hell! It's scorching!" All eyes in the cafeteria were drawn toward the commotion. Zhou Yang, undeterred, also tried one, and instantly his glasses fogged up, his mechanical hand rattling uncontrollably. Fong Lai fared worse, tears streaming down his face as he spun around like a headless fly in search of milk. Li Hao frowned as he picked up a dumpling, cautiously taking a small bite. Even with prior warning, he was taken aback by the explosive spiciness. He abruptly turned to Bai Yi. The boy was intently focused on selecting scallions from his bowl, yet the sly smile at the corner of his mouth betrayed him. Bai Yi Li Hao's voice carried a note of warning. Bai Yi lifted his head, his golden pupils glimmering with an inexplicable innocence. Just as Li Hao was about to speak, a sudden realization washed over him, causing his complexion to shift dramatically. Wait, Zhao Xiao said there were 2 plates? Almost to confirm his suspicions, a flurry of commotion erupted at the main table. Several high-ranking officials were visibly flustered. Some were gulping down tea, while others fanned themselves vigorously. The most unfortunate among them was the official from Sichuan. Determined to save face, he insisted the dish was not spicy, yet beads of sweat poured down his brow, and his tie became loosened. Cold sweat trickled down Li Hao's back as he cast a fierce glare at Zhao Xiao and Zhang Hao, who were peeking from the kitchen door, causing them to instantly retreat. "Report, Commander," Li Hao declared, mustering his courage to salute. "This is an oversight from a kitchen." "Nonsense." Colonel Chun, his eyes brimming with tears from the spice, slammed his hand on the table. "This is clearly attempted murder." Just as the tension reached its zenith, Bai Yi appeared at Li Hao's side, holding a bowl of specially prepared chilled sweet soup, which he gently placed before the commander. To alleviate the spiciness, he murmured softly, adding an apology. Colonel Chin looked up at the exquisitely featured youth, suddenly recalling the mischievous child who had stolen his chocolate years ago. His anger dissipated by half. "Was it you, you rascal?" Bai Yi nodded sincerely. "I had the kitchen prepare it." Silence enveloped the dining hall as everyone held their breath, anticipating the commander's wrath. To their surprise, Colonel Chun erupted into laughter, tears streaming down his face. Well, the Bai family boy has finally shown a bit of childlike spirit." The other officials soon followed suit, shaking their heads with wry smiles. The Sichuan official, sipping the sweet soup, pointed at Bai Yi. "You little rascal, just like your brother." With the crisis averted, Li Hao exhaled deeply, ruffling Bai Yi's hair affectionately. "You and your antics." Yet his tone was gentle, lacking any reproach. After the commotion, the atmosphere during the New Year's Eve dinner grew even more vibrant. Wang Kai, his tongue swollen from the spice, boasted, "It's just chili. I've had much spicier in Mexico." "Come on," Lin Tao interjected mercilessly. "Who was it that hugged the toilet earlier?" Su Zhe, having narrowly escaped disaster, was now attentively serving Bai Yi, saying, "This one isn't spicy. And this one isn't either," resembling a large dog eager to please its master. Zhou Yang's mechanical hand malfunctioned due to the chili oil and was being comically repaired by Yang, Yi, and Fong Lai, their banter adding to the hilarity of the scene. Next year, Li Hao suddenly leaned in to whisper to Bai Yi, "Let me know in advance about any pranks." Bai Yi looked up at him, his eyes glistening like 2 pieces of translucent amber under the light. "You would stop me." "No," Li Hao chuckled softly. "I will help you add a few more spoonfuls of chili." Outside, the snow fell heavier, yet the laughter and joy within the dining hall felt as warm as spring. As the clock struck midnight, everyone raised their glasses in celebration, and Bai Yi was handed a cup of fruit juice. "Happy New Year!" The voices of 7 rang out in unison. Bai Yi cradled his cup, gazing at the sincere smile surrounding him. Memories of his past flickered like a film reel: an icy orphanage, a solitary New Year's Eve, a lifelong New Year spent alone. Yet at this moment, he was enveloped in warmth and laughter. "Happy New Year," he replied softly, his voice nearly drowned out by the cheers. But Li Hao heard him. He raised his glass and gently clinked it against Bai Yi's, his gaze imbued with an uncommonly tender warmth. The sound of the New Year's bell resonated from the cafeteria's television, while outside, vibrant fireworks began to bloom in the night sky. Bai Yi stood by the window, watching the kaleidoscopic lights reflect upon the snowy ground. Behind him, Wang Kai and Lin Tao were engaged in a playful struggle over the last dumpling. Su Zhe blushed as he hesitated to approach, and Zhou Yang's mechanical hand began to click rhythmically once more. In that moment, Bai Yi suddenly comprehended that he was no longer the unnoticed shadow he once was. In this world, he had gained the courage to be mischievous, a family that genuinely cared for him, and a place he could truly call home. "What are you daydreaming about?" Li Hao approached and draped a scarf around his neck. "Shall we go watch the fireworks?" Bai Yi nodded, following Li Hao towards the door. At the threshold, he discreetly tugged at Li Hao's shirt, reminiscent of how he used to cling to his brother in childhood. Li Hao glanced down, said nothing, but gently enclosed Bai Ye's icy hand within his warm grasp. Their figures gradually receded into the brilliance of the exploding fireworks, leaving a trail of footprints in the snow, some deep, some shallow, stretching onward into the dawn of the new year. Chapter 54. The shock of the throw, the training ground, blanketed in snow, bore the chaotic imprint of numerous footsteps. 8 individuals stood within the designated throwing area, a box of training grenades positioned before them. Bai Yi picked one up, delicately weighing it in his palm, lighter than the model from his previous life, yet fundamentally similar in design. The new recruits had not been instructed in this technique. Wang Kai raised an eyebrow and retrieved a grenade from a box. Suja shook his head, remarking that they had only been taught the theoretical aspects. Li Hao stepped up to the throwing line, the contours of his muscles clearly visible beneath his combat uniform. Watch closely, he declared. He took 2 running steps, drew his right arm back, his body taut like a drawn bow, and then hurled the grenade with great force. The grenade soared through the air, propelled as if by an invisible hand, tracing an exquisitely elegant parabolic arc. Like a shooting star, it flew swiftly and accurately toward the target, ultimately landing within the target area, a remarkable distance of 90 meters away. Impressive, Lin Tao whistled. The captain remained steady. Next was Wang Kai, whose movements were even more deft, with his grenade landing at 85 meters. Lin Tao, relying on sheer strength, managed to throw at 82 meters. Yang Yi and Fong Lai performed modestly, both around 75 meters. Zhou Yang's mechanical arm proved less suitable for throwing, reaching only 65 meters. It's your turn, Scorpion, Wang Kai nudged Suja. Drawing a deep breath, Suja mimicked Li Hao's approach, running, pivoting, and throwing. The grenade whistled through the air, landing at 81 meters, a result surpassing the average of the special forces. Not bad. Lin Tao patted Suju on the back. Truly a physical marvel. Bai Yi approached the throwing line, his figure emanating a sense of solitude. He stared intently ahead, as if the entire world had faded, leaving only him and the target. He did not rush into action. Instead, he closed his eyes, seemingly lost in contemplation. In this fleeting silence, the knowledge from his past life surged through his mind. Wind speed, angle, arm strength. These crucial factors intertwined and collided, forming a vivid mental image of an accurate throw. He meticulously analyzed each detail, adjusting his stance and force accordingly. When he opened his eyes once more, a sharp glint flashed in his amber gaze, as if he had already envisioned the moment of success. Foregoing the run-up, Bai Yi executed a gentle pivot, releasing the grenade at a unique angle. It spiraled through the air, its trajectory more linear than those of his peers, ultimately thudding down at the 85-meter mark. Goodness! Fong Lai's eyes widened. What sorcery is this, Xiao Bai? Bai Yi wiped the sweat from his brow. A 45-degree throw, utilizing the Magnus effect to reduce air resistance. He explained calmly, as though discussing the weather. It compensates for any lack of strength. The group exchanged glances, baffled. Li Hao approached and ruffled Bai Ye's hair. Well done. Those simple words sent a faint blush to Bai Ye's ears. Just as the group prepared for the second round of training, a commotion erupted at the edge of the training ground. Zhao Xiaohu and Zhang Hao, the 2 jesters, had slipped over unnoticed, peering eagerly through the wire fence. Report. Suddenly, Zhang Hao's voice pierced the air, reverberating as if it could break through the ceiling. His face radiated excitement and anticipation, his eyes fixed ahead, seemingly awaiting some form of response. He then raised his voice again, exclaiming, "We want to give a try." This time, his tone conveyed a sense of urgency and desire, as if he could hardly wait to engage in whatever was at hand. Li Hao frowned and reprimanded. Nonsense. Return to your cooking squad. Just one throw. Zhao Xiaohu clasped his hands in a gesture of supplication. We promise to adhere strictly to the operational protocols. Wang Kai, with a mischievous grin, leaned in. Captain, let them have a go. After all, it's just training ammunition. At most, it will make a noise. Li Hao glanced at his watch and then at the eager expressions of the 2, finally heaved a sigh. 1 attempt each. If you fail, you're out. The duo cheered as they vaulted over the barbed wire, with Zhao Xiaohu nearly tripping and landing awkwardly. Bai Yi instinctively took a step back, His intuition warned him that this was not a prudent idea. Zhang Hao went first. He nervously accepted the grenade, handling it as if it were a ticking bomb, his stance awkward to the point of absurdity. As he ran, his left foot tangled with his right, nearly causing him to fall. Ultimately, the grenade was hurled feebly, barely clearing the 30-meter mark. Fail, Li Hao stated coldly. Next. Zhao Xiaohu's attempt was even more theatrical. His hands trembled as he grasped the grenade, akin to someone afflicted with Parkinson's. During his run, he flailed awkwardly, and, at the moment of release, his grip slipped. Down. The grenade landed at Zhao Xiaohu's feet, rolling a short distance. Li Hao's shout and movement occurred in synchrony as he lunged forward, yanking Zhao Xiaohu's tactical vest forcefully backward. The two tumbled 3 meters away, with Li Hao shielding Zhao Xiaohu with his body. Boom! The deafening explosion of the training round sent shards and dirt flying. Everyone held their breath until the smoke cleared, revealing Li Hao and Zhao Xiaohu, disheveled yet unharmed. Li Hao slowly rose, his expression dark enough to evoke fear. He seized the limp Zhao Xiaohu and, in a menacing whisper, said, "Do you realize how close you just came to endangering everyone?" Zhao Xiaohu's lips trembled, rendered speechless. Zhang Hao stood frozen, as if turned to stone. Damn! Lin Tao was the first to shatter the silence. Zhao Xiaohu, have you lost your mind? Wang Kai picked up a shard of the grenade, his face uncharacteristically grave. This was a training round. If it had been live ammunition. He did not finish, but the implications hung heavy in the air. Bai Yi stood at the edge of the crowd, his fingers unconsciously brushing the hem of his uniform. In his past life, he had witnessed too many casualties due to negligence, yet he never anticipated experiencing that suffocating feeling again on a peacetime training ground. Finally, Li Hao's fury erupted. He ripped off his helmet and slammed it to the ground, pointing an accusatory finger at Zhao Xiaohu's nose, berating him. Do you think this is a game? Is the grenade a mere rolling pin in your kitchen? Have operational protocols gone to the dogs? I taught you how to hold it 3 times, and you still can't manage it? Do you understand that if it had been a live round, you would now be nothing but a heap of flesh? The cooking class's stove seems to have muddled your mind, doesn't it? Each word struck like a slap, leaving Zhao Xiaohu trembling. Zhang Hao attempted to step forward to explain, but a single glance from Li Hao pinned him in place. You can't escape either. A 5,000-word reflection, due on my desk tomorrow. Zhao Xiaohu finally regained his voice, his tone laced with a sob. Captain, I was wrong. Wrong? Li Hao scoffed. Go. Now, immediately. Run 2 kilometers. Don't return to the cooking class until you've completed it. Zhao Xiaohu felt as if he had been granted a reprieve, turning to run, only be halted by Li Hao's shout, wait. He pointed at the helmet on the ground. Put on while you run. Let this serve as a lesson. Watching Zhao Xiaohu stumble away, Li Hao's anger remained unabated. He turned to Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao jolted, yes. As he observed him run, Li Hao's voice turned as cold as ice. If you fall short, both of you will face additional penalties. The training session concluded early. The group returned to the dormitory in silence, no one daring to mention the earlier harrowing scene. Only Bai Yi noticed that Li Hao's hand was still slightly trembling, not from fear, but from suppressed rage. Brother, Bai Yi called softly, offering a cup of warm water. Li Hao accepted the cup, his fingers inadvertently brushing against Bai Yi's hand. The touch was abnormally cold, and he then realized that the boy's fingertips were also trembling slightly. Were you frightened? Li Hao's tone softened. Bai Yi shook his head, then nodded. I thought of some things. Li Hao refrained from probing further. He understood better than anyone that Bai Yi harbored many mysteries. Those occasional glimpses of maturity in his eyes and skills, the cold sweat during midnight awakenings. Yet, he believed that one day, the boy would confide everything to him. Captain, Wang Kai suddenly poked his head in from outside. Zhao Xiaohu has finished running and collapsed at the finish line. Li Hao frowned. What did the infirmary say? Mild dehydration. He just needs to rest. Wang Kai scratched his head. And what about the reflection? Write it as instructed. Li Hao showed no mercy if he doesn't learn from this. It could lead to dire consequences. During dinner, the atmosphere in the cafeteria was particularly somber. Zhao Xiaohu and Zhang Hao huddled in a corner, resembling 2 drenched chicks. Bai Yi glanced at them, then at the extra chicken leg on his plate, clearly a peace offering from the cooking class. He picked up his plate and approached their table, distributing the chicken leg to them. Zhao Xiao looked up in surprise, his eyes still swollen. Bye, Shun. Eat, Bai Yi said succinctly. Be more careful next time. This simple consolation nearly brought Zhao Xiaohu to tears again. Zhang Hao, with red-rimmed eyes, promised, we will definitely follow the procedure from now on. Truly, Bai Yi nodded, turning to leave, but was called back by Zhao Xiaohu. Bai Shun, he stammered, tomorrow, could you teach us the correct throwing posture? The cafeteria fell silent for a moment. Everyone turned their gaze toward this side, waiting to see Bai Ye's reaction. He was known for disliking physical contact, let alone teaching. Surprisingly, Bai Yi simply nodded slightly. 6 o'clock in the morning, training ground. Li Hao observed this scene from a distance, a faint smile gracing his lips. He observed that Bai Yi returned to his seat with a lighter step than usual, as if he had shed a heavy burden. Outside the window, the first full moon of the new year hung majestically in the sky. The craters on the training ground had been filled, yet the lessons learned would be indelibly etched in the hearts of all. Some mistakes can be revisited, while others afford no second chance. This, indeed, is the vital lesson that Blood Wolves aims to impart to each team member. Chapter 55. The Most Absurd Apology Letter in History. Part 2. As night descended, a heavy atmosphere enveloped the Blood Wolf squad's dormitory, the air seemingly frozen in time. Li Hao sat rigidly in his chair, his expression as dark as the night, his body slightly leaning forward as if suppressing an inner turmoil. His hands gripped the apology letter tightly, the paper crumpled and twisted, resembling a discarded piece of stale pickle. Wang Kai and Lin Tao, the two jesters, trembled with suppressed laughter, their antics reverberating through the wooden floor. Everyone, listen closely. Li Hao's voice sliced through the tension, colder than the Siberian wind. Tonight, we shall study Comrade Zhao Xiaohu's apology letter. Zhou Yang's mechanical arm clicked into action, solemnly retrieving the letter. However, after merely reading the introduction, his mechanical fingers began to twitch uncontrollably, as if jolted by an electric shock. System malfunction. Zhou Yang's glasses flickered with chaotic code, laughter bubbling forth. It's a code error. Yang Yi seized the apology letter, adjusting his glasses as the most educated member of our team. I shall read it. 3 seconds later, the high achiever emitted a shrill scream akin to a kettle boiling, standing frozen as if struck by lightning. Old Yang? Old Yang! Fang Lai hastily slapped his face. Wake up. Is your CPU fried? When the letter reached Su Zhe, this earnest child barely read 2 lines before letting out a howl. Burying his face into his pillow, his exposed ears flushed crimson. Bai Yi, filled with curiosity, instinctively leaned forward to catch a glimpse. Just as his head neared Su Zhe's, Su Zhe abruptly tossed the letter to Bai Yi as if it were a scalding hot potato. Caught off guard, Bai Yi fumbled to catch the letter while Su Zhe quickly retreated to the corner, resembling a small mushroom. Allow me. Li Hao could no longer bear it. Snatching the letter away, as he unfolded the crumpled sheet, his brows furrowed tightly enough to crush a fly. Scrawled across it were not only crooked characters, but also various soul-rendering sketches and suspicious stains, potentially tears or drool. Regarding my near miss of turning the captain into fireworks. 100,000 words of apology, actual word count. For 87. Dear Captain and esteemed members of Blood Wolf Squad, greetings. First and foremost, I wish to express my sincerest apologies. I was wrong. Illustration of a kneeling figure. The events unfolded as follows. That day was bright and clear, with not a cloud in sight. I was peeling potatoes in the kitchen with old Zhang when we suddenly heard a resounding noise from outside, louder than old Lu's flatulence. Peering out the window, we were awestruck. Captain, your grenade-throwing posture was utterly spectacular. Those muscular arms, that core strength, truly more impressive than our cook old Zhang's. Beside, an illustration of a muscular man with Captain inscribed above. I know I should not have peered at your training like a lovesick fool. However, dear Captain, you must understand the plight of us cooks. Every day we face nothing but cabbage or radishes, and the only thing we can throw is a rotten egg. On that day, when I laid eyes on the real grenade, my excitement was akin to that of old Zhang spotting a succulent piece of pork belly. My hands seemed to lose their autonomy. Regarding the significant incident of the grenade falling to the ground, I have deeply reflected as follows. Firstly, my hands may have been rendered slippery by the grease we handle daily in the kitchen. I suggest that in the future, we be provided with non-slip gloves, perhaps the kind adorned with a cute duckling motif. Secondly, I was overwhelmed with anxiety. Captain, your glare was more terrifying than when old Lou caught me sneaking a taste of braised pork. My legs turned to jelly. Thirdly, the design of the grenade is utterly inhumane. Why can't it feature a safety valve, much like our pressure cooker? A cooking start button would be ideal. That way, even if it fell, it wouldn't explode. Fourthly, the training ground is uneven. I can attest to this. Just last time, while delivering meals, I stumbled and fell. I recommend that the logistics department lay down non-slip mats, preferably in pink. I am acutely aware that I have committed a grievous error that nearly marred your handsome visage. Captain, should that have occurred, the entire base's female soldiers would have been heartbroken, and the medical station would have run out of bandages. I would have lost the face to continue living, and death would be my only path to atone. Though before I meet my demise, I would request one last bowl of old Lou's braised pork. From this blood-stained lesson, I have come to realize that a grenade is not a rolling pin and should not be used for kneading dough. Your swift actions to save the day were faster than my mother hen protecting her chicks. I suggest we nominate you for a Guinness World Record. The sound of the explosion was louder than old Lou's tirades. I propose we use that as the wake-up call next time. Writing this reflection has brought me to tears, even more than chopping onions. I recommend issuing goggles to those writing reflections. Zhang Hao runs faster than a rabbit. Perhaps we should assign him to the communications role. I vow to Chairman Mao that in the future, I shall never mishandle weapons, except for kitchen knives. I will dodge grenades faster than I would evade year-end inspections. I will practice my grip daily, starting with squeezing instant noodles. I will transcribe safety regulations on my apron using ketchup. Upon seeing the captain, I shall salute immediately, even if I am in the restroom. In conclusion, Captain, your rescue pose was incredibly impressive. Could you spare some time to teach me? Not how to handle grenades, but how to exude the same commanding presence as you do. P.S. Your vocabulary for reprimands that day was truly diverse. Could you also impart some of that knowledge to me? Old Lou's cursing has become rather monotonous to my ears. Sincerely, your devoted chef, Zhao Xiaohu, with old Zhang's fingerprint affixed, as he is unable to sign his own name. As Li Hao read aloud with more volume than old Lou's flatulence. Wang Kai laughed so hard that he rolled off the bed, landing with a thud on the floor. Yet, the individual remained oblivious to the pain, pounding the ground while emitting laughter reminiscent of a tractor's ignition. Ha ha ha, oh my, Lao Lu's fart. Ha ha ha. Lin Tao was even more exaggerated, laughing so hard that he fell backward, only to choke on his own saliva. Coughing and laughing like a goose with its neck grasped. Ga, cough, 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 ha ha ha. Ga. Fong Lai collided headfirst with the upper bunk. Clutching his head and still chuckling, safety valve. Ha ha ha. Rice cooker, oh my. Zhou Yang's mechanical arm went utterly haywire, clicking and whirring chaotically, ultimately ejecting a small white flag, signaling its surrender to laughter. Yang Yi remained frozen in place, adjusting his glasses, the lenses fogged by mirth. Su Zhe, initially hiding in the corner, could not contain himself when he heard a sound louder than Lao Lu's curses, inadvertently spraying the water he was drinking. This was the final straw that broke the camel's back. Bai Yi, who had been feigning composure, finally lost it upon witnessing the scene. He abruptly turned around, his shoulders shaking violently, and Li Hao clearly saw that the boy's nape had turned crimson from laughter. The most absurd moment occurred when Li Hao read aloud a regulation written in ketchup. Suddenly, the dormitory door burst open. Lao Lu stormed in, wielding a spatula. Which little rascal is spreading rumors about my fart? Everyone was momentarily taken aback. Then, upon seeing Lao Lu's shiny bald head and that menacing spatula, they collectively succumbed to fits of laughter. Wang Kai laughed so hard he began to hiccup, exclaiming between bursts, "Hick, Lao Lu, hick, your spatula, hick, is more dangerous than a hand grenade. Hick." Amidst the cacophony of laughter, only Li Hao retained a semblance of sanity. His expression could no longer be described as merely dark. It was akin to the depth of a cosmic black hole. Silence. Li Hao's furious shout resonated, making the window panes hum. The dormitory fell silent instantly, save for Wang Kai's persistent hiccups. Lao Lu, holding the spatula, appeared utterly bewildered. What's going on? Li Hao took a deep breath, raising the tattered and mangled self-criticism report. Zhao. Xiao. Who? These three syllables seemed to carry an icy edge, causing Lao Lu to retract his neck nervously. Well, I'll just go check the pot. Tomorrow, Li Hao pronounced each word with gravitas. Zhao Xiaohu must present himself before me. Rewrite it. 50,000 words. If even a single character is omitted, I shall toss him into the grenade training field as a live target. Captain, Wang Kai pleaded amidst his hiccups, this self-criticism is simply a literary gem. Li Hao shot him a piercing glance. You, run 5 kilometers as punishment. Just then, Bai Yi gently tugged at Li Hao's sleeve. The youth looked up, his beautiful features still alight with residual mirth, a dimple faintly visible at the corner of his mouth. Brother, actually, it's quite amusing. Li Hao's fury was instantly doused by half. He helplessly rubbed his temples. This shall not happen again. The following day, the contents of this self-criticism spread throughout the entire base like wildfire. A colossal notice was posted at the entrance of the cafeteria, titled Notification on Strengthening the Management of Grenades and Pressure Cookers. The infirmary introduced a new guide for emergency assistance in cases of laughter-induced asphyxiation. On the training grounds, someone even sketched an escape route for Zhao Xiaohu with chalk. The man himself cowered in the kitchen brigade, too fearful to show his face, conducting clandestine trades with Bai Yi through the small food window, exchanging braised pork for the captain's mood forecast. Bai Shun, receiving a bowl of extra braised pork from Zhao Xiaohu through the window, quietly inquired about the captain's state of mind for the day. Bai Yi accepted the bowl, his expression inscrutable, and replied, partly cloudy, turning sunny. He then discreetly added that he had chuckled secretly the night before. This astonishing secret nearly caused Zhao Xiaohu to topple the sauce jar with excitement. Consequently, the kitchen brigade began to unexpectedly produce delectable dishes daily, precisely delivered to the Blood Wolf squad, particularly to the plate of a certain cool-headed captain. The legendary self-criticism letter was ultimately framed by Lin Tao and concealed behind the honor wall of the cafeteria. It was only during the annual New Year's Eve gala that it would be showcased as a signature item. According to incomplete statistics, it had caused 3 new recruits, 2 instructors, and an unwitting military dog to faint from laughter. As for Li Hao, he later secretly tucked away a copy, locked deep within his drawer. Little did anyone know that on a certain deep night, when all were asleep, this steely captain had displayed a rare smile at the sight of that absurd self-criticism letter. Outside, the stars shimmered brilliantly. A new year, a new tale, continued to unfold among this delightful group of individuals. That self-criticism letter, which evoked such hearty laughter, became the warmest and most humorous chapter in the legend of the Blood Wolves. Chapter 56, Psychological Training, Part 1. The training ground at dawn was permeated with a pungent scent of rust, and the air seemed to linger with the essence of blood. 3 long tables were lined up in a row, laden with twitching living creatures, bound-footed chickens, squeaking mice, bloody chunks of beef, and even a few writhing live fish. In the morning light, the animals' eyes glimmered with an eerie glow. Psychological training. Li Hao's voice sliced through the silence like a sharp military blade. First task, consuming raw flesh and blood. Zhao Xiaohu and Zhang Hao had been specially invited to observe. Standing at the end of the line, their faces were as pale as death. Zhao Xiaohu's legs trembled uncontrollably, his training pants already dampened, whether from dew or something else, he could not tell. Old Zhang Xiaohu's voice quivered with a hint of tears. I think I'm going to bring up the tofu pudding I had for breakfast. Zhang Hao fared little better, his Adam's apple bobbing as if a frog were about to leap from his throat. Wang Kai was the first to step forward, casually seizing a flapping chicken. Its wings slapped against his face, leaving a few red marks. Don't be afraid, little one. Wang Kai grinned wickedly at the chicken. This will be over soon. Before the words had left his mouth, he bit down on the chicken's neck, and blood immediately gushed forth. The chicken's struggles gradually weakened as Wang Kai savored the flesh, blood dripping onto his training uniform. Not bad. He wiped his mouth, better than compressed biscuits. Lin Tao chose a bloody piece of beef, tearing off a large chunk to chew raw. The sinewy texture grated against his teeth, producing a sound that was almost unbearable. What a delightful chew. He chuckled, bits of meat clinging to his teeth. Yang Yi and Fong Lai collaborated to tackle a live fish. The fish tail flailed wildly in their hands, its scales shimmering in the sunlight. They devoured the fish from head to tail, leaving no internal organs untouched. Rich in protein, Yang Yi adjusted his glasses, a scale sticking to the lens. Zhou Yang's mechanical hand deftly grasped a mouse by the neck. The mouse's shrill cry abruptly ceased as he elegantly tore off a hind leg and popped it into his mouth, as if savoring a gourmet dish. The hind leg has the most developed muscle, he remarked, the best texture. Li Hao was the last to make his entrance. He did not choose from the food on the table, but instead reached into a cage to grab a live snake. The snake coiled around his arm, flicking its tongue. With an impassive expression, Li Hao bit off the snake's head, black blood splattering across his bronze face, rendering him particularly fearsome. It's your turn. He spat out the snake's bones, directing his gaze towards the two cooks. Zhao Xiaohu and Zhang Hao stood frozen in place, as though struck by lightning. Report, Captain. Zhao Xiaohu's voice rose an octave. I suddenly remembered that there's soup simmering in the kitchen. I'll go check the fire. Zhang Hao turned to flee. Li Hao swiftly blocked his path. Either eat or spend a month cleaning the toilets. Choose. The two exchanged a glance, resolute in their acceptance of fate as they approached the long table. Trembling, Zhao Xiaohu picked up a piece of raw beef, but as it neared his mouth, he began to gag. He closed his eyes and took a small bite, chewing for less than 3 seconds. Then he retched, expelling the steam bun he had eaten that morning on Li Hao's boot. Zhang Hao fared worse. As soon as the mouse was placed before him, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted on the spot. Useless, Li Hao said coldly, take him away. When it was Su Zhe's turn, this physically capable individual hesitated. He stared at the flapping live chicken before him, his brow furrowing into a tight line. The warmth of the chicken radiated through its feathers, and he could feel its small heart pounding wildly beneath his palm. Can I, Su Zhe's Adam's apple bobbed, exchange it for a piece of beef? In battle, you do not get to choose. Li Hao's voice was unyielding. Bai Yi stood beside Su Zhe and gently nudged his elbow. Su Zhe turned to meet the boy's calm gaze. There was no mockery in those eyes, only understanding. Hold your breath, Bai Yi whispered. Do not savor the taste. Taking a deep breath, Su Zhe suddenly bowed his head and bit into the chicken's neck. As fresh blood sprayed into his mouth, his face turned an ashen green. Struggling against nausea, he managed to swallow a few mouthfuls before ultimately succumbing, covering his mouth and rushing aside to retch. Half a chicken, Li Hao nodded reluctantly, passable. As Bai Yi approached the long table, all eyes were drawn to him. The boy's slender figure appeared particularly frail in the morning light, hardly resembling someone capable of enduring such brutal training. Without a moment's hesitation, he seized the plumpest rooster. The startled chicken flapped its wings, creating a gust of wind and scattering feathers everywhere. In the next instant, Bai Yi's movements were so swift that they seemed to leave an afterimage. He bent down and precisely bit into the chicken's carotid artery. The sound of his canines piercing the skin distinctly audible. Blood spurted forth, splattering across his pale face, dripping down his chin, and blooming dark red flowers on his training uniform. The chicken's struggles lasted only a few seconds before it succumbed. Bai Yi chewed calmly, his throat working as he swallowed the raw flesh and blood together. His expression remained utterly unchanged, as if he were merely consuming a slice of ordinary bread. Most chillingly, his amber eyes remained wide open, staring straight ahead, the pupils shrinking into 2 icy black dots under the sunlight. The training ground was enveloped in a deathly silence, interrupted only by the sound of blood droplets hitting the ground. Damn! Lin Tao was the first to break the silence, his voice trembling slightly. The code, Name Reaper. Truly fitting. Wang Kai, unusually serious, fixed his gaze on Bai Yi's blood-soaked face, unconsciously swallowing hard. Xiao Bai, what on earth have you been through? Bai Yi set down the now lifeless chicken and wiped the blood from his face with his sleeve. This boy, who usually appeared almost obsessively clean, was now indifferent to the gruesome bloodstains covering him. Survival in the wild, he replied succinctly, his voice chillingly calm. Li Hao's gaze was profound as a deep pool. He stepped in front of Bai Yi and brushed away a droplet of blood clinging to the boy's eyelashes. Well done, his tone carrying an imperceptible complexity. After the training concluded, the group silently made their way to the shower room. Suja still looked quite unwell, occasionally retching. Zhao Xiaohu and Zhang Hao had long vanished without a trace, likely off to find solace in each other's company. In the shower, Lin Tao could not restrain his curiosity and asked, "How can you remain so composed? When I first consumed live creatures, I retched more violently than Zhao Xiaohu." The water washed away the blood on Bai Ye's face, revealing his originally fair complexion. With his eyes closed, he allowed the warm water to cascade over him. When one is famished, anything is palatable. This statement enveloped the room in silence. Li Hao paused momentarily in his task of turning off the faucet, his gaze shrouded in ambiguity. "That will not happen again," he suddenly declared. Bai Yi looked up in confusion. In this setting, Li Hao's voice, though soft, bore the weight of profound significance. "You shall not go hungry again. Vang que grined broadly." Tossing a bar of soap to Bai Yi exactly. "Although our cooking skills are lacking, we ensure hearty meals." "Indeed," Lin Tao exclaimed, pulling Bai Yi closer. "Next time, let Zhao Xiaohu prepare a special meal for you." Bai Yi found himself nestled between them, his damp, dark hair clinging to his forehead. Amidst the steam rising from the hot water, no one noticed the fleeting curve at the corner of his mouth. He murmured softly, his voice nearly drowned out by the sound of the water. Yet Li Hao heard him. As he turned away, the corners of his mouth lifted ever so slightly. The captain, who often wore an expression of indifference, now possessed a gaze imbued with remarkable warmth. Outside the shower, the sun had fully risen, heralding the dawn of a new day. Chapter 57, Psychological Will Training, Part 2. The afternoon sun, pale as old newspapers, cast its light upon the camouflage bus stationed at the edge of the training ground, its roof glimmering with a thin layer of snow. Zhao Xiaohu and Zhang Hao resembled two lambs awaiting slaughter, as Li Hao seized them by the nape and unceremoniously tossed them into the bus. "Captain, spare us." Zhao Xiaohu clung desperately to the bus door, unwilling to let go. "I haven't finished my self-reflection yet." Li Hao, with a stoic expression, pried his fingers loose. "You'll owe an additional 5,000 words." Cowering in the back row, Zhang Hao's voice trembled. Where are we going?" The kitchen is still simmering soup silence. Wang Kai declared, plopping down between them with a devilish grin. "Keep it up, and I'll have you two running alongside the bus." The vehicle slowly started, departing the base. Lin Tao rummaged through his backpack, producing several eye masks with a mischievous grin. "Care for a little thrill?" "Please no," Zhao Xiaohu exclaimed, clutching the front seat. "Tao Ge, I was wrong. It was old Zhang who stole your snacks last time." "Bullshit." Zhang Hao sprang up. "You were the one who said." Lin Tao's brain isn't functioning properly. Laughter erupted within the bus. Bai Yi sat quietly by the window, sunlight filtering through the glass, casting mottled shadows upon his pale visage. Suja occasionally stole glances at him, hesitant to speak. 3 hours later, the bus arrived at a complex surrounded by towering walls. A warning sign indicating a military-restricted zone hung from the barbed wire, and soldiers at the sentry post stood guard, their eyes sharp as eagles. Where are we?" Zhao Xiaohu's voice suddenly rose an octave. Finally, Li Hao spoke. "North 7th Prison." Zhang Hao's voice quivered in fear. "P Prison." He grabbed the mechanical hand of Zhou Yang beside him. "Dr. Zhou, am I terminally ill? Are you abandoning me?" Zhou Yang withdrew his hand with disdain. "Be quiet. Your blood pressure is already at 140. The heavy iron gate creaked open, and the bus rolled into a dimly lit passage. On either side were cells, with the occasional sound of chains scraping against the floor and muffled coughs echoing through the air. Zhao Xiaohu and Zhang Hao huddled together like quail, their faces ashen. "See, Captain." Zhao Xiaohu's voice quivered with desperation. "I admit, it was me who put laxatives in your tea last time, but that is not a capital offense." Li Hao turned back, glaring at him. "Another 5,000 words." At the end of the passage stood a rusted iron door, the red paint flaking away, barely revealing the words execution room. Two armed soldiers stood at attention on either side, their expressions impassive. Here we are, Li Hao announced, rising with a voice as cold and hard as iron. Everyone disembark. The execution room was more spacious than anticipated, resembling a rudimentary classroom. A massive glass wall dominated the front, revealing the concrete wall and metal chairs of the adjoining room. A glaring, incandescent bulb hung from the ceiling, casting a ghastly white halo upon the floor. Sit down. Li Hao gestured toward the front row of chairs. Zhao Xiaohu's legs felt as weak as noodles, and he nearly collapsed into his seat. Zhang Hao exaggeratedly sank to his knees, only to be hoisted by Lin Tao as one might lift a chick, and unceremoniously tossed back onto his seat. What are we training today? Suju's voice trembled slightly. Bai Yi sat quietly beside him, his gaze fixed on the opposite side of the glass. There lay a dark red stain, stretching from the wall to the floor, resembling the remnants of blood repeatedly washed away. Li Hao did not respond directly, but instead turned his attention to the entrance. A warden clad in military attire entered, holding a file. Today we execute 3. The warden's voice was as monotone as if discussing the weather. The first is a drug trafficker who has killed 2 narcotics officers. The second, a serial killer preying on children. The third is for treason. Zhao Xiaohu gasped. What are we executing? The warden cast him a puzzled glance. A firing squad, of course. What else? With a resounding clang, the iron door of the adjacent room swung open. 2 soldiers escorted a man in a black hood into the chamber. The man stumbled, nearly dragged along, with his trousers soaked through. The warden glanced at his watch. Prepare. The soldiers restrained the prisoner on a metal chair, securing his limbs. They then removed the hood, revealing a pale, sweat-drenched face. The man appeared to be around 40, his bloodshot eyes and trembling lips betraying his fear. Any last words? The warden inquired. The prisoner opened his mouth, but only emitted a whimper, saliva dripping onto his prison garb. None? Then let us begin. An executioner stepped forward, raising a handgun to the back of the prisoner's head. Zhao Xiaohu tightly covered his eyes, while Zhang Hao dove beneath his chair. Bang! The gunshot reverberated loudly in the confined space. The bullet penetrated the back of the prisoner's skull, creating a gory exit wound on his forehead. Brain matter and bone fragments splattering against the wall like an abstract painting. The man's body convulsed violently a few times before going limp. Blood trickled down the chair legs, creating a rhythmic dripping sound. Vomit erupted from both Zhao Xiaohu and Zhang Hao simultaneously. Suju's face turned ashen, his fingers digging into his thigh. Yet he managed to suppress the urge to retch. Bai Yi, however, did not even blink, remaining as composed as if watching an instructional video. Next, Li Hao's voice was chillingly devoid of emotion. The second prisoner was a frail old man, seemingly harmless. Yet when the hood was removed, he revealed a pair of unnerving eyes, pupils minuscule, with yellowing sclera, akin to a venomous snake. I am innocent. The old man's voice was hoarse. Those little brats. They deserved it. Lin Tao's fist crackled with tension. Wang Kai placed a hand on his shoulder, shaking his head. This execution was carried out with a rifle. The tremendous force of the bullet nearly obliterated the old man's upper body, flesh and bone scattering against the glass, prompting a scream from Zhao Xiaohu. Third, the warden continued to peruse his documents without flinching. The final prisoner was a young officer, standing tall, moving with poise even in shackles. As his hood was removed, Bai Ye's eyes widened slightly. This man bore a striking resemblance to Li Hao. The traitor, the warden coldly declared, sold military secrets to foreign powers, resulting in the deaths of 12 operatives. The young officer suddenly laughed, stating, "We each serve our own masters." His gaze swept toward the glass, pausing momentarily upon spotting Li Hao. "Ah, isn't this young Master Li? Here to bid farewell to your uncle?" Li Hao's expression remained utterly impassive. "Execute him." This time, it was a close-range pistol shot. The executioner pressed the gun's muzzle against the officer's temple and pulled the trigger. The officer's head jerked violently to one side, blood and brain matter gushing from the opposite side. Yet, most bizarrely, the mocking smile lingered at the corner of his lips. The return bus was enveloped in a deathly silence. Zhao Xiaohu and Zhang Hao resembled two soulless corpses, their eyes vacant. Suja incessantly swallowed, struggling to suppress his nausea. Only Bai Yi remained composed, even finding the time to straighten his wrinkled cuffs. Why? Suja suddenly shattered the silence, his voice hoarse. Why watch this? Li Hao turned his head, his gaze sharp as a blade. Because this is the only place outside the battlefield where one can legally witness death. He paused, adding, on the battlefield, this is what you will confront. Either you kill, or you are killed. There is no third option. Wang Kai, uncharacteristically serious, interjected, remember the splatter of brain matter. Remember the cries and the scent of blood. When you finally step onto the battlefield, there will be no time for adjustment. Ugh. Zhao Xiaohu began to retch again. I would rather clean toilets. Too late, Lin Tao grinned. There's an anatomy class tomorrow. Zhao Xiaohu's eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Zhang Hao clutched his lifeless body, wailing, Old Zhao, you died so tragically. Bai Yi gazed out at the fleeting scenery, suddenly speaking, the third one. Was he a relative of yours? The air in the bus instantly thickened. Everyone held their breath, awaiting Li Hao's reaction. Once, Li Hao's voice was as cold as ice. 3 years ago, I captured him with my own hands. Bai Yi nodded, refraining from further inquiry. The bus drove into the sunset, leaving the prison's shadow far behind. The day's experiences were etched into each individual's heart, especially those two sobbing cooks. Yet no one knew that for Bai Yi, this was merely a commonplace scene. Far bloodier death scenes had been crafted during his previous life as an assassin. Later that evening, Li Hao suddenly announced, there will be ample braised pork. Zhao Xiaohu miraculously revived. Oh, really? Indeed. Li Hao's lips curled into a slight smile, celebrating your survival of the first day. Laughter finally permeated the bus. Bai Yi looked out at the darkening sky, exhaling gently. In this world, death was no longer an everyday affair, but rather a subject that required training. Perhaps the greatest fortune and the greatest tragedy for soldiers in times of peace. Chapter 58, Psychological Will Training, Part 2. The savory aroma of braised pork wafted through the cafeteria. As Zhao Xiaohu and Zhang Hao devoured their third bowl of rice with the fervor of famished souls, completely oblivious to the day's harrowing ordeal. The captain is truly generous today, Zhao Xiaohu exclaimed, his mouth glistening with grease, mumbling, this braised pork is even more delectable than what old Lu makes. Zhang Hao nodded vigorously, his chopsticks dancing like a windmill. Absolutely. One more bowl, please. Bai Yi sipped his hot soup, and out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Li Hao and Wang Kai exchanging a significant glance. Suja seemed to sense something amiss, his hand pausing mid-motion as he served vegetables. Eat up. Li Hao unusually offered Zhao Xiaohu a piece of fatty meat. There's an activity tonight. Zhao Xiaohu was moved to tears. Captain, you finally recognized my worth. Suddenly, Lin Tao choked on his rice, his face reddening. Cough, cough. Yes, specially prepared for you. Cough, cough. After dinner, the group lined up before the anatomy building of the medical school. The pale moonlight bathed the Gothic structure, casting ominous shadows. Dark red stains still marred the stone steps. Tonight's training agenda, Li Hao's voice resonated clearly in the night breeze, is to coexist with the corpses until 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. Zhao Xiaohu's lunchbox clattered to the ground, spilling its contents, while Zhang Hao knelt in despair. Captain, this joke isn't funny. Who said it was a joke? Wang Kai revealed a key. The room is all set, fresh and warm. Oh wait, I mean cold and hard as ice. Bai Yi glanced up at the pointed roof of the anatomy building, his expression betraying no emotion. Suja swallowed hard but stood straight nonetheless. The mortuary on the basement level was even more macabre than imagined. The ghastly green emergency lights illuminated rows of stainless steel cabinets, while the exhaust fan on the wall emitted a disconcerting creaking sound. In the central space lay 2 dissecting tables, each adorned with a corpse covered in white cloth. Wow, Wang Kai enthusiastically introduced. This one on the left succumbed to a car accident, and the one on the right drowned. Both were freshly delivered today. Zhao Xiaohu clung desperately to the doorframe. I just remember my grandmother is getting married today. I must attend the wedding. Li Hao pried his fingers loose one by one. Your grandmother passed away 20 years ago. Bai Yi had already approached the dissecting table, gently lifting a corner of the white cloth. Beneath lay the ashen face of a middle-aged man, with a significant indentation on his forehead, the unmistakable victim of the car accident. The facial fractures are extensive, Bai calmly noted, indicating a frontal impact. Suja, suppressing his discomfort, leaned closer. How do you know? Just a guess, Bai replied, lowering the cloth, then turning to Li Haomei. I'll lie down on it. The mortuary fell into an eerie silence. Zhao Xiaohu's jaw nearly hit the floor. What? Liu's Lipsvisha. No. Oh. Bai surprisingly sounded a bit disappointed. Wang Kai stifled his laughter to the point of turning purple. Little Grim Reaper, that is meant for the deceased to lie upon, not for you to slumber. Lin Tao and Zhou Yang brought in 2 folding chairs, deliberately placing them between the 2 corpses. This shall be your VIP seats. Adding a flashlight, Yang thoughtfully set down a small lamp to facilitate your appreciation of the details. Feng Lai, more mischievous, produced a bag of sunflower seeds and placed it before Zhao Xiaohu. During this long night, a few seeds will help ease the tension. All right. Li Hao glanced at his watch. I will come to collect you at 6 tomorrow morning. Remember, under no circumstances are you to leave the room. Wang Kai interjected. No covering the bodies. Lin Tao added. No loud screams. Yang adjusted his glasses. Otherwise, there will be penalties. Everyone echoed in unison. The heavy iron door slammed shut with a resounding thud, the sound of the lock echoing eerily in the desolate morgue. Zhao Xiaohu and Zhang Hao huddled together, trembling in their seats. Oh, old Zhang. Zhao Xiaohu's voice quivered with a hint of tears. Do you think the corpses will suddenly sit up? Shut your mouth. Zhang Hao squeezed his eyes shut, trying to conjure happy thoughts. Like, the possibility that we might become residents here tomorrow? Zhao Xiaohu said in despair. Meanwhile, Bai had circled the 2 corpses several times, occasionally lifting the white cloth for inspection. Suja followed behind him, his face paler than the corpses. Drowning is quite fascinating, Bai commented, pointing at the corpse's swollen fingers, the skin peeling off in a glove-like manner, indicating prolonged submersion. Suja gagged slightly. Bai, could you refrain from being so professional? Bai cast him a puzzled glance. Did you not graduate from medical school? I studied clinical medicine. Suja exclaimed in frustration, not forensic science. Oh. Bai lifted another corpse's white cloth. Look at this. The rib fractures punctured the lung lobes, likely from steering wheel impact. Zhao Xiaohu called from afar. You 2 scholars, could you perhaps consider the feelings of us less academically inclined? Zhang Hao suddenly recalled something. Wait. I remember that corpses in the morgue can move at night due to muscle contractions. The rigor mortis has long set in. Bai replied, not lifting his gaze. It will only gradually soften now. Zhao Xiaohu was on the verge of tears. Is that meant to be comforting? At 2:17 in the morning, the chill in the morgue crystallized into frost, the surface of the metal drawers covered in a fine layer of ice crystals, resembling countless watchful eyes. Zhao Xiaohu and Zhang Hao sat there, eyes glazed over like 2 frozen statues. Suddenly, creak, a faint noise emanated from the direction of the corpse cabinet. Did you hear that? Zhao Xiaohu's teeth chattered uncontrollably. Zhang Hao was so frightened, he could only nod frantically. Creak, creak. The sound grew nearer, accompanied by a subtle metallic scraping. Zhao Xiaohu mustered his courage and raised the flashlight, only to reveal a plump rat gnawing on the wires atop the water pipe. Both screamed in unison, springing from their chairs and dashing toward the door. Violation. The White Knight stood ominously at the door. Chaos erupting as screams filled the air. How long do you intend to linger in the restroom? Zhao Xiaohu clutched Bai's leg desperately, exclaiming by Shun. No, Grandfather Bai, I implore you, let us out. No, Bai replied coldly, embodying an icy demeanor akin to a young Li Hao. Sit down. At that moment, an eerie gust swept through the mortuary. The white cloth covering the drowned corpse slowly slipped away, revealing a bloated, pallid visage. The corpse's eyes had inexplicably opened, its murky orbs fixated on the ceiling. Oh my goodness! Zhao Xiaohu and Zhang Hao completely shattered, one crawling beneath the autopsy table while the other dove headfirst into an empty corpse cabinet. Suja, equally frightened, stumbled back, colliding with Bai. A normal phenomenon, Suja reassured himself, a fluctuation in ocular pressure. Bai Yi approached calmly, gently closing the corpse's eyelids. The cornea appears cloudy postmortem. Zhao Xiaohu emitted a muffled wail from within the cabinet. Are you demons? When the first rays of dawn streamed through the ventilation shaft into the mortuary, Zhao Xiaohu and Zhang Hao had transformed into mere shadows of their former selves. The two huddled together in a corner, heavy dark circles under their eyes, lips stained with dried foam. Good morning, Bai Yi greeted cheerfully, holding a borrowed anatomical atlas from the duty room. Suja, barely maintaining his human form with hair resembling a bird's nest, muttered, Is it over? At precisely 6 o'clock, the iron door swung open. Li Hao entered with his team, only to be met with a bewildering sight. Bai Yi perusing a book atop the autopsy table, flanked by two corpses meticulously examined. Suja slumped in a chair, seemingly lost, and Zhao Xiaohu and Zhang Hao sprawled in the corner like discarded dolls. What a delightful surprise! Wang Kai whistled. It seems someone had a fulfilling night. Li Hao approached Bai Yi, inquiring, What have you learned? Quite a bit. Bai Yi closed his book, for instance. The likelihood of a spleen rupture in car accident victims is 17 higher than that of a liver rupture. Zhao Xiaohu let out a final lament. Help! There's a pervert here. During breakfast, Zhao Xiaohu and Zhang Hao struggled to hold their chopsticks, spilling kanji all over the table. Bai Yi, however, relished his meal, devouring 2 bowls of preserved egg and lean pork congee. Xiao Bai, Suja cautiously asked, Are you truly not afraid? Bai Yi pondered it briefly. Corpses cannot harm you. It is the living who pose the real threat. His words enveloped the table in a momentary silence. Li Hao as chopsticks paused before he served Bai Yi a fried egg, urging, Eat more. Wang Kai suddenly burst into laughter. Guess what? I just received a letter of gratitude from the medical school. They said we assisted them in completing preliminary examinations on 2 corpses. What? Zhao Xiaohu leaped up. We've been reduced to free labor. Lin Tao, with a mischievous grin, pulled out his phone. There's something even more explosive. He played a video, an HD recording of Zhao Xiaohu screaming as he dove into the corpse cabinet. Delete it. Delete it now. Zhao Xiaohu lunged for the phone. I'll make you braised pork for a month. Deal. Lin Tao flashed a grin, having already sent the backup to the entire culinary team. Amidst a chorus of laughter, Bai Yi gently nudged Li Hao's elbow. Will we be able to visit the forensic lab next time? I wish to witness the entire dissection process. Li Hao gazed into the boy's sparkling eyes, helplessly massaging his temples. Let's finish this training report first. Outside the window, the sun shone brilliantly. A new day had begun, and on this day, the notorious reputation of the Blood Wolf officially spread throughout the entire base. Chapter 59 Training Report. The morning light filtered through the Venetian blinds into the conference room, where 6 Special Forces operatives were seated around a long table, each with 4 distinct training reports in front of them. Li Hao tapped the table. Let us commence. Wang Kai eagerly seized the top report. Let us begin with the one from the Little Grim Reaper. Bai Yi's nighttime observation report from the morgue. Record of cadaver condition, specimen number 1. Deceased from car accident. Rigor mortis fully developed. No discoloration upon finger pressure. Estimated time of death 18 to 24 hours prior. Fractured frontal bone with radiating fracture lines. Consistent with high-impact collision characteristics. Fractured 3rd to 6th ribs on the right side, puncturing the lung. Approximately 500 milliliters of hemothorax. Ruptured spleen with about 300 milliliters of hemoperitoneum. See Figure 1. Diagram of injuries. Specimen number 2. Drowned, distinct external signs. Skin pale and shriveled. Epidermis on hands and feet peeling in a glove-like manner. Airway filled with frothy liquid. Lung lobes expanded with effusion of drowning fluid upon sectioning. Stomach contents examination revealed the presence of diatoms. See Figure 2. Diatom morphology under microscope. 2. Environmental factors impact. Room temperature at 4°C, relative humidity at 85, accelerating the alleviation of rigor mortis. At 3:15 a.m., a slight flexion was observed at the right finger joints of specimen number 1, attributed to tendon dryness and contraction, not a sign of revival. Recommendation to enhance temperature control equipment to maintain cadaver stability. 3. Psychological adaptation assessment. New recruit Zhao Xiaohu exhibited dilated pupils, approximately 6 millimeters, elevated blood pressure, estimated at 160-100 millimeters of mercury. Tremorous muscle spasms. New recruit Zhang Hao displayed. Transient aphasia, disorientation, urinary incontinence, approximately 50 milliliters. Recommendation to intensify vestibular function training and counter-fear response training for. Suggestions for improvement 1. Equip with professional anatomical tools for more detailed observation 2. Increase the number of specimens representing various causes of death 3. Suggest allowing direct contact with organ specimens. Wow. Lin Tao's mouth gaped wide enough to fit an egg. Is this not a research paper? Yang Yi adjusted his glasses, which had slipped down his nose. How did he manage the diatom examination part? Does he have a microscope? The duty room is equipped with portable microscopic devices. Bai Yi replied calmly, I borrowed one. Wang Kai exaggeratedly clutched his chest. Darling, did you perhaps pen an SCI article while drafting this report? Li Hao's lips subtly curved upwards. The format is standardized, and the data is comprehensive. It could serve as a model. Zhou Yang's mechanical hand clicked as he spoke. Suggest direct entry into the base database. This surpasses 90 of medical school graduation theses in professionalism. Bai Yi took a sip of water, unnoticed by anyone as he discreetly sketched a simple crying face in the psychological adaptation assessment section, annotating it with Zhao Xiaohu's reaction. Suge's nighttime cadaver interaction training report I. Review of training content under the captain's guidance. We conducted a 10-hour cadaver tolerance training from 8 o'clock p.m. on January X to 6 o'clock a.m. the following day in the medical school's morgue. The subjects of examination were 2 fresh corpses, one victim of a vehicular accident and the other of drowning. 2. Personal performance evaluation 1. Initial adaptation phase, 20 to 2300 hours. Successfully completed a superficial examination of the corpses. Experienced mild nausea, no vomiting occurred. Assisted by Yi in documenting the characteristics of the bodies. 2. Deep contact phase, 23 to 3 o'clock. Independently conducted joint mobility tests on the first corpse. Overcame psychological barriers to touch the facial area of the corpse. Note, the texture of the cornea resembles that of boiled egg whites. Briefly experienced palpitations, heart rate of 128 beats per minute, which subsided after self-regulating breathing. 3. Consolidation phase, 3 to 6 o'clock. Able to observe the wounds on the corpses closely without protective gear. Assisted in calming Zhao Xiaohu's emotions, with limited success. Achieved all training objectives. 3. Summary of experiences 1. Maintaining a regular breathing pattern aids in alleviating tension. 2. Viewing the corpses as educational tools can diminish fear. 3. Peer support is crucial. Special thanks to Bai Yi for his guidance. For areas for improvement, there remains a psychological resistance towards internal organs. Future training will aim to accomplish basic anatomical procedures. Well done, Scorpion Lion, Wang Kai remarked, patting Suzhou on the shoulder. Much better than some who wail and lament. Suzhou sheepishly scratched his head. Actually, I secretly vomited 3 times, but I didn't write that down. Honesty is a virtue, Li Hao commended, noting the report's completeness and insightful self-analysis. Fong Lai mischievously inquired, what on earth is the texture of boiled egg whites? Did you really touch it? Suzhou's face flushed crimson. Bai Yi said one must touch to write about the experience. Bai Yi blinked innocently, casually obscuring the line in Suzhou's report, where he had clutched Bai Yi's clothing for 3 hours with a teacup. Zhang Hao, that terrifying night dear leader, greetings. First, I must express that this training was utterly terrifying. More so than when old Lu wields a frying pan against someone. Tears here. That night, we entered the morgue, which was as cold as old Lu's heart. Bai Shun immediately began examining the corpses, behaving like a lunatic. Although Su Zhou was frightened, he pretended to remain calm. Only I and old Zhao behaved normally. The first corpse was that of a person struck by a vehicle. The forehead was caved in, akin to being struck by old Lu's frying pan. Bai Shun mentioned it was a comminuted fracture. To me, it resembled a watermelon that had fallen to the ground. The second corpse was even more horrifying, resembling a bloated steamed bun with peeled skin from its fingers. The most terrifying moment came when, in the dead of night, its eyes suddenly opened. I nearly wet my pants. Possible urine stains here. We considered fleeing, but Bai Shun blocked the door. proving to be even more fearsome than the corpses. Later, old Zhao crawled into the body cabinet while I hid beneath the dissection table, where I found a piece of chewing gum, likely left by someone who had been scared to death. In the latter part of the night, we huddled together, singing "Unity is strength," lest we would go mad. Bai Yi and Su Zhe were even discussing how to relieve rigor mortis. They surely cannot be human. Through this training, I have come to the realization that 1. The deceased are more honest than the living. 2. The white spirit is more terrifying than the dead. 3. I shall no longer indulge in old Lou's braised pork if I manage to return alive. Suggestions: 1. Equip the morgue with heating. 2. Prepare adult diapers. 3. Prohibit the white spirit from participating in such training, as he severely undermines others' confidence. Sincerely, Zhang Hao, who was nearly scared to death. On January X, the conference room fell into a 3-second silence before erupting into thunderous laughter. Lin Tao laughed so hard he rolled off his chair. Wang Kai clutched his stomach, crying for help, and even the usually stoic Fong Lai was in tears. Ha ha ha, like old Lu's heart. Zhou Yang's robotic hand trembled with laughter. That metaphor was brilliant. Yang Yi wiped away tears of mirth, exclaiming, "A watermelon falling to the ground." Ha ha, that essay skull fracture. Li Hao struggled to suppress his laughter and, with a serious expression, inquired, "Zhang Hao, what is the story behind the chewing gum?" Zhang Hao shrank into the corner, muttering. There was really a piece of chewing gum stuck under the dissection table. Bai Yi suddenly raised his hand, declaring, "That's wax used for jaw fixation." After a pause, he added, "I placed it there." A new wave of laughter erupted once more. Su Zhe whispered, "Actually, Comrade Zhang Hao at least recorded his feelings truthfully." At that moment, bang, the conference room door was flung open with force. Zhao Xiaohu burst in, sporting 2 panda eyes, waving a crumpled piece of paper that resembled pickled vegetables. I also wrote a report. Zhao Xiaohu's 10 secrets to brave survival in the morgue's secret one. Envision the white god as mother though colder than the cadavers themselves. At least he is alive. When he gazes at you, silently repeat that this is a manifestation of maternal affection. Secret 2. Bestow nicknames upon the corpses. The accident victim is dubbed Bump, while the drowned uncle is affectionately called Bubbles. This fosters a sense of warmth and familiarity. Secret 3. Remember that corpses do not fart. Any sound you hear is either a mouse, a figment of your imagination, or the white god playing tricks. Secret 4. Techniques for holding your bladder. Recite the multiplication tables in your mind every hour. Imagine yourself as a dry sponge. Refer to the unfortunate case of Zhang Hao's pants for a cautionary tale. Secret 5. Optimize space utilization. The corpse cabinet is more spacious than the autopsy table, with its own refrigeration effect. Be careful not to push the corpse out of the way. Secret 6. Divert your attention. Count the number of hairs on the corpse's legs. Analyze the livor mortis in relation to constellations. Contemplate the meaning of life, though this may lead to melancholy. Secret 7. Team collaboration. Form a shivering duo with Zhang Hao. Sing songs that ward off evil spirits, with the recommended piece being Good Fortune Comes. Secret 8. Psychological resilience in comparison to old Lu's frying spatula. This is trivial. At least you won't have to eat raw rats. Li Hao is more terrifying than a ghost. Secret 9. Emergency measures before fainting. Remember to find a soft landing spot. The abdomen of the corpse is surprisingly resilient. Avoid crushing vital organs. Secret 10. Post-event remedies. Drink plenty of hot water to calm your nerves. Seek psychological therapy. Consider treating yourself to braised pork as a reward. Wang Kai burst into laughter upon reading the title, The 10 Secrets. Is this what you call a report? Lin Tao snatched it and read aloud. Imagine the White Knight as mother. Ha ha ha. Xiao Bai, when did you become a mother? White Knight, expressionless. Raise the autopsy knife. Would you like to experience maternal love? Zhao Xiaohu leapt up to reclaim the report. Give it back. I toiled over this all night. Su Zhe suddenly spoke. Actually, Comrade Zhao Xiaohu has made progress. Everyone turned to him in astonishment, for he now dared to enter the meeting room, and he pointed to a small note in the report, accurately recording the rectal temperature of the corpse. As they leaned in to examine, there indeed was a small note beside Secret 9. P.S. The temperature of Bubbles' rectum is 34. 2C, a full 30°C higher than room temperature. Li Hao's poker face finally cracked. He leaned back, silent for 3 seconds, then said, "Zhao Xiaohu." "Yes." Zhao Xiaohu stood at attention, his legs trembling like leaves in the wind. "Tonight, extra practice." Li Hao closed the report. "You and Zhang Hao go to the autopsy lab to clean the floors." "What?" Zhao Xiaohu rolled his eyes and collapsed on Zhang Hao. White Knight silently handed over a bottle of essential oil, only for the flustered Su Zhe to mistake it for a drink, nearly pouring it into Zhao Xiaohu's nose. Cough, cough, cough. Zhao Xiaohu jumped up, gasping murder. The meeting concluded in a chaotic uproar. Ultimately, Su Zhe's report was officially incorporated into the Blood Wolf training archives, becoming a valuable educational resource for new recruits. Zhang Hao's report was reproduced and circulated, evolving into the latest compendium of anecdotes at the base. While the document titled Top 10 Secrets was affixed by Wang Kai to the cafeteria bulletin board, captioned, Annual Best Humorous Literature, Author, The More Warrior, Zhao Xiaohu. As for Baiye's report, that very afternoon, it was requisitioned by the medical college, reportedly to serve as an exemplary dissection observation for non-specialists included in the educational database. The instigator, Baiye, was granted permission by Li Hao to utilize the laboratory microscope as a reward, or perhaps as a form of hush money. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the training grounds loudspeaker blared with old Lu's furious voice. "Zhao Xiaohu, who permitted you to include old Lu's heart, is colder than the Morgan the report. Don't even think about having braised pork tonight." In the distance, Zhao Xiaohu's lament echoed throughout the entire base. I was wrong. Chapter 60, A Night of Terror in the Anatomy Room, Part 1, at precisely 7 o'clock in the evening. The base's surveillance center had transformed into a luxurious private cinema. 8 elite soldiers had not only brought in genuine leather sofas, but also set up a professional-grade surround sound system. Wang Kai had somehow procured a cotton candy machine, which hummed merrily, as if orchestrating a sweet symphony. With the machine's rotation, strands of sugary pink spun forth, intertwining in the air like a cotton candy castle from a dream. Popcorn, cola, hot dogs, everything one could desire. Lin Tao, dressed as a waiter, pushed a cart, offering a VIP package for just 50 yuan, complete with a special blood bag beverage. Li Hao sat before the central control console, facing a monitoring wall composed of 12 high-definition screens. He appeared serious as he adjusted the equipment, but in reality, he had secretly lowered the temperature of the anatomy room by 8 degrees and increased the noise level of the ventilation system by 30%. Baiye, keenly aware of these details, allowed a slight smile to grace her lips as she accessed a 3D structural diagram of the anatomy room on her tablet. "Ladies and gentlemen," Feng Lai proclaimed, donning a referee's whistle as he leaped onto the table. "Tonight's Coward's adventure is about to commence. There are only 5 minutes left to place your bets." Yang Yi had set up 3 laptops, displaying complex algorithms based on our heart rate data, adrenaline levels, and stress response patterns over the past 72 hours. I have established a collapse time prediction model. He adjusted his glasses, considering the new variables for the evening. The optimal betting point was 7 minutes and 48 seconds. Zhou Yang's mechanical arm transformed with a series of clicks, assembling a miniature printer. "Please submit your completed betting slips to me. Both cash and electronic payments are accepted." Su Zhe timidly raised his hand. "ISNT this a bit excessive," Bai silently handed him a first aid kit. "You may find this useful later." On the large surveillance screen, images from 16 different angles illuminated simultaneously. Zhao Xiaohu and Zhang Hao appeared like lambs to the slaughter, being shoved into the anatomy room by the duty officer. Under the ultra-high-definition lens, beads of cold sweat could be seen forming on Zhao Xiaohu's forehead, while Zhang Hao's fingers trembled uncontrollably. The duty officer tossed down 2 stiff bristle brushes and several cloths. The floor must be cleaned to a surgical standard, especially around the drain, which still bears remnants of today's myocardial tissue. As Zhao Xiaohu took the brush, his hand shook as if electrified. "Myocardial tissue? You mean heart muscle?" The duty officer kindly clarified that the deceased from this afternoon's multi-car accident had had their hearts crushed into a pulp by the steering wheel. Plop! Zhang Hao collapsed directly beside the drain, landing in a pool of dark red liquid, instantly staining his knees crimson. Laughter erupted in the monitoring room. Wang Kai's popcorn flew everywhere. Look at Zhang Hao's pants. That color is more vibrant than the kitchen's ketchup. The projection wall replayed this classic moment from all 16 angles. Lin Tao activated the ultra-slow motion mode. Let us admire this flawless kneeling posture at a staggering 1,000 frames per second. The angle of his hips reclined at 47.5 degrees, while his knees met the ground at a velocity of 0.48 meters per second. Baye's fingers danced swiftly across the tablet screen, as if playing a beautiful melody. His gaze was focused and sharp, intent on the text displayed on the screen, lest he overlook any detail. He rapidly typed a line. Zhang Hao, knee-jerk reflex, overly sensitive, recommend examination of the nervous system. This line stood out prominently on the screen, akin to Baye's precise diagnosis of Zhang Hao's physical condition. Without hesitation, Baye continued to input, landing buffer capacity, 0 points. These few succinct words struck like a hammer, deeply resonating with Zhang Hao, igniting concern for his physical state. The duty officer's suppressed laughter emanated from the speaker. Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention that pool of blood is actually rust. It must be rust. Zhao Xiao murmured to himself, frantically scrubbing the floor, inadvertently creating a perfect heart shape with the blood. The officer continued, "It's red ink mixed with disinfectant. There was no dissection class today. I was just having fun with you all." In the monitoring room, Yang Yi, frustrated, slammed his notebook shut, confounding variables. My model needs recalibrating. This is tantamount to experimental fraud. On the screen, Zhang Hao tremulously dipped a finger into the liquid and sniffed. Good. It does seem to be ink. What are you sniffing for? Zhao Xiaohu exclaimed in exasperation. What if there's an HIV virus? Bai suddenly pressed the call button. Adopting a professional tone, the HIV virus does not survive outside the body for more than 6 hours. If fluid testing is required, one should first conduct a chemical test with aniline reagent. Ugh. Zhang Hao promptly retched into the drainage outlet. As the two cautiously reached the wall-adjacent corpse cabinet area, the bottom drawer emitted an eerie, clicking sound, as if something within was scratching. Oh my God! Zhao Xiaohu leaped onto Zhang Hao's back, and they tumbled into the heart-shaped pool of blood they had just cleaned. The officer's muffled laughter echoed. It's just thermal expansion and contraction. Metal cabinets behave this way. Nonsense. Zhao Xiaohu waved his brush at the air. I clearly saw the drawer moving on its own. In the monitoring room, Zhou Yang adjusted the microscopic camera. Infrared mode activated. Thermal imaging displayed. There we go. The large screen clearly showed 3 plump gray mice having a party inside the drawer, with the largest one donning a half of a rubber glove as a cape. Oh, the mouse brigade. Zhang Hao grabbed a mop and wildly swung it, accidentally toppling 3 instrument racks. Various bone saws, craniotomy tools, and rib cutters clattered to the ground, creating a terrifying cacophony within the silent dissection room. The startled mice scattered, performing their own version of a high-speed chase on the slick floor. The lead mouse executed a drift, heading straight for Zhao Xiaohu's pant leg. It's coming for me. Zhao Xiaohu erupted into an impromptu tap dance, and in his fluster, misstepped and slid into a drainage ditch, with only his hands flailing outside. The monitoring room erupted in laughter. Wang Kai clutched his abdomen, rolling on the floor. This must be declared an intangible cultural heritage. A new genre of modern dance, scared-to-death tap dance. Li Hao, suppressing his amusement, pressed the intercom button. Zhao Xiaohu, mind your military demeanor. Captain, Zhao Xiaohu cried as he scrambled out of the ditch, grabbing onto the wall-mounted camera. These rats are cunning. They coordinate tactically. Bai Yi leaned closer to the microphone, speaking in a calm, academic tone. The intelligence of the brown rat is comparable to that of a 3-year-old child. They can indeed engage in simple collaboration. A 2019 paper in Nature confirms. Before he could finish, a visible patch of wetness spread across Zhao Xiaohu's trousers, forming a small puddle on the ground. 3 minutes and 11 seconds. Bai Yi glanced at the atomic clock, noting a deviation of 0.5 seconds from his prediction. Yang immediately recalibrated the supercomputer. We need to incorporate a variable for the fear factor of rodents. After finally dispersing the rats, the two resumed mopping the floor. Suddenly, Zhang Hao froze, eyes fixated on the ceiling. Old Zhao, do you see that face in the ventilation duct? Under the flickering lights, the shadows of the duct grotesquely twisted, resembling a hazy human visage. More terrifyingly, the position of the eyes was dripping water, producing a rhythmic sound. The ominous voice of the duty officer echoed, speaking of which, last year a medical student hanged himself here. Plop. Zhao Xiaohu knelt once more, this time directly in the puddle of his own making. Big brother, don't joke around. I'm not joking, the officer replied solemnly. Later, it was discovered to be a hoax, a prank devised by the students using gauze and pig intestines. In the monitoring room, Fong Lai slapped his thigh in uncontrollable laughter. This duty officer is undoubtedly a PhD in psychology. First, instill fear and then alleviate it. Such professionalism. In the footage, Zhang Hao suddenly had a brilliant idea. Old Zhao, let's sing to bolster our courage, just like last night in the morgue. Thus, the dissection room resonated with the off-key rendition of Unity is Strength, with Zhao Xiaohu leading in a tearful croon reminiscent of a rooster with its neck grasped. As he sang and mopped, his hand inadvertently brushed the faucet switch. Suddenly, red liquid gushed forth from the dissection table's pipes, resembling an arterial spray. Blood! It's blood! Zhang Hao exclaimed, seizing the mop to plug the flow, only to slip and tumble into the drain, with only his legs thrashing about. In the monitoring room, Su Zhe, unable to watch, covered his eyes, will they suffer psychological trauma. Bai Yi calmly accessed the medical database. The incidence of post-traumatic stress disorder is approximately 18, but he glanced at the footage of the two wrestling with the mop. Given their psychological resilience, they are likely to develop a humorous coping mechanism. Chapter 61, A Night of Terror in the Anatomy Room, Part 2. As the two approached the innermost dissection table, the corpse draped in a white sheet suddenly stirred. I didn't see anything, Zhao Xiaohu exclaimed, his eyes tightly shut, frantically mopping the floor, only to accidentally thrust the brush into the drain pipe, splashing water all over his face. Zhang Hao, mustering his courage, lifted a corner of the sheet, revealing a remarkably lifelike anatomical model, its chest adorned with colorful diagrams of organs, even the capillaries distinctly visible. Phew! It's a fake, Zhang Hao sighed in relief, casually pinching the model's silicone liver, which surprisingly had a good bounce. At that moment, the model abruptly sat up with a loud gasp. It turned out the attendant had been hiding beneath the table, holding a remote control. Ah, it's a zombie. Zhao Xiaohu executed a flawless somersault, leaping onto a 3-meter-high equipment cabinet, his agility rivaling that of an Olympic gymnast. Zhang Hao, however, took it a step further, diving headfirst into the cadaver drawer, only to find his backside stuck outside, his legs flailing in the air like a turtle caught in a predicament. The monitoring room erupted in laughter, some gasping for breath. Lin Tao, clutching his stomach in amusement, remarked this segment must be included in the training manual. Look at that explosive power. The vertical jump height is at least 2 meters. Li Hao pressed the intercom button, a rare chuckle lacing his voice. Zhao Xiaohu, get down from that cabinet. That model costs 30,000. Zhao Xiaohu's voice quivered with distress. Captain, I'll pay. Is that not enough? Let me out. The attendant seized the moment to add salt to the wound. By the way, the drainpipe you just damaged is imported from Germany, priced at 20,000. And he pointed at the deformed cadaver drawer. That one is from the UK, costing 58,000. In the monitoring footage, Zhao Xiaohu's expression froze in shock. This look later became the most popular meme of the year at the base, captioned, "What does it feel like to suddenly owe 100,000?" After enduring what seemed like an eternity, the attendant concocted another twist. Lastly, check the inside of the cadaver drawers to ensure cleanliness. Zhao Xiaohu and Zhang Hao exchanged glances, ultimately deciding to settle it with rock, paper, scissors to determine who would go first. After 10 rounds, with Zhang Hao losing 6 times, he reluctantly drew the first drawer empty. Thank heavens. The second, the third. Just as they began to breathe easier, the attendant ominously suggested, why not check the one at the very bottom? The two knelt down, cautiously opening the lowest drawer with the precision of a bomb disposal expert. Inside lay a stark, white teaching skeleton, a smiley face drawn in red ink on the skull, a note wedged between its teeth. Welcome, good evening, the attendant, utilizing a hidden speaker within the skeleton, proclaimed this message, simultaneously playing the background music of the dance of the skeletons. The skeleton has come to life. Zhao Xiaohu fell backward into the equipment cart, surgical instruments flying through the air like confetti. Zhang Hao turned to flee, only to trip over a mop he had tossed aside, tumbling into a heap with Zhao Xiaohu. The two entangled beneath the cart like conjoined twins. In the monitoring room, Bai Yi suddenly stood up. Wait. Everyone turned to look at him. The young lad pointed towards a particular blind spot of the surveillance camera. That little finger bone. The bone density indicates it belonged to a living person. In an instant, the monitoring room fell into a hushed silence. Then, ha ha ha, Wang Kai erupted with laughter. The duty officer had misjudged the situation. It was merely a human skeletal specimen for educational purposes. Indeed, the duty officer hastily rushed into the frame. Fear not. This is a legally sourced medical donation specimen. There exists a complete donation agreement. But it was too late. Zhao Xiaohu had already succumbed, frothing at the mouth. While Zhang Hao clutched the skeleton and began reciting the Heart Sutra at a pace akin to a machine gun. At 5 a.m, as the first rays of dawn filtered through the frosted glass of the dissection room, the two cooks had transformed into mere shells of their former selves. Zhao Xiaohu curled up in a corner, strumming a mop like a guitar. Zhang Hao lay slumped beside the body cabinet, his vacant gaze fixed as he sang a self-composed requiem. The duty officer, feeling a pang of conscience, brought over 2 cups of hot cocoa. You've worked hard. In truth, you've cleaned splendidly. Zhao Xiaohu mechanically accepted the cup. Suddenly his pupils dilated in shock. This color. It resembles blood. It's brown sugar water. The duty officer replied helplessly, pulling out the ingredient list. Food coloring E120, granulated sugar, cocoa powder. In the monitoring room, Li Hao finally commanded, go fetch them back. When the special forces entered the dissection room, Zhao Xiaohu leapt towards Wang Kai as if he had seen a long-lost family member. Brother Wang, I can tell you where old Lu hides his braised meat. It's on the 3rd shelf of the freezer. Wang Kai disdainfully pushed him away. Get off, you reek of urine mixed with disinfectant. More pungent than old Lu's stinky tofu. Bai Yi approached the teaching skeleton, donned gloves, and examined it meticulously. The ulnar styloid is well developed. The deceased was approximately 25 to 30 years old, male, right-handed, likely engaged in manual labor during his lifetime. Su Zhe, in a state of panic, tugged at his sleeve. No, don't study it. Lin Tao, however, had discovered a new realm. Look, Zhao Xiaohu's earth art. On the reflective floor, Zhao Xiaohu had inadvertently brushed a massive abstract crying face. The blood-colored stains around the drain had been wiped into a radiating pattern, resembling an explosion effect. Even more remarkable were the mop marks left by Zhang Hao, forming the words "help me" in a crooked, haphazard manner. Performance art, Feng Lai exclaimed, pulling out his phone to snap photos, titling it on the spiritual breakdown of contemporary cooks. During breakfast, the entire base was immersed in a sea of joy. The canteen's large screen continuously played highlights from the previous night, accompanied by the Symphony of Fate as background music. Zhao Xiaohu and Zhang Hao huddled in the far corner of the canteen, occupying the shame seat. Before them lay a special calming meal, brown sugar porridge paired with soothing soup, along with 2 tranquilizers. Latest news. Wang Kai burst in, holding a tablet. Your video has surpassed 10,000 views. The medical school wants to use it as essential viewing material for incoming freshmen. Lin Tao added, the fire department just called, requesting you two to demonstrate how to maintain agility under extreme fear. Zhao Xiaohu's spoon clattered to the floor. Just give me a break. At that moment, Bai Yi silently pushed over 2 exquisitely bound booklets. Zhao Xiaohu glanced down to see the survival guide for the dissection room, comic edition, and the science of fear management, richly illustrated and even featuring chibi drawings. Memorize them, Bai Yi succinctly remarked, and you will not fear next time. Zhao Xiaohu, overwhelmed with emotion, felt tears welling in his eyes. Bai Shun, you are my brother by another mother. Li Hao approached, placing a key and a thick stack of documents on the table. Captain, The spare key to the dissection room, Li Hao stated expressionlessly. Routine cleaning every Wednesday. Furthermore, he opened the documents, revealing a maintenance list: 20,000 for imported German drainage pipes, 58,000 for British corpse cabinet drawers, and the equipment cart you dented. Plop. Another puddle of muck formed on the cafeteria floor. Chapter 62. Prisoner Simulation. The frigid winds of January howled outside the training base. Yet the underground prisoner simulation camp was stifling and humid. Bai Yi and Su Zhe found themselves bound to two tilted iron chairs, the harsh glare of xenon lights rendering the entire room a ghastly white. Li Hao and the other team members stood behind one-way glass, their expressions grave. "Remember the rules," commanded Instructor Zhao, snapping a rubber hose in his hand. "If you can't endure, knock on the chair 3 times. This is not a test of heroism." Su Zhe's combat uniform had been stripped away, leaving him clad in only shorts, with heart rate monitoring patches affixed to his chest. His breath quickened noticeably, his Adam's apple bobbing incessantly. In stark contrast, Bai Yi lay quietly, his damp hair casting jagged shadows on his brow. His eyes, constricted in the searing light, resembled the slits of a feline suddenly illuminated. "Begin." Instructor Zhao abruptly placed a wet towel over Bai Yi's face, while another instructor mirrored the action with Su Zhe. Cold water poured from a hose. Su Zhe's body tensed instantly, the iron chair screeching under the pressure. His fingers gripped the edge of the chair, knuckles paling. Bai Yi, however, remained unervingly calm. His chest rose and fell in a steady rhythm, with only the slight furrowing of his brow betraying any discomfort. "Speak. Your unit number." Instructor Zhao bellowed, leaning closer. Bai Yi showed no reaction, as if he had not heard a word. 30 seconds later, the towel was lifted. Su Zhe gasped for air, like a fish out of water, while Bai Yi merely inhaled gently, his gaze piercingly lucid. "Well done." Instructor Zhao sneered. "It seems we need to escalate the intensity." In the second round, the water flow increased. Su Zhe's legs began to spasm, the heart rate monitor beeping urgently. Bai Yi remained composed, though the amplitude of his breathing slightly increased. "Who is your commander?" the instructor roared. Bai Yi suddenly spoke, his voice muffled by the damp cloth. "Instructor, your breathing rhythm is off. You should maintain a steady pace during interrogation. And your positioning exposes your center of gravity. If I wish to resist, I could shatter your knee right now." Instructor Zhao was momentarily stunned, the water bottle hanging in midair. Behind the one-way glass, Wang Kai stifled a laugh, incredulous at Bai Yi's audacity. In the third round, Instructor Zhao was clearly incensed. He poured a mixture of ice water directly over them, the volume tripling from before. "Name, rank, unit number." Bai Yi's body finally exhibited a marked reaction. His fingers curled slightly, his chest heaving violently. Yet when the towel was removed, his first utterance was, "The water temperature is approximately 4 degrees Celsius, with a flow rate of 200 milliliters per second. This intensity will precipitate hypothermia 12 minutes sooner." He blinked, droplets glistening on his lashes, and added, "According to the additional protocols of the Geneva Conventions, you have already violated regulations." Instructor Zhao's complexion shifted from red to white, then to a sickly green. Yu Bai Yi continued, his voice weak yet coherent. "Furthermore, your interrogation techniques are woefully outdated. The use of threatening language, combined with a fixed rhythm of water torture, will only serve to fortify the psychological defenses of the subject." He cleared his throat gently twice, suggesting a reference to the CIA's 2014 revised version of the intermittent pressure interrogation method, which would yield significantly better results. The room fell into a profound silence. Instructor Zhao's hands trembled slightly, causing the water bottle to clatter to the floor. I need to use the restroom," he stammered as he stumbled out of the room. Behind the one-way glass, Li Hao's lips curled into a wild grin. Zhou Yang's smartwatch chimed. Xiao Bai's heart rate has consistently remained below 85. Is he some kind of monster? Half an hour later, a visibly pale Instructor Zhao, fueled by a desire for retribution, ushered the two into the soundproof chamber. This was a perfectly insulated square room, its walls draped in thick sound-absorbing foam. "Let us see how stubborn you can be this time," Instructor Zhao said menacingly, fitting them with specialized headphones. Suja's complexion had turned ghostly, cold sweat trickling down his temples, while Bai curiously scrutinized the sound equipment in the corner, even nodding slightly as though appraising the model. Gomos. In an instant, a piercing white noise erupted at a deafening 120 decibels. It was a sound reminiscent of nails scraping against a blackboard intertwined with metal friction, potent enough to drive an ordinary person to the brink of insanity. Suja's body jolted violently, only to be yanked back into the chair by the restraints. His eyes trembled violently, and his lips were bitten raw, blood seeping from the wounds. Yet Bai's reaction once again astonished everyone. He closed his eyes, his lips beginning to move slightly. What is he doing? Lin Tao leaned closer to the one-way glass. Li Hao observed intently for a moment before bursting into laughter. He's reciting pi. What? Look at his lips, Li Hao pointed at Bai 3. 1415926. The intensity of the noise surged, now incorporating the sounds of a crying infant, metal scraping, and low-frequency sound waves. Suja was nearing the edge of collapse, tears uncontrollably streaming down his face. Suddenly, Bai opened his eyes, locking his gaze onto Instructor Zhao. This sound system is the BK4231 model. I assent it? Despite wearing headphones, his voice remarkably pierced through the cacophony. The distortion rate in the high-frequency range exceeds 7. I suggest you recalibrate the equalizer. Also, the placement angle of the infrasonic generator is incorrect, resulting in at least a 30 energy loss. Instructor Zhao's jaw nearly dropped to the floor. Why you? How do you? Furthermore, Bai continued, this fixed-frequency noise is far too inefficient for torture. I recommend employing a randomly pulsed noise at intervals. Stop. Stop. Instructor Zhao frantically waved his hands, the sound system abruptly silencing. I concede. Are you some kind of demon? By the time the two were led into the final room, Suja was already staggering, his gaze vacant. Bai, though pale, maintained an unsettling clarity. This was a simulation room designed to replicate prolonged sleep deprivation. Blinding strobe lights flashed every 30 seconds. A frigid industrial fan incessantly blew, and the chair was deliberately fitted with protruding beads. Lastly, Instructor Zhao's voice was now faint. We will simulate 72 hours of sleep deprivation, condensed into 2 hours. Swiftly, we shall proceed. Suja let out a whimper, collapsing into the chair. Bai meticulously inspected the chair before suddenly raising his gaze. This is a replica of the Stasi interrogation chair from East Germany, isn't it? However, you have omitted a crucial component. He pointed to the armrest, indicating that there should be an adjustable wrist restraint angle regulator present. Instructor Zhao was utterly flabbergasted. Who on earth are you? A mere soldier cannot possibly possess such knowledge. Bai tilted his head slightly. The Complete Guide to Cold War Interrogation Devices, published in 2019 by the Military Press. Page 143. The Library, 3rd floor, Section C, Shelf 27. The room fell into an eerie silence. Even the blood wolves behind the one-way glass stared in stunned disbelief. I need to file a report. Instructor Zhao stumbled out of the room, nearly tripping over the threshold. By the time the simulated training concluded, Suja was so exhausted he required assistance to stand. Although Bai felt unsteady, he insisted on walking unaided. How'd it go? Leo, Upruaka, offering both of them warm towels. Suja could only emit a vague groan. Bai accepted the towel and softly expressed his gratitude. Brother, where is Instructor Zhao? I wish to discuss improvements for the interrogation chair with him. Li Hao could no longer contain his laughter, ruffling Bai's damp hair. You've left the instructor in shambles. He is currently in the infirmary having his blood pressure checked. Wang Kai leaned in, his face alight with admiration. Bai, be honest. Were you an interrogation expert in your past life? Bai blinked and revealed a rare, mischievous smile. What do you think? Laughter erupted as they made their way to the changing room, while Suja remained lost in the haunting experience they had just endured, murmuring to himself, I shall never dare to provoke Bai again. In the changing room, Bai hummed a gentle tune as he neatly folded his drenched training uniform. No one noticed the faint line of tiny nail marks on the inside of his wrist. Chapter 63. Nocturnal conversations in the dormitory as the humming of the water heater ceased. Silence reclaimed the space. Bai stepped out, treading upon the damp footprints. The sound of his towel rubbing against his dark hair constituted the sole noise echoing through the corridor. In the well-heated dormitory, the other 7 had already donned their dry training vests, seated in small clusters by their beds. Outside, the cold January wind battered against the glass, starkly contrasting with the warmth within. "Xiaobai, come quickly." Lin Tao beckoned, patting the bed beside him, his eyes shining with excitement. "Tell us how you managed to break old Zhao." Bai Yi ambled to his bed, retrieving a piece of fruit candy from beneath his pillow and popping it into his mouth. The sweet aroma of orange spread through his palate, causing him to squint slightly. "Nothing particularly special," he replied vaguely. "Just stated some common knowledge." "Common knowledge?" Suja, just returning to reality, nearly toppled from his bed upon hearing this. "You call that common knowledge? I almost wet myself." Wang Kai, seated cross-legged on the upper bunk, tossed a compressed biscuit in his hands. "I've trained countless new recruits and witnessed numerous tough guys wailing during water torture. Yet, I've never seen anyone leave an instructor questioning their existence." Bai Yi curled his legs on the bed, droplets from his damp hair falling onto his collar, entirely unrecognizable from the individual who had transformed the prisoner simulation training into a teaching experience earlier that day. Zhou Yang's smartwatch emitted a soft beep. Adjusting his glasses, the lenses reflected the harsh white light from the ceiling fixture. "According to my monitoring data, Baiye's peak heart rate during the water torture segment was only 89, whereas an average person would surpass 140 in such a situation." He brought up a series of graphs, and, astonishingly, during the noise torment phase, his brain waves exhibited characteristics akin to a meditative state. "Goodness." Fang Lai sat up straighter, incredulous. "Are you saying he was meditating amidst that hellish noise?" Bai Yi gently crushed the candy in his mouth, producing a faint crunch. "It's merely a little distraction technique." "A little technique?" Yang Yi set down the handgun he had been maintaining, incredulity lacing his voice. "Do you know what new nickname old Zhao has at the base now?" "Crumbling Zhao." The medics said he measured his blood pressure 3 times and couldn't believe the results, insisting the device was faulty. Laughter erupted among the group. Li Hao leaned against the window, a smile tugging at his lips, his gaze never leaving Bai Yi. The youth's slender fingers absent-mindedly crinkled the candy wrapper, creating a soft, rustling sound. The best part was that comment about the interrogation chair. Lin Tao mimicked Baiye's calm tone, its missing an adjustable wrist restraint. God, old Zhao's expression at that moment was like he had swallowed a live frog. Suja, wrapped in his blanket, shivered. "That noise, I felt like my brain was boiling." He suddenly turned to Bai Yi, incredulous. "But you were discussing the model of the sound system? What on earth are you made of?" Bai Yi tilted his head, droplets from his dark hair cascading down with emotion. "Stainless steel?" Another wave of laughter erupted in the dormitory. Wang Kai nearly tumbled from his top bunk, only saved by Li Hao's swift grasp of his pant leg, preventing an embarrassing fall. As the laughter subsided, Zhou Yang suddenly adopted a serious tone. "To be frank, Xiao Bai, the knowledge we possess is not something conventional training can impart." His mechanical fingers gently tapped the edge of the bed. Even the Special Forces manuals do not delve into the intricacies of the East German Stasi interrogation chair. All eyes turned to Bai Yi, and the atmosphere in the room subtly shifted, the hum of the heating system suddenly becoming pronounced. Bai Yi leisurely unfolded a crumpled piece of candy wrapper, smoothing out its creases. "My father's study is filled with such books," he remarked softly. "When I couldn't sleep as a child, I would flip through them one by one." Li Hao's brow furrowed imperceptibly. "Wait," Yang Yi interjected, narrowing his eyes. "Even if you've read them, practical application and psychological fortitude are entirely different matters." He pointed to his temple. "In today's situation, theoretical knowledge won't help you manage your instinctive reactions." Bai Yi folded the candy wrapper into a small boat and placed it on the nightstand. "Perhaps I am rather peculiar," he mused. He paused, pain and noise. "To me, they feel akin to a weather forecast." This peculiar metaphor left the others exchanging bewildered glances. Suja opened his mouth to speak, but then closed it, evidently recalling Baye's superhuman performance during training. I have encountered many formidable characters, Wang Kai remarked, his voice unusually grave. Yet none can maintain such absolute composure as you did in that situation. He locked eyes with Bayi. This is not merely something training can achieve. The air in the room seemed to freeze. Baye's gaze fell upon his neatly folded combat uniform, his fingertips lightly tracing the position of the insignia. Shout Bai. Li Hao finally spoke, his tone deep and gentle. No one wishes to interrogate you. It's just. We all admire you, but we also worry about you. Bai lifted his gaze, his amber eyes shimmering like honey in the light. He glanced at Li Hao, then surveyed the concerned expressions of his teammates, a faint smile gracing his lips. I understand, he softly replied. Thank you. The conversation gradually shifted to the training schedule for the following day, and the atmosphere lightened once more. Lin Tao began to exaggeratedly mimic instructor Zhao's frustrated demeanor, prompting another round of laughter. To be honest, Suja interjected, his tone unexpectedly earnest. After today, I have decided to regard Bai Yi as my life mentor. He made a grand gesture. Please accept my humility. Oh, come on, Fang Lai rolled his eyes. You clearly want to learn from him to avoid embarrassment in the next training. I can attest. Zhou Yang adjusted his glasses. Suja's heart rate today resembled a roller coaster, peaking at 158. Shut up, you quack. Suja hurled a pillow in response, which Zhou Yang's mechanical arm caught with precision. Bai couldn't help but chuckle, his eyes curving into crescent moons. This smile finally made him appear like a genuine 17-year-old. Suja noticed that this was the first time he had truly smiled all evening. Xiao Bai, Yang Yi suddenly asked if you were to encounter such a situation, what would you do? Everyone fell silent. Even Suja ceased his playful antics. This question transcended the boundaries of jest. Yet each individual yearned for an answer. Bai's expression remained unchanged, though his gaze deepened into an inscrutable abyss. He gently lifted the water cup from the bedside and took a sip, uttering four simple words, I will survive. These words, though succinct, carried the weight of mountains. Regardless of the circumstances, the room was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Li Hao's Adam's apple bobbed. He understood the gravity of that statement more than anyone else. All right. Wang Kai suddenly clapped his hands, shattering the oppressive atmosphere. We have training tomorrow, so everyone get some sleep. After the lights went out, the dormitory was enveloped in darkness. Moonlight streamed through the curtain's crevices, casting a silvery line upon the floor. The sounds of rhythmic snoring soon filled the air, with only Bai's bed occasionally betraying the soft rustle of movement. Can't sleep? Li Hao's voice was soft, nearly blending into the night. The sound of fabric rubbing against itself came from the opposite bed. Bai's face appeared particularly pale under the moon's glow. MHM. Li Hao waited in silence for a moment, and indeed, he soon heard Bai quietly climb down from his bed, stealthily making his way to his side. This secret little habit had begun when Bai first joined the team. Whenever insomnia struck, he would sneak over to Li Hao's bedside. Brother. Bai's voice was as light as a feather. Did I go too far today? Li Hao shifted inward, creating space for the boy. No, he said, ruffling Bai's half-dry hair. You did well. Bai curled up beside Li Hao, resembling a young creature seeking warmth. His body felt cool, carrying a faint scent of body wash. I just don't want them to worry. Bai's voice was muffled against the pillow. Li Hao gently patted his back. They aren't worried that you aren't strong enough, Xiao Bai. He paused. They're concerned that you are too accustomed to bearing everything alone. Bai did not respond, but the tension in his body relaxed slightly. Sleep, Li Hao said, pulling the blanket over both of them. We have training tomorrow. Outside, the cold wind continued to howl. Yet within this small refuge, the warmth was sufficient to withstand the harshness of winter. Bai's breathing gradually became even and prolonged, while Li Hao lay awake, gazing at the swaying shadows of trees on the ceiling, closing his eyes only after a considerable time. At some point, Bai unconsciously nestled closer to the source of warmth in his dreams, resting his forehead against Li Hao's shoulder. Li Hao remained still, merely pulling the blanket up further to ensure the boy would not catch a chill. Moonlight quietly shifted, illuminating the little paper boat crafted from candy wrappers on the bedside, glimmering with a faint silver light. Chapter 64. Su Zhe's jealousy morning light filtered through the gaps in the curtains and cascaded into the dormitory. Bai Yi turned over on Li Hao's bed, his dark hair tousled across the pillow. Groggily, he opened his eyes to find Li Hao already awake, propped up against the headboard while engrossed in a training manual. Morning, Bro Bai Yi rubbed his eyes, his voice still tinged with the remnants of sleep. Awake? Li Hao set down the manual and casually adjusted Bai Yi's unruly hair. How did you sleep? Bai Yi stretched lazily, resembling a languid cat. It was all right. No nightmares this time. Their conversation stirred the other team members from their slumber. Lin Tao sprang up with a start, and upon witnessing the scene, immediately whistled, "Wow. What's going on here?" Wang Kai leaned over from the top bunk, intentionally adopting a high-pitched voice. "Old Li, how come I never knew you were so considerate? I still remember the last mission when we only had one bed, and you made me sleep on the floor? That's nothing," Fang Lai chimed in, pointing to himself. "During the wilderness survival training, this rascal snatched my only blanket." Zhou Yang adjusted his glasses, his mechanical fingers clicking softly. "According to my records, the captain has rejected a total of 23 requests to share a bed, including the time I had a fever of 39 degrees. Li Hao rolled his eyes in exasperation. "You bunch of drama queens." Bai Yi, oblivious to the banter, naturally got up and stretched his stiff shoulders. "What's wrong?" He cast a puzzled glance at his chuckling teammates. "Haven't you ever shared a bed with your comrades?" Su Zhe had remained silent, quietly folding his blanket, his fingers turning pale from clenching. Yang Yi keenly noticed his unusual demeanor and narrowed his eyes in contemplation. In the washroom, Bai Yi was brushing his teeth, foam accumulating at the corners of his mouth. Su Zhe entered and stood at the adjacent sink, their eyes meeting in the mirror. "Morning," Bai Yi mumbled, rinsing his mouth. Su Zhe replied gruffly, turning on the faucet. Bai Yi sensed something amiss with Su Zhe's mood, but attributed it to the exhaustion from the previous day's prisoner simulation training. He wiped his face and suddenly recalled. "By the way, does your ear still hurt after yesterday's noise training? I have a pair of noise-canceling earplugs you can borrow." Su Zhe's hand hesitated, water splashing as it flowed over him. "No need," he replied, his voice lower than usual. "You should keep them for the captain." Bai Yi blinked in confusion, entirely missing the underlying message. "Li Hao doesn't need those. He sleeps very well." He earnestly explained, "Besides, I have 2 pairs." Su Zhe abruptly turned off the faucet, droplets splattering against the mirror. "That's not what I meant." He took a deep breath and let his shoulders slump. "Forget it. I'm going to have breakfast." Bai Yi watched Su Zhe's retreating figure with a puzzled expression, shrugged, and continued with his morning routine. Once Bai Yi and Su Zhe had departed, Yang Yi closed the door and turned to the others. "Everyone, I've noticed an intriguing phenomenon." "What is it?" Lin Tao asked, tying his shoelaces without looking up. "Su Zhe is jealous." Yang Yi adjusted his glasses, the lenses glinting with a hint of amusement. Li Hao paused in the midst of making the bed, perplexed. "What are you jealous about?" Wang Kai suddenly enlightened, bursting into laughter. "Ah, old Li, Su Zhe's kid is fond of Bai Yi, though he hasn't quite acknowledged it himself. He has been making all those expressions, and he hasn't even slept with Xiao Bai yet." What? Li Hao's expression resembled that of a person who had swallowed a fly. "I don't harbor such feelings for Xiao Bai." Yang Yi nodded. "Just now Su Zhe saw you two sleeping together." The blanket all rumbled. He mimicked Su Zhe's expression at that moment. The look in his eyes was as if a child had just lost their toy. Fang Lai whistled. "Now this is getting interesting. Does Xiao Bai know?" With his emotional intelligence? Zhou Yang's mechanical finger tapped the bedpost. He didn't even notice Lin Tao flirting with him last week. "Hey!" Lin Tao's face flushed. "I just had sand in my eyes." Li Hao rubbed his temples. "Stop messing around. Xiao Bai is still young, and doesn't he understand these things? 17 isn't that young." Wang Kai smirked. "I was already." "Shut up," Li Hao exclaimed, hurling a pillow at him. In the cafeteria, Bai Yi was intently tackling a steaming bowl of beef noodles. He approached his meal with utmost seriousness, blowing on each bite to cool it, much like a dutiful schoolboy adhering to rules. Li Hao carried his tray to Su Zhe's side. "Come outside for a moment. I need to speak with you." With a sullen demeanor, Su Zhe followed Li Hao to the banyan tree outside the cafeteria. The January breeze rustled the leaves, and their breaths formed white clouds in the cold air. "Hey kid," Li Hao got straight to the point. Suja stood at attention, reporting in, "Captain. What is up?" Li Hao gazed at the group jogging on the playground in the distance. "Xiao, I had a nightmare last night, which is why I invited him to sleep with me." Suja visibly relaxed a bit. "Why are you telling me this?" "I know you have feelings for Xiao Bai," Li Hao stated frankly. Suja's face flushed crimson. Stammering, I don't. He added hastily, "Bai Yi is exceptional. He is a great teammate. I just..." Li Hao studied him intently before breaking into a smile. "Don't worry, I have no such intentions toward Xiao Bai." He glanced towards the cafeteria window, where Bai Yi was laughing at something Wang Kai said, his eyes crescent-shaped. "His father saved my life. I am very grateful to him and feel quite sorry." Suja was taken aback. "Sorry? Xiao Bai may be his only child." Li Hao's voice grew somber. "I regard Xiao Bai as a younger brother." Suja's fists clenched and relaxed, finally whispering, I don't know if I... He tugged at his hair in frustration. "This is all so strange." Li Hao patted his shoulder. "It's not strange. However, before Xiao Bai understands these feelings, it would be wise for you to temper your emotions. He doesn't comprehend anything, right? Suze's my bitterly. The way he looks at me is no different than gazing at a tree." Li Hao couldn't help but chuckle. He thought Lin Tao's flirting was just a muscle spasm. When they returned to the cafeteria, Bai Yi had already finished his noodles and was sipping his soup delicately. Upon seeing Suja return, he looked up and inquired, "What did Li Hao say to you?" Suja's heart, which had just begun to settle, raced once more. "And nothing. Just about training." Bai Yi nodded, exhibiting no intent to probe further. He set down his bowl and retrieved a piece of milk candy from his pocket, offering it to Suja. "Here, you didn't eat much this morning." Suja gazed at the candy as if it were a perilous object. Ultimately, he cautiously accepted it, his fingertips inadvertently brushing against Bai Yi's palm, causing him to withdraw as if electrocuted. Thank you." Suja's voice was barely audible. Bai Yi had already turned to place his tray away, entirely oblivious to Suja's flushed face and trembling fingers. Wang Kai, observing from the side, shook his head, silently mouthing to Li Hao, "He is hopeless." During the morning combat training, Suja was clearly distracted and was taken down by Fong Lai with a shoulder throw. "Focus," Fong Lai exclaimed, pulling him up and lowering his voice. "If you keep staring at Xiao Bai, the whole base will know." Suja clumsily got back on his feet, brushing off the dust. "I wasn't." "Oh, please," Fong Lai rolled his eyes. The look you had just now was like a starving wolf eyeing its prey. On the side, Bai Yi was engaged in a spar with Li Hao. His movements were crisp and agile, betraying none of the fact that he was merely a 17-year-old youth. After executing a beautiful sweeping kick, he landed firmly, his black hair slicked against his forehead with sweat. "You're progressing quickly," Li Hao acknowledged with a nod. Bai Yi wiped the sweat from his brow. "Bro, you went easy on me just now." "Did I?" "Leo feinat ignoranza." "You did," Bai Yi insisted seriously. Your center of gravity shifted back intentionally for half a second. Li Hao laughed heartily. "Rufling Bai Yi sehuv." "You have quite the sharp eye." This scene unfolded before Suja, causing his fists to clench instinctively. Fong Lai sighed and patted his shoulder. "Brother, give it up. You can't compete with the captain." "I'm not. I didn't tea." Suze weekly potet. After training concluded, Bai Yi approached Suja. "Your movements were quite stiff today." He handed over a bottle of water. "Muscle strain?" Suja accepted the water, his fingers slightly trembling. "And no." "Oh," Bai Yi nodded, turning to leave. "Wait." Suja suddenly called out to him. "Could you help me review some combat moves tonight? I don't quite understand a few parts." Bai Yi pondered for a moment. "Sure, after dinner." Suja's eyes instantly brightened, as if he had received the most precious gift in the world. Nearby, Wang Kai covered his face. "This is too tragic. I can't bear to watch." Yang Yi adjusted his glasses. "Based on my observations, Xiao Bai agreed to assist him simply because he feels his teammate requires help." Zhou Yang's smart watch beeped. Prediction success rate, 0.03. Li Hao watched the two young men from behind, shaking his head in resignation. He recalled Bai Yi's remark from the morning about not having eaten much and suddenly realized that perhaps Xiao Bai was more observant than they had imagined. His attentiveness, however, was never directed at trivial romantic entanglements. Chapter 65. The accelerating heartbeat of combat training. The combat training room at the base was particularly tranquil under the cloak of night. with only the faint hum of the overhead lights breaking the silence. Bai Yi, clad in a snug black training vest, had perspiration saturating his back, delineating the slender yet powerful contours of his physique. Suja stood opposite him, involuntarily swallowing as his Adam's apple moved. Your sidekick lacked proper force application. Bai Yi's voice resonated clearly in the expansive training space. He approached Suja, gently placing his fingers on the outer side of Suja's thigh. The power should originate from here, not the knee. Suja's body stiffened abruptly. The warmth of Bai Yi's fingertips seeped through the thin fabric of his training pants, akin to a small ember. His ears flushed a deep crimson, the color creeping down to the nape of his neck. Suja's throat suddenly felt parched, allowing only a few muddled syllables to escape. Bai Yi remained oblivious to his teammate's peculiar state, intently adjusting Suja's posture. His hand glided from Suja's leg to his waist. Lower your center of gravity a bit more. Yes, just like that. Bai Yi's chest nearly pressed against Suja's back, his breath gently brushing against Suja's ear. Suja's heartbeat raced as if he had just completed a 10-kilometer weighted run. He could wager that Bai Yi could hear the resounding thud of his heart within his chest. Sweat trickled down his temples, not from the intensity of the training, but from the proximity of Bai Yi's presence, infused with a faint scent of mint shower gel and a subtle trace of caramel sweetness. Once more, Bai Yi stepped back 2 paces, clapping his hands. Suja mechanically repeated the motion, his mind a blank slate. His gaze uncontrollably fixated on Bai Yi, his collarbones glistening with moisture, the rhythmic rise and fall of his chest, and those amber eyes illuminated by the light. Much better. Bai Yi nodded, suddenly stepping forward. But now your defense has vulnerabilities. He grasped Suja's wrist with one hand while the other mimicked an attacking stance. If someone were to strike like this, you should. Suja felt as though his wrist was on fire. Bai Yi's hand, though smaller than his own, possessed an unexpected strength, the rough calluses on his palm a testament to years of gun handling. The friction of those calluses against his skin sent a shiver coursing through him. Do you understand? Bai Yi inquired, lifting his gaze, his eyelashes casting delicate shadows in the light. Suja opened his mouth, but could not produce a sound. His mind had completely short-circuited, leaving only the image of Bai Yi's face mere inches away, a bead of sweat poised to drop from the tip of his nose. His lips pursed in concentration. Suze! Bai Yi tilted his head. Your face is quite red. Do you have a fever? He reached out, intending to touch Suja's forehead. No. Suja instinctively recoiled 2 steps, nearly tripping over his own feet. I'm just too hot. Yes, too hot. Bai Yi glanced at the thermometer on the wall, which read 22 degrees Celsius, then back at Suja's flushed face, his expression perplexed. Oh, then perhaps we should take a break. The subsequent half hour was nothing short of a sweet torment for Suja. Each corrective touch felt like a minor electric shock, and Bai Yi's calm instructions transformed into an enchanting incantation in Suja's ears. By the time the training concluded, Suja's undergarments were thoroughly soaked, leaving him uncertain whether it was due to perspiration or some other cause. That'll be all for today, Bai Yi said, wiping his face with a towel. You are making rapid progress. Thank you. Suja's voice seemed to emanate from a distant place. His gaze uncontrollably fixated on Bai Yi as he tilted his head back to drink, Adam's apple bobbing rhythmically with each swallow, a droplet of water gliding down his chin to his collarbone. I will practice a little longer. Bai Yi set down the water bottle and approached the punching bag. You may head back now. Suja felt a wave of relief wash over him. He nodded hastily, grabbed his coat, and rushed out, nearly fleeing, forgetting to bid farewell. The door to the training room slammed shut behind him with a resounding thud. In the corridor, Suja leaned against the wall, gasping for breath as though he had just completed an extreme endurance test. His heart raced violently, making him fear it might leap from his chest. Touching his face revealed an alarming heat. Damn, Suja muttered under his breath, pressing his flushed face against the cool wall. Yet, this did little to quell the inexplicable warmth surging within him. The places Bai Yi had touched still radiated a faint heat, as if an invisible brand had been seared into his skin. As Suja pushed open the dormitory door, he was greeted by 6 pairs of glimmering eyes. Everyone was present, including Zhou Yang, who usually succumbed to slumber by this hour, now wide awake and seated on his bed, his smartwatch emitting an eerie blue glow. "Oh, you're back." Wang Kai elongated his tone, wearing a mischievous grin. Lin Tao exaggeratedly sniffed the air, declaring, "I smell the essence of youth." Su Zhi's ears flushed crimson as he lowered his head, hastening to his bed, only to be seized by Fong Lai. "Don't rush off. Tell us, how was training?" Just regular training." Su Zhi's voice dwindled to a whisper. Yang Yi adjusted his glasses. "According to my calculations, you stayed longer than expected by 27 minutes. What transpired during that time?" "Nothing happened." Su Zhi's voice rose an octave. "It was just ordinary training." Zhou Yang's smartwatch beeped. Heart rate 128, elevated blood pressure, abnormal adrenaline levels. "He is lying." The group responded with knowing o's. In despair, Su Zhi collapsed onto his bed, burying his face in the pillow and emitting a muffled groan. Once the lights were extinguished, darkness enveloped the dormitory. Yet, it was evident that no one intended to sleep that night. Moonlight filtered through the curtain's crevice, casting a silvery beam upon the floor. "Brothers," Su Zhi suddenly spoke, his voice muffled by the pillow. "I don't know what's come over me." The sound of rustling blankets echoed as all 6 beds stirred, clearly indicating that everyone was straining to listen. Wang Kai stifled a laugh. "Wouldn't you know?" Su Zhi turned over, lying on his back and staring at the ceiling. I find myself inexplicably drawn to Bai Yi, unable to resist." His voice grew quieter, as I became increasingly aware of his actions and words. A wave of suppressed laughter erupted in the dormitory. Lin Tao thumped the bed, finally admitted it. "I've been waiting for this moment for ages." Fong Lai exclaimed excitedly. Zhou Yang's smartwatch beeped, recording complete. "Would you like to play it back?" "Shut up." Su Zhi shouted, hurling a pillow, which Zhou Yang's mechanical hand caught with precision. Wang Kai poked his head down from the upper bunk, the moonlight illuminating his mischievous grin. "So, is there any special development tonight?" Su Zhi buried his face back into the pillow. "No, just regular training." His voice muffled, yet he continued. He touched my wrist." "Wow," the others exclaimed in unison. "And he even adjusted my posture." Su Zhi continued, entirely unaware that he was being led into a conversation. His breath brushed against my ear. The dormitory erupted in a chorus of teasing. Li Hao cleared his throat, and everyone immediately quieted down. "Su Zhi," Li Hao's voice resonated with calm in the darkness. "You know Xiao but doesn't understand all this right now, correct?" Su Zhi fell silent for a moment. "I know. Moreover," Li Hao continued, "even if he did understand, it doesn't necessarily mean—" "I understand," Su Zhi interjected, his voice suddenly firm. "I don't expect anything. It's just, this feeling is strange, and I can't control it." The dormitory fell silent for a moment. The moonlight subtly shifted, casting its glow on Su Zhi's tightly clenched fists. "Actually," Su Zhi suddenly spoke again. "Today, he gave me a candy." His voice softened unexpectedly. "He said I didn't eat much this morning." "Wow." Lin Tao shot up. "Isn't that progress?" Wang Kai shook his head in disbelief. "Our Xiao Bai actually cares about someone? The sun must be rising in the west." Yang Yi adjusted his glasses. "From my observations, Bai Yi has distributed candy to the entire team. Last week, he gave me mint-flavored." Su Zhi's expression instantly fell. "Oh, but," Zhou Yang suddenly added, "he did notice that you didn't eat much this morning. This indicates he is observing you." Su Zhi's eyes brightened once more. Li Hao sighed helplessly. "Let's all get some sleep. We have training tomorrow." Meanwhile, in the training room, Bai Yi continued to practice against the punching bag. His movements were sharp and precise, each strike powerful and accurate. Sweat dripped from his chin, forming a small puddle on the floor. 2147, 2148, 2149. Bai Yi silently counted his strikes, his breathing becoming rapid, yet his form remained impeccable. Suddenly, the training room door swung open. Li Hao entered, holding a dry towel and a bottle of sports drink. "I knew you'd still be training." Li Hao tossed the towel to Bai Yi. "You should hurry up." Bai Yi caught the towel and wiped the sweat from his brow, declaring he was not tired. He took a substantial gulp of his drink and remarked that Su Zhi was acting strangely today. Li Hao raised an eyebrow, inquiring how he was peculiar. Bai Yi noted that Su Zhi had been distracted and his face was particularly flushed. He tilted his head and recounted that he had asked Su Zhi if he had a fever, to which Su Zhe attributed his condition to the heat. He pointed to the thermometer, yet the room temperature was merely 22 degrees. Li Hao stifled a chuckle, suggesting that perhaps Su Zhe genuinely felt warm. Bai Yi pondered this before taking another sip of his drink. Su Zhe learns quickly, but his attention is scattered. He paused, questioning whether he was an inadequate teacher. No, you teach exceptionally well, Li Hao reassured him, ruffling Bai Ye's damp hair, adding that it was indeed Su Zhe's own issue. Bai Yi nodded, somewhat understanding, and tossed the empty bottle into the trash can. Let's head back. We have training tomorrow. As the two walked down the tranquil corridor, moonlight streamed through the windows, casting elongated shadows upon the floor. Suddenly, Bai Yi spoke up. Brother, is Su Zhe angry with me? Why do you ask? Li Hao replied. He didn't say goodbye when he left today. He hurried off rather quickly. Bai Yi's voice bore a rare hint of confusion. Did I say something wrong? Li Hao gazed at the young man beside him, who possessed remarkable talent in combat, yet was as oblivious as a block of wood when it came to emotions, and couldn't help but chuckle. No, little Bai, you haven't done anything wrong. Bai Yi nodded, evidently pleased with this response. Li Hao observed his profile, silently lighting a candle for Su Zhe in his mind. The path ahead was likely to be far more arduous than he had anticipated. Chapter 66. High altitude, murder. The numbers on the calendar changed imperceptibly, and before one could grasp the passage of time, 7 days and nights had slipped through one's fingers like elusive grains of sand. The frigid winds of early February roared outside the Mi-17 helicopter, resembling a fierce beast unleashed. It battered against the aircraft's fuselage, emitting a cacophony of piercing howls as if intent on tearing the machine apart. Inside the cabin, the icy air enveloped them, bringing an unsettling chill. The distinctive scent of aviation fuel mingled with metal permeated the entire space, evoking a cold and unfamiliar sensation. More than 20 Special Forces soldiers were arrayed on either side, their gear clattering dully with the movements of the helicopter. Bai Yi occupied a position by the open door, gazing down at the clouds below, which resembled cotton fluff. Bloodwolf, prepare. The jump instructor's voice thundered through the headset. Wang Kai gave a thumbs up and began to check his equipment. Responsible for the final jump today, he had yet to don his parachute pack. Bai Yi noticed his actions and furrowed his brow slightly. Deputy, you should put on your parachute pack first. What is the rush? Wang Kai grinned, patting the emergency parachute at his waist. This is sufficient. Across from him, Zhou Wu from Gecko's squad glared at Wang Kai with a venomous gaze. Ever since his humiliating defeat in the last combat competition, his eyes had harbored a palpable malice towards the Bloodwolves. Bai Yi's gaze briefly met Zhou Wu's, prompting him to immediately turn away. 3 minutes to prepare. The instructor's voice resounded once more. One by one, the Special Forces leapt from the cabin like dumplings being dropped into boiling water. Bai Yi adjusted his goggles, awaiting his turn by the door. Su Zhe patted him on the shoulder. Be careful. Bai Yi nodded, about to respond when his peripheral vision caught a dark shadow lunging toward Wang Kai. Watch out. Everything transpired in an instant. Zhou Wu charged at Wang Kai like a mad bull, shoving him violently from behind. Without his main parachute pack, Wang Kai lost his balance and tumbled out of the cabin. Wang Kai! Li Hao's shout nearly ruptured his throat. Bai Yi's brain had yet to process the situation, but his body had already surged into action. He seized Wang Kai's main parachute pack from his seat and leapt out of the cabin before anyone could react. Bai Yi, you forgot your altimeter. Li Hao's voice was swallowed by the howling wind. The icy gusts at 10,000 meters sliced against Bai Yi's face like knives. In midair, he adjusted his posture, diving with the most precise free-fall technique. His eyes stung from the wind, yet he focused intently on the approaching dark figure. Wang Kai. Deputy, Bai Yi attempted to shout, but his voice was instantly whisked away by the tempest. Wang Kai had clearly realized the gravity of the situation, desperately trying to adjust his posture to slow his descent. However, his emergency parachute required a certain altitude to deploy, and they were plummeting at a velocity nearing terminal speed. Bai Yi gritted his teeth, straightening his body into a streamlined form and accelerating toward Wang Kai. The pressure changes caused his eardrums to throb painfully, yet he disregarded the discomfort. Numbers raced through his mind: altitude, speed, timing for parachute deployment. The distance between them gradually diminished. 5,000 meters, 4,000 meters. Baez's fingers were already gripping the pull tab of the parachute bag. 3,000 meters. Baez forcefully yanked the parachute cord, and the main parachute burst open with a resounding thud, the immense pull nearly dislocating his shoulder. Ignoring the pain, he desperately maneuvered the parachute lines towards Wang Kai. Wang Kai, open your parachute. This time, his voice finally reached him. 500 meters below, Wang Kai finally pulled the emergency chute. However, the small emergency parachute was almost instantly torn apart at such high speed. Baez watched helplessly as the lines snapped one by one, and Wang Kai accelerated downwards again. Damn it! Baez cursed, unhesitatingly releasing his main parachute. Free fall commenced anew, this time with less than 2,000 meters to the ground. The howling wind roared past his ears, and Baez felt as though his lungs would burst from the pressure. But he paid no mind, his eyes fixed solely on the figure growing ever closer. 800 meters, 500 meters, 300 meters. At a perilous height of about 200 meters above the ground, Baez finally caught up with Wang Kai. He grabbed Wang Kai's tactical vest and exerted every ounce of strength to deploy the reserve parachute. Boom! The tandem parachute opened just in the nick of time, but their descent remained terrifyingly rapid. Baez clung tightly to Wang Kai, flipping over at the last moment. Bang! The two crashed heavily into a grove of pine trees. Just a second before impact, Wang Kai managed to twist his body, shielding Baez in his embrace. The sound of snapping branches and a muffled thud resonated, followed by an eerie silence. As the helicopter landed at the makeshift landing zone, Baez and Wang Kai were already surrounded by the medical team. Incredibly, aside from some scrapes and bruises, neither suffered any serious injuries. Have you lost your mind? Li Hao was the first to rush over, shaking Baez by the shoulders. You jumped without an altimeter? Do you realize? His words trailed off. Baez lifted his head, his usually calm eyes now dark as ink, swirling with a ferocity Li Hao had never witnessed before. The boy's face was marred with blood from abrasions, his combat uniform tattered by branches. But most terrifying was the coldness of his gaze, icy as polar frost, yet burning with the fires of hell, identical to his brother's eyes. Where is Zhou Wu? Baez's voice was barely a whisper. A few instructors were escorting the handcuffed Zhou Wu towards the command vehicle. A twisted smile lingered on his face, seemingly pleased with his mischief. Baez moved. His speed was astonishing, like a bolt of black lightning racing across the training ground. Li Hao barely managed to grasp a corner of his clothing. Suja's shouts fell on deaf ears. By the time others reacted, Baez had already seized Zhou Wu by the neck, slamming him violently against the helicopter's landing gear. You seek death. Baez's voice was chillingly calm, his fingers tightening incrementally. Zhou Wu's face quickly turned a shade of purplish red, his legs flailing helplessly in the air. The instructors attempted to intervene, but were thwarted by the Bloodwolf team. Let him be. Li Hao's voice was as cold as iron. 1 minute. Baez received permission. He released his grip around Zhou Wu's neck, and, as the latter gasped for breath, a knee strike forcefully collided with his abdomen. Zhou Wu curled up like a shrimp, expelling vomit all over the ground. The ensuing scene sent chills down the spines of all the special forces present. Baez's movements were swift, precise, and merciless. Each strike bore the weight of calculated brutality. The anguished scream that erupted when Zhou Wu's right wrist was brutally snapped caused several timid onlookers to avert their gaze. The sound of his left tibia fracturing echoed like a branch breaking. By the time Baez dislocated Zhou Wu's right shoulder, the latter could no longer vocalize his pain, only managing to emit ragged gasps. Baez was smeared in blood, most of it Zhou Wu's, but some was from his own wounds that had burst open. Just as he was about to target Zhou Wu's spine, a powerful hand clasped his shoulder. That's enough. Li Hao's voice resonated in his ear. He does not deserve death. Baez's fist hung suspended in the air, knuckles stained with blood and flesh. His chest heaved violently, the murderous intent in his eyes gradually fading, replaced by an unfathomable fatigue. Take him to the infirmary, Li Hao instructed the arriving medics, then turned to the instructors. Bloodwolf requires an explanation for this incident. In the infirmary, Wang Kai lay on the bed, observing Baez in the adjacent bed, who remained silent. The youth had washed the blood from his face, yet the wounds on his knuckles continued to ooze crimson. Xiao Bai. Wang Kai began, his voice slightly hoarse. Bai Yi did not respond, merely staring at the ceiling. Thanks, Wang Kai continued, but next time, don't risk your life like that. My heart can't handle it. Bai Yi finally turned his head, his expression complex. Why would you act as a cushion? Huh? Wang Kai was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter, of course. You'd risk your life for me. Am I going to let you get hurt? Bai Yi fell silent again, his fingers unconsciously tracing the bedsheets, leaving faint traces of blood. The door swung open, and Li Hao entered with others in tow. Suzhou was the first to rush to Bai Yi's bedside, his eyes red like a rabbit's. You scared the hell out of me. Bai Yi allowed Suzhou to inspect his wounds, behaving like a compliant doll. Lin Tao and Feng Lai gathered around Wang Kai's bed, chattering excitedly about Bai Yi's prowess in beating Zhou Wu. You should have seen it. Xiao Bai was so impressive. That bastard Zhou Wu wet himself. Truly, the instructor's expressions were filled with incredulity. Li Hao approached Bai Yi sebetside, offering him a cup of warm water. Zhou Wu has been sent to a military court. He paused. The base has decided to suppress this incident. But the Gecko team has been disbanded. Bai Yi accepted the cup, the warmth contrasting with his cold fingertips. Why? Jalousie. Li Ao Suxing Li Rupia. Wang Kai took 3 of his mission opportunities, and he was humiliated in the last combat competition. Suzhou suddenly interjected, but that doesn't justify murder. If it weren't for Bai Yi. Enough. Li Hao interrupted. It's all in the past. The infirmary fell into silence, punctuated only by the rhythmic beeping of the monitors. Bai Yi stared into the cup, gazing at his reflection. His pale face still bore traces of lingering anger. He recalled the whistling wind that accompanied Free Fall, and the moment when Wang Kai stubbornly turned at the last second to shield him beneath his body. Brother. Bai Yi suddenly spoke, his voice barely above a whisper. I lost control. Li Hao tousled his hair gently. Everyone has moments of losing control. I initially intended to kill him, Bai Yi confessed, his gaze innocent like that of a child. If you hadn't stopped me. Li Hao sighed, I understand. He glanced at Bai Yi's bandaged hand. But you are not that kind of person. Bai Yi lowered his eyes, his long lashes casting shadows upon his face. I am. No one responded to this statement. Outside, the frigid February wind swept up the snow from the ground, pounding against the glass, producing a delicate sound. No one noticed the subtle fading of color in Bai Yi's eyes. Chapter 67. Volunteering for punishment. The corridors of the base were particularly silent at midnight, illuminated only by the faint green glow of emergency lights. Bai Yi's combat boots echoed sharply against the metallic floor with each step he took. His knuckles were still wrapped in bandages, and several abrasions on his face had formed scabs, appearing particularly striking under the harsh white light. At the end of the corridor stood the conference room door, a sliver of light seeping through the gap beneath it. Bai Yi halted before the door, taking a deep breath, the icy air stinging his lungs. He could hear muffled voices from within, at least 7 or 8 distinct tones. Report. Bai Yi's voice resonated through the silent corridor, filling the entire space with those 2 words. The crispness of his tone sliced through the tranquility like a morning bird-esque song, causing a palpable stir. The conversation inside abruptly ceased. A few seconds later, a deep voice beckoned, "Come in." As he pushed open the door, the glaring light prompted Bai Yi to squint slightly. 12 officers were seated around an elongated conference table, ranks ranging from 2 stripes and 1 star to 2 stripes and 3 stars. The air was thick with the acrid smell of smoke and the bitter scent of coffee, and the overflowing ashtray on the table indicated that the meeting had been ongoing for quite some time. The atmosphere shifted subtly as Bai Yi's figure appeared in the doorway. Several older officers relaxed their tense expressions almost simultaneously, one grizzled colonel even breaking into a gentle smile. Why, it's all Bai. The colonel's voice was like a spring breeze, soft and warm, evoking a profound sense of comfort. His tone conveyed kindness and concern, akin to greeting a long-lost friend. What brings you here at such a late hour? The colonel's voice carried a hint of curiosity, overshadowing any impatience regarding the late hour. The younger officers exchanged puzzled glances, one bespectacled major furrowing his brow as he scrutinized Bai Yi. This battered youth appeared no older than 17 or 18. What warranted such affectionate treatment from the senior officers? Standing at attention, Baye's battered fingers aligned closely with the seam of his trousers. "Report, sir. I am here to accept punishment." The gravity of his words fell like a stone cast into a tranquil lake. The colonel's smile faltered, and the pen of the colonel beside him clattered to the documents in his grasp. Punishment for what? An elderly colonel with a weathered face inquired slowly, a prominent scar twitching slightly above his left eye. Baye's calm gaze swept over everyone present, finally resting upon the military flag at the center of the room. "During today's Halo training, I intentionally injured my comrade Zhou Wu, resulting in fractures to his limbs." His voice remained steady, devoid of inflection, as though reporting the weather. "I have violated Article." "Wait." The bespectacled major abruptly rose, interrupting Bayi. "You are the private who sent your comrade to the ICU today?" His voice escalated sharply. "How audacious of you!" The old colonel cast a cold glance at the major. "Take a seat, Zhang." The authority in his gaze silenced the major instantly, who sullenly returned to his chair. "Xiao Bai." The old colonel's tone softened as he recounted the events in detail. Bai succinctly narrated the entire incident, from Zhou Wu deliberately pushing Wang Kai, who was not wearing his main parachute, to his own leap from the aircraft to save him, culminating in the violent retaliation that followed. He neither defended himself nor exaggerated Zhou Wu's faults, merely stating the facts with composure. "I could have simply subdued him," Bai concluded, his gaze lingering on his bandaged hand, "but I chose to harm him. I lost control." Silence enveloped the conference room. The young officers wore varied expressions. Some were shocked, others outraged, while a few appeared contemplative. Meanwhile, several senior officers exchanged complex glances. The bespectacled major couldn't contain himself. "This is utterly lawless. Severe punishment is imperative. I propose." "Propose what?" The old colonel abruptly slammed the table, startling the major. "If it weren't for this lad, today would have claimed 2 lives. That scoundrel Zhou Wu deserves a military tribunal." Another old colonel, who had remained silent, slowly spoke. "Xiao Bai, do you know Zhou Wu's current condition?" Bai shook his head. "Both forearms are fractured, his right tibia is shattered, and 3 ribs are cracked." The colonel stated calmly. "The doctor says it will take at least 6 months for him to return to training." Baye's jaw tightened. "I am willing to bear full responsibility." "Nonsense." The old colonel suddenly erupted, startling the young officers. "What responsibility do you think you bear? That scoundrel attempted murder. You saving a life is not a wrongdoing." The bespectacled major muttered under his breath, "But the violent retaliation indeed violates discipline." The old colonel shot him a fierce glare, but then softened his gaze as he turned back to Bai. "Xiao Bai, if your father knew about this, he would undoubtedly stand by your side." Bai's body stiffened imperceptibly for a moment. The old colonel nodded and turned to the other officers. "Ladies and gentlemen, you must have heard of General Bai Feng's youngest son?" A collective gasp echoed through the conference room. The major's face turned pale, his lips trembling, unable to utter a word. Bai furrowed his brow. "Sir, please do not invoke my father." We understand." The old colonel interrupted him with a wave of his hand. "You have never sought to leverage your father's connections. But you must realize, if it weren't for you today, Wang Kai will be dead. And if it weren't for your father's sacrifice years ago, half of us here would not have survived." Baye's fingers curled slightly at his side, forcing himself to relax. He despised this preferential treatment, yet he understood the truth in the old officer's words. Thus, the old colonel surveyed the assembly. "Regarding the disciplinary measures, I propose 1 night of confinement, along with a written reflection. Any objections?" The young officers, daunted, shook their heads in unison. Only Major Jean C., with his golden-rimmed glasses, muttered in discontent, "This punishment is far too lenient." Bai suddenly spoke up. "Report." "Sir, I believe the punishment is insufficient." Everyone was taken aback. Even the senior officers displayed expressions of astonishment. "I have caused severe harm, and must bear the corresponding responsibility." Bai's voice was resolute as he requested a harsher penalty. The old lieutenant colonel, both amused and exasperated, remarked, "You, my boy, are just as stubborn as your father." He shook his head. "Very well. You will be confined for 24 hours with a written reflection of no less than 3,000 words, and it must be profound." Bai then saluted with satisfaction. "Yes, sir." When Bai was escorted to the confinement room, he discovered that Li Hao was already waiting at the door. The tall man leaned against the wall, holding a thermos and a package. "I knew you would come to find me," Li Hao said, handing the thermos to Bai Yi. "Ginger tea, drink it." Bai Yi accepted the cup, the warmth seeping through the metal into his palm. "Brother, you needn't." "Silence, drink," Li Hao commanded succinctly. Bai Yi obediently took a sip, the sweet and spicy flavor spreading in his mouth, making him acutely aware of how cold he was. Li Hao then offered the package, containing a few pieces of chocolate and an apple. "There's no heating in the confinement room. Eat if you're hungry." Li Hao's voice was low. "Write your reflection tomorrow. Rest well tonight." Bai Yi wanted to say something, but the door to the confinement room had already opened. The guard, polite yet firm, signaled for him to enter. "Brother." Bai Yi suddenly turned at the doorway. "Wang Kai, he's fine. The doctor said he just needs to be observed overnight before he can return to duty." Li Hao ruffled Bai Yi's hair. "Don't dwell on it." The door to the confinement room closed behind him with a heavy thud. It was a small room, less than 4 square meters, containing only a hard bed and a toilet. The sole illumination came from a dim 5-watt bulb overhead, casting shadows indistinct and blurred. Bai Yi sat on the bed, retrieving the apple from his pocket. In the faint light, he noticed a small bite mark on the apple. Li Hao's. Made to check its sweetness. This realization flooded his chest with warmth. Outside the confinement room, Li Hao did not leave immediately. He lingered in the shadows of the corridor until he confirmed that the guard had moved away, then gently tapped on the iron door. "Little Bai." His voice was barely audible. "The senior officers asked me to inform you that Zhou Wu has been discharged from military service. This matter ends here. Do not carry any burdens." A slight rustling sound came from within, indicating Bai Yi's acknowledgement. Li Hao remained for a moment longer before turning to depart. His footsteps gradually faded, leaving the corridor in silence once more. Inside the confinement room, Bai Yi slowly munched on the apple, his thoughts drifting back to the harrowing moments of the afternoon. He recalled Wang Kai stubbornly rolling over before his fall, the sensation of his fist striking Zhou Wu's bone, and the complex gazes of the senior officers. The apple core was precisely tossed into the corner trash bin. Bai Yi lay down, staring at the mottled water stains on the ceiling. He needed to write a reflection tomorrow, but for now, all he desired was a good night's sleep. In this confined, frigid, and shadowy space, he miraculously felt a glimmer of tranquility. At the end of the corridor, Li Hao encountered the hastily approaching Su Jia. The young man's face was etched with anxiety, clutching a blanket in his arms. "Captain, Xiao Bai, he is under confinement for 24 hours, no visits allowed." Li Hao intercepted him. "Take the blanket back. He will not need it." Su Jia's eyes reddened with urgency, but his injuries. "That lad is far stronger than you can imagine." Li Hao sighed, draping an arm over Su Jia's shoulder. "Come, let him have some peace." As the two departed from the administrative building, the February wind swept up the accumulated snow from the ground. Su Jia cast a reluctant glance back at the small window of the confinement room, an abyss of darkness. Yet he knew that the person he held dear resided within that obscurity. Chapter 68. The reflection in the morning light of February filtered through the small glass pane of the solitary confinement cell, casting a diamond-shaped patch of brightness upon the cement floor. Bai Yi sat cross-legged on the hard bed, propping a folding table on his knees, diligently inscribing on an A4 sheet with a black fountain pen. His back remained impeccably straight, resembling a drawn sword, a striking contrast to the dim and oppressive surroundings. Footsteps echoed from outside, followed by the sound of a key turning. The door to the confinement cell swung open, revealing the imposing figure of Li Hao at the threshold, carrying a breakfast tray. "How much have you written?" Li Hao placed the tray beside the bed. A bowl of steaming white porridge, 2 steamed buns, and a plate of pickled vegetables. Without lifting his head, Bai Yi replied, "Almost done." His pen glided smoothly across the paper, producing a script so neat it resembled print. Li Hao leaned closer for a glance, his eyebrows slightly raised. The writing was elegant and forceful, with evenly spaced lines that seemed meticulously measured, entirely incongruous with the confines of the isolation cell. However, the content made his eyelid twitch. In summary, Bai Yi, did indeed engage in serious misconduct during the Halo training incident, causing unnecessary physical harm to my comrade Zhou Wu. Such retaliatory behavior contradicts our army's noble traditions and undermines internal unity. Li Hao's gaze continued downward, the subsequent content taking a turn. It should be noted that Zhou Wu's actions constituted attempted homicide, according to Article 232 of the Criminal Law of the People's Republic of China. Are you writing a reflection or a prosecution statement? Li Hao couldn't help but scoff. Bai Yi finally lifted his head, the morning light casting tiny shadows on his cheeks as it illuminated his eyelashes. A statement of facts, he replied. Li Hao shook his head in resignation, gesturing towards the breakfast. Eat while it's warm. I'll return in an hour to collect the reflection. He turned to leave, but paused, adding, the senior officials have requested to see your reflection personally. Bai Yi's hand hesitated for a moment before imperceptibly nodding. By 10 in the morning, the conference room on the third floor of the administrative building was shrouded in smoke. 5 senior officials gathered around a mahogany conference table, their ranks varying from 2 bars and 1 star to 2 bars and 3 stars. Bai Yi's reflection lay on the table, having circulated among them. This handwriting is quite impressive, remarked an elderly colonel, his graying hair contrasting with the youthful elegance of the script as he lightly traced the paper with his fingers, surpassing the penmanship of many university graduates in the staff. With a smirk, a major with gold-rimmed glasses interjected, but what good is eloquence? Just look at what is written at the end. The senior officials, in tacit agreement, skipped over the middle section and flipped directly to the last page. The content in the final 3 paragraphs caused the atmosphere in the room to thicken. If time could be reversed, I would still choose to jump from the helicopter to rescue my comrade. It is a soldier's instinct. However, I would also handle the subsequent matters with greater composure, as discipline demands. Yet, should Zhou Wu again launch a lethal attack against a member of the Blood Wolf team, I would still ensure he pays the same price. This is not revenge, but deterrence on the battlefield. Mercy towards the enemy is cruelty towards one's comrades. In summary, I acknowledge my errors and accept punishment. Yet, if given a second chance, I would still incapacitate him. Is this a self-criticism? The young captain was taken aback. This resembles a threat. Yet, the old lieutenant colonel burst into hearty laughter, tears streaming down his face. Indeed, it is remarkably similar. It is identical to the self-criticism written by phone all those years ago. Even the punctuation is perfectly intact. The other senior officers could hardly contain their amusement. Only the bespectacled major wore an expression of disbelief. Sir, this attitude is utterly unacceptable. It must be rewritten. The old colonel wiped the tears of laughter from his eyes. The individual has articulated himself splendidly. His insights are profound, and his demeanor is commendable. The major pointed to the final paragraph. Is this what you call commendable demeanor? The old lieutenant colonel's expression suddenly darkened. Zhang, do you know who Bai Feng is? The major hesitated. Of course, he is a martyr, a hero of special operations. But he is more than that. The old colonel interrupted. 20 years ago, during the operation in the southern frontier, had it not been for old Bai leading his team to cover the rear, half of those present here would have become names on Martyr's Monument. His single eye glinted with a fierce light, including your uncle, who was a department head at the general staff. The major's complexion turned pale instantly. This self-criticism, the old lieutenant colonel carefully placed the document into a file. I will personally deliver it to the political commissar. Does anyone have any objections? No one dared to utter a word. At noon, the door to the confinement room opened once more. Bai Yi had already gathered his belongings, merely a fountain pen and a notebook. He stood at the entrance, sunlight illuminating his slightly pale face, casting small shadows from his eyelashes beneath his eyes. Has the self-criticism been submitted? He inquired of Li Hao, who stood outside. Li Hao nodded, his expression peculiar. The senior officers are quite satisfied. Bai Yi raised an eyebrow, clearly taken aback by this response. However, Li Hao added, the political commissar has instructed you to transcribe an additional copy of the disciplinary regulations to be submitted tomorrow. Bai Yi acknowledged with a non-committal hum, revealing no discernible emotion. The two walked side by side along the corridor of the administrative building, their footsteps echoing in the empty hallway. Bai Yi, Li Hao suddenly spoke. Was that last statement serious? Bai Yi did not respond immediately. They reached the window at the corridor's corner, where the training ground lay beyond. Several teams, practicing combat with distant shouts of battle faintly audible. Brother, Bai Yi's voice softened. Do you know why I chose to become a Special Forces soldier? Li Hao shook his head. In my past life. I mean, previously, Bai Yi corrected himself in time. I witnessed too many lives lost due to fleeting moments of compassion. His gaze drifted into the distance, as if peering into a far-off realm. On the true battlefield, a moment's hesitation can cost a comrade's life. Li Hao listened quietly, refraining from interruption. That moment with Zhou Wu, he genuinely intended to kill Wang Kai. Bai Yi's tone turned cold. If I could do it over again, I would incapacitate him before he could make a move. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the young man's finely chiseled profile, outlining sharp contours. In that moment, Li Hao distinctly perceived the soul concealed beneath the guise of a 17-year-old, unyielding, frigid, a spirit of a seasoned soldier who had endured countless brushes with death. I understand now, Li Hao finally remarked, ruffling Bai Yi's hair. Let us go. It's time for dinner. The Blood Wolf Squad's dining table was perpetually the loudest in the canteen. As Bai Yi and Li Hao entered, Lin Tao was dramatically reenacting the moment when Zhou Wu was ruthlessly beaten, standing on a chair. And then little Bai went like this. Lin Tao mimicked an elbow strike. Crack! That guy's arm turned into a V shape. Amidst the laughter, Wang Kai was the first to spot Bai Yi and leaped up, exclaiming, "Our great hero has returned." All the team members stood up in unison, their movements so synchronized they appeared rehearsed. Suju's eyes gleamed with a frightening intensity, fixated on Bai Yi as if to confirm his unscathed condition. Sit down and eat, Li Hao commanded, though a smile lingered on his lips. With a flourish, Wang Kai produced a large bowl covered with a lid from behind him, special braised pork, personally taught by old Lu from the kitchen. As the lid was lifted, a rich aroma wafted through the air. Bai Yi stared at the dark, unidentifiable chunks in the bowl, a rare expression of hesitation crossing his face. Is this cool? Get lost. Wang Kai laughed. It's just slightly overcooked. The group chuckled as they took their seats. Bai Yi was seated at the head of the table, with an array of dishes before him, some from the canteen, others concocted by the team members themselves. Suju discreetly pushed his portion of fruit towards Bai Yi, then quickly retracted his hand, his ears turning crimson. What did you write in your self-critique? Fan Lai inquired curiously. Read it to us. Bai Yi picked up a piece of what he could barely recognize as meat. Nothing much, just the usual. Not true. Yang Yi adjusted his glasses. Fan Lai checked the administration computer, and that last part was explosive. Zhou Yang's mechanical hand clicked, transforming into a small claw. Fan Lai retorted, I didn't T-hack. I viewed it openly. The group clamored for Bai Yi to recite the contents of his critique. Even Li Hao cast an expectant glance. Bai Yi, overwhelmed by the noise, reluctantly set down his chopsticks and recited expressionlessly. If given another chance, I would still incapacitate him. The table fell silent for a moment, then erupted into even louder laughter and whistles. Wang Kai excitedly slammed the table. Awesome. Now that's the Blood Wolf spirit. Lin Tao pretended to wipe away tears. The child has grown up and can now write threatening letters. Even the usually serious Zhou Yang raised his mechanical thumb in approval. Logically sound, clearly articulated, I give it full marks. Amidst the cacophony, Bai Yi continued to consume his coal-braised pork, a barely noticeable smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Sunlight streamed through the canteen windows, casting long shadows over the group of young individuals, reminiscent of an indomitable squad. Chapter 69, Brother. I wish to be an instructor. The sunlight of February filtered through the slats of the blinds, casting golden lines of caution across the floor of the captain's office, resembling some silent tactical markings. Li Hao was engrossed in reviewing training reports, the sound of his pen scratching against the paper resonating softly in the room. Suddenly, a gentle knock interrupted his thoughts. Report, came the cool voice of Bai Yi from outside. Li Hao looked up, an involuntary smile gracing his lips. Come. The door opened, and Bai Yi entered, clad in a neatly pressed military uniform. His dark hair fell smoothly across his forehead, making him appear younger than his actual age. Yet, Li Hao understood the formidable strength concealed within that seemingly frail frame. What is the matter, Xiao Bai? Li Hao set down his pen, gesturing for him to take a seat. Bai Yi, however, walked directly to the desk, hands clasped behind his back, standing tall. Brother, is tomorrow the Special Forces selection? Li Hao raised an eyebrow slightly. Wang Kai told you, didn't he? He can never keep a secret. Bai Yi no dit ganti. Sunlight illuminating his eyelashes and casting delicate shadows on his cheeks. I want to know who will be the instructors. Li Hao leaned back in his chair, his hands crossed over his abdomen. It will be me and a few others, including Wang Kai. He studied Bai Ye's expression. Do you wish to observe? Bai Yi shook his head, his dark hair swaying slightly with emotion. He met Li Hao's gaze directly, enunciating each word. Brother, I wish to be an instructor. The office fell into an abrupt silence, the chirping of birds outside becoming strikingly clear. Li Hao's expression froze, and he gradually sat up straighter. You're still underage, and this does not adhere to the rules. Rules are made by people, Bai Yi replied calmly, his gaze resolute like tempered steel. I can be an exception. Li Hao rubbed his temples, feeling a wave of headache wash over him. He was acutely aware that Bai Ye's abilities far surpassed those of his peers and even many seasoned veterans. But to appoint a 17-year-old youth as an instructor for Special Forces selection, that was utterly absurd. Xiao Bai, brother, let us have a match. Bai Yi interrupted him. A fight. If I win, you will allow me to go. Li Hao scrutinized the stubborn youth before him and suddenly chuckled. All right. He stood up, his tall figure nearly blocking the light from the window. But if you lose, don't come crying to me. Bai Yi's lips curled into a slight smile. I won tea. News spread like wildfire throughout the base. By the time Li Hao and Bai Yi arrived at the training ground, it was already surrounded by a throng of onlookers. Not only was the entire Blood Wolf team present, but there were also numerous special forces from other squads. And even a few instructors stood with their arms crossed, watching. The betting has begun. The betting has begun. Lin Tao waved a stack of cafeteria meal tickets. Bet on the captain at 1-5, and on Xiao Bai at 1-3. Wang Kai kicked him playfully. Get lost. Who told you to bet on Xiao Bai? Yet, he turned around secretly slipping 2 meal tickets to Lin Tao. I'm betting on Xiao Bai. In the center of the training ground, Bai Yi was warming up. His movements were as fluid as a cat, each stretch executed with precision. After removing his outer jacket, the fitted black tank top accentuated the youthful, yet distinctly muscular upper body of the boy. Suja watched with wide eyes from the sidelines, only snapping back to reality when Zhou Yang gave him a light tap on the head with a mechanical hand. Li Hao also removed his shirt, revealing a muscular torso marred by scars. The contrast between the two was striking, one a battle-hardened warrior, the other a youth brimming with vitality. Rules? Bai Yi inquired. Li Hao adjusted his shoulders. Unrestricted combat, until one party is subdued or concedes. He paused, no targeting vital areas. Bai Yi nodded and assumed a fighting stance. In an instant, his demeanor shifted from that of a tranquil youth to a poised and predatory leopard. Referee Wang Kai blew the whistle. Begin. The first round was one of probing. The two circled each other, searching for weaknesses. Li Hao struck first, delivering a straight punch aimed at Bai Ye's face. Bai Yi deftly turned his head to evade while sweeping his right leg toward Li Hao's lower body. Li Hao leapt to avoid the attack, altering his position mid-air, and drove his elbow down, bang. Bai Yi crossed his arms to absorb the blow, staggering back 2 steps. Gasps erupted from the sidelines. The captain is serious now, Feng Lai murmured. Yang Yi adjusted his glasses. He is testing Xiao Bai's limits. The second round intensified. Li Hao unleashed a torrent of attacks, each strike infused with the ferocity of years of combat experience. Yet, Bai Yi resembled a small boat amidst a tempest, seemingly on the verge of capsizing, yet miraculously maintaining his balance. His defense was impermeable, and his occasional counterattacks were eerily precise. 7 minutes in, Zhou Yang glanced at his watch, astonished that Xiao Bai had yet to fall. Su Zhe, on edge, pressed his nails into his palms. Bai Yi's forehead glistened with sweat, black hair clinging to his cheeks. Yet his gaze remained piercing. The turning point arrived in the 12th minute. Li Hao's powerful right hook was narrowly evaded by Bai Yi, exposing his left side. In a flash, Bai Yi lunged in, landing an elbow strike to Li Hao's ribs, followed immediately by a shoulder throw. Lin Tao gasped. Li Hao's massive frame crashed onto the mat with a dull thud. Before he could rise, Bai Yi had locked his right arm and neck, forming a perfect crosshold. Concede? Bai Yi's voice was slightly hoarse from exertion. The sidelines fell silent. Everyone held their breath, witnessing the astonishing sight. Blood Wolf's captain pinned down by a 17-year-old boy. Li Hao struggled for a moment, but found himself utterly unable to escape. Bai Yi's grip was flawless, each ounce of pressure applied at the most critical points. I concede, Li Hao finally uttered, tapping the mat. The whistle blew. Bai Yi immediately released him, stepping back and extending a hand to help Li Hao up. His chest heaved with exertion, sweat dripping from his chin, yet his eyes sparkled with an extraordinary brightness. 15 minutes and 23 seconds, Wang Kai declared Bai Yi wins. The sidelines erupted in thunderous cheers and whistles. Lin Tao lamented as he distributed meal tickets to those who had bet on Bai Yi, while Wang Kai excitedly rushed onto the mat, eager to embrace Bai Yi, only to be skillfully dodged by the latter. As the crowd gradually dispersed, only the Blood Wolf team remained on the training ground. Bai Yi sat on a bench, drinking water, his Adam's apple bobbing with each swallow. Leo Wapruaka. Henny Matao. When is the plan set? He inquired, his tone devoid of displeasure, infused instead with curiosity. Bai Yi wiped the sweat from his brow. Last week. He paused. I reviewed last year's selection records. The elimination rate was far too low. Li Hao raised an eyebrow. Thus, I wish to alter the selection method, Bai Yi declared, placing his water bottle down. The current tests emphasize physical ability excessively, neglecting other equally vital traits. Li Hao regarded him thoughtfully, such as willpower, adaptability, and learning speed. Bai Yi enumerated. An ordinary soldier who can maintain composure in dire circumstances is far more valuable than a mere brute relying on strength. The eavesdropping team members exchanged glances. Such words seemed beyond the capacity of a 17-year-old. After a moment of silence, Li Hao suddenly laughed. All right, you've won. Tomorrow, you shall be one of the selection instructors. However, he raised a finger. It must adhere to my overarching framework. The details are yours to adjust. Bai Yi nodded, a faint smile gracing his lips. This expression instantly transformed him back into the youthful boy he was, as if the cold fighting machine from earlier was merely a figment of imagination. Thank you, brother. Don't rejoice too soon. Li Hao ruffled his hair. Those seasoned veterans will not easily submit to the guidance of a mere child. Bai Yi's gaze sharpened once more. They will comply. Wang Kai beside them rubbed his hands together. Looks like we're in for a show. That night, the Blood Wolf dormitory buzzed with excitement. Everyone gathered, chattering animatedly, offering Bai Yi suggestions. On the first day, you must establish your authority, Lin Tao exclaimed, mimicking the captain's actions from years past. Fong Lai rolled his eyes. Come on, Xiao Bai doesn't need to emulate the captain's methods. He turned to Bai Yi. You should silence, Bai Yi interjected suddenly, his voice soft yet commanding enough to hush the room. He surveyed the group and slowly continued. I have my own approach. A collective shiver ran through the crowd. In that moment, Bai Yi emanated an undeniable aura, causing even Li Hao to straighten in his seat. Suja cautiously asked, Can you share a hint? Bai Yi turned to him, his gaze softening slightly. You shall find out tomorrow. Just then, Zhou Yang's smartwatch emitted 2 beeping sounds. According to Xiao Bai's micro-expression analysis, someone is about to have a rough time. Laughter erupted among the group, though Suja watched Bai Yi with concern. He noticed Bai Yi's fingers unconsciously rubbing the inner side of his left wrist, a habitual gesture when he was deep in thought. Xiao Bai, Li Hao finally said, Remember, no one to stop. Bai Yi nodded, gathering his toiletries as he made his way to the bathroom. The warm water cascaded over his weary body, steam quickly clouding the mirror. Bai Yi wiped a clear patch, gazing at his reflection, a youthful face paired with eyes that bore the weight of experience. Tomorrow, he would stand before soldiers a decade, or even 2 older than himself, in the capacity of an instructor. This realization filled him with both excitement and trepidation. Yet, it is primarily a matter of responsibility. He possesses an abundance of experience to impart, countless lessons to share, and he merely hopes that the veterans will grant him the opportunity to speak. Should that not be possible, Bai Yi clenched his fists, droplets cascading along the contours of his muscles. He would not hesitate to employ a more direct approach to ensure their compliance. Chapter 70. Special selection at 15 minutes past 3 in the morning. The parking lot of the base was enveloped in a biting chill. The February night breeze etched fine lines upon the skin, each breath cleaving a fleeting mist in the darkness. The Blood Wolf team, consisting of 8 members, stood beside a military truck, awaiting the final inspection. Is everyone here? Li Hao counted the members, the beam of his flashlight sweeping across their faces. Bai Yi stood at the edge of the group, wrapped in an oversized training jacket, one that Li Hao had insisted he wear. "Xiao Bai, get in the car and sleep," Wang Kai urged. "It's a 5-hour drive." Bai Yi shook his head, his voice hoarse from just waking. "No need, This is an order." Liu interrupta, directly pushing the youth into the passenger seat. Minors are not allowed to stay up late. Su Zhe, watching the passenger seat being occupied, begrudgingly climbed into the rear compartment. Lin Tao elbowed him with a mischievous grin. "What? Want to squeeze in with Xiao Bai? Get lost." Su Zhe's ears turned crimson as he buried his face in his scarf. With the roar of the engine, the truck slowly exited the base gates. Li Hao drove for the first 2 hours, while Wang Kai occupied the passenger seat, focused on the navigation. In the back, other team members snuggled under blankets, dozing off. But only Bai Yi had truly fallen asleep, his head gradually tilted toward the window, eventually resting on Wang Kai's shoulder. "Kda, Vang Kain he spirit." This little brat usually acts like a hedgehog, but he is quite obedient when he is asleep. Li Hao glanced at the rearview mirror, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He is only 17, Wang Kai. 17, and he sent Zhou Wu to the ICU. Wang Kai shook his head. "Old Li, where did you find such a peculiar creature?" Li Hao offered no response, merely adjusting the rearview mirror to allow Bai Yi a more comfortable slumber. As dawn broke, the vehicle made a brief stop at a gas station. Wang Kai took over driving, and Bai Yi was transferred to the back. 3 more hours, Yang Yi noted, glancing at the GPS. Plenty of time for a movie. Fong Lai pulled a tablet from his backpack. "How about The Rock?" A fitting choice. Zhou Yang's mechanical arm clicked into his stand. "Lower the volume. Don't wake Xiao Bai." Bai Yi was actually awake, but too lazy to open his eyes. Leaning against the wall of the compartment, he listened to the explosions from the movie and his teammates' hushed comments, a faint smile playing on his lips. This sensation of being surrounded by comrades was something he had never truly experienced in his past life. "Hey, what do you think?" Lin Tao suddenly lowered his voice. "Those rookies will think when they see Xiao Bai? They'll probably think some kid wandered into the wrong place." Fong Lai chuckled. Su Zhe cast a worried glance at the dozing Bai Yi. "What if he doesn't take orders well?" "Huh." Wang Kai turned his head from the front seat. With how Xiao Bai handled Old Li yesterday, who would dare defy him? Li Hao cleared his throat. Focus on driving. Halfway through the film, Bai Yi suddenly spoke. "What are the selection criteria?" His voice was soft, but it immediately silenced everyone. Li Hao turned from the passenger seat. The traditional 3 categories: physical fitness, shooting, and tactics. The elimination rate is 70%. As Bai Yi opened his eyes, his amber pupils glimmered like twin flames in the morning light. "Too simple," he remarked. "Simple?" Lin Tao's eyes widened in disbelief. "Do you know how many people faltered in last year's 20-kilometer weighted cross-country?" Bai Yi sat upright, his black hair slightly tousled by static electricity. "Special forces are not mere athletes," he stated, his voice calm and clear. "The purpose is to assess their judgment, adaptability, and psychological resilience in extreme environments." A profound silence enveloped the compartment as all eyes turned to Li Hao, awaiting the captain's response. After a moment of contemplation, Li Hao suddenly smiled. "Share your thoughts." For the next 2 hours, Bai Yi elaborated on his selection plan, covering everything from simulated enemy infiltration to crisis management, from extreme pressure tests to team collaboration assessments. His reasoning was terrifyingly lucid, accounting for even the minutest details. "In the end, we only need 30 individuals," Bai Yi concluded. Zhou Yang's smartwatch beeped. "By this standard, no more than 15 passed last year." "Exactly," Bai Yi replied nonchalantly. "Better to be selective than indiscriminate." Li Hao and Wang Kai exchanged glances, and ultimately, Li Hao nodded. "We shall proceed as Bai said." At 8 o'clock in the morning, the truck arrived at the selection base nestled deep in the mountains. 300 candidates stood in formation on the training field, from 20-year-old junior officers to 35-year-old veterans, all standing tall like pines. As the Blood Wolf squad disembarked, a wave of commotion rippled through the ranks of candidates. All eyes were drawn to the noticeably underage boy at the edge of the instructor line. Bai Yi, shorter than the other team members, appeared akin to a high school student who had stumbled into a military base. "Whose child is that?" A sergeant with a scruffy beard whispered. "I heard there's a well-connected individual this year." Someone beside him scoffed. "That must be him." The murmurs grew louder until Li Hao's thunderous command of attention abruptly silenced the crowd. "I am Li Hao, the captain of the Blood Wolf Squad." His voice echoed across the training ground. "For the next 3 months, we will be responsible for your selection assessment." Wang Kai stepped forward. "Today's first event is the ultimate physical endurance test. The rules are simple. Report." Suddenly, a voice boomed from the ranks. A towering man, nearly 6'3", stepped forward, his muscles straining against his combat uniform. "Is this young man an instructor too?" He sneered, pointing directly at Bai Yi. The training ground fell into an eerie silence. All candidates held their breath, eager to witness how this well-connected youth would falter. Bai Yi's expression remained unperturbed as he calmly regarded the imposing figure. "Name? Rank? Lu Shang. Sergeant First Class," the giant declared, puffing out his chest. 8 years of service, 3-time outstanding soldier." Bai Yi nodded and slowly approached him, his steps as light as a cat's, contrasting sharply with the iron tower before him. "Sergeant Lu." Bai Yi halted 2 paces away. "Do you believe I am unworthy of being an instructor?" Lu scoffed. "Little boy, you should just go home and drink your milk. This isn't childish play." Bai Yi soudainement dissimuled. The smile sent a chill down the spines of Wang Kai and Lin Tao, who stood a short distance away. They were all too familiar with that expression. Every time Bai Yi displayed such a grin, misfortune awaited someone. "Let's put it this way." Bai Yi's voice was soft, yet resonated clearly throughout the venue. "I shall grant you one opportunity. If you can land a single blow on me, I will immediately withdraw from the instructor group." Lu Shang smirked. "Kid, don't you dare start crying." Just as Li Hao was about to intervene, Wang Kai held him back. "Let Xiao Bai establish his authority. It will save us trouble later." The contest commenced abruptly and concluded even more suddenly. Lu Shang unleashed a powerful straight punch. Yet Bai Yi, as if foreseeing the move, deftly sidestepped and executed a precise strike with the edge of his right hand against the opponent's carotid artery. The burly man's eyes widened in shock. Before he could react, Bai Yi's left leg swept towards his knee. With a resounding thud, the 200-pound giant collapsed like a felled tree. Without granting him a moment to breathe, Bai Yi advanced swiftly, pressing his elbow against the man's throat. "He is unconscious," Bai Yi assessed calmly as he stepped back. Lu Shang's eyes had indeed rolled back, rendering him unresponsive. The training ground fell into an eerie silence. The expressions of the 300 candidates frozen between astonishment and dread. A few of the sergeants who had been snickering moments ago instinctively took a step back. Medical personnel hurried forward to carry Lu Shang away. Bai Yi surveyed the crowd, his voice unwavering. "Does anyone still doubt my qualifications?" No one dared to utter a sound. "Excellent." Bai Yi turned to the other instructors. "Let us proceed as planned." Chapter 71. Ice water bath. The pine forest wailed in the biting cold wind, while the branches, burdened by snow, occasionally snapped with a crisp sound. On the training ground, 300 soldiers clad in winter combat uniforms stood in formation, hailing from the 7 military districts across the nation, each an elite selected from their respective units. Zhao Taizhu stomped his numbed feet, the white mist of his breath crystallizing into tiny ice particles in the frigid air at 15 degrees below zero. This reconnaissance soldier from the Northeast Military District stood at a towering height of 192 meters, his robust physique resembling a wall at the front of the line. He subtly moved his fingers, feeling the slow, stinging flow of blood through his veins. "They say the instructors this time are quite formidable," whispered a Marine standing behind him. Zhao Taizhu did not respond, yet his gaze unconsciously drifted towards the dark command building at the end of the training ground. As a veteran who had participated in the selection of special forces twice, he understood all too well what the Blood Wolf selection entailed. Suddenly, an ear-piercing electric sound erupted from the camp's loudspeaker. "Attention! Assemble at the cold water bath in 5 minutes." The voice caused a shiver to run through everyone. It was youthful, even carrying a hint of an icy, boyish tone, yet it pierced through each individual's eardrum with the precision of an ice pick. Zhao Taizhu noticed several soldiers in the front row unconsciously tense their shoulders. 5 minutes later, the 300 stood in perfect alignment before the cold water bath. Under the blinding white light of the searchlights, 20 military metal barrels were arranged in neat rows, their surfaces dotted with unmelted ice, shimmering ominously under the light. On the high platform stood a slender figure, Bai Yi. He appeared no older than 17 or 18, his black combat uniform accentuating his pallid complexion. Damp black hair clinging to his smooth forehead. The water temperature ranges from -10 to -15 degrees, Bai Yi announced. His voice soft yet as precise as a scalpel, penetrating the ears of all present. Submerge for 3 minutes. The timer begins now. A suffocating silence enveloped the bath area. 300 pairs of eyes fixated on the icy metal barrels as if they were monstrous beings poised to devour them. Zhao Taizhu could hear the pulsating rhythm of blood in his temples. Bai Yi made no effort to hurry them, merely surveying the line with his cold gaze. The corners of his mouth curving slightly upward, as if he were anticipating a splendid performance. At last, Zhao Taizhu inhaled deeply and stepped forward boldly. Reporting, "I will go first." He strode confidently to the ice barrel, deftly unfastening the buttons of his combat uniform with his sturdy fingers. As the fabric fell away, it revealed a body marked by scars, the enduring medals of countless training sessions. With a splash, Zhao Taizhu plunged into the icy water, his scream shattering the silence of the base. The frigid liquid pierced his pores like thousands of steel blades. His muscles tensed to their utmost limit, veins bulging on his forehead, teeth chattering audibly. He felt the cold surge through his veins, as if it sought to freeze his very blood. Any hesitation beyond 3 seconds results in elimination. Bai Yi's voice floated lightly through the air. This statement ignited the ranks like a fuse. In an instant, the soldiers surged towards the ice barrels, eager to prove their mettle. Zhao Taizhu, through his blurred vision, perceived a slender figure skillfully vault into the adjacent iron barrel. It was the female soldier, Lin Xiaoyu. She bit her lip, her delicate arms showcasing defined muscle lines. Yet she remained utterly silent. Not far away, a marine recoiled from the water surface as if electrocuted, only to be ruthlessly pushed back by the instructor. In the distance, someone had already rolled their eyes in despair, yet continued to endure. Bai Yi strolled leisurely between the barrels, his black combat boots making a faint crunching sound on the snow. He paused momentarily before each barrel, coolly observing the trainees' reactions. Medical team. Suddenly, Bai Yi raised his hand. 2 medics rushed over, extracting a convulsing candidate from the icy water. Zhao Taizhu recognized him as a sniper from the Western Theater. His lips had turned a terrifying shade of purple. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. Zhao Taizhu felt his consciousness beginning to fade, chaotic flashes of light dancing before his eyes. His fingers, clinging desperately to the edge of the barrel, had lost all sensation, yet he understood he could not relinquish his grip. Letting go would signify failure. 2 minutes. Bai Yi's voice echoed from a distance. Lin Xiaoyu appeared in a worse state. Her complexion was ghostly pale, tiny ice crystals adorning her eyelashes, her entire form trembling uncontrollably. Still, she resolutely bit down on her lip, blood trickling down her chin into the icy water, blooming into delicate red flowers. 2.5 minutes. Zhao Taizhu heard cries of despair, frantic splashes reverberating around him. His vision darkened further, his eardrums buzzing as if a swarm of bees were flapping their wings inside his skull. 3 minutes. Done. As Zhao Taizhu struggled to emerge from the barrel, his limbs had turned unresponsive. 2 instructors hoisted him up, roughly wrapping him in a thermal blanket. His hazy gaze swept across the bathing area. At least 20 individuals had been directly carried to the medical tent. Bai Yi stood atop a platform, a tablet in hand, meticulously recording each participant's performance. The morning light cast a cold silhouette across his profile, rendering him akin to an unyielding judge. 17 had withdrawn. He spoke into his earpiece, his voice chillingly calm. Fewer than anticipated. Nearby, Suja anxiously observed his comrades being carried away on stretchers. "This is too brutal," he murmured. Li Hao pressed his hand on Suja's shoulder, shaking his head. Xiaobai would never engage in meaningless acts. In the monitoring room, Zhou Yang's mechanical fingers flew across the keyboard. Intriguing. He adjusted his reflective glasses. The most resilient to the cold was not the northern troops, but rather the one designated as number 36. The screen displayed Lin Xiaoyu's physiological data. Her core temperature was declining at a rate 37 slower than the others, a feat almost inconceivable in medical terms. Bai Yi stood before the data screen, morning light filtering through his slender fingers, casting faint shadows on the ground. In polar operations, survival rates in cold water depend on cold resistance, he murmured. 3 years ago, during the Arctic Circle mission, 3 lives were lost due to this very reason. The monitoring room fell into a chilling silence. No one questioned how Bai Yi was aware of that classified mission. Just as no one questions why a 17-year-old boy becomes the most ruthless instructor of the Blood Wolf, some answers remain unspoken among them. As Bai Yi strides alone towards the edge of the training ground, the morning sun has only just begun to ascend the ridge. His silhouette appears particularly slender in the dawn light, with a black combat uniform barely concealing the boy's delicate frame. Yet, none would dare to underestimate him. Only moments ago, this seemingly fragile youth demonstrated to 300 elite soldiers what true hell encompasses through the most brutal means. In the distance, Zhao Taizhu and Lin Xiaoyu are supporting each other as they make their way to the barracks. Unbeknownst to them, Bai Yi's gaze is unwaveringly fixed upon them. That look resembles that of a butcher assessing a lamb destined for slaughter, as well as an artisan examining an unrefined gem. Brief insight: what does it mean for water to be at -15 degrees? How long can a person survive in such frigid water before succumbing to death? The answer is, mere minutes could prove fatal. For those uncertain, allow me to provide an estimate of survival time, approximately, when fully submerged without protection. Due to cold shock response and rapid heat loss, one may lose consciousness within 1 to 3 minutes, with cardiac arrest occurring in 6 to 15 minutes. When partially submerged, such as with an arm, one might lose sensation within 5 to 10 minutes, with the potential for localized frostbite. Wearing a dry suit, survival may extend to several hours, contingent upon the quality of the gear, particularly specialized cold weather equipment designed for polar or rescue missions. In a wetsuit, one might endure for 15 to 60 minutes, yet still face grave danger from declining body temperature. Chapter 72. The bullet knows no eyes at noon. The sun hung high in the leaden sky, yet it offered no warmth whatsoever. The snow-laden training ground reflected an almost blinding white light as 283 candidates stood in silent formation. Their tactical uniforms still marked by the icy water that had soaked them earlier that morning, now frozen into a thin layer of ice. Zhao Taizhu sat on the steps outside the barracks, mechanically chewing on the issued energy bar. His fingers bore an unusual purplish hue, the skin at his fingertips slightly wrinkled from frostbite. 3 hours prior, the grueling test involving icy water had resulted in 17 candidates being carried away on stretchers. Now, the remaining participants breathed with a cautious restraint. None knew what the next trial would entail. Rumor had it that the afternoon would involve armed cross-country running. An Army Special Forces soldier, his face marred by abrasions, approached with a hushed voice, as if afraid of being overheard. 20 kilograms of weight. Complete 10 kilometers across the plains in 48 minutes. Zhao Taizhu offered no reply. His gaze drifted beyond the training field, landing on a row of black jeeps in the distance. Bai Yi leaned against one of the car doors, intently inspecting a Type 95 automatic rifle. In the morning light, his slender figure resembled a high school student who had stumbled into a military camp. Yet a chill coursed down Zhao Taizhu's spine. This young instructor was more perilous than any adversary. He had seen the eyes of Bai Yi. Within those golden irises, there was neither warmth nor compassion, only a chilling sense of anticipation. It was akin to a butcher sharpening his knife while envisioning the sensation of the blade slicing through flesh. A sharp whistle suddenly pierced the still air. All personnel, assemble. The 283 candidates promptly formed ranks, their tactical boots crunching rhythmically upon the snow. Bai Yi gracefully leaped onto the hood of a convertible jeep, the hem of his black combat uniform fluttering in the cold wind. The Type 95 rifle rested casually in the crook of his arm, its body glinting with a steely sheen under the sunlight. 20 kilograms of weight. Bai Yi's voice, though not loud, sliced through the air with surgical precision, resonating in each ear. 10 kilometers across the plains, complete in 48 minutes. The high-altitude route in 53 minutes. A few suppressed groans emerged from the ranks. This standard exceeded the conventional Special Forces assessment by 30, and even seasoned operatives would find it taxing. A chilling smile crept across Bai Ye's lips. Exceed the time, and you are eliminated. He deftly pulled the bolt of his rifle. The sharp click of a bullet chambering echoed unnervingly across the silent training ground. Several candidates in the front row instinctively took a half step back. Now, collect your equipment. Zhao Taizhu hoisted the 20-kilogram weighted pack onto his shoulder, adjusting the straps. His muscles still ached subtly, yet compared to others who struggled to walk, he felt relatively fit. Prepare. Bai Yi stood at the passenger side of the lead jeep, his long fingers casually resting on the door. Sunlight illuminated his profile, highlighting the youthful contours. But those eyes were as cold as the permafrost beneath Siberia's frozen earth. Begin. 283 individuals surged forth from the starting point like a tidal wave. Zhao Taizhu meticulously controlled his breathing rhythm, ensuring he remained within the foremost echelon. The initial 2 kilometers unfolded with relative ease. However, as the altitude increased, the formation began to stretch. He could hear the heavy, labored breaths behind him, reminiscent of a pack of dying beasts. Too slow. The voice of Bai Yi suddenly echoed from the rear. Zhao Taizhu whipped around, his pupils constricting. At some point, the youthful instructor had ascended to the top of a speeding jeep, his dark hair whipping in the gale, a rifle steadily aimed at the tail end of the formation. Move faster, all of you. When the intended effect proved insufficient, Bai Yi made a gesture that froze the blood of all present. He raised his rifle, took aim, and pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet grazed the last soldier's boot, detonating a small crater in the frozen earth. The Marine sergeant, startled, leapt into the air, his face as pale as parchment, a dark stain rapidly spreading across his trousers. The next shot will target the knee. Bai Yi's tone was as light as if discussing breakfast, yet plunged everyone into an icy abyss. The entire formation erupted into chaos. The participants, like startled antelopes, desperately accelerated, their previously sluggish line condensing into a tight assault formation. Zhao Taizhu felt a searing pain in his lungs. Each breath felt as though he inhaled shards of glass, yet he dared not slow down. The sporadic gunfire behind him resonated like the footsteps of death, drawing ever closer. Maintain your distance. Bai Yi's roar mingled with the gunfire. Do you wish to be a live target? Bullets whizzed past the edges of the line, erupting in a spray of mud upon the frozen ground. Zhao Taizhu witnessed the scout stumble in fear, nearly trampled by those behind him. As the soldier rose, his face was smeared with a mix of dirt and sweat, his eyes gleaming with raw terror. Within the jeep, Suja gripped the door handle tightly. His knuckles turning white, they were nearing their limits. This could lead to fatalities. Not yet. Bai Yi calmly replaced the magazine. His movements as graceful as oiling a pistol. The human threshold is 30% higher than they imagine. His voice was soft, yet it instantly chilled the air within the vehicle. Suja unconsciously swallowed. This seemingly delicate youth's comprehension of limits was chilling. At the 7th kilometer, the first complete breakdown occurred. A diminutive communications soldier suddenly collapsed to the ground, retching violently. His vomit was tinged with blood, fingers clawing deeply into the frozen soil, as if grasping for a lifeline. The medical vehicle rushed over, but Bai Yi spared a glance, his focus unwavering on those still in motion. Zhangming, Lu Chong. His voice sliced through the air like a blade, pinpointing 2 non-commissioned officers whose speed had slightly diminished. Slow down, and you'll be sent to the mess hall. The 2 men, upon being named, turned ghostly pale. One of them, Zhao Taizhu recognized him as an elite from a certain army group, actually tore open the chest strap of his weighted pack, merely to reduce a fraction of wind resistance. Such self-destructive behavior would ordinarily warrant a military tribunal. Yet now, all he could see was the terror of Bai Yi's rifle. Zhao Taizhu's vision began to blur. Sweat soaked through his training attire, rapidly freezing in the frigid temperatures, making each step feel as though he were dragging leaden weights. His temples throbbed, and his eardrums buzzed, as if swarms of bees were flitting within his skull. Yet he dared not pause. The bullets of the White Knight seemed to hang ominously behind him, ready to shatter his skull at any moment. As Zhao Taizhu stumbled across the finish line, his vision was engulfed in a crimson haze. 48 minutes and 23 seconds. Li Hao pressed the timer. Zhao Taiju fell straight into the snow like a felled tree, the weight of his pack pinning him down. The Marine Corps soldiers following closely behind collapsed to the ground, retching violently, their gastric juices mingling with blood, creating glaring red blooms against the pristine white snow. "Stand up." White Knight leaped from the vehicle, his boots crushing the icy ground beneath him. The finish line was not a resting place. However, physiological reactions had long since escaped the bounds of will. More than 20 candidates clung to tree trunks, retching violently, some even losing control of their bladders. Warm liquid trickled down their pants, carving small pits into the snow. Medics darted among them, continuously raising thermometers and blood pressure monitors, as if examining a batch of discarded machinery. White Knight approached. The two candidates collapsed just beyond the finish line. They had exceeded the time limit by only 23 seconds, but rules were rules. "What are your names? Your units?" White Knight crouched down, his voice unexpectedly calm. Report." One of them gasped heavily, his Adam's apple bobbing. "Liwegwa, 38th Group Army." White Knight retrieved a notebook from his chest pocket, his long fingers flipping through pages densely filled with notes. His writing resembled that of a diligent student, the pen tip producing a soft, rustling sound on the paper. "You have commendable explosive power, but your endurance is lacking." He tore off a slip of paper and handed it to them, his voice barely audible to the three of them. "Report to the Tibet Military District and return in 6 months." The two eliminated candidates stared in astonishment. They had expected humiliation, to be discarded like refuse from a base. Yet they received a proposal for improvement, a chance to survive. As the medical vehicle took them away, their expressions transformed from resentment to a complex sense of reverence. In the monitoring room, Zhou Yang's mechanical fingers danced across the keyboard, pulling up all the candidates' physiological data. "Interesting," he remarked, the lens reflecting the blue glow of the screen. Zhao Tieju's maximum oxygen uptake had increased by 15 since the test. White Knight stood by the window, the setting sun stretching his shadow long, reaching across the map of China on the wall. His fingertips unconsciously brushed against the safety catch of his rifle, producing a faint metallic sound. "Fear is the finest catalyst," he murmured, his voice imbued with a chilling certainty. "There are no second chances on the battlefield." Li Hao pondered, observing the candidates supporting one another. "Did you intentionally fire to scare them?" "Not entirely," White Knight replied, turning, his eyes glimmering in the twilight like the pupils of a nocturnal creature. "I'm testing their survival instincts." Outside the window, the last group of candidates staggered toward the barracks. Unbeknownst to them, tomorrow's training would be even more grueling, but for tonight, at least, they could enjoy a relatively peaceful sleep. Baiye's gaze followed Zhao Tieju's staggering silhouette, a faint smile gracing his lips. This northern man possessed greater potential than he had anticipated. In Baiye's lexicon, potential signified the capacity to endure further, tempering. Chapter 73. Snowy push UPS at 4:20 in the morning. A piercing whistle shattered the stillness of the mountain forest, slicing through the night like a sharp blade, creating a rift above the slumbering base. Zhao Taiju sprang up from his military cot, his eardrums buzzing. Outside the window, the blizzard continued its relentless assault, the fierce wind lashing snowflakes against the glass, producing a fine crackling sound. His muscles felt as if they were encased in lead, each joint silently protesting. After the 20-kilometer armed cross-country trek yesterday, his legs had all but lost their sensation. "Gather in 2 minutes." The instructor's roar echoed from the end of the corridor. "Latecomers can roll out." Instantly, chaos erupted in the barracks. Zhao Taiju witnessed a Marine collide headlong into the bed frame, blood instantly appearing at his temple, in the corner. A special police officer frantically struggled to force his swollen foot into a combat boot, yet would not budge. As Zhao Taiju stumbled out of the barracks, the biting cold wind at -25 degrees struck his face like a heavy blow. His eyelashes instantly crystallized with frost, and each breath felt like swallowing shards of glass. Bai stood in the center of the training ground. Under the blinding white light of the searchlights, his figure appeared particularly frail. Today, he unusually wore a pair of tactical gloves, their black leather surface glistening with ice crystals. 100 push-ups. His voice was colder than the wind. His chest to the ground, hips not raised. Zhao Taizhu noticed the patch of snow beneath the instructor's feet, deliberately compacted, glistening with an eerie blue hue under the lights. The standard was, Bai suddenly crouched down, pressing one hand against the snow. The test would terminate if his temperature fell below 33 degrees. His palm left a clear imprint in the snow, 5 centimeters deep. Now down. 283 individuals simultaneously plunged into the snow, a scene both magnificent and brutal. The moment Zhao Tieju's chest made contact with the snow, a bone-chilling cold shot up his spine to the back of his head. He gritted his teeth, the muscles in his arms taut as steel. Yet the first push-up nearly elicited a cry from him. The snow felt like a million steel needles piercing through his training uniform into his skin. Imagine you are lying in enemy territory. Bai strolled past each row, his voice barely above a whisper, yet it compelled everyone to instinctively lower their bodies. Zhao Taizhu caught a glimpse of Lin Xiaoyu, the only remaining female soldier. Her training uniform was soaked with sweat, freezing into a shell of ice in the low temperatures, cracking with each push-up she performed. As they counted to 30, Bai suddenly raised his hand to check his watch. Change of duty. Wang Kai approached with a grin, holding a military ration box filled with snow. Xiao Bai's gone to a meeting. Now it's Lin Tao and me taking over. Zhao Tieju's heart sank. Sure enough, the first thing Wang Kai did was grab a handful of snow and accurately toss it onto the backs of the candidates performing push-ups. Too slow. Lin Tao shouted from the other side. Add 50 more. The moment the snowflakes slipped into his collar, Zhao Tieju's back muscles spasmed uncontrollably. He heard several muffled cries of pain around him, yet no one dared to halt. Yesterday's live-fire exercise had imparted the harsh lesson of defying orders. Within the base's monitoring room, the heating system emitted a gentle hum. 6 LCD screens displayed real-time footage from various angles of the training ground. As Bai entered, he found Li Hao frowning at screen 3. Are you certain this won't end poorly? The captain inquired, pointing at a contestant on the verge of collapse, whose body temperature had plummeted to 32.9 degrees Celsius. Bai removed his frosted tactical gloves and casually picked up a cup of hot milk. He won tea-dye. Suja sprang up from his chair. I made you some steam buns, pork and cabbage filling, and I added a bit of vinegar. His voice dwindled. Cheeks flushed. Zhou Yang's mechanical fingers danced over the keyboard. According to the data, contestant number 36 has an